high 80s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is cloudy skies and a high of 87. I'm Ben Hall, O's Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are. 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Minneapolis, Minnesota. My man Jeremy Kahn holding down the fort at the mothership in Baltimore. Get your feet on the floor. Jumpstart your day on this Taco Tuesday. Jeremy, I don't know where I'm going to find tacos in Minneapolis, but I'll try hard.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of good places out there. You know, they're well known for their tacos. Or maybe it's casseroles. Yeah, it's casseroles.
I think it's more casseroles.
Casseroles are what they're known for out there.
Yes, you know what? It's talking to people. Number one, good people here. I love them.
Minnesota.
But talking to the people here sounds like I'm watching an episode of Fargo.
Yeah, it's very. You'll get some of that crossover of got to get a casserole. Yeah, you know, like it's very friendly people. I think for the most part. But
yeah, I did when I was in the Air Force. I dated a girl from Duluth. And, you know, all the conversations went like that. You're right. They're very friendly people. Sometimes annoying with their friendliness. Sometimes. Every now and then. But every now and then. Not often. But it's cool out here. You know what gets me? And I love this. We kind of got this yesterday on the show. When you go places, you get all these people inbox you and tell you all the places that you should visit. Mm-hmm. I'm here for work, folks. And I don't think people understand how the day goes. On a weekday, I do the show. I'm out at, let's say, I'm in the Central Time, so I'm out at 9 o'clock, my time, 10 o'clock your time. Get back to the hotel about 9:30. You work out. Next thing you know, it's 11 o'clock. So in live TV, there's actually some studying to do. You know, there's actually work to do before you do live TV, especially when you got stats and all those things. So at 11 o'clock, when you have to be to the ballpark, and I don't know if people know this, at 3, because that's when you have open clubhouse, that's when you get your interview. The interviews that you see, that's when we get them, when the clubhouse is open around 3 o'clock. When do I have time to go all these places that you all tell me to go? This is not vacation. This is not. It's work. So I'm like, I hear you, but if it's not within walking distance of the hotel, I'm not going.
Plus, people don't even realize, like, all the time you got to take out to go pick up all the free clothing and tickets.
Yeah, so absolutely.
They don't even take that into consideration.
There's a lot of free tickets to hand out. That's another hour of my time just going in line. Hey, free tickets.
I trade you a casserole for a free ticket. Oh, man. You know what?
No, what is it, walleye? What's the fish?
Walleye.
What is it? What is it? Walleye?
I think that there is a walleye fish. Is that the one that's...
That's a Minnesota fish.
I know, like in Minnesota too, they do the.
You don't have to say it that way every time.
The lutefisk. That's the fermented fish. That's like disgusting.
Fermented? You get drunk off fish?
No, it just has a very like. It's what they would do back in like the Viking days, and to keep this food as fresh as possible so they could eat it again. So like, it just people up there will say it's like one of the worst tastes you could ever have. Is lutefisk.
Why don't they just put it in the refrigerator?
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do that. Or just put it in the snow. You're Vikings. There's
snow.
How about that?
By the way, our buddy Sean Rose
said
I should go purify myself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
I don't know that's going to help.
Only if Apollonia is with me. That was Apollonia, right?
No, Apollonia, no. No, you're going the other way. I'm going with... Godfather. That was Apollonia too.
It was. Maybe that's what she was named.
But you're talking about Prince's Apollonia, right?
Yeah, Apollonia. Yeah, that's the quote from that.
Yeah,
from Purple Rain. You don't remember that line?
I remember it. Yeah. Now that you're saying it, I didn't think about it.
They won a motorcycle. They went out there and that was just a cool line by Prince. Well, you purify yourself.
Oh, up. Yeah, that's it. So I guess you talked to Kramer before the game last night.
Yeah. No, I didn't. Man, he shoved it, didn't he?
Well, I mean,
shoved it hard.
Can I? I know we're going to talk a lot about this, but I got on social media, and after they traded Kramer, the same cats that were saying get rid of that guy, he's a loser, were now saying I knew they shouldn't have traded him. Man, you guys are geniuses after the fact all the time.
They are. I mean, if you can make decisions after the results, man, life would be so much better, wouldn't it?
But it's just funny to me that these people talk out of both sides of your mouth. Like, you have enough hate for everyone, so that should have got rid of him his last start. He sucked. Good luck with that, Minnesota. Can't believe we got something back for him, and now it's like, can't believe they traded him.
Someone said yesterday, hit me up, man, you mean he changed his arm angle? The Orioles couldn't figure that out? Isn't that an indictment on their coaching staff? I said, you're right. It is an indictment. It's 100%. I said, but can I add something to this? He said, yeah, go ahead. I said, what if they asked him to and he wouldn't? And now after he got traded, he did.
Oh, there's that, and there's also the people that like to do that. It's like, well, that same Minnesota team had one of our best relievers, and he had a 6-run ERA with them, and when we got him, he became an all-star. So, like, this is what bothers me when people sit here and use revisionist memory where it's like, oh, this happened, that happened. Like, look at it and take it as a whole of what it is. Like, either you wanted him here or you didn't. And I don't remember the people beating down the door after they traded Dean Kramer away. Some people said, I don't like trading him to a team you're competing with. But the bad news is you're competing with everyone except 3 teams. You know? So those are the only 3 teams you can trade with? It's just silly.
My not liking the trade was more of a personal thing. Baseball-wise, business-wise, I got it. I understood it. Personally, I didn't like it. And because, you know, I mean, you and I've had conversations on air and off air about, you know, my relationship with Dean Kramer. So personally, I didn't like it at all. I didn't. But I got it. I understood it. You know, it's business as usual. And I don't know what his relationship was with the organization when they traded him. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's one of those things that had to have happened. I wish it didn't, but it did.
Yeah.
He was I didn't realize until Bradish said to me yesterday, at the time of the trade, he was the longest tenured Oriole.
Yeah.
That's odd, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, like, if you go back and start looking at it, like, I know Dan Duquette's in the news for making some comments about, you know, Elias in the cupboard not being bare when he got it. Go look at those players again there, Dan. But no, like, this is something.
And I don't blame Dan for saying that. I would say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, but if you go back and look at the players, Dean Kramer was the only one in a list of like 20 guys that ever amounted to anything.
You don't count, I guess because of the injuries, you don't count Grayson Rodriguez?
I mean, that's a guy he drafted. So, yeah, I'm just talking about all the guys he traded for when they started moving pieces. They had, like, I think there were 18 to 20 names, and none of them really amounted to anything except for Dean Kramer. And Dean Kramer wasn't even the focal point of the Machado trade.
No, it was not. It was the Cuban outfielder.
Yusniel Diaz.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he remember what Yusniel Diaz? No, I don't remember that at all. I don't remember. Did he even come up to the majors?
No, Jake Rogers had a better tenure with the Orioles than Yusniel Diaz. So it's like we had that game or two to remember him from. Like, that's the funniest stuff is when you look back at this, like, Diaz did nothing here. Nothing.
No, he didn't. Dean Kramer, again, like you said, was not even supposed to be the focal point, and he was a guy that actually was the most reliable starter overall throughout his time. Now, I don't think he was ever at any point the best starter, but he was ultimately the most reliable starter. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Yeah, tough loss for them last night. Looking at what's going on around the world of baseball. And again, this kid, Jacoby Lane, continues to be talked about all over football right now. I can't wait to see him play a game. You can talk about preseason, and I'll watch it because, you know, that's what we do. But I can't wait for the season to begin to see what this kid can actually do.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's been I even saw like one of our videos out there. Somebody had just commented on it. What did they say? I guess, quote, one of us said, maybe it was me, feels different when it comes to Jacoby Lane, and said that's the problem with this league, too much feelings and zero objective evaluation, which makes you a dumb asshat, because I'm talking about feels different from the people I've talked to that have seen him. Not this, this camp hero that you have, and all of a sudden he made a catch in a preseason game, and everybody's going, what was it? Jaleel Scott was the one guy? Oh, God, you got to keep him on the roster. Somebody's going to claim him. Went to the practice squad, did not get claimed. This does not feel anything like that from what I've heard from people, and every time they've said, we need to see him do this, he does that and excels. We need to see him do this. Let's put on pads and see how excels. So, again, maybe this is just much ado about nothing in preseason and training camp, but this, again, feels different than it has in years past about other players.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to take what you say to be literal. That's just how it is. I don't sweat that too much. But I'm with you. I'm very curious to see what this young man's going to do, because I don't recall ever having this much hype about a wide receiver out of camp. Hall of Fame game for the NFL. This destroys every other sport. We'll talk about that at 6:30. But on the other side, we'll recap a miserable game for the Baltimore Orioles. O's Twins. Up next right here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Vinny Serrato here. I know what it takes to win under pressure, so if you're hurt in an accident, call the team that knows how to win. Science and Kirk. Hurt in an accident? Remember, if you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Make this the summer you drive something new at Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Our summer sell-a-thon is happening now with amazing offers on brand new Ford trucks, cars, and SUVs. Plus, quality pre-owned vehicles ready for your next adventure. Bring us your trade for top dollar value and experience a dealership that is committed to doing things the right way. We're reliable. Windows down and savings are up. Visit us at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at ProStatusFinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 southbound at exit 77, that's Route 24. Be aware of an accident there. The inner loop of the Beltway running smoothly. The outer loop, a problem at exit 16, that's I-70. An accident has you backed up. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Birds lose an ugly one last night.
Just as I thought.
If you didn't see it, you woke up and you saw a score of 9-5. But that game was ugly. Uglier than that. Trust me. They gave up a ton of runs in the seventh inning. The seventh inning seemed like it would never end, Jeremy.
It went on and on and on and on.
And yeah, it did. It did. And the Orioles found themselves down big. What was it, 7-1? Then they scored 2 runs to make it 7-3 before there's some more tackle-on runs by the Minnesota Twins to put that game even further out of reach in the 8th inning. And the story was Dean Kramer. He goes 7 innings, giving up 1 run on just 1 hit, 7 strikeouts and a walk. And last night the splitter was working, and he just had the Orioles batters mesmerized.
Well, we just saw, look, first off, this offense has been reeling since the trade deadline. Don't get fooled by what we saw on Sunday night or any of the other games where they scored some runs, but it's been dreadful, even to the point of the game against the Angels where I think you walked twice and sitting over there in the camera well, and they still couldn't score runs. And we saw Grayson Rodriguez, who hadn't looked good, was okay in his start before the game against the Orioles, kind of come in and just lock in and look great outside of 1 inning. And even then, that was fine. Their team just couldn't score any runs that day. Now we look at the situation with Dean Kramer, and I know you and I fully expected it, and I put my money where my mouth is, talking about him over strikeouts, talking about, I thought he was going to come in and shove it. Now, I thought the game was going to go under the total, but I didn't expect Trevor Rogers to have his worst start in about 10 or 12 starts.
It's just, let's go with Trevor Rogers, though. You're right. He just didn't have it last night. Didn't have his best stuff. But when you just use 6 innings of the bullpen, wasn't it 6 innings the other day for the bullpen?
Yeah.
Okay, you just used 6 innings of the bullpen. And I know Cam Sanders just came up and you had him for a couple of innings. But Trevor Rogers only gave up 2 runs in 4 innings, 79 pitches. I didn't understand why he didn't come back out for the 5th. He gave up 2 runs, Jeremy. It's okay not to look like Trevor Rogers, but the bottom line is he only had 79 pitches. He had another inning in him. If you look at pitch count, he's not a guy that's on a pitch count. And he only gave up 2 runs. I didn't for the life of me understand why he didn't come back out in the 5th inning.
Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of that's something that's gone on for a while. Maybe they didn't look like the way he looked the next time through the lineup. I don't know. Like, I can't speak to that. I think these are some of the fair criticisms we've had of Albernaz when it comes to this, but this is when you get to know more about your manager as the season goes along and how he wants to handle a rotation and a bullpen. But there are too many people that look at it, and you know what I'm talking about, go to a game, go, oh my God, he only threw 77 pitches. Why'd they take him out? I don't think that should ever be the case with Trevor Rogers unless you're seeing something in his delivery that you didn't like.
If Trevor Rogers had gone 4 innings and gave up 4 runs and you took him out of the game, I'd say, you know what, I get it. And especially if he had gotten rocked in his last inning that he pitched. But none of that was the case. I just didn't understand the decision to take him out of the game. I just didn't. As a question, of course, I can't ask questions at the end of the game because I don't go downstairs. I'm hosting a post-game show, but it's definitely a question that I'm going to ask today. He gave up a run in the 3rd, a run in the 4th, and I get it. He's trending in that direction. But he wiggled his way out of some jams, and my whole thing is this. If the bullpen hadn't done what they did the day before, to get you out of that game, then maybe I understand it. But considering you leaned heavily on the bullpen just the day before, you're asking to lean on the bullpen for 5 innings again. Even though you know you can get 2 innings out of Sanders, that's still 3 innings out of guys you probably just used the day before.
But I've heard people, anybody that complains about analytics, I feel like you're way off and you're discussing something you really don't understand. But people that say that this team has been too analytical, I'll listen to it. I would rather be too analytical than not analytical at all, if that makes sense. But I do think there is something where you start looking deeper into the numbers going, yeah, he's trending towards this. This is what we do in this situation, because it feels like there's a managing for dummies. And I'm not saying this about like Albernaz, but when it comes down to it, just going by whatever the book tells you. And it feels like this team has done that a lot. I don't know if this is one of those cases with Trevor Rogers where it's like, hey, we saw this, so we want to take him out now and go to the bullpen. This gives us the best chance to win. But I do feel like we have been, to a degree, too analytical at times.
And I agree with that. But, Jeremy, this is what I do. I watch the game, and a lot of times the teams that are playing against the Orioles do some of the same things that we complain about with the Orioles.
Well,
I think this is more – I'm of the opinion that the things that we complain about with the Orioles
is a baseball thing.
Are baseball things. They're not. These are not exclusive to the Baltimore Orioles. When you're watching the game and also watching other teams, they do things nowadays to make you scratch your head because baseball has changed dramatically. It has. You just don't have the game. I'm not going to go as far to say the game is unrecognizable because I don't think that.
No, but
the
it's
game
different.
has changed. The game has changed dramatically.
Well, look, Rob, there's a couple of different things that we can point out. I'll get to them changing the baseball in a second, but you know, like when we look at how things have gone this year and just analytics in general, I think people kind of get caught up in that and I hate this aspect of it. But I thought, and I brought this up yesterday, seeing a few different guys discuss this exactly, like what's the deal with the hard hit percentage being up in baseball and the batting averages and all this stuff being down? It seems like, as we say all the time, they're hitting them where they are instead of hitting them where they ain't. And it's like, it'll work itself out. But failing to realize that they use analytics for fielding too.
I was just about to point to that.
So has that caught up, and do they need to make another adjustment over this to try to? Because I know I'm comparing apples and oranges, but I say all the time that go ahead and drink. It's early. The best algorithm that they use is the one that they use to make the lines in Vegas, right? To kind of figure things out, and everybody else is trying to use different things to counteract that and find an edge when you're gambling. And I feel like in baseball, it's kind of the same thing. Like when somebody gains an edge, for example, Colton Cowser, you look at his minor league number, or his numbers when he was drafted and everything else, didn't strike out a lot. All of a sudden, you're looking at a guy that's missing everything, and then he can't hit a changeup, and how do you adjust to that? We see this happen with players all the time, but I do think that's something that goes into this, is that the analytics are analytically. I can't even say that. It doesn't even make sense. But you have to adjust to it accordingly because the math is going to catch up to you.
There are people who believe that Elias hires robots, guys that think like him, that respond like him, that act like him, that agree with everything he says. And nothing could be further from the truth because I'm telling you this. There are people within the organization that don't necessarily like today's approach of baseball. Mm-hmm. And they'll tell you the same thing. Well, it's not an us problem. It's just where I talked to someone yesterday who agrees with me about the whole baseball showcase thing. Baseball has changed because the way to get to the bigs has changed. This is not you also have to it's as if when I was growing up, if someone were to tell me to play this way of baseball, maybe that's not accurate because I probably would have loved this way of baseball because I hated the way it used to be played. But if they told me it would be foreign to me. I'm like, wait a minute. You want me to do what? I mean, they just walked the first batter on 4 pitches. You're not asking me not to swing? You want me to attack a fastball? He just threw. Okay, I hear you, but it would have been foreign to me. So you almost have to unteach them and teach them again. So my point is, at some point it's going to turn. Because when you realize that this way is not productive or as productive as you wanted, pitchers win now. You got guys who throw 6 pitches. So now I'm up there, I'm thinking about, if I have a long at bat and I just saw 2 or 3 different type of pitches, now I'm thinking about, okay, what's going to throw now? When it used to be a time where all the pitcher had in his repertoire were 3 pitches. Now you got guys with 5 and 6. So things have changed dramatically. And I think it's going to come a time where you're going to go back at least a little bit to the way the game used to be played. You're going to get to the point where somebody's going to look at the Milwaukee Brewers and say, look how they're doing it over there. Or the Tampa Bay Rays, look how they're doing it over there. Yeah. But it's going to get back at some point.
See, and I think, too, like I read this the other day on social media, and I wanted to respond. And I'm like, you know what? I ain't got time today. I just want to get in my spaceship and be left alone, so I'm not trying to respond to anybody. But I saw a guy say, Mike Elias is the worst GM in baseball. We have one of the best pitching staffs, and we can't hit. And then I'm sitting here going, well, how'd we get that pitching staff? Just use common sense. Like, I'm fine being critical. There's definitely things you can beat him up for, but people try to put so many things in this basket that don't belong. If you think about, look at the entire pitching staff. How did they get here? All of them. Everyone.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like,
all his guys.
Let's at least be, now that Kramer's gone, they're all his guys.
He didn't inherit either. He didn't inherit any of them. Let's go out to Baltimore and get Rashawn. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, it was kind of emotional, man, watching Dean do that to us last night, man. That's one of my guys, man. One of my favorite
I feel you,
man.
I feel you.
Yeah. Do you realize Grayson and Dean combined for 13 strikeouts against us and only gave up 3 earned runs, if I'm not mistaken, man. Like, how is that possible? And last night, if you ask me who looked like the $120 million pitcher last night, it was definitely Dean by far, though.
But that's why you don't grade things on a one-game scenario because, look, it's like Dean's better than most people here wanted to give him credit for, but Trevor Rogers is still the better pitcher. Like, I think there's something to be said about a guy that has an axe to grind and knows how to go in and attack his former team, and both of those guys did just that.
To give you a football comparison, Rashawn, when you grade things on a small sample size, you get Rob Johnson. Remember that guy for the Buffalo Bills? You probably have a hard time remembering. Yeah, he had a couple of good games, got paid, and what happened? He got exactly. So you have to grade it on
Elvis Gerback too. You can throw the Elvis Gerback.
Elvis Gerback, right? You know what I mean? Elvis Gerback had a little bigger sample size than him, but you're right. I mean, it wasn't his resume wasn't long enough.
Dak Prescott, Tony Romo, all those guys.
No, we ain't gonna go there. We ain't gonna go there. But it's just like, did you think it was worth getting rid of Dean for what we got back in return? And is that going to help? But same thing with Taylor Ward, because I know Taylor Ward didn't drive in runs, but he definitely got on base. Like I don't think was it worth? Was it risk worth the reward?
Let me ask you a question. How many teams has Luis Arraez played on?
Is it 5 now?
Right?
Five.
Yeah, quite a few.
How many batting titles has he won?
2, right? 3, 4?
Yes. I think 3, if I'm not mistaken, 3.
3, okay.
That doesn't work. As I said earlier in the season, Taylor Ward won't get paid because guys who don't drive in runs or score runs don't get paid. He got on base a lot, but if he had the stats that he has now last year, the Orioles would have never traded for him, Rashawn.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
So he didn't do what he was supposed to do, and you'll see the remnants of that in the offseason when he goes to try to get paid. I don't even think somebody will give him the qualifying offer. I think that might be too high.
That's interesting.
Rashawn, thanks a lot, my man.
All right.
410-583-1057. Good job there, Ben. Good job. The Bills' new stadium has already been criticized. How could they get this wrong? We'll talk about that at 6:45. But on the other side, the Hall of Fame game had more viewers than any MLB game and NHL game, including the Stanley Cup. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
The elephant in the room is my go-to place. Well, Rob, you live in Bel Air. They're in Millersville. All right, my car gets there. And when I get there, I'm never disappointed. Always satisfied. I tell you all the time about the steak. Probably one of the most underrated steaks that I've had. You talk about some of the better steak houses. They compare to them. I love the deviled eggs. I'm a deviled egg fan, but I'm also the deviled egg snob. So you got to do it right for me. And they have the crab meat on top. You know why? Because they're Southern-inspired food with a Maryland twist to it. So you got the deviled eggs, but you're in Maryland. Put a little crab meat on top of that. And I'm also a bourbon snob. And they have the best selection, one of the best selections around. Jeremy Allen gets it right. You know why? Because he's there every day. He's feeling the pulse of his customers, and he's there to satisfy you. Go to eatdrinkelephant.com. They're right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville. I got people hitting me up on social media telling me they love it and they're going back. No matter where they live, they get there. If you haven't been there, what are you waiting for? Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You already know Elephant in the Room is your place to go for orange and black, but football is just around the corner, and it's also your place to go for the men in purple. Right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville, go to eatdrinkelephant.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save. Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Back to school season is here, and Town Appliance's back to school shopping event is going on now. Shop top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more to get your home ready for the new routine. Whether you need a high-capacity washer for your sports uniforms or a compact dorm fridge, they got you covered. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell them Vinny sent you and just ask for Mayor, and you can't go wrong.
Feel the thrill of playing Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery. You can win up to $200,000 instantly or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to win great second-chance prizes like $10,000 cash or even Ravens tickets for 20 years. Please play responsibly.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Big problem. 695, the outer loop of the Beltway, just before exit 36, that's 702 Southeast Boulevard. An accident has you backed up. And then accident at I-70 on the outer loop has been cleared. Everything's off to the shoulder, but you're still backed up a little bit there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In just his second start with the Twins, Dean Kramer threw a gem against his old team. He pitched 7 innings of one-run ball while striking out 7. Craig Albernas spoke on the strong night from his former starter.
Dean his command was really good today. I think we had... Dustin counted, it was like 5 pitches that were like over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner, and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
This loss drops Baltimore to 57-62 and 3 games back of the final American League wildcard spot. The Birds will be right back at it in Minneapolis tonight with first pitch set for 7:40. Brandon Young and Bailey Ober are the expected starters. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 84. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Conn, Ed North will join us in the 7 o'clock hour. So, the NFL Hall of Fame game had 7 million viewers. 7 million viewers for a Hall of Fame game. That's more than the most viewed MLB game this season and any NHL game last season, including the Stanley Cup. The Hall of Fame game, Jeremy. Were you one of the 7 million viewers?
Let me go back that was what, last Thursday?
You got to think about it.
No, I wasn't one of those viewers. I'll say this. I think the one thing that gets left out of all this is that, we have games once a week in the NFL as opposed to the other sports that are playing sometimes 7, sometimes anywhere between 4 and 7 games a week.
I'm so glad you said this.
And I think this does kind of apply to it because – think about the people that watch these TV shows now and they watch them in bulk and just power watch through it. And then we had to wait each week. You remember all this, right? That getting around the old water cooler and talking about what happened on last night's episode. And then you had the anticipation all week long that you couldn't wait for it. It doesn't surprise me that the ratings were high. I do think football is king and it's going to be king around here for a long period of time. But it's not a good product, and people are still watching on Thursday night. Although, I'll say this, Thursday night's game was fairly exciting, all things considered, with how it ended.
The NFL had one game on Thursday, the most anticipated game because it's the first game. Mm-hmm. It's the one game. You have not seen the NFL since February, and they had a game on. On top of that, the Major League Baseball had 11 games on that night. So, I mean, I agree with you. The NFL's king. That's not my debate. It's not my debate at all.
But it gets overblown a lot because of the ratings they get when you look at it. It's not. I don't think it's comparable. If I can go get something every day, 7 days a week, if you want to compare baseball to it to a degree, or I get 1 week or one game a week to watch. Yeah, of course, my eye is going to be drawn into that one game that I really want to see. And I don't know. I'm not, this isn't me making excuses for the other sports. I just think 7 million people watching the Hall of Fame game has a lot more to do with football not being around. I want to know how long they watch. Did they watch the entire time or just tune in and go, yeah, this ain't it? And leave.
It's sort of like the Savannah Banana argument.
Yeah.
When people say Savannah Bananas sell out all the time. And my response to that is, let the Savannah Bananas play 81 games in that same venue and see if they sell out 81.
I'll give you one to compare it. Like, do the Harlem Globetrotters still sell out? Not all the time. So. I mean, they're traveling all over the country. You'll get out. Look, they still do well for themselves, but not the way it was in the 80s and 90s.
410-583-1057 is the number. We both agree. NFL is king.
Yeah.
NFL is the sport, is America's sport. Is football America's pastime? I think it's more basketball, to be honest with you. I think more people go out and shoot hoops, shoot free throws and have baskets in their driveways than people who go out and toss the football around. I think basketball more than anything is America's pastime. However, the sport, America's sport, is the NFL. America's league. Let's say that. The America's league is the NFL.
I kind of think baseball would be more of America's pastime. I get what you're saying, that more people are going to play, but maybe times have changed. But growing up, it was always the talk of, hey, you're going to have a catch with your dad, and all the stuff that would go on. Because I think as a kid, that was one thing I always wanted to do, is go out and play catch with dad.
Dude, I did, and this is why I switched to basketball, and because I had the same argument with a friend of mine. And I was at an AAU tournament maybe 5-6 years ago. It was a boys' tournament. I was watching my cousin play, my little cousin.
Your little cousin?
Yeah, my little cousin.
Oh, man.
And I said, I think basketball has become America's pastime. If you know the definition of pastime, it's basketball. The guy said, no, it's still baseball. I asked 10 teenage boys. I said, do you own a baseball glove? 9 of them said no. They didn't own a baseball glove. But all of them spend time in the driveway. in the backyard dribbling a basketball. They find a place to shoot free throws. They didn't have 9 out of the 10 didn't even have a baseball glove. So how can a sport where you don't even have the equipment to play it be your pastime?
Well, let me ask you this, and I'm not trying to. This isn't a gotcha moment or but just thinking about what you said. Like, wouldn't baseball essentially be my pastime? Because when we were kids, we all had gloves. Maybe in the future, basketball is the pastime when our kids
mean generational?
Yes.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't think that's a gotcha moment. I think that's fair. That's kind of my point.
Okay.
You know what I mean? When growing up, I spent way more time playing baseball than I did playing basketball. Way more time. It wasn't even close. I spent way more time playing football than I did. You could argue that I was probably 40% baseball, 40% football, and 10% basketball growing up as far as the way I spent my time playing. Because I loved football growing up. Well, man, that was my sport. I loved it.
It's funny you're saying that because I played basketball nonstop growing up, and I'm still telling you I think baseball is my
Well, you see, because you're not making it personal. You're looking at the landscape. The landscape suggests to you that you had a small group of people playing basketball with you, but you knew out there were tons of people playing baseball.
Yeah.
410-583-1057 is the number. Let's go get Trippy. What's up, Trippy?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
What's up?
I hope Buffalo Zoe listening real quick because I got a bone to pick with the Buffalo Bills, right?
What they do?
Hey, Buffalo, let me tell y'all something, right? I just thought about it. Remember how my page got clipped last year? It was the Buffalo Bills fan. I don't know what they doing, but they got my man page clipped. But long story short, right? Let me tell you something, right? I'm tired of talking to Buffalo Bill fans. See, when I talk to the Buffalo Bill fans, I'm talking about the team as a whole since they was born. I'm tired of you, every time you bring up something about them, Lamar, like, man, stop bringing up Lamar. And second of all, right, we got to talk about this, right? I think the Bills ain't making the playoffs this year. You know why? Like, bro, they got the same OC from last year. What did they do? All I kept hearing was, Pat Mahomes ain't in the thing. We going, you know what the Bill fans telling me now? The only two teams that they scared of is the Chiefs and the Texans. Last time I checked, they ain't even had to play them teams last year. And
Wait a minute. Rashawn, I'm sorry, Trippy, can I ask you a question? How are you talking about the Bills and their fans bring up Lamar Jackson? What is, if you're talking about the Chiefs and they bring up Lamar Jackson, well, yeah, that quarterback has won Super Bowls. But how are Bills fans dogging you about Lamar Jackson, who has a better resume than their quarterback?
Hey, Rob, that's my thing, right? Hear me out, right? If I go to a little kid right now, right, and be like, or, back in the day, you'd be like, Buffalo Bills, yeah, that's the first team that ever went to 4 straight Super Bowls and they lost, you know what I mean? That's like you taking a girl out on a date, you take her out 4 times, you know what I mean? But, hey, listen, another time, you feel me? But my point is, right, I'm sick of talking to these NFL, these fans on Twitter, right? When I talk to them, I'm talking about their team. I don't want to hear about, Lamar. How about this, right? And I'm done after this. I just saw Trent Dilfer and Joe Flacco win the Super Bowl, right? And some Raven fans still don't give them respect for that, right? It is what it is, right? But stop bringing up Lamar when my team got 2 Super Bowls while, if you watch this, the Bills, the Bengals. If you combine them all together, they've been Super Bowl victims, 8 times, 7 times? The Ravens never been a Super Bowl victim. But, hey, man, y'all have a great day. And in Buffalo, Zoe,
hey,
I got you, brother.
Since he's bringing up Buffalo, great segue. The Bills' new stadium has been criticized, Jeremy. Have you seen this?
Yes.
It is awful. We'll talk about that up next on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Featured Artist Friday.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Cowboys are opening the checkbook for everyone except George Pickens. The team made Quinnen Williams the second highest paid defensive tackle ever with a 3-year, $105.9 million extension. The Cowboys have done a really good job building up a defense that should be feared in the NFC. All they need is maybe a Max Crosby, and they can contend with the Rams. We'll see. I'm Denton Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick
and Bubba Wallace from 2311 Racing.
On the track, every second counts.
And off the track, the same rules apply. Just fewer pit stops.
That's why we're spinning into Chumba Casino.
From social live casino to slot masters, the action's fast, fun, and totally free.
Rack up points, climb the leaderboard, and take home bragging rights.
Play anytime, anywhere. No downloads needed.
Join the race at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21, present in the state where it's legal to play.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew. And between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Low 70s with rain this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 87. This weekend, low 80s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick
and Bubba Wallace from 2311 Racing.
On the track, every second counts.
And off the track, the same rules apply. Just fewer pit stops.
That's why we're spinning into Chumba Casino.
From social live casino to slot masters, The action's fast, fun, and totally free.
Rack up points, climb the leaderboard, and take home bragging rights.
Play anytime, anywhere. No downloads needed.
Join the race at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21, present in the state where it's legal to play.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings. Top dollar for your trade and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway in the Essex area, just past exit 36, that's 702. An accident has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. The outer loop of the Beltway, very slow, approaching Liberty Road. And 895 southbound, you're on the brakes, pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I want Ravens fans to tell me where you go to M&T Bank Stadium and there's obstructed view. I want to know that. Jeremy, you've been to M&T Bank Stadium. Where is there obstructive view?
I don't know. I don't know if there's anywhere new. Like I've seen the obstructed view at Yankee Stadium. I've seen it at a couple different places. Then you get those discounted seats. But the question I would have is, if you have all this money ahead of time, isn't that something that you try to avoid as best as possible?
Yes.
So why have it? Like, if you have an ability to avoid it, why would you even have that be? It's just dumb, man.
This is horrible, man. You had one job to do. One job. How did you, in 2026, how do you have a stadium with obstructed view? All the money you spend on this is epic failure.
$2.2 billion, Highmark Stadium.
And this is not me going after the Buffalo Bills fans. This is not that. I'm not worried about you. This is not. M&T Bank Stadium opened in 1998. That was, 28 years ago? 28 years ago, they managed to build a stadium that, as far as I know, not a whole lot of obstructive view, if any. Camden Yards was opened up in 1992. There's no obstructed view. How do you, in this age of technology and everything else that you have, build a stadium where you have people who can't see the entire game? It baffles me. And there are other issues at the stadium as well, but to me, that's the biggest one.
Did you hear what Bills COO Pete, Gwelly said? Any building you would walk into, there would be some obstructed seating. No, that's not true. Not everyone has it. And oh, by the way, like, if a stadium had some sort of obstructed viewing, those tickets would never, nobody's buying those unless you want to come in for standing room only. And I don't see that happening, but like
any building that you build before 1980 has obstructive view.
Come on, man.
And probably after that, you don't have obstructive views anymore, because that used to be the number one complaint. Just technology alone, where you had to put certain pieces and pillars and things like that. They just didn't have the technology to know how to do that. And without obstructive view. Now we're much more advanced than that.
If I got those seats where I could not see the right side, I couldn't see from about the 30-yard line down to the end zone, all the way from the middle of the field. Like, I can't see any plays that happen over there, and you want me to buy a season ticket or pay full price to sit there? Like,
think about that. You want me to buy that season ticket. You don't want me to just deal with that for one game. You want me to deal with that for 8 or 9 games.
But they did say truly obstructive views were not sold as PSL or sold for any NFL games. I'm calling BS on that. I don't buy. Like, if you're telling me you're not selling them as PSLs, okay, but they're still out there to purchase. I've never gone to a stadium and it's just been empty seats sitting there. Even at the Yankee Stadium, people purchase those obstructed views at a discounted rate.
So what you're saying to me is this, Jeremy. You have a stadium that you're opening this season, and you built it to where there's seats that you can't sell. Yeah. You still failed. If you're not BSing me, you're telling me the truth, you still failed. Ed Norris is joining us right now from Sarasota, Florida. What's up, Ed?
What's happening?
Man, come on, dude. Are you serious? You built the stadium.
I didn't build it.
Well, you can't sell seats because the fans can't see the game in 2026.
Ed built the original Yankee Stadium. He didn't build this Bill Stadium.
Oh, schmuck. I built the Coliseum in Rome.
He said, he called you a schmuck.
I ain't heard that in a long time.
Since I called Peter. Let's go to West Baltimore here from Mike. What's up, Mike?
Mike? There he is.
What's
going on?
Not much, man. What's
Hey, I
going
just wanted to co-sign that point you said, man. I grew up West Baltimore, Harlem and Warwick. And we played baseball, James Mosher baseball.
I played for James Mosher.
Yeah. I came up through James Mosher, pony leagues and all. Man, I'm going to tell you, it was baseball by day, all day. We didn't play basketball until it was like sundown.
Yeah.
Sun was down. We would go down 202, go down Harlem Park, and hoop. But we hooped at night, like till like 12 midnight. But it was baseball all day. Now I'm a football official and a high school baseball official.
That's because you used to go to the schools to hoop because you used the lights off the building to allow you to see. That's the only sport you can really play with, not great lighting. We did the same thing. Yeah.
Now I still to this day, baseball is my favorite sport to play. Football is my favorite sport to officiate.
There you go. Thanks a lot, Mike. Let's go to Dundalk and get Johnny. What's up, Johnny?
Fellas, good morning.
Morning. Morning to you.
Hey, yo, when you go on the computer and you look at your seat view, you know what I mean?
Yes.
What's that show you, them skewed seats? You just see a big bowl in the view or what?
Yeah, basically. I forget what Twitter account I looked at, and they had pictures of the stadium from those seats, and it was horrible. Honestly, you could see. I think I could probably see if I'm sitting down half of the game. Now, in that defense, nobody really sits down that much at football games, so I can imagine if I stood up, I could see more. But I'm still not seeing the whole game, the whole field.
Gotcha.
Some of the ones I saw, like,
hey, thanks a lot.
You couldn't see like 20 or 30 yards in the field no matter what you did.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. The article right in the New York Post gives you the shot of the one section there where, as Ed's pointing out, like right from the middle of the field, about 20 to 30 yards up, you can't see anything on the right side of the field. So if that play to Lee Evans, if you're sitting there in that New England game, you don't even know he dropped it until you see the reaction of the crowd.
Yeah.
How can you get things that wrong?
I don't know. I really don't know. Like, is this their first time building a stadium?
But
who did this?
It doesn's surprise me that they cut corners all over the place. That teams are using AI to kind of build this or that. That's or write this up, and like AI is not going to tell you. It's like, yeah, but this one's obstructed by about 30%. It's like, oh no, we got a seat here, we got this, and all of a sudden you look up and you're going, yeah, we're not seeing half the game.
and Ed, I'm glad Jeremy said that because this AI panic that we have, give it some time. Give it some time because I think things like this will happen. There's nothing like human beings around surveying the land. You know what I mean? And I agree with you, Jeremy. This is probably something that they use a little bit of AI, if not a lot of AI, and they sat down and they thought, well, yeah, AI didn't figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's things have to change. I think if you're rushing a $2.2 billion project, you got issues. Like, pause it and figure out what the hell you have to do. And I understand people have deadlines, but that ain't it.
That's the problem when you overpromise. A world of stupid at 7:15, but on the other side, the Bleacher Report listed their stacked teams in the NFL for 2026. I got to be honest with you. I'm surprised about the number one team, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
About 80% of adults will experience low back pain at some point in their lives. I'm Dr. Oren Blom with Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. If you're dealing with back pain, neck pain, sciatica, or spinal stenosis, you don't have to just live with it. Every patient is different, so we take the time to understand the source of your pain and recommend the treatment that's right for you. Visit mdbonedocs.com to schedule an appointment today.
If watching TV has gotten way too complicated for you, then here's some good news. You can say goodbye to a million different subscriptions, wasting money, and endless searching for something to watch. And say hello to Philo, a better way to TV. Philo's the only streaming service that keeps you in mind, making TV easy and affordable without sacrificing quality or the channels you love. With Philo, there's a package that's right for you. Whether you're looking for the best live TV on more than 70 channels with a huge library of movies and shows and an unlimited DVR, or you're looking to upgrade your experience with Philo's bundle, unlocking access to even more blockbuster films and top-rated shows on HBO Max Basic with ads, Discovery Plus, and AMC Plus. Whatever you choose, with Philo, you're getting great TV for an even better price. Find out more at philo.tv. Subscriptions auto-renew, cancel anytime, see philo.tv for more.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Hey, it's Vinny Soto. Simplify your busy schedule at Town Appliances back-to-school shopping event. Elevate your kitchen with the premium quality of a new Bosch refrigerator, or power through after-school dinner cleanup with an ultra-quiet Bosch dishwasher. Whatever you need to keep your family on track, Mayor and Mayor offer flexible financing to make it happen. So stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell them Vinny sent you. Just ask for Mayor, and you can't go wrong.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair, presented by Toyota, returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends. August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In just his second start with the Twins, Dean Kramer threw a gem against his old team. He pitched 7 innings of 1-run ball while striking out 7. Craig Albernas spoke on the strong night from his former starter.
His command was really good today. I think we had, Dustin counted, it was 5 pitches that were over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner, and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
This loss drops Baltimore to 57-62 and 3 games back of the final American League wildcard spot. The Birds will be right back at it in Minneapolis tonight, with first pitch set for 7:40. Brandon Young and Bailey Ober are the expected starters. From the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 84. I'm Ben Hall. O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. So I saw this list. I love talking about lists where I disagree with them. And it's the Bleacher Report's stacked NFL list, the most stacked teams in the National Football League. Now, the number one team, the most stacked team, according to Bleacher Report, are the Houston Texans. I'm going to tell you what they say about the Texans. The Texans standing the NFL's most stacked team may come as a surprise depending on how much emphasis a person places on defense in an offensive-driven league. At a time when defenses aren't expected to be truly dominant, Houston still shines as the league's best and has only gotten stronger this offseason. A season ago, the unit featured 3 first and second team All-Pros in Derek Stingley Jr., Will Anderson Jr., and Daniel Hunter. 3 more defenders added as well. Every level of Houston's defense has a player ranked among Bleacher Report's top 180 overall. Jeremy Kahn, your thoughts on Houston being number one?
Well, the same people that'll rate this and do things like this, talking about stacked rosters that create every position like they're equal, are the same people that'll tell you that quarterbacks get wins by their name. You can't have both. Like, if you're not going to weight it towards the quarterback of a stacked roster, understanding it's the most important position on the field, and that's me telling you that, and you guys know what I feel about wide receivers, but like, I have no problem with the Houston Texans being ranked number 1 overall, but they're the team. I have more questions about their quarterback than I do with the Eagles or even the Steelers at this point. I need to see who he's going to be. So if C.J. Stroud's going to look like he did last year, then that ain't it. It doesn't matter how stacked that roster is.
Ed Norris?
I agree. I don't get it. I mean, this is a team with a good defense, good pass rush, great pass rush. But I don't understand this. I think it was kind of ridiculous. I don't even understand why the Steelers were placed that high.
That was my next point, because I don't want this to seem like this is me making just a point for the Ravens, because folks, for those of you who want to know, they have the Pittsburgh Steelers as the 5th most stacked team in the National Football League. The Bengals aren't in the top 10. I would rank the Bengals as being more stacked than the Pittsburgh Steelers, Ed.
Yeah, me too. Better receiving core for sure. A better quarterback at this point. I don't get this. This is one of those, topics that we discuss and say, I don't understand why they did this. And now I do understand why, because we'll talk about it and people talk about it all over the country, because to me, it's ridiculous. I mean, you're going to tell me the Texans are more stacked than the Rams? Really?
Negative.
Come on.
And Jeremy, I saved this one for you. The Ravens are number 6. Let me give you the right up on this, Jeremy.
Mm-hmm.
A shakeup became necessary after the Ravens missed the postseason. After 18 seasons, John Harbaugh was out as the franchise head coach. Let me go down to the meaty part. Baltimore not living up to expectations after featuring very talented lineups for multiple seasons is part of the reason behind Harbaugh's departure. Lamar Jackson, coming in as Bleacher Report's quarterback number 7, may be eye-opening to some, but hold on to your seats, all right? He still needs to be more consistent working from the pocket. Yes, he's the greatest dual-threat quarterback of all time. Eventually, he needs to do more as a passer, particularly when games matter the most.
I want to see him win one so bad to see where they start, when they stop taking or putting in that dual-threat thing and just – he's the best quarterback to ever play the game. Like, I feel like he has that type of ability, and it's way too early to call him that. But when it comes down to it in these lists, like, as soon as you say Bleacher Report's 7th best quarterback, I'm wiping my ass with your list. Like, this stuff needs to stop, because all this is engagement farming. Hey, respond to this and tell me how stupid my list is so I get paid.
Hey, Ed, he needs to respond. He needs to respond better when games matter the most, like in Pittsburgh when he drove his team down the field in just a little bit of time, only for his kicker to miss the field goal. So Lamar Jackson didn't perform well when the game mattered. He made throws that even ESPN, who hates on him, marveled over during that drive. His kicker missed the field goal.
Yeah, and somehow that is forgotten. Not by Ravens fans, but, with this analysis of Lamar, I think. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But it's, keeps us in business. So I'm kind of happy about that.
It keeps us in business, but I don't know how these morons stay in business.
I don't either.
That's
I really don't.
I want to know how they stay in business. You can just write whatever you want. Folks, to give you the rest of the list, number 10, Buffalo Bills, which is ridiculous. The Steelers are ahead of the Bills.
Right.
Number 9, the San Francisco 49ers. Number 8, the defending champion, Seattle Seahawks.
That I didn't get at all.
Number 7, the Denver Broncos. Number 6, the Ravens. Number 5, the Steelers. Number 4, the Lions. Number 3, the Eagles. The Texans are rated ahead of the Eagles. Number 2, the Rams, and number 1, the Houston Texans.
And how are the Seahawks that low? Number 1, they're a very young team, and they have a ton of cap space. Like, I don't get. And they're defending champs. Oh, I forgot that. It's like, how do you rate them behind? Come on.
Well, the whole definition of stacked is how many people on your roster that Bleacher Report ranks in the top 100. Yeah, that's what it is. It justifies their rankings. Let's go out to the phone lines. Buffalo Zoe wants to weigh in. What's up, Zoe?
Hey, man. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I'm out here working as usual, man, and I just happen to turn on the radio and hear my wonderful name being tainted.
Drive by.
Why you happen to turn it on? It should have been on already, Zoe.
I mean, listen, I had a rough night with that K-pop concert last night, man.
Did you pick up Ben?
Man, but it was crazy. But listen, Trippy is the reason why your name Trippy, bro. I don't even know why I'm not even gonna go there with you this one. Just know that my guy has more playoff wins than your guy, and I'm so past the old Super Bowl talk, man. I'm not worrying.
You know why you passed the Super Bowl talk, Zoe?
Let me hear this, bro.
Because you don't have any. I mean, that's why you passed it. You know, you keep moving the goalposts. Now the barometer is you have more playoff wins than my guy. Let me give you another barometer. My guy wasn't in the playoffs, and neither was Patrick Mahomes, and neither was Joe Burrow, and your guy still couldn't get it done.
Hey, I can't fault the referees, Rob. And,
okay.
And let me give you this last barometer.
Please do.
I got white Jesus, y'all got black Jesus. Y'all have a go.
No. I don't want to hear that. We ain't going to agree on nothing. Well, why is he trying to agree and then hang up? You should have stayed online so I could disagree with you.
There's 2 different Jesuses?
Yeah, man.
Or is it Jesus? I don't know. What's plural?
But the viewership of the Hall of Fame game, does it actually make sense for the league to put games all over the week? I mean, it kind of like we complain about Tuesday Night Football. Kind of makes sense now. We'll talk about that at 7:30. But on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Conn.
Oh, man. We're going to talk about the guy with the smallest penis in the world. He's finally getting some growth spurts. There might be a little bit more to it now. I'll tell you what's going on with him as he started a GoFundMe. We're going to talk about a couple of scam artists.
How much money did you get?
I'm not telling you guys. Florida woman pretended to have cancer, scams people out of $40,000. How about a mayor that was got busted sniffing a 13-year-old girl's underwear? These are all class acts. And I don't know if we discussed it or not. The guy that faked his grandmother being sick in order to get the hole-in-one. Did we discuss this?
No.
Oh, okay. You guys, I was going to play you the audio from the guy, but it's too long and it's too wordy. I'll just tell you what happened, and you're going to see what a scumbag this guy is and glad he got caught. We do it next in The World of Stupid.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Are you ready for summer? Baseball is in full swing and life is picking back up. And if you're still carrying around last year's extra weight, it can feel like you're stuck in the dugout watching everyone else play. At Life Med Institute, their medically supervised weight loss GLP-1 programs are built around you, your body, your goals, your timeline. They also offer hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical-grade supplements, and genetic testing to tackle the real reason stubborn weight hangs on. With on-site medical providers guiding you every step of the way, real results aren't just possible, they're the whole point. This season, make the call that changes everything. Schedule your free consultation at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, and tell them Rob Long sent you.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. The outer loop slow at Harford Road. Then on the west side from Liberty to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 895 southbound is very slow from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right. Got a couple of different stories here about scam artists. One of them starts off with a Florida woman pretending to have cancer, allegedly conned hundreds of donors into giving her more than $40,000, and even had community members cut her hair to prepare her for her phony chemotherapy treatments. Maribeth Ellen Jones, 51, was cuffed on grand theft charges after an investigation revealed she scammed all these people. Why is this become? This is more and more common today with people scamming people, whether it's a Ponzi scheme or something on a smaller level.
Was it was GoFundMe?
Yeah, it was a cancer scheme. I don't know if he used GoFundMe or something similar to that.
How do they regulate that stuff?
Yeah, it was a GoFundMe. That Jones linked to her personal bank account. So people also gifted her cash and checks. It's not even showing up in the amount that she got. So it was even more than that. Like, throw the book at these damn people. Seriously. And speaking of that, like talking about scam artists and different things that have happened, I want to read you this golf story. And I guess I want to spend more time on this because, Ed, you told the golf story about the guy that got electrocuted, right?
By lightning. Yeah, that was great.
So this one is an interesting one where apparently this member, it's a member country club at Winghaven where they have a tournament every year. And this is kind of a best ball tournament where it's, you're golfing with somebody else. So member is what I'm trying to get at. Anyway, they pay $1,500 to $2,000 a year, and they put it in a kitty for anyone that gets a hole in one. The first person to get a hole in one wins the money. So they're having this tournament. Some guy says, hey, I forgot to get into this thing earlier in the year. Is it possible to get in now? I'm feeling lucky today. And so they let him into the hole-in-one thing. Apparently he knew which hole it was or whatever the best spot to do it was. And he tells the guys he's golfing with, like, hey, my grandmother's really sick. I'm going to have to step away and take a phone call. And then he literally says, I'm going to go up to the next hole and just hit my shot so I can play ahead of you guys. That way, you know, when we all catch up, we'll all be at the same thing once I finish this phone call. So they get up to the next hole, and he literally says, yeah, man, I hit one up there. Maybe I got it in the hole. It was running along the green. I think I left a divot from where it landed. So after all that's done, they go up there, they see the balls in the cup, and it's like, oh, my God, he won this money. Everybody's celebrating. Until they went and checked some video, and they saw him in his car put a divot, go up there, put a divot in front of the hole, roll the ball into the hole, and then walk off like he's talking on his phone. And they caught him red-handed, which is so hilarious because this dude is literally... it said on Monday, the pro gets a call from another member who's a local attorney. He's like, something about this hole-in-one doesn't feel right. Nobody saw him swing. Nobody saw the ball in the hole. He's like, is there anything you can do about it? Just make sure it checks out. So pros actually, while there's a camera and a maintenance shed out there by 4, so check it out and make sure. He's like, I don't know if I'll be able to see anything, but I'll go check it out. And sure enough, he goes right to the video, and he's like, that's him. That's his car. He made a divot. He's lying about all this. And then the guy he made a statement saying he's worried about, he doesn't want his family to think that he's a cheater or scam artist. I got news for you. You're a cheater and a scam artist, you jackass. Just a crazy-ass story of someone trying to take advantage of the situation.
So ridiculous.
So these last two stories, real quick. This happened earlier this year, but I think the sentencing's finally coming down. Richland County mayor charged with voyeurism after he allegedly sniffed a teenage girl's underwear. And you may go, well, how did they find out any of this happened? Apparently there was some weird stuff going on, and this girl actually put cameras in her room because she felt like something was happening in her room. Lo and behold, the Richland County Sheriff's deputy, they end up seeing the video. They get this recorded. The guy's name is Dingus, for crying out loud. Mayor Wesley Dingus. You dingus. It said on January 13, the woman left her home around 7 a.m. to go to school. Then, according to the report, 15 minutes later, she got a notification on her phone that motion was detected in her bedroom. When she checked the footage, she saw Dingus enter her room and start smelling her underwear.
Dingus sounds like something you would call someone as an insult. Come on, dingus.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this should become the term, like getting Munson out in the middle of nowhere. What a dingus. Smelling younger. Oh, my God. What are we even doing? What are we doing?
Wait, time out. So you're okay with smelling someone's behind, but just not a younger person's behind. I just want to get clarification. Because you don't like feet, but you're okay with putting your nose in someone's behind.
Did I say that I was okay with putting my nose in someone's behind?
You just specifically said, and I respect that, not a younger person. That the offense is that she was young.
Yeah, that's creepy.
Right. Okay. So that's good to know. But
his name is really Dingus.
Feet is where you draw the line.
Feet is disgusting, man. I don't want your toes. I got my own. And guess what? I don't want them either. So anyway. All right, this last story. Poor guy. World's smallest penis guy. He said, my tiny pecker's finally getting a growth spurt, is his quote. Pecker. What a word is pecker, man.
It's when you have a small one.
Man,
when it's small, you call it a pecker.
It's just a great. I thought it was like a white guy's term. Like, hey, anyway. The man who claims to have the world's smallest penis is ready for a growth spurt because his enhancement procedure is finally on the books. Michael Phillips told TMZ, I should have said, Jeremy Kahn tells TMZ he has an appointment set for August 17th with a doctor in Charlotte, North Carolina, where he'll get a little boost below the belt with an injection, semi-permanent dermal filler designed to increase girth. Now, he's saying that his thing is about as big as the end of his pinky. That's where it is now.
The end of his pinky?
Yeah. It's just like, wee, wee, wee. It's got to be tiny.
How big are his hands?
It ain't that big. Not that big. Michael says the procedure is going to cost him around $4,000, but he's got plenty of financial girth after his GoFundMe swelled past $13,000. The New York Post is just the best. He's still deciding on how to blow the remaining wad.
Oh, my gosh.
But says some of the cash will go toward appointment fees, follow-up visits, and any prescriptions. Michael says he was medically diagnosed with micropenis after he launched the fundraiser after telling us his 0.38 inch member.
Wow.
Yeah, 38 of 30. That makes me feel big. He initially planned to undergo surgery, but pulled out of the potential risk and opted for filler instead.
Is this the post you're reading from?
Yeah, I'll keep reading if you
I
want.
love that. I do. I miss them.
The Beverly Hills doctor offered to pump up his package for free, but Michael is now keeping the procedure close to home. Michael tells us he's grateful and excited for the big day when his little guy finally gets a shot at moving up in the world. Thank you so much, New York Post, and that's your world of stupid.
You know, just yesterday we said no one has editors anymore. We lied. The New York Post does.
The New York
Post
still have wonderful.
Editors.
It really is.
How many penis puns can we fit in one story?
I used to, when people actually read actual newspapers, I used to buy all three big ones in New York every day. I would carry the Times on the outside so I look smart, but I always had the Post in there because it's the best one.
Ed would always get the papers because the kid out front would say, "Read all about it. Read all about it." That's the ones he would buy.
No, he was the
papers.
He was that kid. Kevin McCusick joins us at 8 o'clock. But with the viewership of the Hall of Fame game so high, do you now stop and understand why the NFL wants to fill the calendar up? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
With your local HVAC pros, go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Hear that? The beach is calling, and so is that family vacation you've been dreaming about. Stop putting it off. Whether it's a weekend getaway, a road trip, or making unforgettable summer memories, Security Plus is here to help you with a summer flex loan. With rates as low as 7.99% APR, getting away has never felt so within reach. Learn more at securityplusfcu.org/summerflex or call 410-281-6200. Security Plus Federal Credit Union, the plus side of banking.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway, very slow from Harford Road to about York, and then on the west side from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound is very slow from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Heading into the 2026 season, Tez Walker feels like a wild card for the Ravens offense. He's caught 7 passes in his career, and 4 of those receptions resulted in touchdowns. With the current wide receiver group, there's expected to be more opportunities for Walker. He was asked about his comfort level in the new offense.
I feel real good about it. Like you said, being here throughout the spring, didn't really miss a day, trying to get comfortable with it. I feel pretty comfortable with it right now. And our coach is doing a good job of making us as comfortable as possible with it.
The Ravens were off yesterday, but will be back on the practice field today with practice starting at 11 a.m. Shifting to the O's, their series opener didn't go as planned in Minneapolis as they were shut down by former Oriole Dean Kramer. They sit 3 games back of the Rangers for the final AL wildcard spot, and with how tight the American League is, they're still very much in the mix. But those chances are slowly slipping away, with 3 other teams currently ahead of them in the wildcard race. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all windows, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 84. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris broadcasting live from Sarasota. Rob Long, I'm broadcasting live from Minneapolis. Jeremy Kahn holding down the fort at the mothership in Baltimore. One of the things that I guess a lot of us old school NFL viewers complain about in the league that we love is that, man, I mean, they're playing games now every day of the week. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Black Friday, Saturday, invading on college football and Sunday. We just talked about how the Hall of Fame game, which used to be a game that was laughed about, I think the only game that was laughed at more than the Hall of Fame game was probably the Pro Bowl. We talk about how bad the Hall of Fame game was because you see absolutely no one. Well, it had more viewers than the top viewed baseball game, MLB game, and more viewers than any NHL game, including the Stanley Cup. You kind of look at that, Jeremy, now, and whether you like it or not, you kind of understand why the NFL wants to dominate the entire weekly calendar.
Yeah, and from part of what we talked about earlier and saying, like, when you have one game a week, essentially, for each city or each team, whatever you want to say. I do think that draws the ire more of people than having a game every day. And one of the reasons why I bring up the NFL and I worry about them watering down this sport is going to too much. So when you have it available all the time, that people don't feel the necessity to come back. Now, I could be dead wrong and people could just love football for years and years and years, but I'm assuming they were saying the same thing about baseball, I don't know, 50, 100 years ago, or saying the same thing about other sports, things that have fallen. So it wouldn't surprise me to see the NFL take a huge step back, but understanding the success is why they're expanding. Yeah. It just makes you wonder if they're doing too much.
And UFC, remember when they used to have maybe one card every month or even every 6 weeks? Remember that?
Yeah.
They have cards now every weekend almost. Are they losing popularity?
I think so.
You think so?
Personally.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I just you know, I think like you guys as well. I'm a pretty big fan, and just after a while it becomes like it's overwhelming. Like because you used to look forward to it, you know, like. And I used to kid around about, you know, because they number them. They don't have them as events. They just number them. I said, they're going to be in 4 digits soon because it's just getting ridiculous. And eventually they will. So,
I still remember in the first ones when they didn't have weight classes and that little dude with the mustache had to fight like that 500-pound sumo wrestler and he beat his ass.
I guess I'm looking at it from a standpoint where I know some UFC bars and they seem to be packed every event. I mean, almost every, like more and more bars are becoming quote unquote UFC bars because the supply is only, you know, the demand is there. So I see more and more. So I don't know. I don't have any statistical proof whether they're gaining or losing. I'm just going by what I see. And probably I shouldn't do that, but I am. And basically I would say, I don't think the NFL, I don't know if the NFL will lose popularity if they had a game on 5 days a week.
I don't think they would, actually. Honestly, as much as I don't really like
supply and demand.
Yeah, I just think there is a demand for it, and people love it, and they've done a masterful job of dominating it, and not just Sundays, but pretty much every day of the week, 12 months a year. I mean, middle of summer we're talking about it. In the spring we're talking about it. There's a draft, there are OTAs, and there's training camp, then there's a season. They never go away, and they've done a really good job at this. So, and I love the UFC, and I don't know, what their stats are either. And I don't think they're, they're.
And I should have looked it up. I just, again, I'm being honest. I'm just going by my eyes.
It's something I brought up and you reacted to it and what you were thinking. So,
right.
But again, I go back to the USC thing. That's definitely a certain fan group that they have, but it's nowhere near what the NFL. The NFL has more to lose.
No, you're right about that. They have more to lose, but it's like this. It makes no sense for the NFL to play in Brazil. Honey, what are you watching? The NFL play in Brazil. You know what I mean? You sit and complain about it over and over and over again, but yet you still watch it. They still have people planning their vacations around these venues, man. I mean, there are people right now as we're talking who made their who canceled their summer family vacations so they can go see the Cowboys and the Ravens play. They did it. Those are some of the same people that call and complain or go online and complain about the NFL doing it, but they still, and I'm not criticizing them because I complain about some of the things. I complain about the NFL. You know what I do? I watch the NFL. So it's just, I think they got us, man. I don't think this. I understand when I saw those stats. 7 million people watched that game. 7 million people on a Thursday night. Well, you know what, Roger Goodell? I don't like it. But I get it. You should have a game 5-6 days a week, to be honest with you.
Well, but that's honestly, isn't that how it starts though? Of like, it may never get to the point that it gets watered down. But like I've said before, every great empire has fallen at some point in time, and I feel like the NFL right now they're king of the castle. But the more and more you expand, the more and more you ask players to do things they haven't typically done, asking them to play more games in the regular season, playing on different nights, different time zones. I think we won't know until we finally watch it for a few years to see the actual toll it takes on these guys.
Yeah. I know we don't do what we love. Do you remember UFC 1? Like Hoist Gracie fought a couple of times in that event. I don't know if people remember this. There was no judges' decisions though in that. You had either you were knocked out, tapped out, or you corner threw in the towel.
Yeah.
The only way the referee could stop the fight is if your corner stopped it. It was insane.
And in that line, I'm glad you brought that up because that kind of coincides with what Jeremy says. He said he doesn't know what's going to be the punishment, or I should say, the results of these guys playing so much. UFC had to do things to protect its fighters, and I think they've done a good job of that. They did something. Does the NFL, in its growth and expanding, do they have to do things to protect their players? As continue to grow, but find a way to protect the players in the meantime.
I think they've been doing that for years, which is why the offense has such an advantage over the defense.
They straddled that line for a while until their hand was forced. But
I think they've made the rules such to protect players. I mean, it's twofold. I think the people like scoring, so they want to have offensive dominant games, and then they do protect people who are vulnerable, like receivers. So
quarterbacks.
And quarterbacks.
Screw those receivers.
The other thing, like now that I guess different organizations have tried to do it, try to get something to compete with the NFL, and it's never worked out. I know there's different types of mixed martial arts. I mean, you have Pride and all these different things, like Jake Paul and Logan Paul are trying to start their own company or have already. And again, like seeing now that you started to partner with different, where are they at now? They're not Netflix, are they? Paramount or Peacock? What is UFC? I forget. They're on one of those apps or whatever paired with them. Yeah, Paramount. So, you're seeing this. The NFL is now paired up with 4 or 5 different ones where UFC is tied into one.
You mean the streaming services?
Yes.
Yeah. Because they have to. I mean, why not? Why not spread yourself around? Why not?
Well, the NFL can afford to say, we'll give you these 2 games and these 2 games. And
you'll take it.
Yeah.
When UFC, although they're credited negotiating big money deals, and I credit Dana White for that, they don't have the popularity to say, well, we're only going to give you this and we'll give that. I think a rumor has it. I don't think it's a rumor. They parted ways with ESPN because they didn't want to be on the same network as pro wrestling. They didn't want to be associated with that, but that's some negotiating power they have, but they don't have anywhere negotiating power as the NFL.
You know what I attribute to, and this is maybe it's a bad analogy, but card collectors. I don't know if you guys collected baseball cards and football cards, whatever. When you were a kid, at some point in the 80s, going into the 90s, they start creating all these different subsets and extra cards, and then reproducing all of them. Yeah. And then the value of everything went down because there was so much of it out there. Now this new market where they're creating one-of-ones and just cards where it's very difficult to get and people are into it. The box breaks and the collecting have all grown immensely here again, but it makes you wonder, do they get to another point if they start mass producing again that it kind of falls back?
Kim McCusick will join us at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, we want to hear from you. So much popularity in the NFL, 7 million viewers for the Hall of Fame game. Is this Roger Goodell? He could flex right now and say, this is why I want to flood the week with more games. Do you agree with the NFL for expanding the calendar now? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams and the Dallas Cowboys have agreed to a massive 3-year, $105.9 million contract extension. The blockbuster deal locks in over $100 million in guarantees, tying the former Jet to Dallas as a defensive cornerstone for the next 5 years. Now among the highest paid interior linemen, you got to produce. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O-Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV. Built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
If you have unpaid tax debt to the IRS that you can't pay, please hear this special notice. Specially approved IRS relief programs designed to aid delinquent taxpayers are now in effect that can significantly improve your financial situation. Depending on your circumstances, you may qualify to have your tax problem resolved in your favor and may even have your back taxes reduced by thousands or eliminated entirely. A relief hotline has been established by Community Tax for you to call and see if you qualify at 800-231-9060. If you owe the IRS back taxes that you can't afford to pay, don't let the IRS trick you into thinking you have no way out. Our highly accredited tax professionals will let you know what you qualify for and how much you can save. We may be able to stop all liens, garnishments, levies, and save you thousands. Call and see if you qualify for this taxpayer relief at 800-231-9060. 800-231-9060. That's 800-231-9060. Community Tax. Who's your tax guy? O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O-Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The summer sell-a-thon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000, ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway very slow from Harford Road to about York, and then on the west side from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound is very slow from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
.47 in the AM. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Hey, listen, man, if you needed any evidence that the NFL, you needed more NFL, 7 million of you watched the Hall of Fame game.
Millie.
Listen, Roger Goodell, you need to air football on Mondays, Tuesdays, take a break on Wednesdays, come back on Thursday, leave high school football alone Friday, leave college football alone Saturday, and air your game again Sunday. And when high school football ends, invade Friday because your season is longer. When college football goes to that little mode of going from regular season to playoffs, then you can air Saturday as well. You need to put as many games on as many a week as you possibly can. We keep blaming the NFL for expanding the calendar, Ed, but I blame some of the networks as well. I'm going to go back to you. 1990 to 1997, TNT aired Thursday Night Football. It's directly from them. TNT's contract with the NFL split Sunday night between TNT and ESPN. TNT carried the first half of the season's Sunday night slate, and ESPN took over the second half. In addition, TNT aired Thursday Night Football matchups that were scheduled during the first half of the season. The reason for this Thursday night slot was to avoid scheduling conflicts with the World Series. If Game 2 of the World Series was scheduled for Sunday night, the NFL would move TNT's game that weekend to Thursday instead. That meant while TNT's primary NFL slot was Sunday night, they occasionally used Thursday games, especially in the first half of the season. Now, Thursday Night Football started as this flip-flop thing. We would do it here, they would do it there, but we wouldn't have it every week. Sort of like some of the other days of the week now with the NFL. But it grew and grew and grew. Why? Because of popularity. And the network said, you know what? We've got something here. Why not do this thing every week? We keep Sunday Night Football. Don't move that. But let's add permanently Thursday nights. I don't think it's always the NFL that's the bad guy, Ed. I think sometimes maybe the network is the one selling it too.
Yeah, well, they're all in it to make money. I mean, that's the problem. It's just they're all in it to make money, and this is how you do it. And they've done a great job of promoting their product, and everybody wants a piece of them. And now you talked about the last segment or 2 segments ago. They're on so many different platforms now because everybody wants a piece of it. And I think to the detriment of fans, because things are expensive now, and it used to be you could watch football for free all the time. I mean, it was, and now you need subscription, paid services.
It's not time for the Lions, then, Reed. Ed, just go ahead and finish your point.
But it's true, and it's just, I mean, and it happens gradually, and now here we are. We're, they say every different day of the week has got a different platform. So,
and you're right. Every day of the week has a different platform. But back in 1990, Jeremy, when TNT was covering Thursday Night Football, evidently that was so much of a success that expanded. It was TNT and ESPN. Neither one of those networks were networks you got from plugging in your TV. You had to add something to get those networks. That was way back in 1990. So this started a long time ago.
Yeah, again, just going back to what we've seen, the expansion of the television networks. Like when we were growing up, I remember having to go to the Baltimore Sun. Ed's talking about newspapers to find out what happened the night before, or getting on ESPN, like doing fantasy baseball back in the day. You had to check the box scores to find out how your guys did. Nowadays, you can watch whatever game wherever you want. I mean, you can literally watch them on your phone anywhere in the world. So, I mean, it's readily available now.
And by the way, I think wasn't the Hall of Fame game this year on Peacock?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was on Peacock, which is a streaming network, which had 7 million viewers. So people are making the adjustment. Let's go out to Joe in Cockeysville.
Joe.
Joe.
All right, Joe's not there. Let's go to somebody else. You want to go to Kevin?
Yeah, let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. What's up, Kevin?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Hanging in there, man. How are you?
Doing great, thank you, sir. I think a couple things, light humor with this one. I mean, baseball teams are so bad, half the fans were waiting to just watch some level of football, Rob.
I mean, baseball, you think is the baseball team bad in L.A.?
No, they're not bad.
Is the baseball team bad in New York?
Yes. I will never say they're good.
The Yankees are bad. Well, you can hate them, but they're not. You can hate them, but technically speaking, they're not bad. Those are two of the major markets. So I don't think it has anything to do. I mean, I think the baseball team being bad. That's what you're saying. But everybody's baseball team isn't bad.
No, yeah, but the NFL's bordering some dangerous levels. I think they don't have enough. They don't have enough players that people want to watch. Once if they get beyond too many games and players can't play, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to start putting like UFL players in there, and it's going to look crazy. But money's going to win over the health of players, and I just think they're still teetering on a dangerous level with the NFL, Rob.
Hey, thanks a lot for the call, man. You know what's funny? He says that. UFL players. And I watched a I think it was a 30 for 30, maybe not, but it's definitely a documentary on the scabs. Remember that back in the 80s? I think it was 86 or 87 when NFL, it was a strike and the NFL got scab players.
Yeah.
And if you looked at the stadiums were packed. I think people love players, but I think the shield wins over individual players. You can put everything.
Wins?
The shield, the NFL shield
NFL
wins
shield,
over it. People are buying the shield more so than the players. The Ravens didn't stop selling out when Ed Reed and Ray Lewis retired.
Yeah, that's very true. And I remember, I'll tell you, remember the old USFL?
Yep.
I went to Generals games because I think that was Trump. It was Trump because they wouldn't let him in the NFL. He created the New Jersey Generals. I went to those games because there was more football. It just was.
They were the best games.
Yeah. And then Trump sued the NFL, and I think the USFL got $1.
Yeah.
That's right.
They won $1.
They did a 30 for 30 on that one.
Yeah. But yeah, I hear what he's saying, what Kevin's saying. Well, pretty soon they're gonna have USFL players. They might.
$3 was the total.
If they have Ravens uniforms on, guess what? People going to M&T Bank Stadium. That's just how that works.
They got some. Listen, Herschel Walker played in the USFL.
Yes, he did. So did Jim Kelly.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Yeah.
They got players.
Yeah, they do. And you'll find some great players out of there. Yeah. You have players right now who played in some of those leagues who are right now in the NFL. Players will rise up. You're always going to find some great players. And to say the reason why there's so many viewers because the baseball team is bad, everybody's baseball. The major markets have pretty good baseball teams, and that's who you rely on heavily for a lot of these ratings. 410-583-1057, that's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Social media, namely X, still hasn't gotten over this Lamar Jackson losing the MVP over Josh Allen. We'll talk about that at 8:30. But on the other side, Kim McCusick joins us, Film Study Baltimore, up next on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING.com. It's the summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Purchased 20 cars over the years. Been to every department, sales, service, parts, collision. They're all spectacular, so save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs. Always in stock, ready to ship same day. And backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline. We warehouse for you.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly. Join 105.7 The Fan's Tim Barbalaise this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the grand opening of Dick's House of Sport in Annapolis Mall. The new Dick's House of Sport is celebrating all weekend, August 14th to the 16th, with great giveaways while supplies last, incredible grand opening savings, and much more. See store or dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis for complete details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In just his second start with the Twins, Dean Kramer threw a gem against his old team. He pitched 7 innings of 1-run ball while striking out 7. Craig Albernas spoke on the strong night from his former starter.
Dean his command was really good today. I think we had, Dustin counted, it was 5 pitches that were over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner, and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
This loss drops Baltimore to 57-62 and 3 games back of the final American League wildcard spot. The Birds will be right back at it in Minneapolis tonight, with first pitch set for 7:40. Brandon Young and Bailey Ober are the expected starters. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 84. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
You were feeling Michael Jackson this morning, huh? Is this what they played at the concert last night? A lot of Michael Jackson?
Big Michael Jackson guy.
Well, you don't want to be a little Michael Jackson guy.
Yeah, he doesn't play Little Mike, does he? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn joining us right now from FilmStudyBaltimore.com. He is Kim McCusick. Good morning to you, Kenneth.
Hey, Rob. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I want to hear, in your words, give me an update on the Zay Flowers injury.
Okay, so a couple things that were concerning about this. First of all, ended up being a relatively minor contusion to the quad. Then day to day, they said last update was about 1 to 3 days, and he might be back. So hopefully by sometime this week, he's back at practice. What was really troubling about it was Jalen Hawkins collided with him. He had another collision later that day, and that brought his total to 5 for camp, where he's collided with another Ravens player or players. And they've probably been 5 of the 6 or 7 hardest contacts of camp so far. So it's really, that's been the biggest problem that I've had about this. And Jesse Minter was at the podium one of these recent days and said, it might have been Saturday, it might have been Sunday, I'm not sure which, and said, he didn't want to pin it all on Jalen. But the truth of the matter is Jalen needs to do a better job at taking care of his teammates.
Any progress or new news on Matabike?
So he's been out there and doing some conditioning stuff, and he's in uniform, but he's not. He isn't doing 11-on-11s or any sled drills yet. So that's the disappointing thing. But we didn't.
So he's not in pads or anything.
Oh, he's in pads. When they're in pads, he's in pads. But he's he hasn't done the sled drills yet.
Let me get your thoughts on, the running game. We've talked about Derrick Henry ad nauseum. We wondered if Justice Hill is going to have a little bit more of a defined role. But what have you seen in Adam Randall thus far?
Yeah, exciting player. He's one of probably my top 12 guys I was looking at across the roster. I think has really impressed me during camp, and he's got really good burst. He's got ability to cut that's pretty good, and it's been impressive.
Ken McCusick joins us, FilmStudyBaltimore.com. Ken, Aeneas Peebles, he's missed 5 straight practices. How does this impact his development and his place on this roster?
Yeah, it's in jeopardy, I would say, and he could end up being a guy that is IR'd and ends up being a midseason replacement. But the Ravens have a bad situation that's building because they have a very old team in general, but a very old defensive line in particular, where everybody is in their second contract, and then you have a 37-year-old and a 40-year-old on 1-year deals. It could be next year they're looking to rebuild the entire defensive line except for Travis Jones. And if that were to happen, because they keep Broderick Washington and they keep the older guys in this, that's a massive undertaking to do that in one time. It means you'll overspend in terms of draft capital and in terms of cap space to go out there and get the players you need. Just like what happened to tight end, by the way. Just exactly what happened to tight end for this year.
So is Jacoby Lane the Hall of Famer? Just curious.
So, I have one of the cool things about this camp is the Ravens have enough good young wide receivers that there really is no wide receiver camp darling. And then I have to think about it again and say, well, maybe Jacoby Lane is that guy. I think, he's been unbelievable in terms of catch radius. He's made a play every single day. I think there's a legitimate player here who's going to help the Ravens. I'm not convinced he's as far along as people think. And he's not the guy to project for 100 targets this year, and he's going to catch 64 balls or something. I don't think that'll happen. But he could really help the Ravens. I think what's interesting about him is he might help the Ravens kind of more in a tight end-ish role, where instead of playing X, he goes to the slot and is a guy who takes advantage of the middle of the field, gets between level 2 and level 3, makes a lot of the play action targets for Jackson. He also, I think we need to see how he works in as an extended play target. That's another place where he'd be excited because he has a big catch radius, and Lamar can toss it out there. Hopefully he can go get it.
What, if any, does all that mean for Tez?
So Tez has been very impressive at camp without getting results. So here's the issue, is that Tez has been flying by defensive backs deep, and the balls have been consistently underthrown. He's only had a hands catch outside of the body space on a deep ball one time. That's Tyler Huntley laid it out there for him, and he ran under it with I wouldn't say with ease, but with effort. The rest of them, a lot of them have been underthrown, and Wiggins has gotten back into the play and knocked it around, or Tampa or others, and that's just been very disappointing. I think to him, it looks to me like he carries it kind of in his shoulders after the play. And that's unfortunate, but he's mature about it. He talked about it at the podium. He said, I know we're going to get it right and whatnot. But I'd say he's been very impressive without actually catching the football as much as Lane.
I want to go back to something. You said the ball, he's going running a deep route, but the ball is underthrown. Is he practicing with the first team and he's underthrown by Lamar? Yeah,
some of each. He's had a fair amount of targets from Lamar, and he's had a fair amount of targets from Huntley as well. I don't think he's really had any from Thompson so far. I think the Ravens have a pretty deep wide receiving core after the big six, and that's mostly Thompson's, people that he plays with. But I think it's been some of both. But it's not a problem so far that he hasn't gotten enough Lamar targets.
Back to the other side of the ball for a second. You've been high in TJ Tampa this camp. I've liked him. But what do you see this season that's really impressed you?
Yeah, I mean, he's very physical. His downhill play is fantastic. He seems to be a quarter step quicker. Maybe I don't want to overstate it and say he's a step quicker or anything, but he's maybe a quarter step quicker in terms of his instincts and getting to the ball. So some of that may be zone, and Minter's kind of famous for having a coverage-friendly zone scheme where players can make plays. And I think he's going to have a big year. We'll see how much he plays, because the outside corner group is fairly stacked, and yet it's stacked with some players where they still need more youth, because in 27 they may be without Huntley and Awuzia, and if that's the case, then they need to find the talent in these younger players. And there's some guys there who look good too.
Ken, I know you kind of alluded to it earlier, and even talking to Vinny coming in, hasn't been thrilled with the tight ends on this team. So, first off, how do you feel about the group, and is there a lot of pressure on Mark Andrews to put up because there's not as much depth behind him?
Yeah, there's tremendous pressure on Andrews. Lamar has been kind of forcing the ball into him as I've seen it in practice. So he's gotten a fair number of targets. He's probably had an average. I'm going to estimate maybe 4 targets per day. In 10 days of practice, he's probably had 7 drops, maybe 8. And we're talking that's either 1 in 6 or 1 in 5 balls he's dropping effectively, which has been bad. But the ball's been one of the problems is separation. I mean, he doesn't seem to have the kind of separation he used to have. And honestly, Lamar could be targeting him even more. And that was always the problem in past years. Remember, we talked about if he'll throw the ball to Mark Andrews, he won't throw the ball to anybody else. And this year, it's Mark doesn't seem to be open enough for him to do it.
You have to kill a lot of zones, then I guess. Yeah. I mean, if you're not getting free, I mean, that's the big thing when you talk about the bigger body guys. When do they start to lose separation? And can they, like Anquan Bolden to me, didn't have the same separation when he was here as he did earlier in his career, but he was still making plays.
But he would post your ass up.
Yeah.
He would post you up, man. He didn't need separation. Throw the ball to his general vicinity. He's good to go. My prediction for defensive most improved player for 2026 is Malachi Starks, Ken McCusey. I want to hear all about him and your expectations on the other side. Baltimore's big bad morning show on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You already know Elephant in the Room is your place to go for orange and black, but football is just around the corner, and it's also your place to go for the men in purple. Right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville, go to eatdrinkelephant.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win. Except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly. Or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes. Like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
If watching TV has gotten way too complicated for you, then here's some good news. You can say goodbye to a million different subscriptions, wasting money, and endless searching for something to watch. And say hello to Philo, a better way to TV. Philo's the only streaming service that keeps you in mind, making TV easy and affordable, without sacrificing quality or the channels you love. With Philo, there's a package that's right for you. Whether you're looking for the best live TV on more than 70 channels with a huge library of movies and shows and an unlimited DVR, or you're looking to upgrade your experience with Philo's bundle, unlocking access to even more blockbuster films and top-rated shows on HBO Max Basic with ads, Discovery Plus, and AMC Plus. Whatever you choose, with Philo, you're getting great TV for an even better price. Find out more at philo.tv. Subscriptions auto-renew, cancel anytime, see philo.tv for more.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway is slow at Hartford Road, then on the west side from Old Court to Liberty. 895 southbound is very slow from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes, pretty solid from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Jeremy. Yeah. Ben thinks he's so smart, doesn't he?
I mean, I'm starting to get that.
He thinks he's so smart. You say he won't play Little Mike, so he plays Little Mike.
He's still tired from that BTO. Was it BTO? Is that what they're called? BTS. BTO was here last week. BTS concert.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ken McCusick from FilmStudyBaltimore.com is joining us. Ken, I think Mike Green is a strong candidate, but I think when it's all said and done, Malachi Starks will be defensive most improved player. What have you seen from him, and what are your expectations based on what you've seen?
Yeah, so Starks will play strong safety this year, and it looks like it's a much better fit for him. So last year, the Ravens drafted him high, and they needed a free safety, so that's where he played. And I'm not saying he was terrible at it. I thought he had a solid rookie year, and it's what you would have hoped. But I think he's going to be much better at strong safety. He's going to make some plays on the football. He's going to have a bigger impact. Just the way they moved Kyle Hamilton up to slot corner, and he's got that huge horizontal impact on the strong side of the football field. Starks at strong safety will make more plays on the ball, and be able to make more downhill plays, be more impactful in the run game, etc.
Hey, Ken, I know we don't talk about it a lot because people don't pay attention to it, but you do. What's the offensive line look like?
So, they have been in pads some, and I've watched a fair amount of them. Ioane looks fantastic. I'll start by saying that. Not perfect, but really way ahead of the game for this point. I haven't had an opportunity to score anybody yet, and when I do for the first preseason game or for the second preseason game, whatever it will be, it'll be only the second line guys because the first team will hardly get any snaps is my guess. They might play 10 snaps or something like that. But what'll be really interesting is to see how's Danny Pinter doing, or how's Carson Vincent doing in particular in this next camp. But I'd say things are pretty much as expected. There are people who said Ronnie Stanley has not looked good. I haven't really noticed that in the same way.
So as far as the first preseason game, what do you think we should be looking for? Anything in particular? And does it bother you? Like, would you prefer to see a lot of the starters sit, that these games really don't mean anything? Have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they don't mean anything. And I'm completely opposed to all risk taken in preseason games involving starters. I think it's such a limited payoff in terms of what you get. But, a few things. If you're just a fan and you want to try and figure out what should I look for in a preseason game and why is anything important, look for order of entry. That tells you all you need to do about the depth chart. So you can have a secret depth chart or whatever, and the Ravens put something out recently. But that's the do what I say version. The what do I really mean by it is the order of entry during the preseason game. So that's what'll tell you. Particularly on the offensive line, you get a very clear delineation of 1, 2, 3 there. Maybe wide receiver. I know a lot of people are interested in that. I think we'll see Lane, Surratt, and Walker and Wester all retired by halftime. And those are guys who, Bateman and Zay should hardly play at all. But the four others, I think we'll see a fair amount of them during the first half, and then there's still 6 guys in the second half they had to get through at wide receiver. So it's a deep group. The tight end group, I think they're going to try and force the football to them a fair amount in live fire, because they haven't really had good camps. And we've talked about Andrews, but Hibner and Cuevas have had a hard time hanging onto the football too. And there've been some drops involved, certainly, but there's also been others where they've just double caught the football, which costs you yards. They bobble it, they catch it anyway, but then it costs some yak. So it's, those guys have got to make a contribution this year. So I expect them to try and get them involved in the first live fire.
Ken McCusick joins us, filmstudybaltimore.com. Ken, I'm not asking you who's better, who's worse, but I am asking, what's the biggest difference, in your opinion, of a Jesse Minter run training camp?
Okay. There's been one big difference that I noticed, and this happened to come out on the last day of camp on Sunday, because there are 8 false starts.
Okay.
And last year, what I'd say is Monken was extremely focused on getting cadence correct, and their initial starting set and snap drills got exactly to that. In fact, they were just taking the very first step. They wouldn't, they go to the huddle, they call the play, they get to the line of scrimmage very quickly. They make pre-snap adjustments, and that's also often based on who moves and what the coaches show them in terms of movement on the field. Then they get the play, they get the motion off, they get the snap off cleanly, and they take their first step, and then they basically blow the play dead. Now they're using that same time during practice to do a limited walkthrough that includes 3 or 4 steps off the snap. And that it inherently makes it less cadence focused. And the Ravens, I don't think, are in a good position in terms of cadence this year, for example. That's one difference I would say. Another difference, you want a positive difference on the other side, is that it's been a much better injury camp than it was really about any time under Harbaugh. They've had relatively few injuries. They've really taken care of players. And the only problem that I've really seen is the Hawkins thing I mentioned earlier about all the collisions.
Well, I guess we should talk about our kicking game. Any concern about Loop? It's been it's been brought up that he's not looked great by some people who've been at camp.
He's 9 for 9 on Sunday, including 3 kicks over 50 yards. So things look good then. We have not seen the good end-over-end rotation that I know Randy Brown likes, and the Ravens, everybody wants it. I mean, the good end-over-end rotation of the football that you see from the ball going towards the upright's natural field goal angle on TV. When the ball is going end-over-end, particularly if it's going end-over-end at normal medium speed, that's what you want. He's had a lot of kicks that have had severe hook on them, and even though they made it through because they've been shorter kicks, there would be a problem on some longer things. And what was good about this last day when he went 9 for 9, probably 6 or 7 of those kicks were the really good end-over-end rotation, and the other 2 made it through anyway.
Hey, Ken, what do you expect from Marlon Humphrey this year? A buddy of mine sent me his latest time at the podium being interviewed, saying feels like he's growing up a little bit. Do we see a transition to safety? How do you think the Ravens use him during the season?
Okay, so I've been the one asking the questions at camp about is he going to transfer to safety, and I do think it's coming at some point. He's in a contract year. He is definitely in a prove it year as far as being a cornerback. He really does not want to talk. 2 years ago, by the way, I asked him the question, same question basically, is do you see a move to safety in the future? Have there been conversations about it ever? And he said, you know what, I've always thought about that, but no, the conversations haven't occurred yet. And then he went out and he was all Pro 1. And so it did at corner, so it didn't matter. And then last year he had a lousy year. And now he's at camp and he's really having to kind of come to terms with, hey, where I am. And there is a maturity about the honesty that he wants in the thing. There's also something about the interview that I'd urge people to listen to it. There's something he doesn't want to say. And it may be about Harbaugh, or it may be about and how things were before, or it may be about the current stuff that's going on. But there's something that's not being said.
Yeah, you're reading into it and seeing, like, you can tell that there's something he's holding back.
Yeah, Marlon Humphrey is a guy. I like him. I mean, I know he's a little quirky and sometimes immature, but I've always liked Marlon Humphrey. He just seems like a faithful guy that he's going to give you everything he has. I never question that.
I think he's a little weird, so he probably likes feet like you two weirdos.
Yeah, I mean, well, that makes him like, good. I mean, at least we can have a real conversation, an adult conversation.
Yeah.
You know, hey, man. Hey, sundresses and open-toed shoes. It's your fault you don't like that.
I didn't say I didn't like sundresses. You can wear whatever closed-toed shoes she needs.
Oh, Ken said, get me out of here. Ken, tell us all about Film Study Baltimore, my man.
So appreciate it. Podcasts every day now from camp with notes, and please give that a listen. Send your questions to filmstudymailbag@gmail.com.
Thanks a lot, Ken. Social media, namely X, still hadn't gotten over Lamar not winning the MVP over Josh Allen. Is it time to let it go? We'll talk about that at 8:45. But on the other side, Edward, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, I'm giving mine to a yacht captain who ignored a distress call. And once you hear the owner of the yacht, you're not going to believe this one.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS1057 The Fan. We're giving out shovels up next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
And now it's time for the Medical Minute powered by Ortho Maryland.
Hi, I'm Mark Alexander, chiropractor at Ortho Maryland. How much time do you look down on your phone, tablet, or computer? All that screen time can contribute to what's called forward head posture, or FHP. This is where your head shifts in front of the shoulders instead of directly over top of them. When this happens, your body works harder to stay balanced, creating extra stress on muscles, joints, and ligaments, leading to pain, stiffness, headaches, and can even have an effect on breathing and digestive issues. The good news is this can be improved. Better alignment helps you to reduce pain, improve strength, and keep you moving more efficiently. Many don't realize they even have a problem until they are uncomfortable. At Ortho Maryland, we offer a comprehensive approach to evaluating and treating these issues. Visit orthomaryland.net for location and scheduling information.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
For 45 years, FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Total peace of mind since 1981. 877-CALL-FUR or FHFur.com.
Annapolis, be there for the brand new Dick's Sporting Goods this Friday through Sunday. Giveaways and grand opening savings. Learn more. Dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway is slow at Harford Road, then on the west side from Old Court to Liberty. 895 southbound is very slow from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes, pretty solid from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Heading into the 2026 season, Tez Walker feels like a wild card for the Ravens offense. He's caught 7 passes in his career, and 4 of those receptions resulted in touchdowns. With the current wide receiver group, there's expected to be more opportunities for Walker. He was asked about his comfort level in the new offense.
I feel real good about it. Like you said, being here throughout the spring, didn't really miss a day, trying to get comfortable with it. I feel pretty comfortable with it right now. And our coach is doing a good job with making us as comfortable as possible with it.
The Ravens were off yesterday, but we'll be back on the practice field Tuesday with practice starting at 11 a.m. Shifting to the O's, their series opener didn't go as planned in Minneapolis as they were shut down by former Oriole Dean Kramer. They sit 3 games back of the Rangers for the final American League wildcard spot, and with how tight the AL is, they're still in the mix. But their chances are slowly slipping away, with 3 other teams on the outside looking in, currently ahead of them in the race. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 84. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Giving out shovels right now.
Yep.
Ed Norris, who gets your shovel?
I'm going to give mine to Mark Zuckerberg. This story just really ticked me off for obvious reason. The crew of a yacht owned by Zuckerberg did not hear a radio call from Maritime Assist from a small boat that ran out of fuel off the coast of Alaska. So the skiff, issued a call for help to the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard then, if they can't get there, because then, but the radio ships and send out an alert to to know who's close. Apparently, Zuckerberg's yacht called Launchpad did not respond to the call. Several calls. Another vessel that was further away got there. They claimed by the time they heard the call, the boat was rescued. Another small cruise ship actually went and towed the little boat.
I heard it was Tom from MySpace is the one that picked them up. So.
Let me tell you, I just find this to be infuriating because it sounds like, here, this is a quote. Our boat rescued a stranded vessel last night. Apparently, we did it after the Coast Guard radio Mark Zuckerberg's yacht, which was closer, and they repeatedly refused to respond. And I find this infuriating that the guy that listens to everything didn't listen to this. Right? Yeah. I mean, is this not irony? You listen to everything, and don't tell me you don't, because they deny that. We happen to talk about a T-shirt Rob's wearing, and it pops up in everybody's computer.
Yeah.
Like, this is ridiculous. But they didn't respond to a call for help from a little boat that ran out of fuel. How dare you, douchebags?
It's so frustrating to even hear this from a guy. And you brought up the point of, like, they've been listening into us for years, and now you're going to tell me you don't hear anything. What a jackass.
Yeah. Jeremy Carr, who gets your shovel?
My shovel goes to Rich Paul. He's got the perfect first name because it's tough being a rich person, that is. Here, we've talked about this, but he made some more comments. I want you guys to hear this audio clip.
Athletes have the hardest job in the world. They take everybody to work with them. You at work. Ain't nobody with you. You get what I'm saying? But they take everybody to work with them. Because of that, it's a very difficult thing to be a professional athlete. Not to mention, $100 million, really $50 million after taxes, right? Now you got to multiply that times your dependents, right? Then break it down from there.
I think you divide it by your dependents.
Yeah, no, you multiply here. When an athlete, he also said, when an athlete makes money, everybody around them stops working. That don't make sense, though. When the CEO of Amazon gets promoted to become CEO, I can guarantee you nobody stopped working. The one thing I can guarantee you is nobody wants to hear this nonsense from your sorry ass.
Man. This is crazy.
You basically became the cape on Superman. You wrapped your arms around LeBron James and carried yourself to the career you're at. So don't even sit here and tell people that they have the hardest lives in the world because $100 million's only $50 million. I got news for you. 35,000 ends up becoming 30 or something. It's not good enough.
It's not 30. It's not 30.
So I'm just saying, like,
might be 20.
To make this stuff up, to sit here and say this with a straight face, this guy is a moron, and he's been out here.
He's tone deaf.
Bumping
That's what he
his
is.
gums
He's tone deaf.
over and over and over again about, all in support of LeBron James and this and that. And I know what he has to do, but don't sit here and tell me $100 million becomes $50 million. Nobody wants to hear it.
You know what that's like, Jeremy? That's like in February, riding by the bus stop, saying how tough it was to walk from your house to your vehicle.
Yeah,
that's what that is. That's what that is.
Yeah,
that's like going past a homeless person into Chick-fil-A and complaining that you don't have time to cook at home. That's what he's doing right now. That is so obnoxious. That is so obnoxious and off-putting, man. You are honestly going to say to people who support you, who made you a millionaire and made LeBron a billionaire, try to tell them how hard it is to be a millionaire? That is the most tone-deaf thing that you could do, and that's insulting. It is. It's absolute. That's like me telling somebody, man, I work a lot of hours. Really? My job doesn't come with a shovel, and it's not too often I sweat unless I'm outside in 90 degrees. Guess what I'm doing in 90 degrees? Watching a baseball game. Are you kidding me? That's horrible, man. That's wow. And this is your king. Wow. You guys know by now, if you're a friend of mine, you should get hazard pay because I throw people under the bus all the time. It's just what I do. I accept it. I know who I am. So my shovel goes to the mother of a good friend of mine. Now, I won't give her name because Amanda doesn't want me to do that. However, her mom constantly gets kicked off of Facebook. Constantly get kicked. Why? Because she clicks all of these things that pop up on Facebook. It's funny, it was still on Facebook. And for some reason, she gets tagged as if she's a person having what are these things you have on social media when you pull people in and it's
like these groups or rooms.
Yeah, these schemes. She gets tagged by Facebook and she gets kicked off of it because she's a part of so many. Because she's not rich, she just clicks everything. You know when you get to that point in life where you have zero craps to give, and that's what she is. So they have to school her constantly on Facebook or what not to click because she just goes on. Remember, what was the movie, and Jeremy may have watched it. It's a mad world. Remember that? And the lady, all she did was order every time something came or commercial came on TV, she would order it. And she would all these commercials. She would always order these things on TV, and her husband would always complain about it. Well, that's her. Every time she sees something on Facebook, she clicks it, and she constantly gets gets booted off of Facebook. So they had to have this whole big hour-long thing of getting her back on Facebook, and she's back, and they have to school her on. Just don't click anything. Don't accept everybody. And it's hilarious, really, but she gets my show.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I just bought a bunch of Bitcoin from Rock. So if you guys, he's selling a ton of that stuff on there. I literally had Caleb Joseph reach out to me about it. Who else? There's all these people whose accounts got hacked, and they're all selling Bitcoin.
Oh, that's like Rockabacco. You see his Twitter page?
That's what I was saying. Rock was the one.
You mean Rock? Okay, Rockabacco. I thought you were talking about The Rock. Yeah, yeah. He's on Twitter. Yeah, he knows nothing about it. I don't even know his new Twitter handle. That hurt him bad.
Well, but he was selling laptops a while ago.
Yeah,
remember he was selling MacBooks.
He's selling next. He'll be selling bootleg videos and incense and oil colognes. Change his name to Lenny. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Antonio from Rosedale has been waiting patiently. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How you doing, my friend?
Good. Happy Taco Tuesday, guys.
Happy Taco Tuesday to you, too.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe.
I want to invite everyone to support me and come out to Light Up Little Italy Festival this weekend. And after last night's performance, shed the oils, be sorry they traded Dean Kramer, and you guys have a wonderful day.
You have a wonderful day, too. They should be sorry for last night that they traded him, but I think that's to be determined whether or not they're sorry about trading Dean Kramer. I mean, last night, yes, I'm sorry we traded Dean Kramer.
He looked pretty damn good last night.
But 5 days from now, that may be a different story. 10 days from now, that may be a different story. I don't know. But last night, no. He shoved it. He absolutely shoved it.
I mean, look, I'm not going to say it after one start, and he looked good against him. Grayson did the same thing. Did you want to go get him back?
No.
I feel like sometimes you have to take it for what it is, that he got up for this game. This is one. He didn't even have to wait to have this one circled. It was second start. He gets to face the Orioles, and he may get to face them again when all's said and done. So, this is I'm happy for him that he looked good because I think he's better than what people think, and I think Minnesota's going to be happy with him. But the people are going, oh, they fixed him. They did this. They did that. In his first game, he went 5 innings. He struck out, one? So I'm not sitting here going to dwell over the fact that they moved him for a younger player.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Jeremy, is there afternoon baseball? No, it's Tuesday. Shouldn't be in the afternoon.
I don't know if there's any. I mean, every once in a while you'll catch an early game, but I don't think so today.
So what time? Oh, let me see. You guys are an hour ahead, right?
Yeah.
Or hour behind?
Ahead,
okay. Because we're 12:30 here tomorrow, so 1:30 there.
Yeah, we're buying you that GMT watch, my friend.
I mean, I have it on my cell phone.
I know.
I have it on my cell phone. You just lose track sometimes. Like I was trying to figure out, I was in the stadium last night, and I'm looking at LA starts at 9 o'clock. So what time is that here? Okay, 7 o'clock. I got it. So it's a little difficult. That's all. I don't have to get used to it. I'm out of here as of tomorrow. I'm back in regular time zone. It's regular for me. I'm back in the regular time zone of St. Pete as of Thursday. I'm good. As of tomorrow night, really. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Orioles, big loss last night. Ravens taking big care of business in training camp. The NFL season is just around the corner. Preseason game on Saturday. Who is it? The Eagles at M&T Bank Stadium?
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah, this
Saturday.
Eagles.
It's the Eagles.
I didn't check the dates of it, but yeah, this Saturday.
Yeah, so it should be fun. I mean, I would love to see how many people are going to be. Do you think at least 50,000 Saturday?
Yep. Yes.
At least 50?
For preseason?
Football's back.
Are you questioning that, Jeremy?
People who get their tickets from people, they can't go to regular season games, they'll scoop them up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are going to be giving them away, maybe because it's the Eagles and there's the opportunity to come down and see it if you're an Eagles fan. But I just feel like when it comes to preseason football, people give so much of it away.
Yeah, I do.
They do.
Everybody I know, they give tickets away for preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Albert has explained why he's stuck with Gunner. We'll talk about that at 9:15. But on the other side, social media, namely X or Twitter, still hasn't gotten over Lamar losing the MVP award to Josh Allen. Hey, Jeremy, is it time to move on?
No.
I'm asking for a friend.
No.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
Every day.
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
There's a place that I've been going to for, 26 years on Newbury Street. Yeah, it's in Mount Washington. Oh, that's right. It's called the Mount Washington Tavern because I used to live there. Not in the tavern, but close. It was in Fairbank Road. And I go to the tavern. I've been going there ever since because it's just a great place. It really is. Great menu items. Great cocktails. Most of all, great staff. They really do. They just have a great staff, and their specials every day of the week. Like the happy hours are fantastic. From 3 to 6, Monday to Friday. $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, all my favorite cocktails, mussels, things like that. It's just a wonderful day, every day of the week place. Sundays they have drink specials. They have great brunch specials on the weekend. But most of all, it's just like it has a real neighborhood feel. So I recommend you go. And it's a popular place. The reservations go fast, so make them if you're going to go to, especially going to go to brunch on the weekend because it's a really busy time there. And while you're there, say hello to Buck, Rob, Dave, all the guys there. And please tell them I sent you. And I guarantee you'll see me there.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Absolute chaos north of the border. A bizarre play between the Red Sox and Blue Jays triggered a 17-minute delay in Toronto. Umpires had to consult the rule book in New York after confusing double play and scoreboard error led to Boston being surprisingly awarded a run. After a lengthy stoppage and rule check, Toronto ultimately held on for a 2-1 win, leaving everyone talking. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift, plus next-day delivery. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Prepare for cooler weather ahead at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service. Their fall maintenance package includes an oil change, tire rotation, windshield wiper replacement, and more for just $119.99. Offer valid through August 31st. See store for details.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the Anthem. On August 20th, it's country rocker Co Wetzel. Punk rock stars Social Distortion stops by on September 4th. Then catch the legendary Ringo Starr and his all-star band on September 28th. And check out the iconic Morrissey on October 15th. 4 unbelievable shows in one place. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift, plus next-day delivery. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Summer savings start now at Bob Bell Kia's Summer Sell-a-thon. Drive home in one of 5 amazing Kia models priced under $30K. Whatever your credit situation, we are here to help. Visit bobbellkia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Traffic sponsored by the Maryland Lottery.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The Beltway looks pretty good. No real problems, inner loop or the outer loop. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes, though. Pretty solid from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound is stop and go from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Turn game day into payday when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $200,000 instantly or enter for your chance to win second chance cash or great prizes like Ravens season tickets for 20 years. Please play responsibly.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Now, guys, you guys know, I've told you this before, there's certain things I try to ignore because I have no control over them, and me just talking about it and thinking about it just angers me. And Lamar Jackson not winning the MVP in 2024 is one of those things, but it keeps getting thrown in my face by social media, especially X. Now, I sent you guys a couple of things yesterday. The first one is the publisher is asking, anything stand as out as fishy? They have MVP. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Stand corrected. They have first and second team All-Pro quarterbacks from 2002 to 2025. All right. And 20 out of 24 times, the first team quarterback has won the MVP. The first team All-Pro. 4 times it didn't happen. 3 of those times it wasn't a quarterback who won it. In 2005, it was Sean Alexander, running back. In 2006, it was LaDainian Tomlinson, running back. In 2012, it was Adrian Peterson, running back. Never has there been a time where a quarterback has won the MVP other than the first team All-Pro quarterback until 2024.
Laying groundwork.
The first time that the second team All-Pro quarterback has won the MVP over the first team All-Pro quarterback, which was Lamar Jackson. Every other time that the first team All-Pro quarterback did not win it, it wasn't even a quarterback who won it. It's because a running back had an absolutely sensational season. It's weird. It is weird. And this is the reason people keep bringing it up, because they can't wrap their brains around it.
Well, I can't either, actually, because it sticks out like a sore thumb. I mean, you look at it like, how is this possible? I mean, it's consistent everywhere else, as you just mentioned, except when was it 4 times the running backs won?
Yeah, 3 times.
Yeah. It's just stunning. That's right, because Josh Allen won it that year.
Right.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. And I want to give a round of applause to X for bringing this to people's attention.
Yeah.
When they do the side-by-side comparisons too, like, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. I mean, you look at the stats of the year that Josh Allen won MVP.
Yes.
It's jaw-dropping. I mean,
he beat him in every category except rushing touchdowns. You know, the one thing that they think Lamar does all the time. Run.
Yeah, well, he had a better record at 13-4 versus 12-5, and he had more rushing touchdowns. Lamar had a higher completion percentage, higher passing yards, higher passing average per higher yards per game, higher passing touchdowns, which quarterback should have, fewer interceptions, higher passing rate by a lot, higher rushing attempts, higher rushing yards per attempt, everything. Even in fantasy points, beat them in that.
I just want to say, it's not just higher; it's next level higher. Like Allen had 28 touchdowns that year. Lamar had 41 passing touchdowns. Yards per game, 219 versus 245. Passer rating, 101 versus 119. It's like he blew his doors off.
Lamar threw 4 interceptions, and two of those interceptions hit his wide receiver's hands and went off him.
Yep.
Like half. It's like, I go back to this. Scott Kazmar is doing the Lord's work on social media, arguing with Bills fans and people alike when they put out their ratings. And he went back and he's like, everybody talks about how great Josh Allen's been in the postseason and Lamar's not good in the postseason. In 2020 against Baltimore, 0 points scored. It was actually a pick 6. They ended up scoring 10 total points. Erratic, sloppy play against KC. Pat upstaged him in the next KC game. Impotent blowout loss to the Bengals. Fewest passing yards in a playoff game with 26 completions. That was the next game against Kansas City. Had 150 total yards against the Ravens and somehow won. So he was a great game manager. And then if you want to go back to this last game against Denver, how many damn turnovers did he have? And again, this is all going back to the narrative that gets built. It's the first time that you guys have taken an all-pro quarterback and not given him the MVP when a quarterback's won it.
Right. It's unreal, man. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Maybe that's something that was said, and I glossed over because I will admit to you, I've shut 2024 out because the only thing it would do is make me angry.
Yeah, you've tried to shut me up on this, and I keep talking about it.
I have, because it makes me angry every time you bring it up. Because there's no explanation about it. There's no explanation about it at all.
Because and it is a big deal. Because when Lamar Jackson goes to the Hall of Fame, which he will, if he doesn't win another one, whatever, he might. But he should have been inducted as a 3-time MVP.
No, when he was his third, he should have been inducted as a 4-time MVP.
So, right. The other part of this, too, is like the people we have voting on it. So we literally have Diana Rossini voting on head coach of the year, MVP, all those things. Dan Orlovsky, who's spouting off on national television who he thinks it should be and talked out of both sides of his mouth, but he pushed Josh Allen. He also pushed the narrative for his buddy Matt Stafford. And I'm not, look, to each their own in what they do, but like you have guys voting for it that have an agenda. I don't get it, man.
Yeah.
410-583.
It's a lasting legacy.
410-583-1057 is the number. You do get it. You just said it. They're pushing an agenda. They have an agenda, which to me, shouldn't players vote for this stuff, these things? Players know. Unless you think players don't pay enough attention to what's going on and you don't feel like they should do it. But other than that, I think players know.
Put one person in, you can look at it and see because what people try to do is that they take the word value. Oh, it's the most valuable. Well, this guy can't be valuable because he has this person with him. Like Lamar can't win it because he's got Derrick Henry in the backfield and all these things that get brought up. I just think Josh is more valuable. How? Explain it to me. Put it in numbers, not your stupid ass opinion. Because when I look at the numbers, I see Lamar's better in every statistical category almost. And he was named All-Pro. So it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Hey,
now you're pissing me off.
Hey, bring the mood down and tell us about our 8 o'clock sponsor. Come on, set it down a little bit.
All right, man. 8 o'clock brought to you every day by Lions. There we go.
There we
go. For the squeaky bed. Lions Den. Check it out. Seriously. Summer's still here. Still got plenty of warm nights. Have some fun. Stock that cooler. Get your playlist ready. But before you do that, check out Lions Den. Just swing by. Make sure the after party is as good as the party. Trust me, you'll thank me for this later.
For the little bit of time this runs, I think this was recorded at my house.
Only problem was you were by yourself.
And that's just you trying to get out of bed right now.
You know the worst part about this song?
What?
I got to go to the bathroom and I can't. I might walk down the hallway, scare people. This song does it for me.
Look, check them out, lionsden.com or Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena. They have brick and mortar stores, which I suggest you walk into, so it's a lot of fun.
Craig Albert has explained why he's stuck with Gunnar Henderson at 9-15, but on the other side, a miserable night. Forget about that 9-5 score. It was a miserable night for the Orioles. Ed, we'll talk to you later on. But we're talking Orioles baseball up next on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In the Mile High City, don't expect Cortland Sutton's numbers to climb. With Jalen Waddle in town and Pat Bryant emerging, the vet could take a step back. Keep in mind, he ranked a ghastly number 85 in separation yards per target last year. Kimmy Sutton under 775.5 receiving yards at -110. Hashtag Team Webus. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day, because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one, or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Tickets are on sale now for Congress, the band, with Overserved Again and Tucker Wyatt performing live on track at the Maryland State Fair on September 11th, presented by M&T Bank. Get your tickets at MarylandStateFair.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In just his second start with the Twins, Dean Kramer threw a gem against his old team. He pitched 7 innings of 1-run ball while striking out 7. Craig Albernas spoke on the strong night from his former starter.
Dean his command was really good today. I think we had... Dustin counted, it was 5 pitches that were over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner, and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
This loss drops Baltimore to 57-62 and 3 games back of the final American League wildcard spot. The Birds will be right back at it in Minneapolis tonight with first pitch set for 7:40. Brandon Young and Bailey Ober are the expected starters. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 84. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Raven scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery for a chance to win up to $200,000. Please play responsibly. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
.902 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jeremy holding it down at the mothership in Baltimore. Jeremy, I discovered this new thing called IG. I never looked at it before till today.
Yeah.
And you know what I just saw on IG?
What?
On a commercial break? Iconic matchup between Barry Bonds and Mariano Rivera.
Oh, I was talking about.
I watched that entire at bat.
My buddies, when I was at a birthday party this weekend, were talking about the old Barry Bonds versus Greg Maddux, and then that led into the Greg Maddux versus Jeff Bagwell, how he set him up during the regular season to get him out in the postseason, which was kind of crazy. Hey, real quick, I got to tell people, I mean, we had our Ravens training camp updates last hour on The Fan. It's brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. Yeah, and just going back to it, like, Greg Maddux was just one of those dudes, too, man. Like, didn't overpower you with anything, but was just so damn good. So I love seeing those old matchups. And with Rivera, I heard Buck Showalter talking about him, and it's like, hey, man, you got that one pitch, just use that one. Why are you throwing that other thing when this one's so devastating?
He struck Barry out on a high fastball. He got him.
Those are the matchups you dream of, though, right? Like 1 versus 1 when you're talking about probably the best to ever do it.
It's funny because they showed camera shots of people in the crowd videoing it, and they didn't have the video phones. They actually had cameras. So my question to you is this. Who the hell went back home and watched that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, nobody watched that. I mean, okay, you got it video, but have you ever really watched that? Who are you sharing that with?
You don't want to.
This is the time I went to Yankee Stadium and Barry Bonds faced Mariano Rivera. Look, that's your first date. That's how you go with your first date.
I know there are certain people that record things when they go to concerts, and they will tend
Who watches it?
But again, like, I've been at concerts where people recorded the whole damn thing, or like just chunks of it, and I'm going, why on earth are you going to listen to that on your phone when you have it crystal clear in the other part of your phone? Just go into that app that says music and then hit the song you want to listen to, and it's going to sound way better. Like, those people that do that end up deleting it off their phone a few months later, most times. Now, there are certain situations where you had a song that meant something to you and you wanted to record it because you were there or whatever. But I see these clowns out here recording the entire concert, and I'm going, when are you going to sit down and watch that?
Never. All right, Jeremy, we know what the deal is. 9-5, Orioles lose. They're now 5 games under 500 and gone in the wrong direction in the wild card standings. But there's 2 guys I want to point out. First of all, I want to give you Jackson Holiday. He got his batting average up to 251. His slugging just under 400. His on-base percentage over 350 now, Jeremy. Are you starting to see what made this guy one of one?
I mean, I've always thought this is what we were going to see eventually. And this is even with, to be honest with you, up until, recently, August hadn't been a good month for him. I mean, he was hot like fire coming out of or going into the All-Star break and then even coming out. And then, you look at it recently, and I love the fact that he's been moved up in the order. I don't know that he should be necessarily hitting third, all things given, but I'm happy that he's right there in that spot because I think eventually, maybe even next year, that he's up towards the top of the lineup when all is figured out. But look, if you're looking for certain bright spots and you don't feel great about this season, which is understandable, I think you got to start looking at individual accolades and what some of these guys are doing.
Craig Albanese thinks he's smart. He thinks so. See, I know what Craig Albanese did. Watch the journey of Jackson Holiday up in the order. He batted 9th. Then I think he batted 8th for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Then he moved up to 6th and ultimately 3rd. What do you think would have happened to Jackson Holiday mentally if he moved him from 9th to 3rd? maybe he would have started changing things. Maybe he would have said to himself, well, now I'm batting third. I got to do this now. But when you gradually move him up, I think it's better than just throwing him up there from 9 to third.
Isn't it akin to kind of looking at a starting pitcher, and we will look at the manager and go, why is he taking him out with 80 pitches in the game when he clearly has been dominating, can go another time, where it's like, I want him to leave on a good note. I don't want to, and try to build that confidence. And I don't know that Jackson Holliday is one of those guys that needs that per se.
I think they all do.
But you can't tell me it doesn't help to kind of go level by level and understanding what the roles are. Because when you're hitting at the top of the lineup, I think the fans have expectations of you.
I think until you become that grizzled veteran, until you've been around a long time, you always need your confidence kind of boosted a little bit. I think once you get to the point where your resume is long enough, you've stacked 3-4 good seasons, then at that point, season number 5, you don't really need anybody to build your confidence. You know who you are. But you've got a lot of guys on this team who probably do have fragile egos, and confidence is kind of fragile as well because they haven't stacked good seasons together. So I think it is a good idea. Now, my next player I want to talk to you about is Kobe Mayo, because not only is Kobe mashing lefties, Kobe's now starting to hit righties.
Well, I mean, this is what I actually – it's funny to bring this up because my nephew hit me up yesterday, and he's like, why isn't CES starting in the game? And I even wrote back to him. I said, I just want to see more Mayo. I think I know who CES is. I want to see what we have with Mayo. Let him play as much as he can. That doesn't mean that, Encarnacio Strand shouldn't be in the lineup, but there are different ways to finagle that and make that happen, even if that means Mayo DHing. Neither one of them are great defensively.
The stats justify Mayo playing over CES. I mean, I think people will remember what CES was the first week.
That's exactly what I'm saying, too, whenever we were talking about it.
Since then, he has not been very good. He's back under the Mendoza line ever since then. I mean, lately, he hadn't been that dude. Mayo is a better hitter right now. I think Encarnacion Strand is a better fielder. I do. I think he's significantly better. But when your offense is struggling, you tend to if your offense is reeling and you're taking care of business and your runners in scoring position is good and you're scoring 5-6 runs a game, then you tend to look for defense because you want to win games. But when your offense is struggling, I'm sorry, man, you kind of sacrifice defense a little bit because you need to score runs.
Yeah, but kind of
now hope they can play defense.
Saying CES is better defensively than Kobe Mayo is like saying I'm better looking than Steve Buscemi. We're grading it on a curve here, bud. It's like there's not much to look at. I think he's okay, but I don't know that I ever want to see either one of those guys playing third for me. I'd like the bat more than I like the glove, obviously.
Well, you're kind of saying what I'm saying. You're not better looking than Steve Buscemi. You're significantly better looking.
I think
you're significantly. So it's kind of, you prove my point.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? You're saying that you're not a good looking guy. Okay, I'm not going to argue that. I mean, that's your opinion.
I'm just saying Steve Buscemi's handsome.
You're significantly.
Old snaggletooth.
Exactly. Thank God that guy can act.
Nucky?
Hey, Nucky was the man. You say what you want.
Nucky Thompson.
Boardwalk Empire was one of the more underrated shows, man.
Yeah.
I love that show.
So good.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line at 9:30, but on the other side, Craig Albanez explains why he's stuck with Gunnar Henderson. Do you believe it's time for Gunnar to sit? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny
I'm Eric
Haynie.
Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. so everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, nope, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Jeremy, you and I both know, we hear it all the time. There are people who are in favor of either moving Gunnar Henderson down in the lineup or maybe even sitting him out for a couple of days. This is from our guy, Matt Wyrick from Baltimore Sun, BaltimoreSun.com. He says, Orioles manager Craig Albanaz on why he's stuck with Gunnar atop the lineup. Albanaz says he's got to go. That's the biggest thing. Not many teams have a Gunnar Henderson, and we do. And Gunnar has been struggling for the results, but the process has been great. But for us to get where we need to go, Gunnar Henderson has to be Gunnar Henderson, and we all have to have faith in that world. Now, what he means by he's got to go, he doesn't mean he's got to go in terms of taking him out of the lineup. Craig Albanaz says that it means he's got to get going.
Yes.
That's what he said. He's got to get going. So my question to you is this. This is quite simple. Looking at the lineup, if not Gunnar, who?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you and I are in the same boat with this because, again, like, Gunnar, to me, and I know he's not playing, like, it's the best player on this team. And I think the Orioles are only going to go as far as he goes. And, you know, like, maybe it's not quite that extravagant, but, like, he can't play the way he's played this year. And he's been consistently bad. Like, I just saw, you remember when he hit the triple and he was punching the ground and he was so excited? He's batted an 088 since that at bat. So, like, it just has to get going. And I don't know, like, people always think, remember the old phrase, send them down to the minors, let them get some confidence. Like, is that where they hand it out? Like, you just go down there and dominate, and then all of a sudden you come back and you're confident? What happens if you go down and you don't dominate? Like, if you drop them at the bottom, like, let's say you dropped them the 5th or 6th. Is there a lot of guys on this team that should be hitting over him? Like, I don't think so. So I still want him at the top of the lineup, and I know I'm in the minority. A lot of people just move him. Who are you putting there? And don't just give me the hot hand right now, because that's not the way I want to do it. I want to look at the numbers and see what's supposed to happen, not just a hot hand.
Well, think about this. For that theory, People always say stop shifting the lineup all the way around. But by many people's theory, the same people who tell you that, they would shift it around all the time based on who's hot now.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone, if Blaze Alexander were healthy right now and you want to play him at shortstop for a couple of games, you want to sit Gunnar, I'm not in favor of it, but I understand it. But I don't think anybody else gives you what he gives you. You can tell me about the low batting average, but you're able to put on a double steal yesterday and score your first run because Gunner's at third. You have that confidence in him. If Gunner's not at third, you don't execute that play and steal home. So there's just different things that he's able to do even when he's not hitting. This is the worst season of his career, and I have zero confidence that he'll turn it around from here to the end of the season. I don't. I have more confidence that he'll come back next year looking more like Gunnar Henderson than I do having him turn it around this year. Gunnar Henderson's biggest problem is Gunnar Henderson. I've been saying that all year. Gunnar is going to do things Gunnar's way. And I think, and it's nothing I've been told, just based on my personal observation, he's one of those guys that believes that he can turn it around today.
Yeah.
When that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You have to make some changes and pull your way out of it gradually. You can't go from, what is he batting, 212 to 312 tomorrow. You can't do that. You have to gradually pull yourself out of it. But because he's so emotional and so wound up, I think sometimes he just gets in his own way.
Are you saying he's got to make a change for once in his life?
You got to make a difference.
Yeah.
Got to make it right.
You just got to look at the man in the mirror, Rob.
Yeah, but sometimes he looks too much at that dude, and he needs to stop looking at that dude. I just think, honestly, man, I think he's the guy that if he played for me, I'd say, son, we're going to go out for a mile. We're going to go out. We're going to take a walk. We're going to go out and have a drink, have some lunch. We're going to talk. And when he left that sit down, he would either cry because I was right or cry because of what he did to me, because of what I said. But we're going to have a real one. We're going to have a real one. It's just too much talent to see the lack of productivity that we're seeing right now. Sometimes people care too much, and that's something I learned as I got older. I would take things home from work with me because I cared too much. And you have to learn how to compartmentalize. I don't think he's learned how to compartmentalize. And those of you that question his ability to shortstop, this is my opinion. He's carrying his offense into the field.
It's weird, man. I would take things home from work, too, and they didn't say I cared too much. They called me a kleptomaniac. I didn't think that was fair because we're both doing the same thing, essentially, Rob. Like, this has been, look.
True. You're 100% right. It's unfair that they judge you the way that they do.
Well, I mean, look, if we're looking at this, he had the down season last year. A lot of us felt it was because of injuries, and it wasn't down like this. And then you come back this year, and you're like, well, what's going on? I mean, the Orioles have, if it's not number one, it's in the top 3 hard hit percentage in the league. And they're hitting it right at somebody. And at some point, I think you have to look at it and go, okay, is there something else we need to tweak or something else we need to do? Because apparently they know where we're going every single damn time, and they're lined up for it.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. For that, Jeremy, I would tell you this. We're seeing a lot of players or a lot of atom balls that Pete Alonso's catching, the Gunner's catching. So we're doing the same thing to other teams as well. We just feel it more because it's our team.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why batting averages are down so much, because these teams are smart, man. Those cards that they pull out and they dig out of their pockets, those things are well thought. Every pitcher, every time they change a pitcher, they change card. Every time. If they go to the bullpen in the middle of the inning, the bat boy comes out and goes around the infield and gives them new cards. Yeah.
It makes sense because not every pitcher is going to have the same makeup. Not every pitcher is going to attack. You might attack a certain part of the zone, but maybe you want to attack it with a different pitch. Or
maybe you don't have the same pitches as the guy that you're relieving has.
Yeah. And again, like I just feel like there's so much that's looked into now. Like we have so much data. It makes you wonder, do you need to adjust to the data now? Because are they is the fielding algorithm way better than the hitting one now because it's so good? Guys are lined up catching the ball, and this isn't just an Oriole thing. This is a baseball thing.
I don't know if just the fielding algorithm, but let me throw this your way, Jeremy. You played baseball when you were young. It's easy when you know that pitcher's going to throw the curveball or the fastball. But now you got these guys with 5 and 6 pitch mixes. It's a little bit more difficult for you to guess. And when everything is coming out the same way, then if I can't pick up spin, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Period. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's get Dave in Cockeysville. What's up, Dave?
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Just a couple things here on Alvarez. And now I never heard you, Rob, when you were talking about. I heard you about moving up Holiday up and down, and I don't know whether you said he was smart or what did you say about Alvarez about that?
I said he gradually moved them up because you don't know what it does to someone, especially a young player, when you move them from 9th to 3rd. Maybe they're thinking I have to do things differently when you don't want him to do anything different. You want him to continue to do the same thing he was doing. So if you looked at how he moved up, he went from 9th to 8th. Then he batted 6th for a while, and then ultimately he batted 3rd. And he never changed his approach because it was a gradual move to the top instead of just snatching him from 9th to 3rd.
Okay, I heard all that. I'm sorry, I didn't say, but I was saying, did you say that Alvarez was smart?
I thought it was a smart move to do that way. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. I don't disagree with that part of it. But I'll tell you something. Since the beginning of the year, I heard all this stuff about Alvarez, and I rely on people that know more about it than I do. So I heard all this stuff about him being a great bench coach and everything in Cleveland and all this other stuff, and why he never took a manager job. But you know something? I'm not 117 games in. I'm not ready to fire him, but I'm not impressed with him. And
that's fair. You know what? That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And but the thing is that he goes to the well too often with the same thing. He reminds me of a manager used to say, "Well, he did it before; he'll do it again." Like I don't want to see Rico Garcia in a leverage situation again. I mean, every time it's 2-1, and here we go. I don't care if it was just a single, but you know what he did the other night against Detroit? 2-run, 3-run, right away, a home run. You can't put some people in these situations. They can't handle it. He was great last year, and he was great. But I even said last year, I said, boy, they got to keep this guy. And I still think he's a 5-6 inning guy, but he's not that. And here's the other thing about Alvarez. We're talking about Gunnar Henderson. And this is why I think what you said about him about Holiday makes sense. And I agree with it. He's smart to do that and keep him, not just put him from 9th to 1st. Say, okay, go ahead. Now you're going to be the top leadoff hitter in the league. But then again, why isn't he thinking about this with Henderson? Do you know? You probably do. Out of 117 games, Gunnar Henderson, who's got to be one of your top players, now with Alonso, got to be one of your 1 or 2. He hasn't had a hit in 50, I think it's 51 games now. Has not had a hit in 51 games.
Oh, total, yeah.
Yeah, out of 117 games, 51 of those games, he never had a hit. He might have walked a few times here and there. That's almost half where one of your top hitters at the top of the lineup starts off the game, and he never gets a hit. 50, that's unbelievable. And my point with Henderson moving him down in the lineup is just this. Yeah, you're talking about the fact that he takes very seriously. I'm sure he does. I think he's a shortstop. I don't think there's any question he's a better shortstop. The point is, you've got to put him down and relieve some of this pressure. If something hurts you, you don't put something around your leg, you make it tighter, you relieve it. And I think he would love to do that. Then you gradually move him back up when he starts this understanding, hey, I can still do this. I know I could have done it, but for some reason it didn't work, number 1, number 2, or number 3. This is where I don't think Alvarez, it's like all of a sudden about a month and a half ago, Taylor Ward's batting cleanup. What? What do we...
Dave, where's Dave? Because I had something I wanted for Dave. Number one, that's one of the better calls we've had in a while, honestly. When you say to me, I'm not ready to fire him, but I'm not impressed, I respect that. I respect that. That's number one. But I wanted to push back on what he said. If you want to move Gunnar Henderson down, fine, do it because you have the authority to do it. But I can tell you wholeheartedly, 100%, you can bet your mortgage on it, Gunnar Henderson does not want to move down. He does not want to do it. He will do it if you ask him to do it because he's going to do what's best for the team. But you can bet the mortgage on this. Gunnar Henderson does not want to move down. If Craig Albanese wants to do that, you have the authority to do it. Do it. He doesn't have to want to do it. But I guarantee you he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That was a great call. That was a great call.
I love what he said. Like, I haven't been impressed. I'm not ready to fire him, but I haven't been impressed. I think it's fair.
Yeah, Ben Hall's encore at 9:45, but on the other side. Jeremy, I'm down here, man. I'm broke. How can I go get some money? Let me flip this $4.
Yeah, I'll throw some plays at you. We'll give you the prop plays, a couple of baseball plays today that I think really stand out. Maybe a hitter that might surprise you that I'm betting on today. But before we do that, I want to give away 2 tickets to the Maryland State Fair. 410-583-1057, caller number 5. Again, 410-583-1057. But up next, it's the Daily Line.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Heading into the 2026 season, Tez Walker feels like a wild card for the Ravens offense. He's caught 7 passes in his career, and 4 of those receptions resulted in touchdowns. With the current wide receiver group, there's expected to be more opportunities for Walker. He was asked about his comfort level in the new offense.
I feel real good about it. Like you said, being here throughout the spring, didn't really miss a day, trying to get comfortable with it. I feel pretty comfortable with it right now. And our coach is doing a good job of making us as comfortable as possible with it.
The Ravens were off yesterday, but we'll be back on the practice field Tuesday with practice starting at 11 a.m. Shifting to the O's, their series opener didn't go as planned in Minneapolis as they were shut down by former Oriole Dean Kramer. They sit 3 games back of the Rangers for the final American League wildcard spot, and with how tight the AL is, they're still in the mix. But their chances are slowly slipping away, with 3 other teams on the outside looking in, currently ahead of them in the race. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 84. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and you're home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line. Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com. On 105.7 The Fan.
All right, let's take a look back at yesterday real quick. We had, I love the Orioles under. Obviously, you guys know how that game went as Trevor Rogers had his worst start and probably his last dozen. I love the under in the Royals game. Noah Cameron, I was going over his numbers. Last 3 games, he threw 27 innings, gave up 3 hits, struck out 24 batters and 0 runs. And then last night, it was going okay until it wasn't. In the 3rd inning, he gave up a couple of runs. Wasn't like a horrible outing or anything, but I thought he would fare better even against this Dodgers team that was struggling. That game went over. We also missed out on, oh, God, what was my other play? Now I'm missing it. We missed out on.
I don't know what your other play was.
I do. Well, actually, that's not the one I want. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Point being is yesterday I went 2 and 3 in my top plays. The other play I lost was the Angels-Rangers game. I had the over there. Now, we hit the Cardinals-Phillies over. Didn't have to sweat that. And the over in the A's-Rays game, I did call. Junior Caminero was the number 1 person to homer. Mike Trout was 2. Both of those homered for me. I've been talking about Tyler Soderstrom. I think it's 4 days in a row. I bet him over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. And I believe he's 4-0 in those 4 days. So I am going back to the well to that again today because he's been on one. And he's in a bandbox of a ballpark against the right-handed pitcher. I'll take my chances every single time there. So now, looking at today's slate, there's one WNBA game that I was interested in. It's the Fever and Liberty to go over 192.5. I don't love it. And honestly, if it weren't a day where there's really, let's say 3 or 4 games that I love and the rest of it's just okay. So let me go over the weather real quick. Yankees over, Twins over, Cardinals over. That's where the weather's sitting. Those are the best spots for hitters today. As far as my prop plays, I'm on Jose Ramirez, Tyler Soderstrom, and believe it or not, I'm walking on air. No, I'm on Tyler O'Neill over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs, and I like Corbin Carroll over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. He's at plus money. Now, looking at the plays for today, I love the Orioles over. I know it's Brandon Young. Last time we were on an over with him. Game went our way. I think both of these pitchers get beat up a little bit tonight. Bailey Ober does throw a straight-ass fastball, and I think if Tyler O'Neill catches up to one, it's going to go very far. Same thing with Kobe Mayo could be another one in the lineup. And you have to check Bailey Ober, some reverse splits as well, or at least he's been that way in the past. Mariners plus 120. I like them against the Yankees today. It's Brian is pitching for them, and I like the spot. Also, I like Cincy and Chicago. That's the White Sox to go under the 8. Love Colorado and Arizona over 9.5. I'll come back to that one in a second. Philly, St. Louis over 8, and I like the Pirates today with Paul Skeens on the mound, even though Paul Skeens hasn't really looked like Paul Skeens all that much. My favorite plays for today would be the Orioles over, the White Sox under, and the Arizona Diamondbacks game to go over. You could take a look, too, if you wanted, at the, the Angels and Rangers, as they've been going back and forth. This is a matchup where I got no problem going after this cat that all he does is walk people left and right. So if you want to look in this game between the Angels and see Ryan Johnson's ass out there, I know it's Texas. We've made him look like a superhero twice, but Texas should come in. Wyatt Langford looks good. Corey Seager looks good in the matchup. And on the flip side, I still think the Angels, when we look at Texas, I'm not sweating what they're trotting out there on a daily basis either, because the 2 guys that I care about facing are Nathan Eovaldi and Jacob deGrom, and I guess the other one would be Mackenzie Gore at home. Cody Bradford can get some strikeouts, but I'm not worried about it. You got a lefty going up against some pretty good righties in that lineup with Zach Neto and Mike Trout, as I said, went yard last night. My top 5 for today, as it stands, we have the Orioles over, Rockies over, White Sox under. Those are my 3 favorites. Those are the ones on any given slate I would tell you to bet these games. I do like the Pirates, and I do like the over in the Phillies-Cardinals game. That rounds out my top 5, but I feel strongly about the top 3. There you go.
There you go, Jeremy Kahn. 410-583-1057 is the number. What WNBA games tonight?
Liberty and Fever tonight.
That's going to be a good one. That's the part of the rivalry week, right? No, Liberty and Vegas was the rivalry.
Yeah. They that was a blowout too. I think.
Yeah,
they hammered their asses. But you sent the one video. I saw that video of Caitlin Clark having a foul similar on another player that did not get called as a flagrant 2. That's like when I watch it in real time. That's kind of like why I said it should be a flagrant 1. I still don't understand Dejanay afterwards. Did you see this? She's going back and forth with people on Twitter, namely Emmanuel Acho. Why even just argue with the wall? You'd be better off. But the weird thing is like all Acho is asking, because he said, hey, after the game on Threads, you went on there and you said white privilege at Indiana Fever. And she literally said that that's not what she posted it about. It had nothing to do with the foul. And I'm going, you literally tagged the Fever right after the game with this. So what are you trying to say? And then people like Jamel Hill and a handful of other people have doubled down like, yeah, that's not what she's trying to say. Somebody please speak up and say what she's trying to say.
Well, she's trying to say the Indiana Fever represent white privilege with Caitlin Clark
and Sophie Cunningham.
And Sophie Cunningham. Be honest with you, Jeremy, if I can raise my hand, that's how I interpreted the text in the first place. She was going at them, but still, I don't think that has anything to do with it, man. I think if you look at some of the things that aren't called, especially against Caitlin Clark,
But that's been going both ways.
To me, the WNBA is representing the ugliness in our country.
Oh, there's no question.
It is the poster child of our country's ugliness.
Well, you got people, just like people getting into politics and other things, you got people getting into this that don't even watch the damn sport and have an opinion on it.
I think you have officials who are on the other side who probably ignore and swallow the whistle at times because of their personal stance. And I think you probably have officials on the other side who blow the whistle extra quickly because of their personal stance. I think this is representation of the ugliness. And the people that point out the racism on either side, it's because you oppose of it. You're on the opposite side of it. Caitlin Clark is mistreated because she's white. She's racist. Well, you probably only like Caitlin Clark because she's white. See, let's be honest with you. So that to me is representative. When I hear people talk about the WNBA that I've known for 20 years, who never talked about women's ball, I don't. I'm going to say this, if Angel Reese was 6 foot, blonde hair, blue eyed white girl, Baltimore would have a poster of her on every billboard and probably want to build a statue. This girl was a 4-time IAAMA conference champion, a national champion, and now in the WNBA and in Victoria's Secret. Those things would be celebrated. So don't tell me it's not race on both sides. Don't tell me that.
Yeah, for me, I mean, look, I think I'm in that weird minority here of people that I love Angel Reese, I love Caitlin Clark, I like Sophie Cunningham, I like Dejanay. I don't have an issue with any of the players, and I think it's one of those situations where both things can be true. At one point, Caitlin wasn't getting any calls. And then now it gets to this point where it's like, well, why isn't that called the same as this? Or why isn't this called? Caitlin whines about a lot of stuff. If you guys aren't watching the game, as I said, all you have to do is watch the NBA and watch Luka. And I'm the biggest Luka fan in the world, but what does everybody criticize him for? He's whining to the refs after every play. And because I'm a fan, I don't notice it the way other people do. But the fact of the matter is, it is going on. And I mean, even when her teammates go to the hoop and get it, she'll start yelling about them not getting the call. So once you become that person, like, Draymond Green gets technicals right away because everybody knows who he is and they're jumping the gun. And I think with her, that bumping into the ref, that should have never been a tech. That's stupid.
Never. And that's what makes me think, I look at the refs, like, okay, what's your agenda? What is your stance or personal stance on Caitlin Clark? Because to me, I got to be honest, it seemed a little personal. It did. Like, she bumped into me. Oh, no, man, that wasn't that. You've been bumped into harder than that by players in play. I guarantee if you've been officiating long enough, there have been players that bumped into that referee harder than that. She was pushed. What do you want her to do?
I mean, it's a cause and effect, right? I mean, it's just stupid.
Ben has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A wild cross-continental pitch has shocked the basketball world. Panathinaikos made a serious run at signing NBA MVP Nikola Jokic. Their team owner confirmed they tabled a formal offer to both Jokic and the Nuggets to buy him out of his contract. Unsurprisingly, Denver rejected it in seconds, but with Panathinaikos vowing to try again, Europe could win. I'm Drake Toll.
.5.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
That little chirp is not an annoyance, it's a warning. With summer heat putting a massive load on your home's electrical panel, hidden hazards pose a real threat to your family. For 45 years, FH Fur has been the trusted name in home safety for Virginia, D.C., and Maryland. Protect what matters with a comprehensive FH Fur electrical inspection for just $99, including a full smoke and carbon monoxide detector evaluation. Peace of mind done right the first time.
877-CALL-FUR, FHFur.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at ProStatusFinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
Is that it fuels our morning.
it's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Stock that cooler, get your playlist ready. But before you do that, check out Lions Den. Just swing by. Make sure the after party is as good as the party. Trust me, you'll thank me for this later.
You know, for the little bit of time this runs, I think this was recorded at my house.
Only problem was you were by yourself.
And that's just you trying to get out of bed right now.
You know the worst part about this song?
What?
I gotta go to the bathroom and I can't. I might walk down the hallway, scare people. This song does it for me.
Check him out, lionsden.com.
And that's the encore for the day. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Jeremy Conn, I'm looking right now on Max Preps football. Max Preps. It says high school football. Oh, this is the Great Lakes region preseason rankings. I was going to say, wait a minute. I don't see IMG or St. Francis. And by the way, IMG is coming to Baltimore to get smacked around by St. Francis. I said what I said.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
Hey, Rob, by the way, I don't know if you saw it. We didn't have enough time with Ed, but the NBA has released its opening night and Christmas Day schedule. Opening night on October 20th. Man, what a shocker. The 76ers at the New York Knicks.
And who would have thunk it?
And the Thunder at the Spurs. That's your opening night doubleheader. Christmas Day, Spurs versus Knicks, Heat Celtics, 76ers Lakers. That's LeBron going back to L.A. Thunder versus Timberwolves and Nuggets Warriors.
That's what's up.
The NFL said, piss on your Christmas Day. We're playing games too.
They may have some competition this year. By the way, I am holding the national football rankings in my hand right now. St. Francis preseason number 4, IMG preseason number 5.
Okay.
So, not bad. Not bad at all.
Where's Bishop McNamara?
Bishop McNamara, I don't think they get ranked in football.
It's
more of a basketball school.
Isn't that the fake school?
No, that's not Bishop McNamara. It's the real school.
Sycamore, wasn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah,
but
Bishop
it's not McNamara.
Bishop McNamara's in the area. Bishop Sycamore was the fake one.
I don't know my bishops. I'm sorry.
Hey, there's a couple 24-year-olds. It depends how you view it.
Who has some 24-year-olds?
High school, some called a JUCO. And you don't really know.
Who's that? McNamara?
No. Sycamore. Sycamore was that was one of the
McNamara was
documentary.
legit. They're in a conference. They got to follow rules, man. They're legit.
No grown men on that team.
No grown men or grown women on that team at all. They just play like it, especially on the basketball side. That's a grown woman right there. She's only 17. I don't care. Let her skip college. And now time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
What we learned, presented by Elephant in the Room. Go over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Terrell, Jeremy Allen, and Robin, Jeremy Conn sent you. I'm telling you, the food is magnificent. The atmosphere is the best. And the bourbon list and the beer on tap, second to none. Go to eatdrinkelephant.com. Well, a couple of national days today. Today is National Sons and Daughters Day. So you can celebrate both of them. You have no daughter, Jeremy, so you're not eligible. It's Sons and Daughters Day.
I'll dress them up in a dress. Hooray me.
You know, I know your sons. They ain't going to like you saying that, right?
They ain't going to like me saying anything.
Today is also National Presidential Joke Day. You got a presidential joke for your joke time?
I'll look for one. Let me see if I have anything on here. But go ahead.
Today is also a day that I will never, ever celebrate. Play in the sand day.
Yeah.
If I'm in the sand, I am reluctant.
It better be a sand
and I'm
box.
not playing. Yeah, I ain't playing. There you go. The day would have been Hulk Hogan's birthday, and I've had folks tell me, don't acknowledge that racist birthday. Listen, folks, I'm not denying any of the things that he said. I'm not defending anything he said. All I know is Hulk Hogan brought me into wrestling, and if he didn't, then I wouldn't have had the Attitude Era or the NWO era or the WCW, okay? You know, some things you just, it's part of your childhood, part of your young adulthood, and those are the things that I choose to remember. So the day would have been his birthday. Forgive me if that offends you. Craig Elo, former NBA player, turns 65 today. Jermaine Taylor turns 48 today. Actor Chris Hemsworth turns 44 today. Yeah. Former baseball player Pablo Sandoval turns 40. Wasn't he World Series MVP? No, he wasn't. He wasn't MVP. It was the pitcher, Mad Bum.
No, but he made the catch. He made that catch.
He made the catch in the game. And former NBA player Patty Mills. I'm surprised he's not still playing.
Patty Mills.
He's 38 today.
He's Australian.
Podcast host Joe Rogan and actor Viola Davis share birthday today. Ben, who's older?
I'm going to go with Davis.
You'll go with Davis?
I got to go with Viola Davis, too, but she don't look it.
That's why you're going with her, because she doesn't look it. Viola Davis today turns 61. Joe Rogan turns 60.
Yeah, I didn't even think it was that close, but wow, okay. I got a couple presidential jokes for you. Let's see how you like them. What's the most unfair thing about the U.S. presidential election? We get 50 choices for Miss America, but only 2 for president.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
What's the problem with political jokes? They get elected for president. Which U.S. president got the job online? That would be Abraham LinkedIn. Abraham LinkedIn. I'll give you one more. Why was Herbert Hoover the best president? Because he gave a damn. All right, when the nurse said she'd be back with my flu vaccine, I asked her if we could do it with the lights off, and she said, I got to check to see if we're allowed to do that. I said, thanks. I know it's a shot in the dark. Son, if you're thinking of getting married, consider this before you do. On one hand, you get to wear a pretty cool ring. On the other hand, you don't. Here we go. My dad was a fisherman, so he did everything quickly. For him, everything was efficiency. Efficiency. Yeah. All right. I go through a bottle of honey mustard almost every week because it's a combination of my 2 favorite things, bottles and honey mustard. That's it. So
Vinny and Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Taco Tuesday.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. 3 deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Summer is here, and so are the savings at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. Shop our summer sell-a-thon for big savings, more inventory, and top dollar for your trade. The deals are hot. The savings are even hotter. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today. Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends, August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In just his second start with the Twins, Dean Kramer threw a gem against his old team. He pitched 7 innings of 1-run ball while striking out 7. Craig Alvarez spoke on the strong night from his former starter.
Dean his command was really good today. Like, I think we had, Dustin counted, it was like 5 pitches that were like over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner, and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
This loss drops Baltimore to 57-62 and 3 games back of the final American League wildcard spot. The Birds will be right back at it in Minneapolis tonight with first pitch set for 7:40. Brandon Young and Bailey Ober are the expected starters. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 84. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Tightly packed in. Austin Martin slams his ball left field. 1-0 Minnesota on a rocket of a home run by Martin. Jeffers through the left side. He can't. That will score Kreidler. That will score Martin. And Jeffers with a 2-run single. That ball is pounded. And it's 7-1. Josh Bell, who's always hit the Orioles, really opens this game up. Left field base hit Lewis. Pulled his hands out an inside fastball. Beaver's throw will be cut off. And a ground ball to second base. This should do it. Lewis's throw is there, and the Twins survive it 9-5.
His command was really good today. I think we had, Dustin counted, it was like 5 pitches that were like over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner, and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
You think Dean Kramer facing his former team for the first time since his trade right before the trade deadline to the Minnesota Twins? Man bun. We have the curse of the Andino, curse of the Bambino, and the curse of the man bun. Dean Kramer allows 1 hit, infield single, as Holiday hustles one up. And the Orioles manufactured a run. And by the time they had their uprising in the last couple of innings, things were out of control. Already decided for the most part. But Dean Kramer, a guy that I've always been a fan of. I remember me and Jerry Coleman interviewed him when Fan Fest was still a thing. Going into the 2019 season. Wasn't even a man bun yet. He had flowing locks. Impressive hair, but no. Not the Robert Plant stuff he's rolling with now. And he was impressive then. As a person, genuinely nice guy. Yeah, he gets a little testy when he's pitching. Gets in a zone. Don't mess with him. Et cetera, et cetera. You're taking your job seriously. Some people are like that. Like actors, those method actors. They pretend to be their character to the point where everyone they're working with thinks they're an a-hole. Pitchers, when they're pitching, some don't want to be messed with. And Dean Kramer appears to be that guy. But I thought, and I've said it on the air, when they traded him away for a prospect that we're going to talk about with Keith Law later, 18 years old, the Orioles may have not gotten fleeced. I mean, only time will tell, just imagine being there. But I thought Kramer, who wasn't even the focal point of that Manny Machado trade 8 years ago, that was Yusniel Diaz, the outfielder. He was going to be the corner outfield power-hitting dude who they compared to Cespedes and UCL Puig or all these guys. Never panned out like that. I think he had a couple at-bats for the Orioles, and off he went. But Dean Kramer, for the better part of 5 years, was a reliable part of the Orioles rotation that went through a lot of changes over the years. Was he Mike Messina? Of course he wasn't. But was he some scrub with a 7 earned run average? No. And every time the pressure seemed to be against him, he rose to the occasion. And last night against the Orioles, his first start in Minneapolis, Target Field, he made a couple of starts there and was drubbed both times by the Twins. His first inning stats, as we've talked about, not just this year, historically, are bad. And he mows the Orioles down like he just put new batter in his weed whacker, like I did this weekend. And you should have saw them weeds flying, Nolan. All over the place. They had no chance. But you kind of knew deep down inside that Dean Kramer was going to take those bats and stick them in nasty places for the Orioles. And he did just that. And it was still a close game until the bullpen imploded. Rico, don't call me Kikar Garcia. Not a fine outing for him. Narvaez throws one up the right field line, which puts runners in scoring position, which Minnesota cashed in. Austin Martin, he had a monster game, 4 hits, triple away from the cycle. Hit a home run, which kind of started the bleeding for Trevor Rogers, who had a rough night with his command. Josh Bell hit a bomb off Wolfram. So it was basically a debacle of a game for the Orioles. Window dressing scores, made it look halfway respectable. Hit the over. Gambled on that thing. But the Orioles down 1-3 on this road trip that was considered to be critical. Well, you know, the Twins had lost 6 of 8 going into that game. And Texas just lost Nathan Eovaldi to a bulky elbow, who looked really good against the Orioles over the weekend. So the Birds going in here half game out of the Wild. Well, half game out before the finale against the Angels, and they got a win on Sunday because they hit a bunch of home runs, which is kind of how they do. If they don't hit home runs for the most part, they don't put up crooked numbers for sure. And rarely, if they don't hit multiple home runs, do they win games. So that's it, 9-5. But Nolan McGraw, real quick. Dean Kramer, were you feeling good, bad, indifferent about what he was bringing to the field last night against the Orioles? Because he looked amped up. Fastball seemed to have a little more pace to it, as you would expect. But we kind of knew deep down inside that he was going to go out there and give an A performance against his former team. And I would assume deep down inside a little offended that they got rid of him.
Yeah, I think you knew deep down you were going to get his best shot, similar to Grayson Rodriguez a week prior. The result of that one was a win for the Orioles, but during Grayson's time on the mound, he was very, very good, and that was his start of the year. I look at the start for Dean Kramer last night, at least for going 7 innings deep, that's got to be his start of the year, as limited as they have been. So, yeah, that part didn't surprise me. But there's so much other frustration, right? To get... Okay, he gets the best of you. It happens, right? He's a good pitcher. Shouldn't be surprised by that. One hit, though, one walk, that's not even competitive.
No.
That's not, it don't even show up. What are you doing here? And then you called it the window dressing runs late. You're not wrong. But to me, watching that game, that added even more frustration. It's like, okay, well, you finally got past this guy, and now you can score 4 runs in crunch time. Now, pitching is different if the Twins don't have a super lead at the time, but you get the point. So it's just nothing but frustration, right? And this offense, okay, Dean Kramer matchup aside, it could have been any pitcher on the mound last night, going from 10 runs on Sunday down to struggling to get anything going through the bulk of last night's game. That's the story of the Orioles. Just like scoring 3 runs across 3 straight games prior to Sunday, then you get the outburst. We're right back to it. So tonight, again, it could go either way, but I'll tell you this, if they do have an outburst tonight, I know what they're going to do the following day. That's the only certainty I have right now.
Tomorrow afternoon, they're going to score 2 runs if they're lucky. Bailey Ober on the hill for Minnesota. But Nolan, I don't know if you saw it, my Facebook post, I declared the Orioles toast. I didn't stick a fork in them. They're toast. Toast is done. Like, you could put butter on it. You could put jam. Personally, I like butter and grape jelly on my toast. And if I'm getting zany and fat guy it up, I'll throw my bacon and my eggs on it too. But whatever level of toast you want to refer to, and I'm talking about burnt toast, which I like too. I like crumbs on my plate. The Orioles are toast. 1-3 on this road trip, the biggest road trip of the year, this crucial stretch of games. They're done. And I don't see any way out of it. They're 5 games under 500 now. At what point do we see them even sniffing 500, given the fact that their schedule's the toughest in baseball until the end of the regular season?
Right.
I don't see it.
That's the big part of it, is that you do have the tough schedule. And the thing for me that it took way too long to finally come to this and accept it. But you said they're so far back, they're out of it. And I'm someone who called it like a month ago.
Yes, you did.
So I don't disagree. But they're not so far out of it that they can't be in the conversation. We've seen them have a good series. Maybe, dare I say, 2 good series in a row. And all of a sudden, you're in a spot like they were late last week. Half game out. But they'll never break through. They'll never actually get over that last hurdle. They might get close. They might be in the conversation for a day or 2, depending on off days and stuff. But they'll never actually break through that ceiling and get to where they need to be. They'll get close. Then they'll get swept. I'll tell you that they'll also never be more than 4 games back. So it's going to hover around. But I'm with you 100%. Just because the standings say that you're this many games back, you're technically in it, it's a technicality. The feeling, watching this team day by day, seeing the way they operate, seeing lineup decisions. Again, Gunnar Henderson in leadoff again last night, pulling my hair out. Those are the reasons why we've given them the done deal here. It's you got to separate the standings from the way the team plays.
Not to get too far off topic, but you mentioned the Gunnar struggles at the top of the lineup. Andy Koska wrote about this on, I think it was yesterday, Baltimore Banner. I mean, the Orioles are dreadful at the top of the order, especially since Blaze got hurt, who was having success, and Taylor Ward having success. Gunnar has been, and Beavers have been abysmal at the time at the top of the lineup. More often than not, it's bottom, top of first, one out when Pete Alonso comes to the plate because no one is generating any juice. And I know Craig Albernaz said yesterday that Gunnar, they want him to bat more. They still have confidence in him to succeed. We were calling for this a month ago. Adley Rutschman faced it. When he struggled, he dropped a 6th, 7th in the lineup at times. Who, by the way, is expected to make his debut for the Red Sox tonight against Toronto. What are you waiting for? Why? Now, I know what's your other options? Maybe Jackson Holliday, who's had a couple of knocks here in his last 2 games, but he went through that 0 for August before he heated up against Texas, and last night he had a couple of hits against Minnesota. What are your other options? But 0 for 0 for. So basically, you could put Narvaez at the top of the lineup, and he's going to do what Gunnar Henderson's doing right now, and Dylan Beavers for that matter.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's just it's the same answer every time, right? I think even Albernaz kind of caught himself for a half second when he was speaking pregame yesterday, right, where he said, "We got 40 games left," and then I think you could see it in his eyes, like, "Oh crap, we're this deep into the season and I'm still answering this question. All right, quick pivot. Come up with something else. We believe in him. He's going to grind through it. The at-bat quality's good. The results just aren't there. All right, you saved yourself." But it's so funny. That's all you can do is laugh at it. And they even queued him up and said, in a follow-up question, could it be to his benefit, to stop pressing and maybe take the mental side out of it? Nope, not even going to consider that. So again, I'm still of the belief that Mike Elias is making these lineups. So in that regard, Albernaz having to sit there and answer for it time and time again when it maybe isn't his decision 100%, I can sympathize with him. But it is frustrating. It doesn't change the fan feeling.
Before we get to the break, 410-583-1057 is the number. You want to get in, start it up Tuesday. You want it loud, send your request to the Window Nation Guest Hotline. We'll crank it up to 12. First at bat, he lines out to center field. Hard hit ball. He gets to first base, Nolan still got the bat in his hand. Am I reading too much into that, where he just knew it was going to be in play instead of dropping and hustling? He just kind of...
I didn't even pick up on that, but maybe
he
you're
had
right.
the bat in his hand as he crossed the bag at first base. Maybe I am trying to read too much.
Too much pine tar.
Yeah, that's right. It got stuck to it. Who would he get in? Let's do it. Orioles 3 games out of the wild card. How about this? As we'll turn it even more negative. And let's stress this new to the show. Born raised in Baltimore. Nolan's Baltimore roots. We're diehard Oriole fans. We want him to win as much as you do. But they're a loss and a Toronto win away from being in last place if we wake up tomorrow morning, if that scenario takes place. Or they could be 2 out of the wild card, depending on everything else that goes on. But get in here. Your thoughts on the Orioles. They can't be positive, can they? 3 out of the wild card. As Nolan said, they won't dip below 4, but sooner or later they're going to dip below 4 games left, and they'll still be 4 out of the wild card, if you get the point.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
9-5 final score last night in Minnesota. Target Field, Twins beat the Orioles. Gain a game on the Birds in the standings. Remember, the Twins, one of the teams the Orioles are chasing here as we're approaching the middle of August, the 11th day of the month. Ravens preseason opener is coming up on Saturday. We'll talk about that, of course, as the week progresses. Less than a month away from the start of the NFL's regular season. So we got a lot to get to in that regard. But for the Orioles, since they lost that finale to the Angels, a win that would have put them tied for the final wild card, they've lost 3 of 4, dropped 2 out of 3 to Texas. Do win the finale behind the big bats in the bullpen because Cade Povich, who got sent back to the minors yesterday, got lit up a little bit. And then last night, they went quietly into the Minneapolis night. Yeah, the score looked a little more respectable than the actual outcome of the game. It's Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Ravens as they're back on the practice field today. Zay Flowers got banged up over the weekend, didn't practice on Sunday. Contusion, lower leg, but he's day to day, and we'll get a status report for you as soon as we get it, as we creep closer to start of the NFL season. And we're less than a month away from Maryland football kicking off as well. Big year for Michael Oxley. I think 1-3, 1-4 might not bode well for Coach Locks there and his Turtles, but there's no denying talent. Quarterback Malik Washington, and then with Zion Ely and Mathis and Stewart, they have some dudes that could get to the quarterback. Do they have an O-line? What's up with the secondary now? We'll see for sure. But let's get out to the phones. Birds 3 out of the wild card. We're kind of running hot. Are we running hot, though, at this point in time? Let's go get Rob in Delaware. Rob, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
All right.
I just want to just talk about just a few topics, a couple points real quick. So I think the frustration with the fan base is the fact that they had that Angel series, and if they won the finale, they'd have been tied for the wild card. So it's kind of like with the fan base, it's like you get us riled up and you get us excited just to let us down and score 3 runs in 3 games. It's kind of like, do you want to win or do you not want to win? I mean, I know it's not as simple as that. Of course they want to win, but from the fan base, it's kind of like, oh, we're excited. Then all of a sudden, 1 run. So it's frustrating from that standpoint. And then as far as last night's game goes, it really irritates me when I see former Orioles players, especially pitchers, that go out and they want to, show their best against their former team. Well, if you did that when you were here, you wouldn't have got traded. Right. That's how I feel. I feel like you had your best outing as a pro against the Orioles last night. Where was this when you was here?
Yeah, his previous two starts for the Orioles, Rob, he got pounded.
He got pounded.
Yeah.
So again, I literally had to turn the game off because I'm like, so now all of a sudden now you're and we always make these pitchers look like they're Hall of Fame pitchers. So now all of a sudden you want to throw 7 innings, one hit games. Where was this in Baltimore? Where was this? Because you didn't do this. So now all of a sudden you go to Minnesota, you know how to pitch them. So it goes to show you that they can do it when they want to. Because if you can get hyped up to play against your former team, you should be hyped up to play against your competitor at any given time that you're called.
All right, Rob, I hear your frustrations there. And in fairness, Kramer did pitch okay in his first start against Kansas City with Minnesota. But if Grayson Rodriguez was healthy, and that's a giant if, capital IF, there's no way in hell they're trading him for Taylor Ward. Grayson Rodriguez would have probably been extended by now if he was healthy. He wasn't. And that's why the Orioles felt he was a tradable chip. Now, if he stays healthy and he was throwing 98, to your point, Rob, against the Orioles, and Nolan brought it up last week, yeah, bring it on. Because, Los Angeles will have a possible, reliable starter. But his track record says he's not going to get 30 starts. It's just not in his DNA, unfortunately. But Kramer, I was always pro Dini. But his previous two starts for the Orioles trading, he was terrible. And in the first inning, his career, he gets rocked. Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, what's up?
What's up, Bob?
How you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. They're still pissed off. Like the caller said, man. These guys leave the O's and just start pitching like Cy Young winners all the time. But you couldn't tell me last night who was the guy that was out there pitching for a $120 million contract. He out-pitched, out-ace Rogers.
Hey, you have a bad day. I mean, Rogers' earned run average since June is one of the lowest in baseball. He couldn't command things. When you plunk two guys and you're walking, at a velo velocity, velo baseball term, I guess, was okay. His command was all over the place. And that's why he was yanked in the 5th inning.
It definitely was. But between Grayson and Kramer, man, they combined for 13 strikeouts against us and just 3 earned runs. So they definitely bring in their A game, I guess, when they pitch against us. But I like Kramer, though. He was our most consistent, reliable pitcher, I would say. Like he was never hurt. He was an innings eater. And I don't know if them trading him had something to do with that little thing him and Alonso got into after that game. Because after that, then next thing you know, he didn't make it to his next start.
Yeah, where he did can you see me and all of this? I don't know. I think that might have been in the works. Because Dean Kramer, sooner or later, you're going to have to pay him. And they had already extended Boz. They just extended Bradish within the week that he got traded away. You can only pay so many. And if you're going to make a run at Trevor Rogers, I mean, how much money is Rubenstein and Mike Elias, more importantly, going to be willing to invest into your rotation?
But I think Kramer,
and with all these young guys coming up,
season,
another season and a half, I think it is.
Yeah. To get rid of him we get back some international
18-year-old outfielder prospect. Who's one of the Orioles' top 20 prospects all of a sudden.
Oh,
too.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember you. All right, Rashawn, thanks, man. We got to get a break.
All right.
Get Ryan Ripken in here. I don't remember all of this when they traded him. I remember he sucks, can't get anybody out. He can't get through the first inning. Now all of a sudden he's Jim Palmer because he had one great start against the Orioles and an acceptable start against Kansas City. And again, I like Dean Kramer, but let's not act like they just got rid of Adley Rutschman, who's expected to make his debut for the Red Sox tonight. When we come back, Ryan Ripken's going to be joining us. If you're on the phones, Kevin and Justin and William, and you want to get in, 410-583-1057. Orioles lose last night, 9-5, out of the wild card. Bunch of teams ahead of them. So if you want to vent, hey, I'm listening. I can't push back. They're 5 games below 500. No. We keep saying get to 500, and they keep getting further away from 500. Start it up Tuesday, you're on the Fan.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Your home is filled with memories with your family, but if your kids are older and have left the Baltimore area, maybe you want to move closer to them. You got to work with Lee Tessier if you're thinking about selling your home. Lee guarantees results. If he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to beforehand, he'll buy your home himself. It helped Tom and Sue know that they would be in good hands with Lee. They'd been living in their home for more than 30 years, but wanted to live closer to the grandkids. They weren't sure where to start with the home selling process. They called Lee, and they were amazed at how easy the process was. There were multiple showings right away. Their home sold fast and for top dollar. It's all thanks to guess who? Yes, it is Lee Tessier. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. Just give Lee a call, 410-638-9555, or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee, Tessier.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Heading into the 2026 season, Tez Walker feels like a wild card for the Ravens offense. He's caught 7 passes in his career, and 4 of those receptions resulted in touchdowns. With the current wide receiver group, there's expected to be more opportunities for Walker. He was asked about his comfort level in the new offense.
I feel real good about it. Like you said, being here throughout the spring, didn't really miss a day, trying to get comfortable with it. I feel pretty comfortable with it right now. And our coach is doing a good job of making us as comfortable as possible with it.
The Ravens were off yesterday, but will be back on the practice field Tuesday with practice starting at 11 a.m. Shifting to the O's, their series opener didn't go as planned in Minneapolis as they were shut down by former Oriole Dean Kramer. They sit 3 games back of the Rangers for the final American League wildcard spot, and with how tight the AL is, they're still in the mix. But their chances are slowly slipping away, with 3 other teams on the outside looking in, currently ahead of them in the race. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow is sunny skies and a high of 84. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie with you. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Baltimore Ravens. As you heard during Ben Hall's update, they start at 11 o'clock today, back on the practice field, just days away from the preseason opener against the Philadelphia Eagles. Jesse Minter. Interesting to see what's going on. For instance, you see these teams with the starters playing, and I don't think he said anything definitive one way or another about whether the starter's going to play, but Todd Monken's playing his starters, and Andy Reid is not. So I'm kind of feeling it on Kansas City more from an age perspective and banged up dudes. But Cleveland, Todd Monken, hey, Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, show me what you got. I would assume the other dudes, very limited snap counts.
Yeah, for sure. You know, the Kansas City one that was interesting is if Patrick Mahomes was fully healthy, would he be out there? Because that's kind of been an annual thing for him. He gets at least a drive here or there. It's nothing crazy. I know the Steelers were talking about it with Aaron Rodgers, which was a little strange given his age, but the connection with the coach there, that's certainly something they've done in the past. Yeah, for the Ravens, I think it's probably case by case. There's some guys here that we would maybe consider having a prominent role. I don't know, like full-fledged starters, but guys that are certainly very much in the mix that could probably use some preseason reps, like Trenton Simpson, same as last year.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a bad thing. Maybe Mike Green. Wouldn't be such a bad thing to have him out there, but we know the for sure ones, Roquan and Hendrickson and Lamar, Henry, obviously. No benefit to having them out there.
But let's see with Rasheen Ali running the football. He brings to the equation. The kid they drafted from Clemson, what he could bring to the equation. And Jacoby Lane, I mean, we were reading and hearing things about him. Like, he's had one of the most impressive rookie camps in the history of the franchise. And I'm guessing we got to see what he can do in a situation against an opposing team, because he's been laying waste to Marlon Humphrey and Nate Wiggins. But can he get it done against Philadelphia, a team that, of course, is trying to bounce back itself after a disappointing 2025? They made the playoffs. Didn't last long. Ravens finished sub 500. Super Bowl preview? Nah, come on, man. Let's not get carried away. Hey, the Orioles are only 3 out of the wild card. What happens? Orioles make the wild card, or the Ravens and Eagles play the Super Bowl? Or we get hit by an asteroid by Wednesday. I think that's the most likely scenario of the three. But joining us now, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. We do it every Tuesday, every Thursday, Friday. We're ripping with this guy. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline, Ryan Ripken. Ryan, good morning. What's up?
Another day. I heard you say the Orioles only 3 games out of the wild card, Bob. You said it, not me.
Yeah, but that was tongue firmly in cheek when I said that. But you knew Dean Kramer, Ryan, was going to come out there and do Dean Kramer stuff. And that means when he's up against it, the one for me, start against Atlanta the year they won the 101 games where, Dean Kramer, if he sucks here, they're going to send him down to the minors. And he beat Chris Sale. No, I think it was Max Fried in the Braves on that Friday night on national TV. And he was here to stay, actually started a playoff game. So your skepticism that he would suck was not existent last night, right?
That moment that you were talking about Atlanta, that start, we were doing Baltimore baseball tonight in that same room you're at right now, Bob.
Yep.
And I remember you asking me that question. And, there is a term that Dean has for me, or that I have for Dean, I should say, and that is big game Dean. There is something against him when you want to count him out. He can go out there and have a performance. And boy, did he have a performance last night, and for many different reasons as well. He loved his time in Baltimore. All love for Birdland. It's not a move that you might expect, but you never really are ready when it happens. And then you got to face your former team, within the next week. And there's two ways it can go. You either shove or you get lit up, and we know the answer last night. He was sensational. You can argue that was one of Dean's best pitching performances, could have been since that game in Atlanta a few years ago. And I truly do mean this, Bob. I thought it was such a good move for the Twins because I think for people in Baltimore with Dean, there was always an expectation for him to be more, which whether that was fair or not fair, and being a part of a trade for Machado where no one else panned out in the deal that you hoped, and it's just Dean, that there was a lot of then resentment going that way. But he is a bona fide big league pitcher. And, I don't think he minded reminding his former team that he thinks the better days are going to be ahead of him. And man, in the short term, that's a huge win for the Twins, a team that had really been scuffling themselves here over the last week.
Yeah, separated another game between themselves and the Orioles. But real quick, to wrap up Dean's talk here, Ryan, he was traded. Why? Because financials, because the prospects are coming up. I mean, he is controllable. Why was Dean Kramer deemed, I guess, expendable by the Orioles for an 18-year-old outfielder with some upside, by the way?
I mean, the cold hard truth is he wasn't in the Orioles' plans. They didn't value him enough to keep him, and also they didn't have him highly valued going into the season of the guys that they had on their big league roster. That's why he started in AAA. So all those signs were pointing to that. And I've told you this personally, I didn't like the move out of spring training.
Right.
I didn't think that was fair to Dean for what he has done, who has been the most, consistent Orioles pitcher the last few years, but it's a business. You make choices. And in this case, the business decision was Dean isn't in our plans moving forward. And the Twins were looking for an arm. And I remember talking to people with the Twins of going, when we found out he was available, we were going to try to get him. We were stoked that we got him, because we think that he can make an impact for us down the stretch. And I do firmly believe that. So that is just a simple answer. You make a trade like that because you have plans for him to not be involved in those future plans for you in Baltimore.
Ryan Ripken, it's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Bob Haynie. Nolan McGraw here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. All right, Ryan. Gunnar Henderson continues to lead off. Craig Arbonez continues to say that they have confidence in him getting it together. We're approaching now the middle of August. August has not been kind to him. His batting average continues to plummet. I know you've said all along on BBT and when we were with you on Thursdays or Fridays that you want your best hitters to get the most at-bats, but why in the hell are we where we are? And let me ask you this, because I brought it up to Nolan. The line out to center. First at bat of the game, still had his bat in his hand, running through the bag. That's like me in slow pitch softball.
Yeah, I mean, well, with that, some of those cases can be when you're frustrated or you've been around, and I don't really have a problem with that part. The bigger issue in this case is they need Gunnar to play like Gunnar if they're going to make the playoffs. It's just plain and simple, because there's no one in the lineup outside of Pete Alonso that is striking fear in you as an opposing pitcher. And I love what Jackson Holliday is doing. I love the ability I think Dylan Beavers can be. And I love the way that Tyler O'Neill's swinging the bat. But still the fact remains the same. The one polarizing player in the polarizing that was the wrong way of saying no one wants to face the polar bear, because he's a big threat. And the Orioles, though, they were hoping Gunnar would have that same impact on opposing pitchers, and he's not. So I still like Gunnar, still towards the top half of your order, but I still am in the camp of putting Beavers up at the leadoff, or Jackson Holliday, or somebody else there, and see if Gunnar being down in the middle of the lineup can help, get him going. Because here's a little fun fact for you, Bob.
Yes.
And this is just the reality of the Orioles lineup. Pete Alonso has 75 RBIs or something like that, which is amazing. The next player that has it's second on the team in RBIs. Let me check my notes. Oh, that's right. It's Gunnar Henderson with 47. He's played, every single game? You know who he's tied with for second place in RBIs? Well, I'll tell you. Adley Rutschman, who's not on the team right now. You know who's in third in RBIs? Sam Basayo. He's not active on the team right now. And then you have Tavares and Kobe Mayo with 42 RBIs. So where I'm going with this point is you need production. You need consistent production. And for the Baltimore Orioles, and Craig said it, hey, we need Gunnar to go. Wherever Gunnar's hidden in the lineup, Bob, he's going to have to start swinging it better. Because you could make the case with as bad as the Orioles have played, if Gunnar is having the season he had last year, the Orioles are probably over 500 in a wild card spot, just because that's how impactful he is. And unfortunately, that's not the case.
And going back to, you mentioned polarizing, Gunnar is kind of a polarizing guy right now, Ryan, because 2 years ago we were talking about him as a perennial MVP candidate. Oriole fans were looking at him, which we count ourselves as. We try to be unbiased, of course. He's the next Cal Ripken, a lifer. He's going to man that position for years and years and years. Now there's a growing number of people want him gone. Say he's the most overrated player in baseball right now.
And I think that's the part where it gets crazy for me. You can be very frustrated and understand that he is not playing the way that he can or how he should. And Gunnar will tell you that. Gunnar will say, I'm not playing well enough. It's a reality. It's a fact. But come on. This is a player you need. You want in Baltimore. All the things that are happening right now for him, unless there's something that comes out, I think it's 100% mental, Bob. He's pressing. I would argue in all of baseball of players that are playing under pressure, he's probably in the top 3 in all of baseball, given what people were expecting to see from him, but more importantly, what were people expecting of the Orioles, and for him to be a big reason of why they were. Because you look at other teams, there's other pieces there that can say, well, he's going to help this team. They got good players there. The Orioles pitching staff, starting staff's been great, and the lineup needs its superstar, and he hasn't been there. So that's just Gunnar, and Gunnar's a perfectionist, so he wants to go out there and be the best he possibly can. So for all the ones that are saying you don't want Gunnar here, I think that's crazy. Be frustrated that he's not playing well, but understand there's only a few people talent-wise can do what Gunnar Henderson can do. And quite frankly, put it this way, he turns it around here and gets going the last 5 weeks, the Orioles will have a really great shot to sneak in and get this wild card spot.
Ryan Ripken, Ribbon It with Brian every Thursday and Friday. Will we see you Thursday?
All right, we'll see you Thursday. Let's get the band together.
Yeah, let's put it this way real quick. Orioles are closer to last place than they are the wild card. Just want to drop that truth bomb on everybody. Keeping it positive.
They're only three games out of the wild card, Bob. Hit from the rooftops.
All right, Ryan. See you in a couple of days. Here's Ryan Ripken, everybody. We'll come back, take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Yeah, they're a half game out of last, 3 games out of the wild card. Even I know that.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
The Ravens tight end room has been getting mixed reviews from training camp. Are we concerned about that group? Also, Gunnar Henderson has led off the past 4 games. Who should be leading off? Find out at 2.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA will open its season on Tuesday, October 20th, and the main event of the games on that day, the world champion New York Knicks hosting LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, and the Philadelphia 76ers. And I'll call my shot right now. The Knicks are going to win that game. In Game 1, with all these new players in Philly all trying to figure out how to play together as a team, the Knicks, the ultimate team, will win that game. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Los Angeles was trading at 16%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $590 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Los Angeles was trading at 16%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $590 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday, crank it at 12. Anything you want to hear loud, send a request to the Window Nation guest or text lines, also the guest hotline. Both numbers 410-583-1057. Orioles lose to the Twins last night, 9-5. Dean Kramer, 1 hit through 7 innings, 7 strikeouts, only 1 walk. One of the best starts he's had in quite some time. And as we just mentioned, heading into the break, after we got done talking to old Ryan Ripken there, Orioles are closer to last place than they are to the last wild card. So I'll let you say what you got to say, everybody. Let's go to the phones. Go to Justin in Hamilton. Justin, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
Good morning.
Real quick on yesterday, you were talking about the owner and what people think about. It's kind of like Baltimore, like they just celebrate a guy just because it's changed. And people were so happy to get rid of Angelos that they were like anointing this guy like the greatest owner ever before he did anything. And I witnessed him at the stadium going around kissing babies, taking pictures, doing all the politician stuff. And then we see the big T. Rowe Price sign. He's like selling off every bit of the stadium. In my mind, it's a matter of time before he sells the naming rights. And I feel like he's gaslighting us with this, like the payroll stuff. I mean, what are you supposed to do? We were tanking. We had no contracts. I mean, it's only natural that the payroll is going to be going up once arbitration. And, I mean, you have to spend money, right? I mean, that's the whole point of the thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's raised payroll significantly since he took over as the owner. I mean, it costs to do business for sure, but I wasn't here. Nolan, get in here. Were you people lambasting David Rubenstein in his 1992 Oriole hat?
No, trying to figure out what's real, what isn't, what is the actual working dynamic between him and Mike Elias, and just an overall temperature check on Rubenstein's ownership.
Well, I'll speak as, you know, a guy that was there when Angelos first bought the team because I worked at the Camden Club. Pleasant enough fellow in person, but a meddler when it came to ownership. Rubenstein's the exact opposite, where he just kind of is a hands-off, putting all of the eggs in the Mike Elias basket. I think that's ultimately going to be the decider here because he reiterated, Justin, after they signed Bradish, that he's all in on Elias. And Elias right now, is it fair to say of all local sports figures that he's the most disliked guy? No more Harbsy to kick around. He's in New York right now. So is Elias that dude? And how much longer can Rubenstein pledge allegiance to him, if you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Not much longer, but it sounds like he's given him full confidence. But we all know how that goes with owners.
Right.
Things change quickly, you know. But, yeah, on Gunnar, we've been beating that drum for, half the season now, Bob. His average is just dropping and dropping and dropping. You're not going to change anything. And my thing is, that holiday leadoff, I don't know.
I'm with you.
He was from, 180 to almost 250, just like that. And Gunnar just keeps dropping but anybody else can get a day off with Gunnar. Anybody else can move in the lineup with Gunnar. I just lefty, don't matter. I just can't wrap my brain around it. I think it's like either Elias or they're scared of his agents, just want him to stay so bad they don't want to hurt his feelings. But we all know what's going to happen with that. And Rubenstein, I want to see him sign one of these guys we drafted. It's good, Bradish. I love that. But how about one of these top picks we drafted? And one more thing before I go. How do you feel about Kjerstad? They got this guy in the trade from the Nationals who never played a game in the major leagues, and they just throw him in the lineup. But Kjerstad down there has been hitting good.
Yeah, I think that's more of a he hits right-handed. By the way, Kjerstad's teammate at college. They were teammates at Arkansas, Franklin.
Razorback.
Yeah, and Kjerstad. But Kjerstad, I know he said over the weekend that he feels his time will come, and it should. Man, it's just they have these so many left-handed bats. It's hard to squeeze him in somewhere. And Kjerstad's not exactly, Gold Glove level defender, but he was the second pick in the draft 6 years ago. So it's time to, poop or get off the pot with him. At least get him up here. And if he's not going to fit in the plans, do him a solid, right, Justin, and let him go somewhere else and apply his trade. Because they just drafted a bunch of outfielders again in the draft this year.
Exactly. So, is Bradfield right-handed?
Nah.
Oh, man.
There we go. And the guy they just drafted, Booth, both of them, Booth and Head, are both left-handed sticks, too. Justin, we got to come up with the top. Good call, as always. And real quick with Gunnar, too, He's got 18 home runs, which you look at the back of the baseball card, that's great. Nolan, he's hit 5 home runs since the end of May. He did most of that damage in the first March through April and May. He has 5 home runs since then. And in the month of August, and I still think Gunnar Henderson is a way above average player, but what's he do well? Doesn't hit home runs. He's not getting on base. Batting average is abysmal. Runs in the outs, and he's below average defensively. So help me out here.
Kind of feels like last year with the power, but the overall is worse than last year. But remember, the reason that they cited for the lack of home runs last year, his swing path and everything was impacted by an injury.
Got it.
I haven't heard anything of the sort this year. I don't imagine we would in season, even if it was true. It just kind of seems to be a pattern between him, Adley, other guys on the team, unless they're really, really hurt that requires an IL trip. Those things kind of fly under the radar. We learn about it in the offseason. But by then, what does it matter? And if that is actually the case, it's even more reinforcement to the point, move him down in the lineup. There's no reason you would knowingly have a banged up guy continue to toil up there. I mean, I'm going all routes here trying to explore the reasoning as to why they won't move him. And now my mind is moving off of the organization because it's like banging my head against the wall. They keep saying the same thing. We keep saying the same thing. Nothing's changing. Is it possible that they've gone to Gunnar and he says no? I don't know. If everything's on the table here, because none of it makes sense.
Well, he better not have that kind of juice.
I'd say that's very unlikely, but
you never know.
The other side doesn't make sense either.
And real quick, and I know we're still today's the 11th. His early August numbers are like Cal's were in July. You know what his batting average is? 080. You know what his slugging percentage is? His batting average. He has no extra base hits yet in the month of August. We'll come back, take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Orioles lose last night to Dean Kramer and the Twins. They're closer to last place than they are to the last wild card. So if you want to vent, we're listening. We're kind of on the same page. I declared them toast over the weekend. Nolan stuck a fork in them a month ago. I know a lot of you did. Warren and Owings Mills. And many of you said that they're done. They're fraudulent. They are what they are. They're annoying. That's for sure. When I watch them, Nolan, I don't get angry. I don't get sad. I get annoyed.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jurnavix suzetrigine begins. Jurnavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jurnavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jurnavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jurnavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jurnavix.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Be one of
the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Play more, win big, all summer long during the 12th anniversary celebration at Horseshoe Baltimore. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Earn 12 times rewards on Friday, August 21st. Then join Horseshoe Casino on Saturday, August 22nd for your chance to win a $1,200 cash prize in their special anniversary drawing. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore for all the excitement. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Annapolis, be there for the brand new Dick's Sporting Goods this Friday through Sunday. Giveaways and grand opening savings. Learn more. Dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The revenge narrative ended up playing out for Dean Kramer last night as he held the O's to just one run on one hit and one walk through 7 innings. It's a familiar outcome for a team that has never maintained any sort of offensive consistency at any point this season, but the fact that they pushed 4 runs across after getting Kramer out of the game makes the missed opportunities sting a little bit more. Here's a post-game reaction from Craig Albernaz.
We squared up a few balls. I mean, we only had 1 walk on the day. Yeah, we just couldn't get anything going. Like I said, we either hit it in the air to the big part of the field, or like that was it. Like honestly, like Dean did a really good job of getting weak contact by us, and we didn't have the answer for it.
Maybe getting Brandon Young back on the mound can help cure some of the O's offensive struggles. They've generated an average of 5 runs per game when it's his turn in the rotation, leading him to an 8-3 record so far. He'll be opposed by Minnesota's Bailey Ober with first pitch at 7:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s this afternoon, a slight chance of thunderstorms later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens out of camp today. Getting ready for the Eagles coming up on Saturday, preseason game number 1. A few games coming up Thursday night as we're creeping closer to the start of the NFL season. College football starts in less than a month, so we're there, man. Little League World Series is underway, so we're getting into the dog days of summer and the early stages of fall, which means we're going to have a ton of sports. Hopefully, we're talking about the Ravens kicking off a season with great expectations and the Orioles making a charge possibly to an unlikely playoff spot. They're not going to make the playoffs. And if they did, I'd be stunned. If they did and they lost in the first round, I don't think I'd be mad at them. To get in, given all the nonsense that is going on with this team this season, and the drama and saying goodbye to familiar faces. If they got in the playoffs, I'd consider it kind of a successful season. But if we look at the bigger picture, 2 years ago, they were the rising power in the American League. And they're eking in. That's not where you expected to be. But unfortunately, maybe the more likely scenario is after winning in 22, winning the division in 23, going to the playoffs in 24. No, they didn't win a game, but you get the point. They finished last place in 25. And to follow that 3 years of here we go, lift off with back-to-back last place finishes, this is unacceptable. But they don't ask me for my advice. 9-5 was the final score last night as the Twinkies put it on the Orioles behind Dean Kramer and Austin Martin and Josh Bell, and Orioles bullpen got blown up. It is what it is. 3 out of the wild card, half game out of last. Go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, thanks for holding. What's up?
What's going on, Bob?
I don't know, man. I'm starting to get intrigued by this Little League World Series, which is starting in about 5 minutes. I gotta have some baseball to look forward to other than rooting against the Yankees and the Red Sox.
Yeah, man. Little League World Series is one of the coolest things ever graced the baseball world, man. Those little kids play their hearts out. They smile, they laugh, they cry. And it's fun to watch, bud.
Yeah, man. But other than that, I'm all right.
Cool. I can dig it. With the Orioles, they always seem like they want to be the team that thinks the grass is greener on the other side. Dean Kramer obviously wanted to get at us more than we wanted to get at him. But the point I wanted to share with you was kind of back to a couple callers ago before Rhino came on, just to carry over his points, which were good, very good ones. Take Shane Baz, take even Dean Kramer a few times, and a bunch of other Orioles pitchers. And if you just add up the amount of times that we didn't support the pitching effort with runs, look at last night. What did Minnesota do best? Scored runs for Dean Kramer. What do we not do for Shane Baz? What have we not done for Dean Kramer a few times, et cetera?
Or Kyle Bradish on Saturday.
Yes, sir. I mean, we could go on all day about it, right? And that's where we just have hit the wall, man. We don't support what I call good pitching most of the time. Yeah, they're going to have a bad outing here and there, like you said, right? I mean, Rogers wasn't, A+ last night, but we still gave the man nothing.
Yeah. It was a one-run game when he left. Yeah, it was 2-1 when he left the game. So they were still very much in it, yeah.
But I appreciate you taking my call, brother, and I hope you have a great day.
All right, Kevin, always great to hear from you. And, the lack of run support for the starting pitching has been one of the main problemos of this team. The starting pitching, which we thought was kind of concerning, especially after we saw Eflin go down in his first start. Bassett have his problems when he was healthy. Probably going to be seeing him return. Dean Kramer, who they were so deep in the rotation, they thought coming out of spring training, Kramer started in the minors. And then the injuries cropped up. Then he comes back. Then he gets hurt after 2 starts. And then Rogers was terrible for 2 months. But here they are. The main reason the Orioles are even sniffing. Well, there's 2. The American League's extremely mediocre. And the starting pitching has kept them in games. They rarely get blown out. But they do not put up a ton of crooked numbers. Saturday or Sunday was the outlier against Texas. Let's go to William in Northeast Baltimore. William, thanks for holding. What's up?
Good morning, Bob. How you doing this morning?
I'm all right, man. Can't complain.
Okay, just give me a few minutes to vent because I'm going to vent. Okay, I got 2 points. The reason why the Orioles don't win. The first point is this team is built wrong. This team is built around a bunch of popular guys, got power, no speed, can't steal bases, but very popular guys. There's about 4 or 5 of them that's very popular. I think they should go the other way. Get guys to play low ball. Guys that can steal bases, slap at the ball, be patient at the plate. They got the wrong guys on this team. And another thing, this is the second thing, the reason why they're going nowhere. This team has preferential treatment guys. Guys that no matter what they do, they're going to be in a lineup. Now, I'm going to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Christian Franklin. I don't care if he came here from a trade. I don't care. Give the guy a chance. They let him bat leadoff for a couple of games. His family was out there watching him. He didn't get a hit. But right after that, he got a clutch hit, come off the bench, got a clutch hit to tie the game. It should have been tied, but the umpires had made the wrong call. So after that, Bob, guess what they do? They bench this guy, and now everybody's talking about bring up Kerstad. How come hey, give the guy a chance. The guy's only batted about 8 or 9 times. Give him a chance because we need something new. I am tired of the same guys letting us down. Last year, the reason why we fell off the bench and sank as fast as the Titanic was because the same guys, you know who they are, underperformed. And I'm going to hang up and listen to your response.
All right. Thank you, William. I think we're reaching with Franklin here. Jackson Holiday can go 4 for 5 in a game and ride the bench the next day. And I don't know what this, other than Gunnar Henderson, you tell me a popular player, your words, not mine, that is getting preferential treatment. Colton Cowser's playing center field because no one else can do it. If they had, if Leody Taveras was above average defensively, he'd be playing center field every day, or he could hit lefties. Taylor Ward's gone. So you got to see what you got in Dylan Beavers. And Christian Franklin is a guy that most of us never heard of until 2 weeks ago, and now he's the second coming of whatever. Does he deserve to play against lefties? I'm down with that, sure. They have a lack of right-handed pop. But who are these preferential treatment players? Adley Rutschman's gone. You'll see him in a month when the Red Sox come to town. He's going to be making his debut for them tonight in Toronto. Alonso, he's playing because he deserves to play. Other than Gunnar, who are we talking about here?
Yeah, nobody in the long term. Yeah. You know, maybe here and there.
Popular guys.
You know, you could go back to when O'Neill was still slumping, you know, insisting on having him in there for the lefty-righty matchups. But you're right. Other than that, an across-the-board blanket decision, it's not there. My issue with the Franklin thing is just him being here to begin with. Or maybe rephrase that saying you want to trade for a guy who hadn't cracked the majors with the Nats. He was a AAA player. He's very promising. There's traits that he's got that are certainly very attractive. But for him to come over here, cut to the front of the line, leapfrog over guys like Heston Kjerstad who are doing their damnedest to get their career back on track in the minors, all the other, you know, Enrique Bradfield Jr., you know, your own draft pick that you should be enamored and infatuated with. And okay, Christian Franklin comes in, you play him every day. I got no problem with that. If he's in there every day, no questions asked, and then he's your guy, and you're anointing him the guy, and you really believe in him, hey, put your weight behind a guy, and I got no problem with that. The problem is that he'll play once a week. Somebody else will play once a week. And it's just, we're right where we started.
Yep.
We subtracted at the deadline by getting rid of Taylor Ward. And yet now we've got even more just of this mediocre collection of guys. And none of them will get the opportunity to break through. None of them will get serious at-bats. You know, that's the stuff where Elias changes little things here or there. You know, he does things that he didn't do in the past, but there's still stuff like that that's a general philosophy that he doesn't budge on. And he likes having this giant collection of outfielders, infielders as well. None of them really sticking at any particular spot, you know, and he wants to move them all around, and it's not good for anybody.
And right now, Gunnar Henderson doesn't appear to be real popular with Oriole fans. We're already looking at his exit date, which will probably be less than a year from today. But you and I, Nolan, have been stumping for Enrique Bradfield. To your point, first-round pick, 2023. Why not? He's hitting 250. He's getting on base 35% of the time. All right, he might not hit a ton of home runs. He's going to be better than any center fielder you have on the roster right now, faster than any player you have. Bring up one of your own. Let's see what he can do. And if we're just seeing somebody else.
If you're comparing just those two, Franklin and Enrique Bradfield Jr.
Bradfield versus everybody.
Well, I say narrow it down to those two because they are almost identical skill sets, speed, defense over offense type of guy, both capable of playing center field. I mean, if it's between them, my whole point is why are you're so obsessed or more interested in the guy who hasn't been a part of your organization? You should have no attachment to. You didn't draft him. All right, maybe you scouted him, but this is a guy that was a first-round pick for you. Kerstad was a top 5 pick for you. And you're more interested in the flashy new toy until you aren't. Until, 1 week later, okay, no more of the flashy new toy.
And with Ober's pitching tonight, I'm going to guess that Franklin will not be in tonight's starting lineup because we know the Orioles like the matchups. But Kobe Mayo starting to rake against righties, and that, my friends, is a good sign. We'll come back, talk about what happened in the world of sports last night and beyond with a whip around. Take more of your phone calls at the bottom of the hour at 410-583-1057. Ravens on the practice field today. Got news from the Nest coming up. Zay Flowers got banged up a couple of days ago. Nothing to see here, at least according to the Ravens. He's day to day.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
The Ravens' tight end room has been getting mixed reviews from training camp. Are we concerned about that group? Also, Gunnar Henderson has led off the past 4 games. Who should be leading off? Find out at 2.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Woohoo! Save thousands below MSRP at Anderson Buick GMC. Shop Maryland's largest selection and deepest discounts at 2 convenient Anderson locations, Hunt Valley and Abingdon. Take up to $5,000 off GMC Acadias or get 0% APR for 60 months on Buick Envisions. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Take up to $11,500 off Sierra pickups. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport. Every game. Everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for the Whip Around here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at One Wing Drive. Ravens back on the practice field today. So is Zay Flowers, by the way, and Travis Jones, among others. So we'll get a live update from Vinny coming up at 1 o'clock. But I was just talking to the fellas during the break here. We
got Parker here.
Parker and Nolan. Parker will introduce him to the masses in due time. Seems like a pleasant enough kid. Wearing a Penn State shirt. We'll get to the genesis of that. But Christmas Day, your sports viewing. If you're a fan of the NBA, schedule came out. Season starts on the 30th, which is, come on, a little more than 2 months away. All right, whatever. The 76ers are at the Knicks. LeBron, Jaylen Brown, and defending champions. Boston's at Detroit. Remember, the Pistons won 60 games last year. OKC's at San Antonio, rematch of the Western Conference Finals. But that's the first week. And then I guess a lot of people will say the official start of the NBA season is Christmas, which used to be owned by the NBA until Sheriff Goodell just kicked in the door and said, no, we're taking your stuff. This is our bleep now. Christmas is us. We'll throw you some crumbs at noon with the Spurs in New York, rematch of the finals. Then NFL, Packers at Bears, longtime rivals, going back to Curly Lambeau and George Halas. Heat at Celtics. Freak, taking on Boston. Bills at Broncos. Sixers at Lakers. LeBron. OKC and the Wolves. Rams at Seahawks. Denver at Golden State, NBA. So Christmas Day, if you can't find something to watch and you're a fan of basketball and football, I don't know what to tell you, man. Kyler McDaniel released his top 10 Orioles prospect list just a couple hours ago, and we'll talk more about this with Keith Law from The Athletic because he's got some thoughts on what the Birds acquired during the trade purge. But according to Kylie, Orioles' number one prospect, Eric Booth Jr., first-round pick about a month ago. Anthony Ianson, who they got in the Adley deal. Jurwa, who they drafted last year in the second round. Andy Azakar. He's number 4. Came over in the Adley deal. Nate George hasn't played in 3 months. Undisclosed illness. Frustrating because you don't know what's wrong with him. Hopefully everything will be fine. Ike Irish, he's at 5. Ike Irish hurt his knee, meniscus. He's at 6. Boston Bateman, who Elias got in last year's trade deadline. He's coming in at number 7. Waheve Aloy is the shortstop they drafted last year. He's at 8. Michael Ferret, who they brought back to the organization, he's coming in at number 9. He came over in the Tyler Wells trade, who had 3 Ks last night in his brief outing for Tampa. And then Trey Gibson, who we've seen in Baltimore and probably will again before the end of the season. That's what's happening there with Kyler McDaniel's Orioles updated top 25. You got Caden Hunter. You got JT Quinn, who was promoted to Double-A yesterday. Kion Witherspoon was also part of the Adley deal. He's on the fringes of the top 10. So whether this is a good or bad thing, Mike Elias, who right now is probably public enemy number 1 to a lot of people, has reestablished the farm system. But I think we're more concerned with what's going on with the Major League team, where they should be firmly established as contenders. So I feel your pain, and I feel it in a big way. NFL, Quinnen Williams, Dallas tackle. He got 3 years, $105.9 million, $101 million guaranteed. He is now signed through 2030. So Quinnen Williams, he is now part of that Dallas line, entrenched for sure. NBA, sad news, Don Nelson passed away over the weekend, 86 years old. Five-time championship winning player with the Celtics, but also one of the great coaches in the history of the NBA. Never got to the finals as a coach, had really good teams. Second most wins all time in the National Basketball Association, behind only Greg Popovich, who won multiple titles. But a lot of people will say, and you ask Marcus Johnson, and for those of a certain age, you know how brilliant a player he was coming out of UCLA. Don Nelson kind of invented the point forward. Marcus Johnson and Paul Pressey were kind of those dudes. Magic Johnson was 6'9". He was kind of a dude. But the point forward was an offense that may have been originated by Don Nelson. And Don Nelson also had a lot to do with Steph Curry getting drafted by the Golden State Warriors and Luka Doncic in Dallas. His fingerprints are all over some awesomeness in the NBA. So Don Nelson, rest in peace, gone at the age of 86, Hall of Famer, and rightfully so, All-American at the University of Iowa. As a collegiate player, this day in Orioles history, it's the whip around, August the 11th, 1966, Nolan. 60 years ago today, Yankee Stadium, the eventual world champions. Orioles beat the Yankees in 11. Sam Bowens, RBI in the 11th, scores Louis Aparicio. Gene Brabender got the win. Birds 6-5 with the win, improved to 73-40 on the year. They would win the world championship. Surprised they're not really celebrating that. Anyway. And 2016, 10 years ago, in Oakland. How about old Trumbomb hitting a grand slam? Jonesy goes yard. Nolan, your favorite player, Pedro Alvarez drove in 3 runs. Zach Britton picked up his 35th save in support of Chris Tillman, picking up his 15th win. Orioles 9-6 over the A's on their way to the wild card. They were one and done, but talking about two teams kind of stay in the sixes here who both made the postseason. One of those teams won the World Championship. When we come back, more of your phone calls. This year's team's not winning the World Series. I will eat my Oriole hat if they win the World Series. Well, it'd have to be more of an ice cream cake-shaped Oriole hat because I can't eat a hat, but you get the point. 3 games below the wild card, only a half game out of last, so I think that kind of speaks volumes. 1-3 on the road trip that was supposed to either catapult them into contention or knock them out of it. Game 2 of the series against the Twins coming up here tonight at 7:40. We'll come back, take your phone calls, talk more with Nolan. Then news from the Nest coming up, top of the hour. It's Turn Up Tuesday. It's Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
For 45 years, FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Total peace of mind since 1981. 877-CALL-FUR or FHFur.com.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
My constipation with belly pain kept coming back.
I'm back.
Like her.
Future me. You know why I'm here. Our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by September 1st and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens are 2 weeks into training camp with a new coaching staff calling the shots. Yesterday, Jesse Minter put his team through their... Trevor Rogers worked his shortest outing in over 2 months last night. He was pulled after 4 innings in which he allowed just 2 earned runs. 28 pitches in the second set him back from a pacing standpoint, but he was only sitting on 79 by the end of the fourth, and the team was only trailing by a run at the time. Here's the O's starter on Craig Albernaz's decision.
They're just taking really good ABs off me, and the bullpen was been pretty well rested after Boz's really good start. If I had to say, get me back out there for the fifth, see what I can do, but I don't. It made perfect sense as to why he got me out of there with a 1-run lead.
All hell broke loose after Rogers' early exit. Rico Garcia and Grant Wolfram combined to allow 7 earned runs between the 7th and 8th. And the NBA has announced its schedule for opening night of the 2026-27 season. The defending champion Knicks will raise their banner before hosting the new-look 76ers on October 20th. That's part of a triple header that also includes a Celtics versus Pistons matchup. And then in the late-night game, there will be a Western Conference Finals rematch between the Spurs and Thunder. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s this afternoon. A slight chance of thunderstorms later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday, cracking it to 12. You want it loud, send a request, Plot Sport text line. Window Nation. Text line at 410-583-1057. We got you covered there. Ravens out of training camp as we speak. Vinny will be joining us live from one winning drive coming up at 1 o'clock. No Skylar Thompson, no Rasheen Ali, no Bateman, no Dayton Wade, no Carl Jones, Teddy Buchanan still convalescing, and then Jacquez Robinson also out. But Zay Flowers is back. Travis Jones is off the pup. Keon Martin's back. And Aeneas Peoples is back. So returning some players ahead of their preseason opener coming up this Saturday against the Philadelphia Eagles. As you heard during Nolan's update, Orioles lost last night 9-5 to the Twins. Game wasn't as close as the final score would have indicated. Trevor Rogers had a rough go of it. I like the fact he would have taken the ball, get out there for that fifth, but it wasn't his option. Dean Kramer was dealing, only one hit allowed, 7 Ks. So the Birds, they're 1-3 on the road trip, 3 games out of the wild card. Only a half a game separates them from the Blue Jays, who beat Boston last night in the AL East standings. Let's get out to the phones. Go get Joe in Woodbury. Joe, thanks for holding. What's up?
No problem. Ain't nothing up, man. I'm just listening to you guys, man. Just going through my day. I started to come up with a scenario that Gunnar Henderson don't want to be in Baltimore. And I was thinking, was there a way to play your way out? But I'm not even going to say that. I was just thinking it. But then I'm listening to you talk about, how bad these Orioles are, and they're in the whole American League. It's bad, especially, Then I'm just thinking about how when we were good, they drafted players that were, let's say, fleet of foot. They had no bit of speed. They put speed out there, but they don't tend to do that. For these last couple of years, and like you say, they draft people, want them to play 3 different positions that they never played in their entire life. To me, that's stupid, Bob. What you think?
Well, the record speaks for itself, and there's a lot of frustration building in the clubhouse because guys don't know what their roles are. Kobe Mayo was told last year, and Tony Manzolino, now in Atlanta, as a coach for Walt Weiss with the Braves, said, first base or third base no longer an option. He's a first baseman now. So what do? They go out and sign Pete Alonso, a guy who literally plays every game to play first base, and you still had Basayo and Adley, if they needed to, could play first base as well. They gave Mountcastle $7.5 million. He's been out since April. So you're telling me that I'm no longer a third baseman, and there's 4 first basemen ahead of me. Hey, guess what? Jordan Westberg's hurt. Welcome back to third base. That sort of thing is frustrating for sure.
I don't know if you ever had to go through this in your life. Working at a job that every day you don't even want to go to work because you're frustrated with the people you work for. I think that's in the Orioles organization. I can't say if it's true, but I know what it's like to not want to come to work because of things not going the way they planned. And they switch up on your change and everything. That's very frustrating. So when you go, you're not going to work you're not going to give them 100%. Bob, you might give them 50. You're going to go through the motions and just say, just give me my check at the end of the week.
No, I'll still give 100%, but I'll be frustrated.
Right,
for
right.
Sure.
So and there's you don't see no enthusiasm with them, man. Look at what was the thing we had a couple of years ago? The fountain or the chain and all that stuff. You don't see none of that stuff now.
Nah.
You know what I mean?
They do nothing. They do nothing in the dugout now. They had the hydration station, and there was an Odor broke out the Homer chain. Now they do that little reverse flying thing. Mr. Splash still gainfully employed, even though he doesn't work as much as he was the first couple of years that he did.
Yeah, I was just speaking on things that the dugout would do because,
sure,
man, it's like they're walking corpses, man. But one day it might get back into shape. And then don't forget, we got our quirks about the manager too, because it's like I don't think he can manage a little league team if you ask me. But anyway, Bob, that's all I called to say. Hey, turn it up Tuesday. Let's hear something like Mandrill. You remember Mandrill?
Mandrill?
Yeah.
Barbara Mandrill?
No, the group Mandrill. I can't remember the name of the song. I know it started off boom, boom, boom. It was a funky jam. But anyway,
I'll get this thing rolling. All right, Joe, get on that total, Jim. Stay in shape.
No, okay, I will. Thank you, Bob.
All right,
Take it easy.
All right, let's get out to the phones. Go back to Kansas City and get Eddie in here. Eddie, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Quick Jaw and Bob. How you guys doing today?
All right. I'm never frustrated at work.
No,
I always give 100%.
I do too. That's why, I can bask in retirement and give a decent check for free. It's like I'm getting money for free. Got great insurance. Took 30 years.
Others
to do it.
not so much. But I'm going to shut the bleep up if you dig around.
Well, I'm just going to say, first off, I'm going to give you a compliment because honestly, this is just my opinion. I don't think it's just my opinion, but this is the best sports talk show in Baltimore. I mean, I've been listening. I listen every day. It's great. You guys are great. But here's what my little meager comment today is. I'm not Nostradamus.
Right.
But I watched the Orioles long enough to know. Like yesterday, I just knew. I don't know how you know, but you just know that Kramer was going to do what he did, and they were going to play like they did. Just like Adley's going to go off. He's going to be the toast of Beantown, and he may even, do things we've never seen him do here because they've shown some videos, Boston channel, someplace on YouTube or Facebook I watched. They're showing him warming up, and he's gunning the ball down the second and all that.
Roping doubles.
Yeah. when you watch the Orioles long enough like we have, look, and what you said earlier was exactly right. I used to get really upset. Come on, we hung out for years. We know.
Yeah.
I want to throw my hat at the TV and all. I've kind of lost that over the years, basically because I probably chopped dead of a heart attack. But my point is just about doing the same thing and expecting different results is insanity. And real quick, like I say, you say, well, hey, I'm going to save up all this money and I'm going to buy this and that. When you're younger, I'm going to get this and that. And then you find yourself at the bar spending $200 or at the casino. You're doing the same thing, expecting different results. And like with the Orioles, that's just how I see it. They do the same thing. They don't change much. I mean, I remember a time when they would wear road uniforms at home. They would do the wackiest stuff to try to break out of whatever slump or whatever's going on. That's just not happening anymore. It's just people expect, the team expects, things are just going to change, and it's not. It's just not going to change. So unless, I bring in a new hitting coach every week, so I found the one. Because am I correct? Didn't they fire Terry Crowley?
Down on the farm, I believe it was. He was an instructor. Yes.
Yeah. Well, if anybody knew how to hit and pinch hit, it was him. But my point is, look, if we have so many games left, like you and Nolan talked about, bringing up Bradfield, bringing up these guys, I think let's let go of the wild card. We're not going to do anything even if we get there.
Right.
So let's start building for 27. Bring these guys up. Let's see, because you're doing the same thing and getting the same results. You're not trying to change anything, and it's insanity. So you guys keep up the good work, man. Keep it up. I'm listening.
All right.
Have a good day.
All right. There's Eddie in Kansas City by way of Baltimore. But if you're closer to last place than you are to the last wild card, you're grasping at straws. And you're farther behind 500 than you were a week ago today. We'll come back, take more of your phone calls, so stick around. Got news from the Nest, top of the hour. Buy or sell, 12:15. Where's the Turn It Up Tuesday money? And then Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today, the Ravens wire. Jacoby Lane is becoming the greatest training camp rookie in the history of the team. Can this carry over into the regular season when it matters?
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
The Ravens tight end room has been getting mixed reviews from training camp. Are we concerned about that group? Also, Gunnar Henderson has led off the past 4 games. Who should be leading off? Find out at 2.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's true that the Los Angeles Dodgers are the favorite and a deserved favorite to win another World Series championship. But LA still has work to do in this regular season. Despite last night's win and Tarek Skubal's first home start as a Dodger, LA is currently tied with Atlanta and behind Milwaukee in the National League standings. If the season ended today, LA would have to play Philly in the wild card series. LA still has work to do. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, Boston was trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,052 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting the ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. The Final Drive is brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on home run bets. How will you play your game? Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no extra cost. Make your choice and the reward will be ready to use on your next home run bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for home run bets every Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with the Home for Home Runs on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, Boston was trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,052 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Man drill for you, Joe Woodbury. Ask and you shall receive. Not necessarily a total request Thursday. We got you covered. I'm going to turn it up Tuesday. It's the Window Nation text line. Send your request to that one at 410-583-1057. Also, the phone number to get in. Vinny, by the way, will be joining us in about an hour or so. Live from One and Winning Drive. Ravens back on the practice field. A couple of guys have returned, including Zay Flowers. So there's good news there. Preseason opener against the Eagles coming up this Saturday. Orioles in Minnesota taking on the Twins after getting their pants pulled down for 8 innings last night. Made it respectable, but, it's an L. They're third on the road trip, 3 out of the wild card, only a half game ahead of Toronto in the American League East. Let's go to Warren in Owings Mills. Warren, thanks for holding. What's up?
Morning, Bob. Morning, Nolan. Thanks for following up on Joe's suggestion. I was going to give you help you try to find that. I used to love that song back in the 70s, too. And I heard early in the show that you finally joined the club with me and Nolan in toast. Of course, I'm the charter member because you might remember I teased you the day after Memorial Day that you'd be saying we're 2 out of the wild card on the 4th of July and on Labor Day.
Right.
Weekend. But
they're really 3 weeks away from that one. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, but also I got your boy Eddie, in Kansas City, because I was going to say what he said. The definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And we keep trotting Gunnar out there, either lead off or third. He should be what you and Nolan have been saying for at least a month now. Drop down in the order. Frankly, he should be batting 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
To try to get him out of this. But then, the final thing, I wish, and although I've given up on him, I'm a lifelong Oriole fan, but I wish they'd just put us out of our misery. And maybe if we lose this series in Minnesota and then go down and get swept by Tampa Bay, we can be out of our misery, and they can do the other thing that you and Nolan have been talking about for close to a month, is let's see what these guys can do. Bring up Bradfield, Mayo in the lineup every day, Beavers in the lineup every day. Let's see what these guys can do. It's ridiculous to have guys 26, 27 years old who have been up in the major leagues 2 or 3 years, and you still don't have a clue as to what their real potential is. Let's finally bite the bullet and say we don't have a chance. Let's see what these guys can do, so at least we know going into next year what we have. Do we have magic beans, or is it time to get rid of these guys and start all over? So I just hope they'll do that sometime soon. But right now, this is insanity. They keep juggling the lineup. They keep batting Gunnar at the top of the order. And I know how old you are. When you first became an Oriole fan, we had the best number 3 hitter in the history of baseball, Frank Robinson.
Yep.
Right? And your number 3 hitter is supposed to be somebody that can hit for average, so he can get on base and hit for power. It's your best all-around hitter, not just a singles guy, not just a table setter, but your best all-around hitter. Look back in the 60s and 70s. Roberto Clemente was the number 3 hitter. Hank Aaron was the number 3 hitter. Willie Mays batted third. Those kind of people are supposed to bat third, not somebody who's near the Mendoza line. So let's cut all this stuff, all this BS. Let's see what we got, and let's play for next year. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, Warren, great call as always. Sweet swinging Kenny Singleton hit third, and so did Cal Ripken of Orioles vintage for sure. Gunnar Henderson batting 7th or 8th. I don't think it's an insult to him. I think it's an earned spot. Sometimes things are based on meritocracy. Nolan, as we both know, politics, of course, play a lot of have a role in a lot of things. But Gunnar Henderson is hitting like a guy that should be batting 8th. If not 9th, but leading off, absolutely not. And why not? Throw old Jackson Holiday up. Hey, Manzolino, going back to him. Mayo's never going to play third again. He said Jackson Holiday was going to be the leadoff hitter for the Orioles for the next 5 years. Why not? At this stage, can't be any worse than what you got going on right now.
That's the other thing, right? I can't even listen to someone for a half second say, well, who's your actual other leadoff option? everybody would be a better option. It just prototypical role, that stuff doesn't even matter anymore. I mean, if we were going off prototypical roles, Gunnar Henderson wouldn't be a leadoff hitter, right? If we're going true old school, he would be a spot or two down or cleanup or whatever. But that's the modern baseball. I mean, look at the Phillies lineup the other day. I mean, this is off on a tangent, but after they traded for Arise, one of his first games, Arise was batting cleanup and Schwarber is still batting leadoff. I'm not saying you move Schwarber off leadoff. He's done that for years. But a snapshot of how baseball, mindsets have changed. Arise, a slap hitter for average in the cleanup spot. It's just funny stuff like that.
Yeah, more of a prototypical cleanup guys leading off for you.
Right. I'm with these last couple callers, right? Because they have been talking, to me, a lot of sense. Once you find yourself in the situation, which they were in the same spot last year, and that was more definitive, they were out of it. There was no even technicality hope of sneaking into a wild card. But I said the same thing last year. Let's use this opportunity. Nobody wanted to be here, but once you are here, what can you do to take advantage of this and ensure that it doesn't happen again next year? And in my opinion, that would have been calling up Dylan Beavers the day after the trade deadline, calling up Sam Basayo the day after the trade deadline. They didn't do it. They made a play for the future, and not just 2026 future, 2027 future. You're playing for the chance of a compensatory pick. And wouldn't you know it, neither Sam Basayo or Dylan Beavers are even within sniffing distance of being in the top 3 of Rookie of the Year voting. So what was this all about? I'm sure glad we held them down in the minors for an extra month last year so we could get that 2027 draft pick, which Mike Elias will never get the chance to use because he's not going to be here in 2027. So this is all great. Again, always great forward thinking from this organization. Boy, we wind ourselves up here. It's not hard with the way they do it.
And look, I think the callers are now kind of resigned to the reality of the situation. This is not where we expected to be 2 years ago, 3 years ago, for sure. Because the young core was kind of carrying things, and you were expecting this brilliance to continue on with the number one farm system in baseball and all these prospects that were highly regarded. And with shrewd veteran maneuvering, filling the O'Hearns and the Aaron Hickses and the Adam Fraziers and James McCann, insert name it, Kyle Gibson winning double-digit games for a team that made it to 101 wins. They haven't been able to duplicate that level of success. And your star players, or as William said, the popular guys, they've fallen off a cliff. One of the more popular players, silent but deadly, Jordan Westberg, he hasn't played all year long. And, out of sight, out of mind, Ryan Mountcastle was one of these solid, popular players. And based on performance, you don't get popular for sucking. You get popular because you set the rookie record Orioles for home runs in a season. And you were raking. Then he had the vertigo. Comes back from the vertigo. Hurts his shoulder. And you get Walter mentally. And he never recovered from that. A lot of these guys we thought were going to be studs, Nolan, have not been studs. One of them's now in Boston, making his debut tonight for the Red Sox in Toronto, Adley Rutschman. And the other one, the one that I thought inch for inch, pound for pound was their best prospect, is one of the worst players on the team this year. Mm-hmm. In every capacity.
Yeah, I think when you boil it down, just guys are praised when they're winning. Guys are beat up on when they're losing. I think that's really the only take necessary.
Yeah.
And that's why I'll still maintain at least a shred of hope for someone like a Gunnar Henderson in the long-term future. I can't even really disagree with people or argue against it when we hear the people call in or text in and say, well, he's gone at next year's trade deadline. I mean, based the way it looks right now, you're right. That does seem like a guarantee. But I'll go back to that cliche. It's as simple as winning and losing. If the Orioles are winning this year, Adley Rutschman is still here. If the Orioles turn it around and they win next year like they should be expected to, well, then the Gunnar Henderson trade chatter goes out the window. It's that simple. And as far as him disgruntled or behind the scenes stuff that we don't even know for certain, we're just making assumptions, it would be the same on his part. If he's winning and he's batting the way he should be, I can't see a scenario where he's going to be mopey and upset or thinking about his future. He would want to stay. So let's just do the basic. Let's just do the easy part. Or maybe that's the hard part. I don't know. I mean, it's just the more I talk about this team, the more
we're all flummoxed. Right. If your point, if Gunnar Henderson's the starting shortstop for the American League All-Star team next year, chances are the Orioles are going to be good. in 2027. And then the narrative switches from he's gone to let's get this contract extension worked out, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. We'll come back, shift gears, talk about the Ravens. Remember their disappointing season. That's in the rearview mirror because everything's been great out of training camp. Got news from the Nest coming up. Got buy or sell. Where's the Tuesday money? We're counting it. Hopefully 12:15. Kevin Allstriker. Talk Ravens with him. And if you want to hold on, we'll get to you at 12:45. If not, call back because we got a couple things coming up before we get back to the calls. Orioles in Minnesota. They lose last night. Dean Kramer says, hello, remember me?
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Upgrade your home for the school year with top brands and flexible financing during Town Appliance's back-to-school shopping event. Mirror, they're going to take great care of you. Tell them Vinny sent you when you stop by the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
I'm Eric Sobel, and Ace Law is here for you. After an accident, the last thing you need is to feel like just another case file. At Ace Law, we take the time to understand what you're going through and what matters most to you and your family. You'll receive the personal attention, honest guidance, and a team that's with you every step of the way. While you focus on healing, we'll focus on the insurance companies, the paperwork, and take care of the rest. Call us at 8888 ACE Law, 8888 ACE Law, and come up Aces.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Tim Barbalace this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the grand opening of Dick's House of Sport in Annapolis Mall. The new Dick's House of Sport is celebrating all weekend, August 14th to the 16th, with great giveaways while supplies last, incredible grand opening savings, and much more. See store or dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis for complete details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Gunnar Henderson entered last night's game with a .212 batting average and just a .294 on-base percentage, yet his name was penciled into the leadoff spot. He's been locked into the top of the order all year despite his ongoing struggles, and that continued in an 0-for-3 night with a walk. Craig Albernaz has been asked about the idea of moving Henderson down in the lineup multiple times this year, and once again prior to yesterday's opener. Here's the all-too-familiar script answer from the skipper.
Not many teams have a Gunnar Henderson, and we do. And Gunnar is, been struggling for the results, but the process has been great. For us to get where we need to go, Gunnar Henderson has to be Gunnar Henderson. And, we have all the faith in the world. His at-bat quality has been outstanding. He's been getting walks. He's been hitting the ball hard.
Henderson wasn't the only one in the O's lineup to struggle in the loss. Dean Kramer made his former team pay by allowing just 2 base runners and 1 run in 7 innings of work. That was his deepest outing of the season. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s this afternoon, a slight chance of thunderstorms later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your home for the best Ravens coverage. It's time for News from the Nest. Sponsored by Window Nation. Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Go with Window Nation and get 50% off all window styles. Plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation. They're the real deal.
News from the Nest here on 105.7 The Fan. Vinny and Haynie, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. We'll be talking to Vinny in about an hour as he's out at one winning drive with the Ravens. Week 3, believe it or not. Training camp 2026. Zay Flowers back at practice today. Same with Keon Martin. Travis Jones is off the pup, so he's there. Aeneas Peebles, he's back on the practice field as well. Not there. And we'll find out why later on when the team meets with the media. Skylar Thompson, third-string quarterback. Rasheen Ali, running back. No Rashad Bateman. Dayton Wade, Carl Jones, inside linebacker. Teddy Buchanan, still convalescing. And safety, Jaquez Robinson, all out of practice today. Ravens did release their unofficial depth chart ahead of the opener against Philly, which we'll get to in due time, maybe later on this hour. But let's go back to Jesse Minter, met with the media a couple of days ago, last practice on Sunday, out at one winning drive. Declan Doyle, a lot of concern, maybe. Well, certainly going into training camp. Has it been alleviated based on what we have seen so far? Don't really know. Once the games begin, we'll really start to get some answers here. But here's Jesse Minter talking about Declan Doyle and the new cadence here in Baltimore on offense.
When everything's like unscripted and just off the cuff, that's really where you got to practice that stuff as much as possible. And so, for Deck to be calling it, to get in the cadence that they want, obviously we got to be dialed in and execute that. That's something we'll continue to chase between now and September. It can be a real weapon for us. We just got to keep chasing all the fine details of all that stuff.
At Deck coming in here, first time calling plays. He is from the Ben Johnson, Sean Payton tree. Joe Lombardi was brought in, longtime Sean Payton confidant, to be sort of an advisor for this Ravens offense. And look, the personnel appears to be strong enough. Offensive line, all things appear to be rolling along nicely. As Rosengarten looks great so far at training camp. Venga Ioane, he's plug and play at right guard. Eventually, I guess, he'll be the left guard. John Simpson is there now. Pinter's running with the ones at center. And then you have all reliable, sometimes really good Ronnie Stanley at left tackle, starting to cultivate some depth, it seems, on the O-line as well. As Emory Jones looks like he could be a versatile piece for them. But I'm intrigued, just like everybody else, to see what the capabilities of this offense could be. Not going to see it during the preseason with the starters, but out of Snoop Huntley and Tez Walker and Jacoby Lane, how do they kind of vibe with one another and giving us maybe a glimpse as to what this offense could look like starting September the 13th against Indianapolis there against the Colts. Here's Jesse Minter talking about camp, how it has gone the first 2 weeks heading into week 3.
Yeah, I think, I don't know that you're ever satisfied. You're always trying to chase, to me, what you're chasing in training camp is the best version of yourself. every day. And you want that to continue to raise and raise and raise and raise. So we're chasing so many little things, new things on both sides of the ball. We're really trying to chase detail, trying to chase execution, trying to chase just all the little things that can happen in a play where it's not exactly how you drew it up. That to me is like problem solving within the scheme. So we'll keep chasing all that. I like where we're at. I thought we've had some really good days in pads from a physical standpoint. And again, we'll just keep chasing it. Some of the guys, man, we'll really keep chasing the practice emphasis, and then some obviously will get a chance to play some football here.
Haven't really heard, Nolan, much about, pre-snap penalties. And I know the offense has been behind the defense, and they've had their share of rough days. I think drops have been an issue for, Mark Andrews in particular. But, so far so good. I haven't really heard much about, the way they look discombobulated out there. It's a disorganized practice. I mean, they're still learning. They're still gathering intel. They're still getting themselves sea leg football ready. But, I haven't really heard much about them being like this undisciplined, goofy team, at least now, anyway.
A little bit of penalties, it sounded like, on Sunday. Right. But outside of that, not really like a day after day type of thing. I would chalk maybe some of the early, like the first week and those first padded practices. Maybe you chalk some of that up to the fact that it's a whole new scheme and a whole new coaching staff in there. But pretty soon here, and then definitely after you get through this first preseason game, I would hope that things look like a much smoother operation overall, or look close to what you would hope they look like in the regular season. It's not a lot of time here to get ready. A bulk of the work or a bulk of the responsibility on the coaching staff should be over and done with before training camp is even on the horizon. That's all early off-season work. So translating that, getting that to the guys in a way that makes sense, that's a whole different beast, a whole different challenge. But for the most part, I think a majority of the hard work should be done for Declan Doyle. Now it's just about, filling in the gaps.
News from the Nest here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw, 105.7 The Fan. Vinny's out at One Winning Drive. We'll talk to him coming up NFL lunch style, top of the hour. But the big story coming out of Owings Mills so far this training camp has been Jacoby Lane, third-round draft pick out of USC, who right now, looking at the depth chart, unofficial. I mean, they released it, compiled by their staff, but it's unofficial. Zay Flowers, Bateman, and Jacoby Lane, they're kind of the dude. Jacoby has surpassed Tez Walker. Elijah Surratt, he's got some catch-up to do. But Jacoby Lane, people are loving you right now. They're trying to buy them jerseys. How's that make you feel?
I wouldn't say I'm super blessed to be able to be in this position. I know this in this sport, they can love you 1 second and then they can hate you the next. So I don't think it's one of those things where I don't love it. I just know at the end of the day I have to do what I'm supposed to and catch the ball as my job. So I think being able to realize that I can maintain a pretty level mindset and just maintain confidence in my ability and go out there every day and be myself.
I like what he's saying here, and he understands the big picture scenario. But, yes, he has been the guy. And we'll talk to Vinny coming up at 1 o'clock. But Jonas Schaefer wrote about it. Jamison Hensley wrote about it. Jeff Sreebeck, the people that have covered the team for years. He's been the most impressive rookie in training camp offensively in a long, long time. And he wasn't even expected to be Elijah Surratt, much less a guy that's getting more buzz than Bateman and anyone else on the practice field. By the way, he wears number 6 if you're looking to get yourself a custom-made Ravens jersey. Remember, they changed their uniforms here for 26. But all signs appear to be positive. And look, we can get into, I think we had a texter last week, hey, another one of these guys who flashes during camp. And wasn't Devin Duvernay Mr. August for years and years and years? I don't know. This one feels different, Nolan McGraw, for some reason.
Maybe it's a one-handed catch aspect of it.
And Lamar's kind of looking at him.
Also, the fact that there is a space for one of these guys to actually get utilized. In the past, I'm never saying the Ravens have had, an outstanding wide receiver core that's just stacked from top to bottom, but it never felt like there was as direct of an opportunity like this in the past for the James Proches of the world, the Duvernays of the world, and then all the other, the guys we don't even remember the names, all the undrafted guys who had their time in the sun. At the very least, look, he's the guy I'm most excited about for Saturday. When I tune in for preseason action. I'm looking for anything to excite me as possible. And that's even viewing it through a Ravens fans lens or a Ravens media lens. I should have plenty to watch for, but we know the reality, preseason football is not entertaining. But if Jacoby Lane's going to go out there and bring down a one-handed touchdown grab, I'll get up for that.
Yeah, and if it's like, I'm assuming it'll be early in the game. Now, if the game turns out to be what the Hall of Fame game was, with 64 points total, I think we'll be glued to our TV sets unless the Orioles give us something to cheer about down at the Trop, where I'm skeptical things will happen that way. When we come back, let's count some dough. Talk about sports subjects of this Turning Up Tuesday with Buy or Sell. Then Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire, get his impressions of camp and, the risers and fallers through the first 2 weeks. Zay Flowers back out there. That is good news. No Bateman, though. What does all of that mean? We'll talk about that when we get back in. Talk about the Orioles as they lose last night to Dean Kramer and the Twins 9-5. Orioles 3 games out of the wild card, only a half game ahead of Toronto in the American League East standings. So let me stress this. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Orioles are closer to last and they're closer to the playoffs. I mean, it is August 11th.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
The Ravens tight end room has been getting mixed reviews from training camp. Are we concerned about that group? Also, Gunnar Henderson has led off the past 4 games. Who should be leading off? Find out at 2.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 ACE Law and come up ACES.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by September 1st and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
What if everything you learned in history class was only half the story? I'm Dr. Hrini Bhatt, host of Hidden History. Every Monday, I go where history gets mysterious. Vanished civilizations, doomsday prophecies, paranormal phenomena, and events that science still can't fully explain. On Hidden History, I treat these moments like open case files. Not myths, not superstition, just incomplete explanations waiting for a closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, playing it loud. You want it loud, send your song request to the Window Nation text line, and we got you covered there. Doesn't have to be heavy metal, be whatever you want loud. It could be Lawrence Welk music. You want it loud, we'll play it. Just send your request to the text line. Orioles in Minnesota tonight, taking on the Twins, trying to get back in the series. They've lost 3 of 4 on the road trip. Ravens open the preseason Saturday, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles as Baltimore looks to redeem itself after a disappointing 2025. Same with Philly. The Eagles, a lot of drama going on with the Eagles last season, but we got plenty to get into. We got due time, but right now let's count some dough by yourself.
All right, S&P 500 is down about 7 today. Dow Jones down 39. NASDAQ's down 107. Under Armour in the red. They're down 47 cents.
Aw, man.
DraftKings still save us. They're up 92 cents. The jump for them today. Not too shabby. Hey, we'll go over to the Major League Baseball here. The National League MVP race. It's down to just 2 names. You got your reigning winner, Shohei Ohtani, and newcomer Pete Crow Armstrong. They were at the center of a very, very exciting series last week, Cubs versus Dodgers. Chicago got the upper hand in that one. PCA, a big part of a lot of their scoring. Now, when I say these 2 guys have pretty comparable stats, that's putting it lightly. They both slugged 26 homers on the year. They're separated by just 1 in the RBI department. OPS, that difference only favors Ohtani, 940 to 931. So how do you pick between these 2? They're both worthy. Will it be team standing dependent? Voter fatigue? Ohtani, keep in mind, he has won 3 years in a row, and while the storylines surrounding him tying Barry Bonds with 4 straight would be exciting, I think people might be attracted to a new face. Buy or sell, Bob, PCA will beat Ohtani if the stats remain neck and neck.
I'll buy it. Soft buy it. Well, I'll buy it like almost crispy buy it. Like, you know, your pizza, you want it crispy, but not totally burnt. Because if Ohtani comes back and gets some critical innings for them throwing the ball and like separates, you know, himself from PCA, because PCA's, you know, he's a defensive guy, really good center fielder, and the bat plays. But it could be a voter fatigue thing, as you mentioned, for sure. And Shohei Ohtani, even though it appears as though he's not having a monster year, he really is. But PCA, if memory serves, didn't he play in the World Baseball Classic, which Gunner defenders are saying may have hampered him coming out of Florida? PCA, after a slow start to the year, he's mashing. And you know his mom in real life was the mom in Little Big League, I believe.
Yep.
How about that? Her name is TCA.
Very good.
Teresa Crower.
Very good.
I have no idea.
Let's see. College football here. Changes to the college football season. Overall structure. Those have made undefeated regular seasons even more rare than they already were. Since 2020, only 10 teams have reached conference championship weekend with an undefeated record. Last year, we actually had 2, Ohio State and Indiana, both going 12-0 as the number 1 and number 2 team in the country up into the Big Ten championship. So which teams this year have the best chance of going unbeaten? Writer Brad Crawford picked 10 based on everything from roster talent, coaching intangibles, to maybe the most important aspect, strength of schedule. Among the 10 teams he listed, 4 come from the Big Ten, Indiana and Ohio State from last year, as well as Oregon and Penn State. Now, we won't get a repeat of last year's scenario since Indiana and Ohio State battle in the regular season, but of those 4 teams listed, not many other head-to-heads beyond that. Buy or sell, Bob, at least one team from the Big Ten will be undefeated this year.
Oh, boy. Because I'm looking at Oregon's schedule. They're at Ohio State in November.
That's one of them. But yeah. I believe, I was looking at it, I don't remember exactly, but like Ohio State and Oregon, or excuse me, Oregon and Penn State don't play each other. Yeah.
I'm going to say not. There will be an undefeated, or will be.
There will be.
I'm going to sell it. I think the parity's there. And, back in the olden days when I started, you lost in the you were done. Because it was based on the rankings and there weren't 5,000 bowl games. Definitely wasn't a playoff scenario going on. But I did not see that happening. Nolan McGraw, I believe the Big Ten in certain cases will eat itself alive. Judas Priest song.
And how about Adley Rutschman? Yes. Expected to make his debut for the Red Sox tonight, being activated off the IL. So not just the debut for the new team, but first game in general since July 18th. It's actually hard to believe that we're almost coming up on a month since him and Basayo were unavailable. Looked sharp in his rehab starts over the weekend. Made 2 games there, one as a catcher, one as a DH. A combined 1 for 5. He had a double, 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs. So Toronto, they're the opponent. Dylan Cease on the mound tonight for them. Someone Adley has very limited experience against. 2 for 6, 10 plate appearances in his career. Buy or sell, Bob? Adley, that new team magic will work in his favor. He'll collect an RBI for his new team tonight.
Oh, I'm buying it 100%. All over Adley like a Kmart suit in the gambling for tonight's Blue Jays Red Sox game. Boston's kind of struggling here as a team, which we'll get to when we get to the American League East standings. But boy, did they built up enough equity. But Adley, he's going to rake. I mean, he's played at the Rogers Center many times before. He's with his new team, trying to make a good impression. I see Adley. Ribby, I don't want to get dopey. I could see him maybe going a little left center field home run off of Dylan Cease hanging something. How's that sound?
And before we get our break here, more Maryland State Fair tickets to give away this week. This one with a little extra bonus. Not only do you get admission to the State Fair on September 11th, but also get a chance to see Congress the Band, who will be performing live that day. Giving these away courtesy of the State Fair. So let's go with caller number 8, 410-583-1057. You will be today's winner. We got a pair of these every day this week.
When we come back, we'll take your phone calls because Kevin Oestreicher's got to move up to 1245 USA Today Ravens Wire. We'll talk Ravens with him out of camp today. So if you want to complain about the Orioles, we're listening. Are you going to be watching Adley? You still rooting for? How would you not root for Adley Rutschman? I know a lot of you said, hey, it was a great trade. You weren't going to be able to sign him. Kind of overrated. You got a great haul prospect-wise, which we'll talk about with Keith Law later in the show from The Athletic. But how do you not root for Adley Rutschman, who had very emotional goodbye via social media to the fans of Baltimore? Hey, maybe, who knows, in a year and a half, maybe the Orioles will re-sign him. That ain't never happened.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, 3 deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 1057 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long. Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The revenge narrative ended up playing out for Dean Kramer last night as he held the O's to just one run on one hit and one walk through 7 innings. It's a familiar outcome for a team that has never maintained any sort of offensive consistency at any point this season, but the fact that they pushed 4 runs across after getting Kramer out of the game makes the missed opportunities sting a little bit more. Here's a post-game reaction from Craig Albernaz.
We squared up a few balls. I mean, we only had one walk on the day. Yeah, we just couldn't get anything going. Like I said, we either hit it in the air to the big part of the field, or like that was it. Like honestly, like Dean did a really good job of getting weak contact by us, and we didn't have the answer for it.
Maybe getting Brandon Young back on the mound can help cure some of the O's offensive struggles. They've generated an average of 5 runs per game when it's his turn in the rotation, leading him to an 8-3 record so far. He'll be opposed by Minnesota's Bailey Ober with first pitch at 7:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s this afternoon. A slight chance of thunderstorms later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Turn It Up Tuesday, cranking it up to 12. You want it loud. Send a request to the Window Nation text line at 410-583-1057. That is also the number to call to get in. Vinny Serrato joining us top of the hour, live from One Winning Drive, NFL Lunch. Kevin Ostreicher coming up here in a matter of minutes. Get his thoughts on the Ravens 2 weeks into training camp. Week 3 started today, the return of a couple of guys. We'll get into all of that and more. But we were just talking about Adley Rutschman and how could you root against Adley? I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm not here to dictate your fandom. You can do whatever you choose to do and root for whoever you want to. Because, as a fan, you root for the front of the jersey at the end of the day because Adley Rutschman is already gone. Gunnar Henderson to be gone. Your favorite Oriole, your favorite Raven, your favorite Terp, they're all going to be moving on. You'll remember them in hindsight and historically as your favorite player here and one of the guys you'd like there or you just liked at a certain point in time. But, 10 years from now, we're going to be rooting for the Orioles, whoever's playing for the team. And at some point in time, we would certainly like the Orioles to be relevant again in regards to getting to the World Series, which they haven't done in 43 years. But Adley Rutschman, he's in Toronto tonight. He's going to be activated by the Boston Red Sox. And, I anticipate that he's going to have a good game. Nolan just brought it up during buy or sell. And I will never root against Adley. He never did anything personal to me. Now, did he want to stay in Baltimore long term? I guess money would have talked and length of contract possibly could have been an influence there. I don't really know. I wasn't involved in the contract negotiations. But we do know the absolute, he's gone. But at Rogers Center, and take this for however you want to take it. 30 games played. He's got a .311 lifetime batting average. Wasn't it 2 years ago, or I think it might have been 25 opening day where he just went off, him and O'Neal. .311 lifetime batting average, .394 on-base percentage, .571 slugging. That's a .966 OPS. That's an MVP level, Hall of Fame level performance offensively with 8 homers and 7 doubles. So historically, he has done well in Toronto against the Blue Jays. Now, that was as a member of the Orioles, of course. Now, Dylan Cease, he's a different animal. He brings the smoke. He's 10 strikeouts waiting to happen. And we'll see how Adley, a month removed from his last swings, how he responds to that. But as we were talking earlier, down in his rehab assignment, a lot of hard contact for Adley Rutschman. So I'm not going to say it's an absolute lock. But he is going to drive in a run tonight. And he is going to contribute to the cause for them offensively. Now, he could go 2 for 4 tonight and then go 0 for the next 4 games. I don't know. But tonight, based on his track record there, the fact that it's his first game for his new team, a team that's lost 3 in a row, and he was brought in to be some sort of a hero for them, and they gave up a lot of draft capital, the Red Sox did, to bring him in. I think he rises to the occasion because he's kind of that guy. Number 1 pick in the draft, Golden Spikes winner at Oregon State, College World Series champion, helped turn the Orioles from also-rans into contenders. They had 3 straight winning seasons, which they hadn't done since the early 90s when he came in. Now, will he turn out to be the next Carlton Fisk for the Red Sox? I don't know. But tonight, I think Adley Rutschman rises to the occasion. So they got Boston coming up, or Boston rather, taking on Toronto. He's going to be the dude. As Chad Tracy said, they already have 2 catchers. That's a roster decision they're going to have to make. But Adley Rutschman makes his debut in Toronto tonight, taking on the Blue Jays, who, by the way, are breathing down. The Orioles next in the American League's Eastern Division. And as we've talked about throughout the course of the day, Orioles lose in Minnesota, Toronto wins against Boston, Orioles be in last place by the end of your baseball day. So how could you possibly root against Adley Rutschman? 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in and share your thoughts there. And the Orioles, 3 games out of that last wild card, still chasing other teams. Minnesota is one of them. And Minnesota just lost 6 of 8 before they beat the Birds last night behind Dean Kramer. And as we talk about Adley and your fandom towards him, now an ex-Oriole, how many people were rooting against Dean Kramer last night? You want the Orioles to win. And in the first inning, I'm kind of thinking, well, he normally stinks in the first inning, not just this year. For his career, Dean Kramer struggles in the first inning. But once he rolled through the Birds, 3 up, 3 down, I'm like, oh, he's locked in. This could be a long night for the Orioles. And then you're just kind of enjoying the ride. It's 2-1. He leaves. He's not going to factor in the decision. The Orioles are going to get to the bullpen. They're going to pull it out. And then it's like against Grayson last week. We're rooting against Grayson Rodriguez. Matter of fact, I felt good for the guy throwing 98 miles an hour. But the Orioles won the game. So it's a win-win for an Oriole fan, and that's what I was kind of hoping for Dean Kramer. Now, the Orioles don't play the Red Sox until a month from now. Less than a month, they'll be in town. September 3rd is when Boston comes to Oriole Park at Camden Yards. But I'll root for Adley to succeed. I will root for the Blue Jays to win, even though it might behoove the Orioles to have Boston win this thing because Toronto's kind of breathing down our necks. But the bottom line is, Adley aside, Grayson aside, Kramer aside, the Orioles have to handle their business right now. And their business has been a losing business and a run production problem business, because you talk about how numbers can be skewed. Well, wins and losses are the absolute number. Orioles have scored 15 runs in the last 2 games after scoring 3 runs in 3 games, all losses. It is the most deceiving number that there is. You've averaged 7.5 runs the last 2 games, 10 of them in a win. You were getting blown out until you had the uprising late against the Twins to make it respectable. Orioles score 5 runs tonight. If Brandon Young does what he's supposed to do, they should win the game. But the chances of them scoring 5 runs, slim and none. They got to tweak the lineup, as we've discussed, and somebody's got to step up. Pete Alonso's not going to hit 2 home runs every other game. Somebody's got to step up, and that somebody is Gunnar Henderson. But I think we're at the stage of the season where it doesn't appear as though that's going to be the case. Could it be Kobe Mayo? Boston, they got hot because they had a bunch of guys get hot. Duran, Rafaela, Dubin, they all got hot at the same time, among others. Orioles have one guy that is kind of hot, and then he's not. Somebody outside of Pete Alonso's got to rise to the occasion. And who that will be remains to be seen. But the ultimate guy is Gunnar Henderson. But I think we've reached a point in the season, as we're sitting here late, that I don't know if he's going to be able to rise to said occasion. We'll come back. Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, talk Ravens with him. Got Vinny joining us live from One Winning Drive, American League East report at 1:15. And then Keith Law. We'll talk about the new magic beans that have been cultivated by Mike Elias. Is it good enough for what they gave up? And Keith will talk about that and more here on The Fan.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
The Ravens tight end room has been getting mixed reviews from training camp. Are we concerned about that group? Also, Gunnar Henderson has led off the past 4 games. Who should be leading off? Find out at 2.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's been a mostly drama-free offseason for the Dallas Cowboys, a departure from how things usually go. But there is some potential chaos lurking in the background. Star wide receiver George Pickens will play this season on the franchise tag, and his fellow wide receiver CeeDee Lamb now openly campaigning for the Cowboys to sign Pickens to an extension. Pickens has played nice thus far, but what happens if he doesn't? I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Los Angeles was trading at 16%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $590 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Listen, when you get hurt in an accident, it flips your whole world upside down. I've seen buddies go through it, the pain, the stress, the bills piling up, and the last thing you want to do is fight with the insurance company. That's why you call Science and Kirk. They've been right here in the DMV for over 50 years, helping people get every single dollar they deserve. They can take care of the paperwork, the phone calls, all of it. Bottom line, you have a lawyer. Call Science and Kirk today or go to youhavealawyer.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Los Angeles was trading at 16%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $590 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens preseason opener coming up on Saturday against the Philadelphia Eagles out of practice today. We'll hear from Vinny coming up top of the hour, live from One Winning Drive. Stick around for that. Orioles in Minnesota taking on the Twins tonight. Game 2 of that series. American League East report at 1:15. And then Keith Blau from The Athletic. Get his thoughts on the Orioles haul during the trade deadline that was and the draft and everything else they did to bolster the minor league system. But let's talk about those Ravens as he joins us every Tuesday from USA Today. It's the Ravens Wire. It's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Kevin Allstriker. Kevin, what's up?
Hey, just, I'm getting ready for this preseason opener. It's been too long since this team had a football game, and even though it's just preseason, there's still a lot you can take away from it, so I'm excited for it.
How closely are we going to be watching Tyler Loop during this preseason, and will we react appropriately or overreact given the circumstances? If he hits 450-yarders, are we going to be like, hey, he's the next Justin Tucker, or are we going to just be pumping brakes till the regular season starts here, Kevin?
Probably a little of both. If I'm being honest, I think both. Where, look, if he hits 450-yarders and it looks confident, the ball's going through, it's middle. Like I feel confident in Tyler there, but you do, I think, have to contextualize it and say yes, it is only preseason, I guess, and it's a step up, right? I think the Ravens coaching staff has been very intentional, especially in the practices, of getting Tyler Loop some, at least as close to other situations, like game-wise, as you can. But, at the same time, I do think that you need to have experience going through high-leverage situations. And, Tyler, like, that kick in Week 18 against the Steelers was really like his first true, hey, this is like make or break. And so it was unfortunate what happened, missing the kick. But, by all accounts, at training camp, been drilling the football through the uprights. And I think Tyler's going to be one of the biggest storylines of the preseason for the Ravens.
Now, as we go through entering week 3 of training camp starting today, has there been a guy, rookie, that's created as much buzz as Jacoby Lane has, at least through the first couple of weeks heading into the opener?
Yeah, I mean, the hype on Jacoby Lane is unbelievable, and it's deserved. I mean, going out there, everybody who's been out at training camp has just reported back on how incredible Jacoby Lane looks, and the Ravens have needed a skill set like that. Some guys, there is certain hype based off of potential or other stuff, and not that Jacoby doesn't have potential. He clearly does. I mean, it's through the roof. But he is going out there every day and putting together practice after practice after practice, and is not really just like the Ravens training camp MVP. He might be like the NFL training camp MVP at this point with how he's performing. So, I mean, not to get too far ahead. I mean, look, I think there are people who are throwing out wide receiver comparisons out there. Who is Jacoby Lane? Who is he compared to? But at the end of the day, it is just about stacking practices. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. Don't get, too up. Don't get too down on a performance for any particular player. But look, it's hard not to get excited about Jacoby Lane because the Ravens have needed a skill set like his for a long time. They didn't need separators. They needed guys that could go up there and bring down the football for Lamar Jackson, and Jacoby Lane has clearly been doing that.
Now, Kevin, as we stay with pass catchers, tight ends in particular, by all accounts, it hasn't been the greatest camp for Mark Andrews. Then you have Hibner and Cuevas, the two rookies. Smythe's more of a blocking tight end. I mean, I'm not saying it's like DEFCON 1 concern level, but should there be an area of concern for the tight ends, and especially Mark Andrews coming off a year in which he barely had over 400 yards receiving and averaged less than 9 yards of reception?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a concern point. When you lose Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kohler, it's going to be tough to replace those guys. But, Baltimore did go the youth route there, and, I understand why they did it. But it's a big bet on Mark Andrews. And by all accounts, Mark hasn't had the greatest training camp ever here. And if Mark can't step up, you're putting a lot of pressure on either the two rookies you have drafted or even more pressure on the wide receiver core. And I was a little surprised they didn't go out there and get more of a pass-catching tight end in free agency or through trade, like David Njoku or one of these other players that I think could have come in and been a really nice compliment to Mark Andrews and the rookies, or just another player along those lines. And it's a big bet on Andrews, and if it doesn't pay off, you're going to have to rely on rookies to step up. And I'm not saying that's impossible. I think Hibner and Cuevas have flashed a lot based off what we've heard at training camp. But at the same time, you don't want to go into a season being like, all right, can our rookie tight end step up to, counteract that Mark Andrews hasn't been great? You don't want to go into there. So it's definitely a concern point, because if Mark can't step up, it puts a lot of pressure on other guys.
Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. Bob Haynie with you here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Let's get to the defense, and let's take Trey Hendrickson, Kevin, out of the equation. Your prediction, who will finish second in sacks for the Baltimore Ravens here in 2026?
Finishing second.
Because I'm assuming Hendrickson will lead them in sacks.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm with that. Hendrickson number one. I'm going to go Mike Green number two. I'm going to go Mike Green number two. Now, I just don't know how many games Nnamdi Madubuike will play for them and what that situation will be like. So, Nnamdi could be ready week 1. Nnamdi could be ready week 6. He could be playing 100% of snaps. He could be playing 80, 70% of snaps, whatever it may be. I think that Mike Green within that rotation, him being able to play a little bit more free, using his arsenal, he can be, he has potential to be a major 3-down player for them, but he has the speed to power. He has so much potential. I think we saw flashes from him last season. It was definitely an up and down year for him, but I don't know. I'm feeling choosing Mike Green right now. So I'm going to go with Mike Green.
All right, as we look ahead to Saturday, the preseason opener, because we won't talk to you until next Tuesday, what are a couple of the things that you're really going to be watching closely here as we get weeks away? We're a little more than a month away from the start of the season against Indy. What are you going to be watching the most coming up Saturday against the Eagles?
Yeah, it's mainly back-end roster battles. I think a lot of the starting spots are set. The center spot, I guess, will be one that everybody's going to be keeping an eye on. But I would assume Ethan Posick, if he's all good to go, will be the starter. But look, they haven't named anybody. You can tell on the unofficial depth chart that it is clearly a competition. So that's going to be one. Tyler Loop for sure. And then, the backup defense, the end of roster defensive line, where you have probably 8 or 9 guys that could make this roster. I think they probably keep 5 or 6. So who's going to be able to battle for those 1 or 2 final open roster spots there in the secondary as well? There are some corners like Robert Longerbeam, Bilal Kone, Keon Martin, who could be fighting for 2 or 3 roster spots. Some of these other guys like Rasheen Ali. Do the Ravens keep 4 running backs? Can he make an impact there? So there are a lot of different storylines that I'm looking forward to, but it's mainly on the back end of the roster because a lot of the starting spots feel pretty secure to me.
Kevin, what's happening Ravens Wire here on this Turn It Up Tuesday?
Yeah, getting ready for the preseason. Just a lot of cool things going on, and just very excited football is back, and I can't wait for these guys at the football field, and before you know it, we'll be at the regular season.
Kevin Oestreicher, enjoy the preseason opener Saturday, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday here on the show.
Awesome. You too. Thanks so much. Talk soon.
You got it, Kevin Oestreicher. Everybody, we'll come back. Vinny Serrato is going to be joining us live from Owings Mills. NFL lunch style, new quarterback in Minnesota. They've named a starter. It's not Tommy Kramer. So I guess you can connect dots, figure it out who it is. American League East report, Orioles lose, but other things happen in the division. And Keith Law, did the Orioles win or lose at the trade deadline and during the draft? The Athletic, he breaks down the Orioles prospects. How well did Mike Elias do?
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com. Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Hey, did you hear about Eric Sobel?
From Ace Law? You heard about him too?
Yeah. After my accident, I called Ace Law. Eric took my case, took everything out of my hands, and got me the compensation I deserved. Best decision I made.
I'm Eric Sobel, and when you've been injured, I'm your guy. I'll handle the insurance companies, find you the right doctor, manage all that paperwork, and fight for the compensation you deserve so you can focus on getting better and getting back to life. Call Ace Law today. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code EARN.
Saxon's Diamond Centers is having a special event, Tides and Treasures, with designer Denny Wong. For 2 days only, they're featuring tropical-inspired jewelry, and you'll save 20%. Visit Saxon's Bel Air store on August 13th and Aberdeen on August 14th, or go to saxonsdiamondcenters.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers worked his shortest outing in over 2 months last night. He was pulled after 4 innings in which he allowed just 2 earned runs. 28 pitches in the second set him back from a pacing standpoint, but he was only sitting on 79 by the end of the fourth, and the team was only trailing by a run at the time. Here's the O's starter on Craig Albernaz's decision.
They're just taking really good ABs off me, and the bullpen has been pretty well rested after Boz's really good start. If I had to say, get me back out there for the fifth, see what I can do, but I don't. It made perfect sense as to why he got me out of there with a 1-run lead.
All hell broke loose after Rogers' early exit. Rico Garcia and Grant Wolfram combined to allow 7 earned runs between the 7th and 8th. And the NBA has announced its schedule for opening night of the 2026-27 season. The defending champion Knicks will raise their banner before hosting the new-look 76ers on October 20th. That's part of a triple header that also includes a Celtics versus Pistons matchup. And then in the late-night game, there will be a Western Conference Finals rematch between the Spurs and Thunder. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s this afternoon. A slight chance of thunderstorms later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
AL East report here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Vinny's going to be joining us here in a couple of minutes live from One Winning Drive. Get an injury update and all that good stuff. So stick around for that, as we've talked about throughout the course of the morning now into the afternoon. Orioles lose to the Twins last night, 9-5. Dean Kramer, 7 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, 7 strikeouts. First start against his former team. That was his first start as a member of the Twins at Target Field, where as an Oriole, he struggled prior to that. So he came out, did some damage. Austin Martin, 4 for 5 with a homer. Jeffers and Bell hit a 3-run shot. They drove in 3 runs each. So that was all she wrote. Orioles fell behind 2-1. It was still a ball game until they got to the bullpen as Rico Garcia, his struggles continue after a brilliant beginning to the season. It is really not going well for old Rico here. Wolfram, he gets rocked. So the Orioles, which was a close game, becomes a blowout. Birds score 4 runs in the last 2 innings to make the score respectable, but still not enough. So the Orioles lose that one. Trevor Rogers, 4 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 runs. Kobe Mayo continues to rake. So does Jackson Holliday. So these 2 guys, 2 of your younger players, 2 of your highly regarded prospects, are starting to do what they have to do. We're sitting here talking about the lineup being inconsistent, to say the least. Just leave them out there. Let them play. I don't care if Bert Blyleven comes out of retirement for the Twins. Let these guys do what they have to do. Drop Jackson Holliday in the lineup. He's hitting 109 in his last 16 games. That is bad. That's a good duck pin bowling score if you're an average duck pin bowler. But as a guy who leads off and who wants a $400 million contract, that's abysmal. So let's get it together. Gun show here. Tweak the lineup. Get some runs. Alonso. Alonso coming up. 1 out in the first. Nah, no more of that. Beavers isn't doing that great either. Let's get somebody up in that top of the lineup, rather, that could get some things done. But 57-62. That's the Orioles record right now. 25-32. On the road. Brandon Young is on the hill, 8-3 with a 3.43 for the Twins, 59-61, 31-27 at home. Bailey Ober is on the mound. He's 7-3 with a 4.45, 7:40 first pitch, game 2 of this series. Orioles and Minnesota Twins. Orioles have gone 1-3 on this road trip after taking 2 out of 3 from the Angels. We can go back 5 days ago. They had the finale against Los Angeles. If the Orioles would have won that game, they would have tied for the 3rd wild card spot. They didn't. And they've won 1 game since then. That was in Texas on Sunday behind 4 home runs, 2 of those from Pete Alonso. So just looking for any level of consistent offense. But haven't we been saying that for 122 games now? The Orioles have 40 games left in this 2026 season. And I don't know. I declared them toast, and I like toast. But for my baseball team, I don't want them to be toast. I want them to be fresh and ready to rise, if you will, down the stretch. Instead, it's got that toast that turns into a hockey puck that you feed to the birds. No pun intended. But 7:40 first pitch, game 2, Minnesota and Baltimore. Then after tomorrow's afternoon finale, day off Thursday, and then a 4-game set starting against the Tampa Bay Rays at the Trop, where, hey, Brian Baker leads the league in saves. Tyler Wells, who's been dealing since the Orioles traded him away. And Cedric Mullins, providing what Ced does, defense, speed, timely hitting, running into a fastball every now and again. But the Rays, they're dealing, but we'll get into them here in a couple of minutes. But last night at Rogers Center, the Red Sox taking on the Blue Jays. McAdoo went deep. They're up 2-0 late in the ball game in the 7th inning, and then all sorts of insanity ensued.
This is in the air to center field. Bateman setting up. And the runner at first thought there were 2 outs. Throw the ball to first. This is going to be a double play. The runner at first, Sogard, didn't know how many outs there were. He was jogging around the bases. And it's a double play.
Well, then you had Seaglers at third, who goes without tagging on the fly ball. I don't know how everyone got this thing confused. It said 1 out on the scoreboard. But as the umpire said, the home plate umpire, it's our job to know how many outs there are. He said the scoreboard's for the fans to know, and the player should know how many outs there are. So Seagler, he scores from third without tagging on a fly ball to center field. Toronto doubles off Sogard at first. So originally it was ruled no run because the runner didn't tag. And if the center fielder throws to third, he gets the runner at third for moving without tagging on a fly ball. Instead, they said it was a timing play, and it's rule 509-whatever. Fill out a tax form to figure this thing out. So the runner actually, the run's allowed to score. So 2-1 was the final score, but a 16-minute delay. As you know, they had to go to New York, and you know that always works out well. Remember Tavares at the plate against Texas over the weekend? So Boston, instead of a guy tagging up or leaving the bag early on a tag, he gets the score. Whatever. But Toronto wins 2-1 as they take the opener of that series. Varland, he gets the save, his 25th. Unfortunately, Jameson Taillon for the Blue Jays, he went 4 innings with only 1 hit, but left with forearm tightness. He's getting an MRI today. So Jameson Taillon, who's had a ton of arm injuries throughout his career, that's led him to a lot of places, former highly regarded draft pick, Pirates. Again, injuries part of his problem. Rays taking on the A's at Sacramento. Rays were down until the 8th inning, and then they rose to the occasion.
And there it goes, deep to left field, and the Rays have cut it to 1 with one big swing by Junior Caminero. His 34th, and instantly the Rays answer the A's. It's 6-5.
Rays TV on the call as Junior Caminero hit his 34th homer of the year, a 3-run shot. Yandy Diaz and Wells each had 2 ribbies. So Tampa comes from behind. They stun the A's 10-6 as their brilliant 2026 season continues on. Today in the American League East, Seattle's at the Yankees, Boston and Toronto again, Tampa against the A's, and then Baltimore, as we know, they're at Minnesota taking on the Twins. Standings update, Major League Baseball, as we sit here, turn it up Tuesday. Tampa, they're 6 games up on the Yankees, 8 on the Red Sox. Orioles and Toronto, forget about it. In the Central, Chicago's 3.5 up on the Twins, and the Tigers, the Guardians, have actually dropped to 4th place. 4 games back in that division. Houston, half game up on Texas, 4.5 on Seattle. In the National League, 7.5 separates the first place Braves from the Phillies. In the Central, 5 games separate the Brewers from the Cubs. And out west, 7.5 Dodgers over the Diamondbacks, 8.5 over the Padres. Wild card standings as we sit here today: Yankees, Red Sox, Rangers in Minnesota, and Detroit, 1.5 back. Cleveland 2, Orioles 3, Toronto's 3.5, Seattle's 4 out. So things still kind of wide open there. National League, Cubs, Diamondbacks, Phillies in. Padres game out. Jackson Merrill's on fire, by the way, for San Diego. Miami 3.5, St. Louis 4.5, Nats are 5, 6 for the Pirates who are struggling, and 6.5 for the Reds. Longest winning streak Major League Baseball on this Turn It Up Tuesday belongs to Tampa. They won 7 in a row. San Diego and the Nats have won 3 straight. Seattle's lost 4 straight. Boston, Angels, San Francisco, and Cincinnati have all lost 3 games in a row. We'll come back. Vinny Serrato joining us live from One Winning Drive. Zay Flowers is back, but no Bateman. What's going on there? And then Keith Fall will break down the Orioles farm system after the trade deadline.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
The Ravens tight end room has been getting mixed reviews from training camp. Are we concerned about that group? Also, Gunnar Henderson has led off the past 4 games. Who should be leading off? Find out at 2.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
My constipation with belly pain kept coming back. I'm back! Like her. Future me. You know why I'm here. Our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for some football, NFL lunch style. Let's go right to it. One winning drive. Ravens just wrapped up practice. Week 3 started today. He's out there on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome in Vinny Serrato. And Vinny, what happened with Nate Wiggins there towards the end of practice?
No, Bob, that was at the beginning of practice. It was in one-on-one. Yeah, and he was going one-on-one against Jacoby, which was the third time that they had gone each other, which to me kind of says a lot that Wiggins wants to grab Jacoby, but we'll get to Wiggins first before we talk Zay and everybody, because there was a lot of stuff that went on today, Bob, that, was eventful, so Wiggins, Jacoby runs a go route, runs right down the field, and Wiggins is right there with him, perfect position, right on the inside with him, and then as soon as they crossed the end zone, and they were right next to each other, running stride for stride, the ball was over their heads, and it looked like Wiggins stepped on Jacoby's foot. And it looked like to me like he hyperextended his left knee. That's what it looked like to me. And he was laying down there pounding the dirt and everything, in severe pain. Could not bend that left knee from what I saw, So hopefully everything is good, and we'll know more probably tomorrow or later on. I'm sure he's going to have to get MRI, but if it's swollen, it's hard to see stuff. So that would be a huge disappointment for the Ravens if it was something that was going to be long term.
Oh man! All right, what else was? Zay's back, which is good news, but no Bateman today.
Well, Zay was back, Bob, but he didn't do anything.
Okay,
and he didn't look 100%. It looked like the quad is still sore. He did not take a snap. He did not do a drill. He was just in uniform. So. And then Bateman, I don't know. I guess he was just talking now, so I don't know what he said about Bateman. I'm just hoping, Bob, that it was a vet day. We'll see. But I thought Tez Walker, today was the first time he looked like a player. He made a bunch of plays today. Played fast, too. Played fast, ran a bunch of different good routes, ran good routes in one-on-one, and then made some plays, with Lamar and stuff. So that was impressive. And I thought Jacoby made some plays. I mean, in the one-on-ones, I thought Jacoby did a nice job because he went against Wiggins all 3 times, and Wiggins jumped out there and wanted him every time. So the first one, Wiggins kind of ate him up because he got his hands all over him. And then the second one, Lane ran an in-breaking route, but leaned into him and then separated from him, which was a really nice route. And then the third one was, when Wiggins got hurt. Yeah. So, there was some. I thought TJ Tampa struggled today in the one-on-ones, Bob. I mean, Wiggins is by far their best man-to-man cover guy, by far. It's not even close. Everybody else is, if they had to play against a fast guy, they would struggle, so that was it. And then Bob Bullock got 5 snaps with the 2s, today at center. Yeah, and Pulisic took some at left guard, and then Bullock took some at right guard. So, they're kind of alternating around and stuff. And then Penny, the defensive tackle, looked like he tweaked his knee or something. He didn't come back. He didn't leave the field, but he stayed out there and was doing nothing. So that was a little tweakage that we had today, too. Watching the tight ends, Bob, I mean, like Andrews and all the tight ends in one, they can't get open. Yeah. That's the problem. Is like Andrew, he may catch it, Bob, but he's going to gain 2 yards, and they don't get any yak yards. That's the problem there. Now, Randall, it looks like he's dropping his pads some more, Bob. So, I mean, he's learning. And, the more times he gets hit and stuff, the more, the better off he's going to be. Now, the Loopster was about 8 for 8, 9 for 9 today. He hadn't missed in 4 or 5 days. So he's doing a real nice job there. But, Bob, after Wiggins went down, the tempo of practice, woo,
yeah.
The energy was gone, because he laid on the field, Bob, for a while. And then the cart came over, and, and the players are going down there talking to him and stuff. So, yeah, that was kind of a disappointment, kind of set the tone for practice. I thought the offense struggled, today in practice, especially in the blitz periods and stuff. Thought they were, some free rushers, and thought that Mike Green had a couple nice rushes on Rosengarten. So that was good there. So overall it was, when you lose one of your, Bob, would you say that Wiggins is probably one of 5-6 guys that you cannot afford to lose? I'm guessing something like, but he's one of those guys.
He's a Pro Bowl level guy, and we keep talking about him taking it to another stage in year 3. Yep. And Vinny, we've talked about it. He had the surgery in the off season, and this is the best he's felt since he was in college, he was saying.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and he looked good. His change of direction, everything looked good, the way he's playing the ball, everything. And about Travis Jones was out there in individual period today, which is a good thing. So, all the big boys, and Calais and Jenkins, they did all the team stuff. I'm telling you what, that Calais Campbell, Bob, he was rushing against the ones, and Pinter, and he's so tall that he can just swim move over the top of Pinter's head, and he gets pressure. Bob, he gets pressure just because he never stops. He keeps moving, and they double him, and he just keeps swimming, and eventually he's getting there. He's just an impressive guy.
Vinny, before we let you roll, any idea what the starter situation is going to be for Saturday's game against Philadelphia?
Probably after the Wiggins thing today, Bob. Probably not a lot of them.
Shut them down. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I would think that anybody that is solidified in their spot, I don't think they play. They're going to get plenty of reps, Bob, next Wednesday and Thursday in Minnesota.
Right. Vinny Serrato live from One Winning Drive, where Nate Wiggins went down, put a pall on what had been a promising training camp, and we were talking about it last Friday. Hey, we were knocking on for Micah. Good news with the injury front. Then Zay goes down, and now Nate. And, based on eyewitness accounts, you were there. Didn't look all that promising. But you never know. That's what tests are for.
Yep, no doubt. And Bob, let me just say this. I might have to agree with you guys and Nolan. I think I'm done with the O's after watching last night. Man Bun. And me and Nolan talked about it yesterday. Man Bun's going to have the best game he's ever had.
Oh, and Adley Rutschman's going deep tonight in Toronto, where he's performed well for the Red Sox. Vinny Serrato, appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
There's Vinny Serrato out there, everybody. So bad news with Nate Wiggins, it seems, at least on the surface. But as soon as we get it, we'll share it with you. Got tangled up with Jacoby Lane. But as Vinny said, he was down on the turf for a minute, had to be carted off the field. When we come back, we'll shift back to baseball. Keith Law from the Athletics. Speaking of Adley, he's now in Boston. Well, he's in Toronto with the Red Sox. What kind of a haul did the Orioles get and post-draft and everything else that went down? So Keith Law talks about the new Orioles fancy prospects. Stick around for that. Then we got Funhouse Trip, Nolan McGraw, before 3 Deep takes over. I heard 3 Deep. I was like, damn, how long was I gone? We already got a new show in here.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Send-off sales event at Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Save with 0%, 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Make no payments until November 2026. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance. Intelligent all-wheel drive standard. ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Get ready for the school year. Town Appliances back-to-school shopping event. Upgrade your routine with family-ready performance of a Frigidaire refrigerator or the sleek premium design of Electrolux laundry set to keep school uniforms fresh. Mare & Mare offer flexible financing to help you tackle the daily rush. Stop by their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today. And don't forget to tell them Vinny sent you. Just ask for Mare, and you can't go wrong.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Gunnar Henderson entered last night's game with a .212 batting average and just a .294 on-base percentage, yet his name was penciled into the leadoff spot. He's been locked into the top of the order all year despite his ongoing struggles, and that continued in an 0-for-3 night with a walk. Craig Albernaz has been asked about the idea of moving Henderson down in the lineup multiple times this year, and once again prior to yesterday's opener. Here's the all-too-familiar script answer from the skipper.
Not many teams have a Gunnar Henderson, and we do. And Gunnar is, it's been struggling for the results, but the process has been great. For us to get where we need to go, Gunnar Henderson has to be Gunnar Henderson. And, we have all the faith in the world. His at-bat quality has been outstanding. He's been getting walks. He's been hitting the ball hard.
Henderson wasn't the only one in the O's lineup to struggle in the loss. Dean Kramer made his former team pay by allowing just 2 base runners and 1 run in 7 innings of work. That was his deepest outing of the season. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s this afternoon, a slight chance of thunderstorms later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles of Minnesota tonight taking on the Twins over against Brandon Young. Birds lose last night. Dean Kramer doing what we expected Dean Kramer to do. Maybe not 1 hit, 7 Ks through 7 innings, but you knew he was going to pitch well, just like Grayson did last week. And you know damn well that Adley Rutschman's going to go yard tonight in Toronto for the Red Sox, where he has performed well throughout his career. As an Oriole anyway, but now he's an ex-Oriole, and here to talk about that and more, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Turn it up Tuesday, joining us on the Window Nation guest hotline. From The Athletic, let's welcome back to the show Keith Law. Keith, good afternoon. How you feeling?
I'm good. How about you?
Doing all right, man. And let's get into the Hall with Adley making his debut, expected to anyway, for Boston tonight against the Blue Jays. Ianson comes over, Anthony Ianson, big-time pitching prospect, along with Witherspoon and Azekar as well. So tell our listeners about the haul that the Orioles got. And a lot of people, Keith, have Ianson going right to the top of the list for Orioles prospects anyway.
Yeah, I like the haul. I think that's probably an outdated view of Ianson. We can go into a little more depth on that. But given Rutschman's injury trouble and reduced production for 2.5 years now, he should have returned something like this, where it's 3 of the Red Sox top, 6 or 7 prospects at the time of the deal, plus a perfectly useful backup catcher in Carlos Narvaez. It also provides the Orioles with more pitching depth. I mean, we've talked for years about the lack of prospect pitching depth in the system. And now with the 3 guys they drafted last year, Zierwa, Quinn, and Hunter, all doing extremely well, 2 of them in Double-A. You add Witherspoon in High-A, you add Ianson in Double-A to that. It's actually looking like a much more balanced system, probably the most balanced this Orioles system has ever been. under Mike Elias. And again, in total, I think this is a really good return. You got a lot of potential upside. All three of those guys, all three of the prospects, are going to require some development help. That is going to be a challenge for the Orioles, who I think have struggled with player development really for the last several years, but at least they are getting more talent into the system. Three guys who are equivalent to getting more first and second round picks into the system all at once.
Now they bring Michael Ferret back from Tampa in the Tyler Wells trade. What were they sacrificing in the Boz trade? And you've told us, we've had you on obviously many times, Keith, you like the Shane Boz deal, who, by the way, is pitching well, even though his ERA keeps dropping, the loss total keeps going up because they can't score for him.
Yeah, but, it's not his fault.
No, not at all. But getting Ferret back, what does he bring to this system? Is he maybe the more major league ready of the arms that were brought in during the deadline here?
He is major league ready, but he's almost certainly not a starter. Okay. And I think even the Rays were able to sort of like, look, we can't make this guy into a starter. He's a good long reliever. Whereas Ianson is the starter, Witherspoon should be a starter. And the other three guys I mentioned, Quinn, Hunter, Zierwa, all project as starters. Ferret is just short-term innings. He could pitch for the Orioles for the next 2 months and just absorb some innings. We will see. This team is not... Obviously, we don't think they're going to the playoffs, and trading Rutschman is fine. They don't think they're going to the playoffs, but they are not non-competitive, too. We'll see how the rest of the season goes. And just noticing, I noticed as well, Boz for about 2.5 months now is pitching exactly like the Orioles hoped he would pitch. We're starting to see signs of life from Kobe Mayo, who's hitting the ball harder and starting to see some results from it as well. And strikeout rate's still too high, but it's been coming down. There are plenty of good things happening on the major league squad, in addition to what they brought in on the minor league side, but they're going to need guys like Ferret to just handle innings just to get through the rest of the season.
Keith Law, The Athletic, joining us here, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie with you on this Turn It Up Tuesday. But you talk about player development. We'll talk about the pitching. Brandon Young, undrafted. He's been, a savior to this rotation. We've seen Trey Gibson, another undrafted guy, ascend to the number one pitching prospect in the organization. They brought in Boston Bateman last year during the trade deadline. Is the player development concerns more from a position player standpoint, Keith, or is it just organizational issues here?
I'd say it's about 80% position player. I mean, they had a long run that I think just ended this year. They changed the people who were running the draft. They brought in Danny Haas from the Nationals. They promoted Will Robertson from within to be the scouting director, and you saw a huge shift in what they were doing in the draft. But for years, they've been targeting guys in the draft, going back to 2020, I would say, targeting guys who hit the ball hard consistently, high exit velocities, high strong batted ball data, but almost always with swing and miss concerns. And not one of those guys has gotten better since they got into the system. They're not good with swing changes. They're certainly not good with approach changes. And I worry in the case of Kyson Witherspoon, who I did like a ton in the draft, the Red Sox completely messed up his arm action. And the Orioles are going to have to undo those changes to make Witherspoon a top prospect again. And I don't know if they can do that. They have not had success doing things like that. All those guys you mentioned, and I would throw Nestor Haman in there too, okay. They found hidden value in guys with weird deliveries, weird slots, a lot of very high slot guys before that was more in vogue. Now lots of teams are chasing those guys. The Orioles were on it first. That's a great job by the front office, by the scouting staff, but it's not a development thing. Most of those guys got into the system. Trey Gibson is now basically what he was when he got into the system. It's not a knock on player development. It's praise of scouting. And, hey, the industry missed on this guy, and the Orioles didn't. Good for them. But I don't see a lot of evidence that they can take guys like Witherspoon, who's going to need the most development of the pitchers they brought in, and make substantial mechanical changes to him to get him back to being potentially a number 2 starter. It's what I thought he was out of Oklahoma until the Red Sox decided to tinker with him and actually just made him much worse.
Keith, looking at the Orioles system right now, how would you rate it post-draft, post-trade deadline?
It's much better, obviously. And I think they had a really strong draft, and I think they did very well at the trade deadline. I think they are certainly above the median, probably in the top third across baseball. What I don't know if they have right now, graduating Basayo is not a bad thing. It's what you want your prospects to do. But of course, now the system doesn't really have that slam dunk sort of number one, top 10 in baseball type of prospect. But the Orioles have had pretty consistently for the last 6 or 7 years. They've had at least one of those guys in their system just about every year since Elias took over and drafted Rutschman. So I don't think they're in the top 5 in baseball. If you wanted to argue they were somewhere between 6 and 10, that feels about right. I'm going a little more off vibes here. I haven't gone through and rewrite every system, but that seems like about where they'd be because they have a lot of depth and because now they finally have that balance between position players and pitchers.
Keith Law, The Athletic. Keith, a frustrating thing for us here in Baltimore. Well, 2 years ago, the Orioles were maybe the rising power in the American League, and right now they're a half game out of last place where they finished last season. But Gunnar Henderson's decline last year, I guess, a tribute to injuries. He said he had the shoulder impingement, and it is what it is. This year, dreadful. 109 in his last 16 games. Can't get on base. Can't field all that great. Running himself into outs. Doesn't look happy on the field at all. So why the regression? What has happened to a guy that we thought was going to be mentioned in the same breath with Bobby Witt Jr. for 10 years here?
Yeah, well, he was, right? At one point, he was the second best shortstop, I would say, in all of the American League. And I wish I had an answer for you. I can see in the results, I can see in the batted ball data. I mean, it's trash right now. This guy's he can't hit the ball hard anymore. Is he still bothered by the shoulder issue? Is he trying to play through another injury? I honestly have no idea. That's the only explanation I can think of for somebody who's 25 to suffer that kind of decline in just, if you make it about nothing else other than he's not hitting the ball hard anymore. That's it, right? Nothing else would matter if he was still hitting the ball hard, even as he was last year. We'd be having a very different conversation. But he's not. And that's the kind of thing that happens to guys when they're hurt or when they're old. He's definitely not old. He might be hurt, but I also have no evidence to say that he's hurt other than trying to impute something because what the heck? The guy's across the board. I just pulled up his page on Baseball Savant, which I encourage people to look at if you want to be horrified. It's just bad across the board. Everything is down from last year, and some of it pretty dramatically so. And there's no good explanation for that happening.
Yeah, horrifying. That's a good way to put it for Gunnar Henderson here. And real quick, Keith, George Lombard Jr., I know we don't like to praise the Yankees or Red Sox around these parts. It is what it is. But what's the ceiling for this kid who certainly looks like he belongs at least very early in his major league career?
Yeah, I'm a fan. They promoted him really aggressively. And he wasn't actually hitting that great in AAA, but I still think the long-term ceiling is all-star level, everyday shortstop. He's got great instincts. He's super athletic. He's going to come into some power. I've seen him a bunch in the minors, mostly in AA, and I've seen really good at-bats. That was the thing that always stood out to me was he worked the count pretty well. He was fine getting into a 2-strike count and then battling. He showed me he could foul pitches off. And, eventually I saw a lot of times he'd go 7-8 pitches and then he'd strike out. You know what? There's little adjustments there just to be able to get to that pitcher's pitch or lay off that pitcher's pitch once you've gotten deep into the at-bat. But so few guys can work the count that effectively, spoil pitches they can't drive to get into those situations. Like, that's a separator. When you've got a guy who already has all this athleticism, speed, arm, some power, with more power likely to come as he fills out, everyday shortstop plus defense, gets on base 15 to 20 homers, that's going to make some all-star teams.
Keith Law, The Athletic. Keith, always appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and we will catch up with you soon.
My pleasure.
You got it. Keith Law, everybody. We'll come back, take a trip through the Funhouse, Nolan McGraw, and then 3 deep. Cubs up at 2 o'clock ahead of Baltimore baseball tonight. Orioles taking on the Twins. BBT brought to you, as always, by Jerry's Home Service.
Today on 3 Deep with Femi, Tim, and Ken.
The Ravens tight end room has been getting mixed reviews from training camp. Are we concerned about that group? Also, Gunnar Henderson has led off the past 4 games. Who should be leading off? Find out at 2.
That's next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Jerry Jones heard how bad the Dallas Cowboys defense was last season and took it personally. The Dallas Cowboys secured star defensive tackle Quinnen Williams with a 3-year, $105.9 million contract extension, locking him in through 2030. His $35.3 million average annual salary makes Williams the second highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history. I'm Maddie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
What's up, Oos? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
What's up, Boost? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The Daily Boost make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Nate Wiggins went down at practice today. One winning drive. Got tangled up with Jacoby Lane. Looked like a hyperextended knee. We don't know what's going on yet. As soon as Ravens give us the results, we'll share it with you. We were talking off the air, Nolan. It's fascinating that it happened early in practice. Didn't become public knowledge until Jesse Minter was about to meet with the media. That's why I said to Vinny. He goes, no, it was like the third play of practice. So Ravens keeping it close to the vest, but hopefully, fingers crossed for Nate, that this is something that, might just cost him a week or two of practice. But it didn't look good. Got carted off the field.
No, I mean, just hearing carted off, you never like that. But I think for me, when I hear that in training camp, it takes on a different meaning. I have seen the cart come out and a guy not return that year, as you would expect. I have also seen the cart come out and a guy's back the next day. Shamar Stewart, remember day one of training camp this year? Oh my God, Shamar Stewart carted off day one. This guy can't catch a break. He's fine. Yeah. No big deal. So it's always, I don't know. In some cases, I've seen it with the Ravens in the past. They're like, we just didn't want the guy walking from the field all the way back inside the facility, so we gave him a lift. Not saying that's what happened here, but we're all holding our breath. That's clearly. Vinny was out there, and I think, him saying that Wiggins was rolling around or he's slamming the ground in pain, that suggests that there's more than just a bruise here. So we're not off the hook just yet.
Cordell Woodland, our colleague here on 105.7 The Fan, tweeting out, Jesse Minter said that some established players won't play in the first preseason game. Joint practice will get their work in. Also said Lamar Jackson is not going to play. Mm-hmm. No stunning news coming out of there. And I be honest with you, I don't even want Lamar in the stadium during preseason games. Or sit up in the box and just watch. You never know. I don't want anybody running into him in the sidelines. Just stay away from the field as far as you possibly can. But the joint practice next week's against the Vikings in Minnesota. And then another one coming up in a couple of weeks against the Commanders at one winning drive. Orioles tonight taking on the Twinkies. Brandon Young against Bailey Ober. And we talk, hey, describe the Orioles in one word. I said toast, annoying, frustrating, inconsistent. Keith Law said Gunnar Henderson's numbers, horrifying. That is strong, man. .09 batting average in his last 16 games. Since the All-Star break, I believe he has the third lowest average in baseball. Not good.
No. Not at all. But
not Charlie Lau, but that's bad.
You're hoping for anything with this offense, and the only thing that maybe gives me confidence on the offensive side is actually seeing Brandon Young out there as your next starting pitcher.
Right.
Because at the very least, I know they're giving him an average of 5 runs every time he's out there. I think last time out, it was a little bit on the shorter side. It was tougher for him, but certainly much better than the Shane Baz stuff going on. So, got to lean into that.
All right, for 3 deep takes over, Nolan. Let's go to the Funhouse, because I'm sure everyone's real happy.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
This one here, texter says, listening to the segment with Brian, I was sitting here thinking, what positions are the Orioles actually set at moving forward? First base, I'll give you that with Alonso. Catcher, right? Shortstop, sure. But beyond that, not sure. There's a lot more question marks than answers right now with this roster.
Yeah, we look at a healthy Jordan Westberg, maybe third base. But when's the last time we've seen a healthy Jordan Westberg?
Right.
First half of 2024, for all intents and purposes. All three outfield spots up for grabs, I would think. I mean, Beavers will have a role somewhere. If Kowser can get it together offensively, he could fit in somewhere. You like Mayo's bat, but what position does he play? Still kind of scary. Almost horrifying defensively at third base. And Jackson Holliday just seems uncomfortable at second base to me. I don't know.
And let's do one more here. This texter says, Orioles fans should have seen the Kramer start coming last night, not because of any sort of revenge narrative, but because the guy is a good pitcher. Orioles fans are way too harsh on him during his tenure here. I'll miss Dean for sure.
I was cool with Dean Kramer, and I made it clear on the air and on social media. Was he an Oriole Hall of Famer? Maybe not. I mean, he could get some votes moving ahead, once he finishes his career. But, he could be helpful to Minnesota. Hey, Twins are ahead of the Orioles. Minnesota's a game and a half out of the wild card, and he helped them get closer with his performance last night. Dean Kramer's a guy that I will always, Nolan, think of fondly as an Oriole. Not someone I'll look back with, like Charlie Morton, hell of a guy, fine American, but, he sucked. Right. It's for the Orioles. Dean Kramer did not. He sucked at times, but for the most part, when he went out every fifth day, I kind of liked our chances of competing that particular day.
I think it's just such a shame that he missed significant time this year. What would his numbers have looked like if he wasn't injured? Would the Orioles have changed their tune? Would they have seen him and viewed him as more of an essential piece for next year? Ultimately, though, I think what Ryan Ripken said earlier in the show is correct, that Dean was never part of the long-term plans no matter what. He could have went out there and pitched like a Cy Young. It was never going to happen that way. So that's kind of the way I read it. But, when you have a full year of control left, I think maybe people at the very least would have wanted more than just that one piece in return, and that one piece to be an 18-year-old who's years away.
Yeah.
That player could be great, and only time will tell. But for this kind of trade with that much control left, I think you would have rather had somebody more game ready. But we'll see.
Yeah. By the time that guy makes it to the majors, if he does, I'll be collecting Social Security. And you might too. Nolan McGraw. Kyler Murray named starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. He will be the comeback player of the year in the NFL 2026. That's going to do it for us. 3 Deep coming up next. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
Show. Vinny and Haynie, 3 Deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books of Lefty One Sports. Quarterfinals at the Canadian Masters, and I think Spanish teen Rafa Hodar continues his incredible run. Hodar was ranked outside the top 100 in March. Now he's on the verge of the top 10. He goes up against Artur Fils, who's a top 20 player himself. But Hodar just beat him in straight sets last week at D.C., and he's seemingly getting better by the day. Hodar on the money line at minus 140. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter. Beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Summer's winding down and back-to-school season is officially here. Parents, You know it's about getting your home ready for the chaos of the new routine. That's why you got to check out Town Appliances back-to-school shopping event. Whether you need a high-capacity washer for muddy sports uniforms, a faster dryer for the morning rush, or a dorm fridge, Town Appliance, they got you covered. When I bought my GE fridge, Mirror, they made the whole process incredibly easy. They've been doing this for decades, and they'll take care of you, too. With flexible financing, free nationwide delivery, I love the delivery. They brought my refrigerator to my house, took the old refrigerator. That was the key thing to me when it was so easy. It's a perfect time to upgrade and save. So stop by the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Now, I've been there a few times now. It's a beautiful building. Or visit townappliance.com today. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we've been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan. forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Get 0% for 60 months on 2026 Santa Fe and Tucson models, plus no payments until November 2026. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Join Pathfinders for Autism at the Maryland Zoo for their 16th annual Run Wild for Autism 5K and 1 mile fun run and walk on September 27th. Enjoy free zoo admission after the race. Register now at pathfindersforautism.org/runwild 2026.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The revenge narrative ended up playing out for Dean Kramer last night as he held the O's to just 1 run on 1 hit and 1 walk through 7 innings. It's a familiar outcome for a team that has never maintained any sort of offensive consistency at any point this season, but the fact that they pushed 4 runs across after getting Kramer out of the game makes the missed opportunities sting a little bit more. Here's a post-game reaction from Craig Albernaz.
We squared up a few balls. I mean, we only had one walk on the day. Yeah, we couldn't get anything going. Like I said, we either hit it in the air to the big part of the field, or like that was it. Like honestly, like Dean did a really good job of getting weak contact by us, and we didn't have the answer for it.
Maybe getting Brandon Young back on the mound can help cure some of the O's offensive struggles. They've generated an average of 5 runs per game when it's his turn in the rotation, leading him to an 8-3 record so far. He'll be opposed by Minnesota's Bailey Ober with first pitch at 7:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s this afternoon, a slight chance of thunderstorms later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
This is the deepest that Kramer has gone all season. Went 6 innings 3 times as an Oriole. 6 2/3, trying to make it 7. He does. Cutter strikes out O'Neill. 7 strong from Dean Kramer in his Twins target field debut. 2-1, bottom 7.
Dean his command was really good today. Like, I think we had, Dustin counted, it was like 5 pitches that were like over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner, and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today. Looked like his glove side was higher than it usually was here, and then looked like his release point was higher as well, and threw a lot more four seamers, which we knew coming in, and that's what he did his last outing against Kansas City. But he still had the cutter going, the split was still there, and then he flashed a curveball when needed to. So that was a really good outing by Dean.
That's fun. 3 deep here on a Tuesday, and you heard the final call. Well, Dean Kramer's final out on Twins TV. Dean Kramer, who was frankly an absolute dumpster fire at the end here with the Orioles, he goes 7, giving up just 1 hit, which was a swinging bunt to Jackson Holliday, and 1 walk. Struck out 7. Twins beat the Orioles 9-5. They got some runs late once the game was already no longer in doubt. Kobe Mayo drove in some runs. Kobe Mayo might pass Gunnar Henderson in RBIs. There's an interesting stat. Anyway, after having a bit, and I'm sorry, guys, like being away and seeing them flounder and then scoring 9 on Sunday and then getting back to being this offensive embarrassment. Anyway, they lose 9-5, Bone, the first of 3 in Minnesota.
It was going to go one of 2 ways. Same exact thing with Grayson Rodriguez last week, right? He was going to shove or he was going to get shelled. And second straight outing against the former O, and they shoved. Grayson Rodriguez had the best start of his season. Dean Kramer had the best start of his season. And Dean Kramer was really struggling prior to getting traded to the Twins. His prior 4 outings, Ken, 19 innings, 26 hits, 20 earned runs, 7 home runs given up. He was giving up long balls like it was candy, and Dean was dialed in. He was pounding the strike zone, got a ton of swing and miss, 14 whiffs, a ton of soft contact on his splitter and his cutter. And he really leaned into the four-seamer the first go through the lineup, and then went to the splitter and the cutter. He had a 40% chase rate. They were chasing on everything, especially the splitter and the cutter. Like, it was absurd. The cutter was a 64%. And look, like Dean, hate Dean, whatever. I like Dean too. I think Dean got way too much from the fan base. He has shown up in big-time moments and big-time games, and if you don't think he wanted to show up against his former team last night, you're fooling yourself, and he absolutely shoved. It was the first start of his career in which he gave up just 1 hit in 7 innings.
Yeah, let's go with the bad news first. Playoff damage. Fangraphs fell from 13% odds to 9.1. Obviously, we saw... I think it was the throw by Narvaez. Yeah, Narvaez. Yeah. That the defense returned a little bit. But let's go with some of the positive stuff. They were 4 for 10 with runners in scoring position. I know some of that damage was late. I understand. But Kobe Mayo is really impressing me. I think, honestly, I'm not a person who likes to say negative stuff. I usually just keep my mouth shut. I'll give the critique. There you go. But there was a point where I was ready to leave Kobe on the side of the road, like genuinely. And I've completely reversed on that. And I know he's a young player. Even the defense has improved. I think, Tim, you and I were talking about that yesterday. I need to see a lot more of him. I hate to be a prisoner of the moment, but this is what this team does to you. It's whiplash. I'm high on CES. He chases everything. I don't, I'm kind of, maybe that the heat off that rock is gone at this point. Maybe he's obviously going to play still, but I need to see a lot more of Kobe. I like what I've seen from him in regard to his patience at the plate. I like how he's a lot more compact to the ball. He's hitting right-handed pitchers better. Jackson Holiday, I need to see him at the top of the lineup. He also had 2 more hits. So sticking with the positive, we know this is going to be an infusion of young guys. There's probably going to be some more young guys that aren't even on the roster right now. They're going to be getting an opportunity. So I'm trying to find the silver lining. And for me right now, and I already told you, Ken, you haven't heard what I'm doing the rest of the season. Or maybe you did. A Thursday in the torrential rain. I'm keeping my eyes low. I'm not looking up too far down the road because you can't. And so I'm going to try to find the little wins where I can, but there's not really much to be optimistic about going forward in regard to the playoffs because each day it seems like they're further and further away from that goal.
So I respect the optimism, and it's true to who you are, in much respect. I kind of look at it differently in that, was Dean dealing or just this offense stinks? I've got a giant sample now.
Ken, it was a 40% chase rate. Almost every other pitch, they're chasing out of the zone.
Of the two, right?
I think this offense stinks. Yeah. Okay, you give me 9 on Sunday. That's fantastic. But they had 11 runs in 7 games in August going into that game on Sunday. And then they scored some late runs. And Kobe Mayo's 45 RBIs. Gunnar Henderson is 47. Yeah. That's an epidemic right now going on with Gunnar Henderson. But, you can't give me 9 runs in a game and think everything's okay. And now we're right back to where we were before then, where they don't score until the game's over. This offense is a problem, and it was supposed to be their calling card.
Yeah, can I say this? I'm not optimistic on the outlook for the rest of the season, but what I'm trying to do is learn about these young players. Sure. You know what I mean? And so I think that when I sit down to watch the game, am I watching from the perspective? Look, a week ago, I'm thinking okay, the playoffs were they half a game out a couple days ago?
They were about a
Thursday. Thursday, so heading into that.
A little bit less than a week ago, they were half a game out. And I kind of felt like nobody's running away with anything. But if you don't string together a couple wins, and look, I feel like when you have Trevor Rogers on the mound, when you have Boz on the mound, when you have Bradish on the mound, even Brandon Young, I think you have an opportunity because I think they're going to keep you in the game. And look, I know we'll get into Trevor in a moment, but it was good enough to keep them in the game. It's just the offense is non-existent and it's inconsistent.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So that's the biggest problem. So no matter how optimistic I am, I mean, dang, that is what it is. We know that, right?
Guys, the run they scored off Kramer was a strike him out, throw him
double
out,
steal.
Double steal.
Where Jackson Holiday, to his credit.
Heads up play. Really smart play by Jackson Holiday. Absolutely. And then Gunnar recognizing it and diving headfirst into home plate. But that's where they're at. And yes, if you want to say, okay, they battled till the end, they strung together some quality at-bats late, sure, I'll give you that, but it's too little too
I
late.
agree with you.
Dean Kramer shoved. It was 7 innings. You couldn't touch him. Mm-hmm. That was the best.
He wasn't missing bats when he left here.
I gave you the numbers, the 4 starts heading into it. And now 2 strong starts. Now the one prior to this, the Royals, they stink. But right now the Orioles stink too. It's just... It's frustrating,
but
guys.
You know what's interesting, though, is that I think Gunnar hit him hard in his first at-bat. So did Pete. And I thought, okay, they're making hard contact. This is just going to continue. And then after that...
Well, and part of it, and I'm not giving this offense an excuse. That's a big outfield in Minnesota, and there was definitely some points where you're just hitting it to the big part of the field, and the outfielders are just coming down with it. But it's unacceptable. That was a game that sort of felt like a playoff game for both of these clubs. You were a half game behind the Twins heading into that one, going up against a guy that you know really well. He knows you really well. And clearly it was massive advantage Dean.
We'll get to the Trevor Rogers part of this equation just a little bit, but we have a huge Tuesday show, guest-wise, very busy. Part of our BBT crew. Is he doing BBT with you tonight, Bo?
No, Ryan.
Ryan Ripken will be with Bone tonight at 6 as game 2 of this series is coming up at 7:40. But Mike Bordick joins at 3 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on the Orioles as in the last week. Field Yates ESPN, NFL, fantasy football. We'll talk a little both with him at 4:30. Maryland quarterback Malik Washington's going to join us at 5. We'll preview the Maryland football season with him. And Andy Koska is in Minnesota covering the O's. What did he think of last night? What's he thought of the last week or so? And how bad does he think this offense is? We'll ask him at 5:30.
Yeah, a lot to unpack from last night and looking ahead down this stretch run for the Orioles, and maybe some not so good news coming out of one winning drive with Nate Wiggins carted off the field, and Jesse Minter did not really have much of an update after practice.
He did say, though, and we'll play it for you at 2:30, he said there is some early optimism, but the testing will tell the story.
I think the part is it more banged knees or twisted? I'm hoping it's more of banged knees, not twisted knees. You know what I mean?
Coming up next, though, the Trevor Rogers of it all. Velo up, control down. What did we think of Trevor Rogers last night? We'll tell you. It's 3 Deep here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel. Tomorrow, 10 till 2. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up aces.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Support, assist, care. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Enroll now for fall classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu. lincolntech.edu.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win, except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes, like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Be one of the first 100 adults in line each morning for a chance to win a free mystery gift card. You could be the lucky $500 gift card winner. Plus, the first 100 kids in line get a free DSG soccer ball. Take a shot at the Dick's Bald Experience for a chance to unlock exclusive prizes, premium collectibles, and surprises throughout grand opening weekend. Add flair to your fit at the Expression Lab, a hands-on customization station featuring shoe charms, customized totes, laser engraving, and more. Join us for special athlete appearances and score doorbuster deals all weekend long.
Join Pickles Pup this summer as they give away 50 most interesting Man of the Year bobbleheads. Just purchase a bucket of Dos Equis for $30 on the day of a stadium bobblehead promotion, and it's yours while supplies last. Join Pickles for Merryweather Wednesdays when they'll be giving away tickets to a show in Merryweather the following week. Plus, look for their Coors Light t-shirt and bucket giveaway coming in September. For more details, go to picklespub.com. It's all happening at Pickles Pub this summer. Just a home run away from the yard.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman. and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
They're just taking really good ABs off me, and the bullpen has been pretty well rested after Boz's really good start. If I had to say, get me back out there for the fifth, see what I can do, but I don't. It made perfect sense as to why he got me out of there with a 1-run lead. Yeah, it felt great. Body felt good. Ball was coming out well. It was just the command wasn't there. I don't know what it was. It was just one of those days where I couldn't find my command, and I was just battling myself all night out there. And I tip my cap to the Twins. They hard ABs the whole night, so they did a good job out there.
Trevor Rogers sounds much better with my favorite Cars song going on in the background. Trevor Rogers talking about his night. He came into the game. He hadn't walked a guy in 3 games, only 1 walk over his last 4 starts. He walked a guy bone in each of the first 2 innings. The velo was up. Ben McDonald was talking about during the broadcast, but he couldn't find his spots hitting guys. He was done after 4 innings, just gave up 2 runs, but was in trouble every inning. What did you think of Trevor Rogers last night?
He was off. He was off. No way around it. And heading into the game, when you just look at this on paper, you thought that the Orioles had the pitching advantage, but they didn't. Dean Kramer.
Little did they know.
Yeah, Dean Kramer absolutely outpitched Trevor Rogers. It wasn't even close. And I did think it was a little odd that he got pulled after 79 pitches. I get it. He was not on. He was playing with fire. It was first and second, nobody out in the first 2 innings, and he got out of both of those instances. But the leadoff man reached in every single inning. He wasn't getting any swing and miss. He had a 20% chase rate, which was a season low for him. And he was just pitching from behind. That was the biggest issue for Trevor Rogers. He had 2 walks and he hit a batter.
Hit 2 guys, I think.
Yeah, he only got a first pitch strike on 7 of 19 batters. So it was a very odd start, Ken. But when you consider that this bullpen, and give them credit, they've been getting it done a heck of a lot more often than not. But since the trade deadline, trading away Tyler Wells, you made it weaker. Mm-hmm. It's not as deep. And Cam Sanders got called back up. You have an extra guy in your pen because Bassett hasn't been activated yet. He'll be activated in the next series. And Sanders was good, but we know Rico Garcia has been struggling for a while. Grant Wolfram did not have it at all. And
that's second straight time. And walking 2 guys to get to Seager in Texas.
And when you pull Rogers after 4, that's asking a lot of your bullpen, and you're already down at that point 2-0. And with how this offense has been, and with how Dean Kramer was pitching, it felt like 8-0.
Yeah, I mean, is it Austin Sanders? Is that the kid's name?
Cam Sanders.
Cam Sanders.
Just call him Colonel.
I mean, no, not Cam Sanders, the pitcher, the kid that played for Minnesota, the leadoff.
Austin Martin.
That dude,
former first-round pick of the Blue Jays.
He had a heck of a day. I think he went 4 for 5 yesterday. I mean, I was so impressed with him, and I could just tell that Trevor, like Madison Bumgarner for me is the most consequential lefty that for me as a fan watching
World Series.
Yeah, well, just the way he met the moment. But he lived in the 94, 95 mile per hour range. Every once in a while he'd take it up a notch, but command was the most important thing about that made him special. And I think that when you sacrifice velocity for command, you see what happens. I mean, it just seemed like the Twins were just sitting on the fastball all game. It almost seemed like it was something they decided pregame, like, hey, let's sit off the off-speed stuff. Let's wait for a fastball. And, the command being down and then hitting two batters.
Yeah.
I just, he's been so good lately. It's almost like maybe he was just due for a little bit of regression. But I still think it was, if you had any offense at all, right?
Well, yeah.
You're still able to hang in that game. So when we're talking about that performance in regard to him being off, in the big scheme of things, it was decent enough to keep them in the game.
Well, Femi, and this is what we were saying last Thursday for Brandon Young's last start. Was Brandon Young sharp? Absolutely not. But was he able to keep him in the ballgame? Yeah. He was able to, much like Trevor Rogers, you're walking that tightrope because Brandon Young got out of a bases loaded jam, nobody out, a first and second jam, nobody out. The dam didn't break. But, Ken, I still think I would have sent Rogers back out despite it. 79 pitches?
His pitch efficiency wasn't there. He
wasn't.
Hit 2 guys. He was really living on the edge. The bullpens, I feel like they've done it with smoke and mirrors. But I was not surprised they pulled him because what's the thing we think about with Trevor Rogers? It's pitch efficiency. Like he's in the 6th, 7th inning and he's got 79 pitches. Yeah. He's through 4 at 79. And they got Sanders up during the 4th inning. Yeah. So I think they thought, and he had to work. The other thing, and we talked about him this a few weeks ago when they didn't bring him out and he was at a lower pitch count, like in the 7th. Like he was working his rear end off to get out of these jams. I think he was kind of spent, and he wasn't that good to start with last night. So you're sort of chalking it up to, okay, he's going to have one of those clunkers. That was a clunker. Now, unfortunately, Garcia and Wolfram threw gasoline on the fire, and the game's over.
And then at that point,
that's the problem, though, isn't it?
Yes.
That's kind of why.
Well, that and the offense.
That's why I lean toward the lesser of two evils is marching him back out there for another inning, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I'm super impressed with Cam Sanders. I referenced Hoppy the other day because I like the stuff, but obviously he doesn't have any command. And I think Steve came on. We talked to Steve.
Yesterday.
He called in yesterday. Yeah. So he kind of said, hey, look, everyone sees what you see, but that's why he's here. You know what I mean? He's a project, right? But Cam Sanders, now this is his second time, I think, right? Coming out and being effective, right? Recently?
It was. And unfortunately, the last time we saw him, it was that series in Houston immediately following the All-Star break. And remember, Ken, he picked up a win and then a save.
Yes, and then they sent him down.
Yeah.
That's right.
Through no fault of his own.
Yes. How many options do they have on him?
You get 3, I think.
I don't have the number in front of me, but this was someone as well, because I believe he came from the Pirates, and he was really struggling with the Pirates, and similar situation with Hoppy.
Change of scenery.
But Sanders, he's taking advantage of the opportunities.
I think, and granted, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you they know what they're doing with their pitching, but their starting pitching's been good. But I don't mind pulling Rogers because I've seen him at that 80 pitch mark run out of gas before, and he wasn't good at peak form yesterday. So I don't have a problem with it. Unfortunately, you probably don't think, okay, my next 2 guys are going to go up 7 runs.
I can see it both ways. I still lean with sending him back out there just because the more innings that this pen has to eat up, the more likelihood that there's going to be someone that isn't going to have it. Yesterday, and unfortunately, it was multiple guys that didn't end up having it. But look, could Rogers have gone back out in the 5th inning and given up another run or 2? Absolutely, there's certainly a possibility of that. But this bullpen it doesn't have the depth right now, and I just think it's a tall ask for them to eat the rest of the way after your starter just went only 4 innings.
Rico Garcia at one point, I think he gave up like 1 hit in his first,
He gave up 1 earned run in his first 21 appearances.
Yeah, and that was the only hit, too. It was a solo homer. His ERA is now closing in on 4.
Yeah. His last 14 appearances, he's given up 10 earned runs. It's just 10 earned runs in 11 2/3 innings. It's just...
he gave up 4 yesterday. He didn't get an out.
Yeah.
Now, Navarez didn't help him, but that's part baked into the cake of the Orioles, right? They play bad defense. And they don't hit.
It just kind of feels like you're constantly living on the edge. Like you need perfection to pull these wins out. And, the idea here is that starting pitching is what's carried them. And the bullpen has had great stretches for sure. The bats have gone silent pretty frequently. And then defense, right? So when you kind of look at all 4 levers in play, you need, 2.5? 2.5 out of 4 to win? And you're getting like 1.5 most evenings right now. Like, it's just not a recipe for success. So, to me, it's kind of like, it goes back to why I'm taking the philosophy that I'm taking, which is like not looking too far ahead. And what can I learn about these young guys, and what kind of stress can we put on them to see what they can become? And so, this is the kind of the main reason why I've been pitching this whole idea, like pun intended, of the lineup that's going to be, the best lineup that you can put out there regardless of defense at this point. And I think while you were gone, Ken, I think maybe Tim and I talked a little bit about high leverage situations coming out of the bullpen. Like, who do you trust? Like right now, I don't really trust Wolfram that much.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't really trust Garcia. And then it kind of puts stress on.
Who do you trust?
I mean, right now, I trust Cano.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The rest of them, it's kind of hit or miss. And I know the numbers aren't as bad as probably the way that I'm making it sound right now, but it's just kind of how, look, game to game, if you get into a high leverage situation, who's the guy that you want going out there? You know what I mean? Like who's the person you trust in the 7th inning to get you to Cano? If you think Cano is going to end up being your closer eventually, and I know they're doing it by committee right now, right? You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a lot of like duct tape and scissoring. If that makes sense.
Yes. Orioles and Twins back in action tonight at 7:40. Brandon Young, Bailey Ober, your pitchers in that one. Baltimore baseball tonight at 6. The Bone and Ryan Ripken. But here on 3 Deep, we're going to switch to football. And the big news out of camp today, Nate Wiggins goes down. We'll hear from head coach Jesse Minter. What did he have to say after training camp practice day? And what do we glean from everything we've heard as far as this injury is concerned? We'll get Femi's thoughts on what happened today with Nate Wiggins at camp. That's next here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Saxon's Diamond Centers is having a special event, Tides and Treasures, with designer Denny Wong. For 2 days only, they're featuring tropical-inspired jewelry, and you'll save 20%. Visit Saxon's Bel Air store on August 13th and Aberdeen on August 14th, or go to saxonsdiamondcenters.com.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd is even better. And that's Mount Washington Tavern. We've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, fresh, delicious, and something for everyone. But here's what you really need to know. Every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, $5 drinks all day. That's Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers. It's just a great place every day of the week. And if you're a baseball fan, the Tavern is your spot. You can catch the game because they got tons of TVs there. Grab a bite and hop the light rail if you have tickets. It goes right to the ballpark and right back to the Tavern after the game. Really easy. Reservations go fast, so call or book online today and say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck while you're there at Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers worked his shortest outing in over 2 months last night. He was pulled after 4 innings in which he allowed just 2 earned runs. 28 pitches in the second set him back from a pacing standpoint, but he was only sitting on 79 by the end of the fourth, and the team was only trailing by a run at the time. Here's the O's starter on Craig Albernaz's decision.
They're just taking really good ABs off me, and the bullpen was been pretty well rested after Boz's really good start. If I had to say, get me back out there for the fifth, see what I can do, but I don't. It made perfect sense as to why he got me out of there with a 1-run lead.
All hell broke loose after Rogers' early exit. Rico Garcia and Grant Wolfram combined to allow 7 earned runs between the 7th and 8th. And the NBA has announced its schedule for opening night of the 2026-27 season. The defending champion Knicks will raise their banner before hosting the new-look 76ers on October 20th. That's part of a triple header that also includes a Celtics versus Pistons matchup. And then in the late-night game, there will be a Western Conference Finals rematch between the Spurs and Thunder. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs in the upper 80s this afternoon. A slight chance of thunderstorms later tonight. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Obviously, we saw Nate go down during the one-on-one portion. Don't have a ton of information on that yet. We'll kind of get it looked at, see where it's at. I think there's optimism, but again, we'll look at it. We'll see where it's at. It's one of those plays. I mean, really not much between the two guys in the play. So whether it was hitting the ground or whatever it was, we'll see what it looks like.
So that's full disclosure, our first time hearing that. I've read the quote before. That's Jesse Minter today. Nate Wiggins went down during one-on-one drills. He was guarding Jacoby Lane. He could not, according to the beat guys, put weight on the leg. He was eventually carted off. Femi, you got a chance now to hear what head coach Jesse Minter had to say. You're very analytically inclined, and you're big into body and fitness and medicine. What do you hear from Jesse Minter?
It's probably better than everyone thought on the field in the moment. I was there for the Zay incident, and I knew right away he got kneed in the quad, so I wasn't worried about Zay at all because I was able to observe it. And I've observed so many injuries. I'm talking compound leg fractures, torn shoulders, dislocated elbows, dislocated fingers, you name it, I've seen it all. And not that I'm desensitized to it, because you never get used to seeing broken body parts. So it's not something I'm ever going to get comfortable with. Maybe some others are. But the first thing I asked you was tell me about what you saw. And I think the point of control was it a twist or was it a banging? Banging is way better than twisting, because twisting kind of falls almost in the non-contact category,
and that's scary.
And that's scary. That's what makes me nervous. So I need a little bit more information, but the fact that, and you know how measured Jesse is, he doesn't volunteer anything. You know what I mean? And in the short amount of time that we've been interacting with him. So I'm cautiously optimistic that if it is a twist, there was nothing torn. So maybe we could be looking at a week or two. If it's just banging, look, Zay was back out there today, right?
Yes.
So, which I was shocked by.
Today.
I honestly thought, and we were talking in our text thread, I thought he'd be out. Set him for a week.
It's the time of year where you can.
It's a perfect time of year.
Yeah.
And plus it gives some of those guys that are behind him an opportunity to get some snaps. TJ Tampa is the guy that I think about right away that's probably going to be one of the bigger beneficiaries. I think he's one of the low-key darlings of camp that people haven't talked enough about. I like his length. And this is the thing about TJ Tampa, is that if Nate is out for some extended amount of time, we already know he's going to get a lot of run in the preseason game, but this gives him a chance to get prepared for that.
I'm glad you brought up Tampa, because I don't think we've had this conversation with you yet, Femi, but Bone and I have talked about this. TJ Tampa is really the one guy that they have that is the prototypical corner that Jesse had with the Chargers, build-wise.
Yes.
Also, if you read Jeff Zrebiec's piece in The Athletic this week, he mentioned in his risers and fallers, I think, that the Ravens had fielded some calls on Tampa. People were trying to trade for him, but they in the last 10 months, but they said no. So obviously they see something in him. But
I did not know that.
Yeah, but I do. Tim and I spent a lot of time talking about the fact he's built like the guys he had with the Chargers.
Yeah, he's the prototype. 6'1", maybe a little bit taller than that. Long arms, speed, strong at the point, can jam receivers at the point of attack. I'm really curious to see. I mean, he was a 4th-round draft pick, wasn't he?
Yeah.
How many years has it been now?
This is year 3.
Year 3, okay, yeah. So he's one of those guys that for whatever reason, and I'm sure there's multiple ones, you just haven't gotten the look. He hasn't gotten the opportunity that you probably want him to get. But sometimes you wait, and then all at once you get a chance to kind of show what you can do. Now, he's been around. This is his third year, so he knows what training camp's about. He knows what NFL life is like. He knows that opportunities are rare. So my assumption is that he's going to get a ton of burn in these preseason games. And my hope is this. You never want a player to be hurt, of course, but I always try to see who's the beneficiary of things when things go wrong. And I think he's one of the guys at the top of my list.
It's one of these situations like baseball. Whenever you hear elbow, you fear the worst. Football, whenever you hear the cart, you fear the worst. Yeah. And I'm hoping it's not the case of a significant injury for Nate Wiggins. But
when you hear optimism.
Yeah, you heard Jesse.
I get nervous when I hear the cart.
We're trying to reel it in.
Yes, I get nervous anytime I hear the cart. And heck, in a positive way, I'm pretty sure Nate Wiggins was carted off last year during a game and came back and played the next week.
See, by the way, you said the quiet part out loud, dude. That's like when we were talking pre-show, kind of what I said. Like, everyone handles these situations a little bit differently. Like, look, I'm not saying it's wrong to get carted out and then come back. It's okay. Like, this is the thing. Part of an injury is the fear factor.
Dude, and I am by no means casting any aspersions on...
I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me right now.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is that thinking of the player, thinking of past incidents that revolve around some type of injury, and then thinking about the description and then the head coach, right? I'm gathering data and I'm aggregating it, and it's telling me a story. Yeah. So I'm cautiously optimistic right now.
Okay, let's go the optimistic route, and let's just say that the thing that sucks is... He was saying, and I was there Sunday, or I think it was Sunday when he met with the media, or whenever he last talked, I was there. And he was asked about being healthy for the first time in years and years and years. And for this to happen at this juncture and a knee, and you just hope that there isn't any lingering effects there. But when I saw the news, my mind immediately went to TJ Tampa. And I always say, Femi, I don't grade any draft or put any label on a player until after 3 years. I think 3 years is a big enough sample size, and it's kind of a put up or shut up year for the player. And that's how I view it for TJ Tampa. When he was selected a couple of years ago, the Ravens thought, oh my gosh, what a steal. Yeah. Like, how the heck was he even there in the fourth round?
I think he had like second round projection, didn't he?
Exactly. Yeah. And just the length and the prototype that he is for that bigger cornerback. So this is an opportunity for him, whether it's just short term or long term. This is an opportunity for TJ Tampa.
I'll one-up you on Wiggins last year, going off in the cart and playing the next week. When I was a kid, I was at an Eagles game. Clyde Simmons got carted off, came back in the game. Got carted off the field, came back in the same game. So sometimes, to your point, Femi, like, you feel like it hurts a lot, and then you calm down a little bit. You get in the locker room now, and I'm not saying that's what happened, but that does happen.
You get a little Toradol shot. You know what I mean? You do a shot of tequila, and then you go back in the game. You know what I mean? That's what you do.
One positive, injury wise, Travis Jones active today, back on the field practicing. That's a big
definitely
news.
Huge. I mean, I can't wait for Nnamdi to like have his full like practice, like to be out there. And I'm not even saying contact, just to be out there with the guys and to do all the things like in a non-padded practice. I'm so hyped to see that. And I think I made a point with Cordell. I think the D line is a little thin. You know what I mean? In regard to available bodies, especially young guys that are going to have to go in this game and play. They're going to get a lot of run.
Has been out too.
Yeah.
I think he was back today.
Yeah, Fubb hasn't, he missed a couple practices,
I think he missed 5.
Yeah, with Jones coming back, it's starting to round into form because Calais and Jenkins practicing over the weekend. Look, you
said they were stout, right?
I was very impressed with the D-line against the offensive line. They were not creating any running lanes.
Yeah.
I thought the defense kind of dominated the practice again on Sunday.
What are you noticing, Femi? And I know it's early, but like the difference have you seen anything with the way the defense looks under Minter and Weaver as opposed to the way it looked before?
It's an energy and a vibe more than anything because they're not doing anything exotic yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're not in full Minter mode yet.
I like that Minter mode.
But what I do like is that it seems like everybody understands their role and the communication is paramount. Like I see it. I see them doing it. You can tell that behind closed doors, they know that communication was an issue. You know what I mean? So thinking and projecting I've said this numerous times. I'm going to continue to say it until I see data that proves it otherwise. They're going to be in nickel and dime 80% of the time. You know what I mean? So, this group of DBs, this group of safeties. I mean, this is going to be such a safety heavy defense. Their base defense is going to be nickel. And when I listen to the guys talk about the communication and the coaching and the asks of the coaches and the one-on-one stuff they're getting, I mean, just listen to what Marlon said. And I know that Tim, you've been intensively listening to him for a long time, maybe more than I have, because I like Marlon a lot. I like Marlon a lot, the football player. Marlon, the human, is a little bit of an enigma to me sometimes because of the variance that I see. You know what I mean? And this is the thing. Every time when he does stuff, I always want to see what he's doing. I'm not for the fun stuff. I'm not one of those people. Like I'm not a comical, practical joke. That's not what I do. I'm more serious. But when I see Marlon pulling the layers back and I see him talking about his family and his kids and his football mortality and his dad, and I love that stuff. And to hear him articulate it so transparently and vulnerably, like that stuff, I love that.
Yeah, yesterday and Friday, Ken, we were talking, and we've always gone back to this. It was 2024 when the defense got shredded and Marlon Humphrey was saying, yes. And ever since then, he's been the mouthpiece to me. No, don't get me wrong, Femi, and I'll speak for you, and I think you'd agree with me.
Yeah.
He's a quirky, weird guy. He is. Yeah. But I think when he is conducting an interview, when he is at the podium, I do find him to be transparent,
first class, dude. It was amazing.
Introspective. Yep. Every time Marlon talks, I listen because I feel like I gain something from his press conferences.
I think he's willing to say things that other players aren't. And maybe because he made this point, and I didn't really know this, but when I think about what my kids have experienced, I can probably relate, and I'm going to tell you what it is. He didn't even know that his dad was a popular football player until his dad went to school, and people were like, Dad, why do people want to take pictures with you and stuff? That's the environment that he grew up in. So it's not like he has some air of football royalty about him. No, it's not even that. But I think that there are very few people that are unconcerned with the consequences of just being honest. Very few people. Every once in a while you play an edge and you don't kind of tell the whole story because you're worried about how people are going to interpret it and then what the consequences are. I feel like Marlon doesn't worry about that. And the way that he delivers stuff, it's almost like I know his intent is good. He has good intent, and I can appreciate that. And let the cards fall where they fall.
Ravens back on the practice field tomorrow at 10 a.m. But coming up next, what about the tight ends? Now, they entered last year with what most thought was the best tight end room in all the National Football League. It didn't work out that way because injuries and otherwise. But now they've got two rookies and Mark Andrews, and nobody's really shined yet. Any concern about the tight ends? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We talk Ravens, who's looked good at camp and who hasn't. And, of course, we'll talk Orioles as they face the Twins Game 2, and we'll focus on Game 3. How'd they do?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman, 3 Deeps, brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on home run bets. How will you play your game? Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager, and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no extra cost. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next home run bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for home run bets every Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with the home for home runs. So on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Dallas Cowboys and defensive tackle Quinnen Williams agreed on a 3-year, $105.9 million extension. The Cowboys defense looks to rebound from a tough year last year. Dallas kicks off the preseason at Seattle on Saturday night. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, Boston was trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,052 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 87. Tonight, cloudy with a chance of rain and a low around 75. Tomorrow, high near 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, Boston was trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,052 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Well, these guys are great. They come to work each and every day, work hard, and we're all kind of learning. Besides Durham, he kind of knows it all. But I just think that we're able to complement each other incredibly well, push each other, all the good things that you want in a room. These guys are, top of the notch guys, and it starts with Coach Grossi doing his thing. We all feed off him.
Oh, Jackson Brown there. That was Mark Andrews talking about the tight end room, and Dylan Smythe is the Dylan he referred to, and he's going to be the blocking tight end, obviously. He might catch a few balls, but I don't think he's going to be a big part of the receiving game, Femi. But you have Mark Andrews, and you have Hibner and Cuevas, and Hibner and Cuevas are talking today, so we'll hear from them a little bit later. But frankly, while Jacoby Lane has flashed about every day, we haven't seen a whole lot of flashing from the tight ends, and that includes Andrews. So where is your level of concern about the lack of, for lack of a better term, flashing from tight ends in camp?
Look, tight ends aren't flashy. And the idea that you're looking for flash, and not you directly, but more broadly, it's just not how it works. They flash in games because opportunities arise, and the play calls that they're going to be running when games actually start will actually involve tight ends. Right now, I don't think it's necessarily about that. They're more part of the check down game probably in the blocking scheme, but I'm not concerned right now. I think you made the point. I'm not sure if it was on air or not, but you're replacing a room of guys that was really cohesive.
Going into the last year.
That was really cohesive. I mean, Charlie Kolar, probably one of the most underrated tight ends in the NFL last year. Isaiah Likely, one of the biggest playmakers at the tight end position. Mark Andrews is going to be in the Ring of Honor. I mean, we're talking about a really, really good room. I look at Durham Smythe a little bit differently because I watched him in Miami. Dude, he can catch and run better than people give him credit for. I know that's not what he's here for, but if there's a universe where the two younger guys aren't quite ready for prime time, you're going to march Durham and Mark out there, and they're both going to be pass catchers. And I think Durham's athleticism and ability to catch the football, tuck it away, and run some dudes over is probably going to surprise people because that's not how he's been framed. But I tell you, he's more of a complete tight end than people realize. When it comes to Hibner, look, I already said he's got one of the highest RAS scores in NFL combine history. He is not going to be a bust. Is he going to be slow to grow? Maybe. I'm not ready to say that yet. He's a rookie. He's not Jacoby Lane. You know what I mean? Like, people don't have camps like that all the time.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that people just are just comparing rookies to rookies, possibly. When it comes to Josh Cuevas, I've seen him flash a little bit. I've seen him catch some touchdowns in team and 7-on-7. The guy that has flashed to me, and it blew me away when Cordell mentioned it too, because I was like, I thought I was the only person who was watching. Is it Ty Pezza? I think it's Ty Pezza. That's the undrafted tight end from Brown. He's super athletic, and actually he might look the smoothest catching the football out of the new tight ends, the young guys, but also he was a receiver converted to a tight end. So I want to give him a little bit of love because I've been paying attention to all of them. But right now, on a scale of 1 to 10, my concern is a 3. Now, coming out of the first preseason game, then ask me again, and I'll tell you if my concern is higher, because there will be no training wheels on in a preseason game. All the lights will be shining on everybody out there. You know, the eye in the sky doesn't lie, as we like to say. And then we can do a full breakdown analysis on route running, staying on sides, holding calls, yak yards, ability, physicality. We'll do the full critique. But right now, and this is the other thing, and I think, Tim, you and I talked about this. When it comes to Mark Andrews, there's only one box left for him to check, in my opinion. You know what I mean? And it is making big plays when big plays are required. That's what I need to see from him. I think he's going to have a bounce back season.
I think Cordell made a good point with us yesterday, and I was out there Sunday, and it was a rough day for Mark Andrews, who had a couple of drops and it just not able to create separation. And Cordell said at this point in camp, there would have been at least one, if not multiple practices where it was the Mark Andrews practice, taking over, just making big time plays. And we have yet to see that. And ordinarily I would say, who cares? Like, he's this deep into his career. But given the circumstances of him coming off the worst season of his career, that does give me some pause. Am I close to hitting the panic button? No. I think I'm probably at like a 4 or 5 if we're doing the scale where you were at a 3, Femi. But really what I've seen from the tight ends thus far, it's a lot of just passes underneath. There really hasn't been any hasn't been any chunk plays. There haven't been any wow plays by any of these guys. But am I hitting the panic button? No, we're not even a full 2 weeks into camp yet.
Femi, before we step out, one other thing I wanted to get to. So I think you've said in the past, and apologies if it wasn't you, but I'm pretty sure it was you. Your comp for Jacoby Lane was Isaiah Likely.
Yeah.
So how much, obviously Jacoby Lane's going to be a wide receiver, not a tight end, but he does similar things to what Likely did.
Yeah, it's the big playability more than anything else, and I wanted a comp that was on the team that fans could relate to. Like when Isaiah Likely left, people lost their minds. And what they don't realize is that Eric offered him 2 different long-term deals, and he declined them both.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be here, and it's okay. I'm okay with that. But this idea that Eric didn't try to re-sign him,
I also think he misjudged his market.
Yeah, he probably did, but he still got the same money.
Yeah,
he still ended up getting his money. You know what I mean?
But he got the money that he turned down here that Andrews got. That
it was a lateral move, but for him though, it probably was like, I'm free of all that. I can take what I learned here and I can do it there. I'll be the featured guy. I don't have to worry about anything now. Yeah. So I look at it as a win for him. But I digress. The reason I think the comp is Isaiah Likely is because Lamar is going to be looking for a big body downfield that looks covered and is going to go up in the air and get the football. I understand that, Isaiah probably ran a 4.78. He's 245 pounds. And Jacoby is, 6'4" and runs a 4.45, 4.46. But the thing is, it's the big playability and the ability to get vertical. And I think that's the comp that I was trying to impress upon people. And the idea that Lamar does have another big body athlete downfield that I think will be in crunch time, he'll be looking for.
Get back to the Orioles next as we're joined by Oriole Hall of Famer, part of our BBT crew, Mike Bordick. What do you think about Dean Kramer last night, the struggling offense, and losing his consecutive game errorless streak? We got to ask Bordy about that. Mike Bordick joins us next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, zip your lips and pay attention. Old Glory and Patriot Harley has secured 0% APR financing on all new Harley Davidsons this week. That's right, 0% APR and financing terms that can save you thousands on interest. There's hundreds of new and used Harleys in stock at Old Glory and Patriot Harley, ready for immediate delivery with finance experts on site to get you approved. 0% APR on all new Harleys this week. I said pay attention. Buy a Harley and pay zero interest. Old Glory and Patriot Harley Davidson is the largest Harley dealer group in the DMV. It's the best time to buy at Old Glory and Patriot Harley. Unapproved above average credit. End Sunday.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Dean Kramer turned in one of the best starts of his career last night against the Orioles. Kramer allowed just one earned run on one hit with one walk across 7 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz was impressed by his former pitcher.
His command was really good today. I think we had... Dustin counted, it was 5 pitches that were over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
Brandon Young will look to help the O's bounce back tonight against the Twins. Last time out versus the Angels, the Birds suffered a rare loss with Young on the mound as he allowed 3 earned runs across 4 1/3 innings. Minnesota will start Bailey Ober. BBT, presented by Jerry's Home Services, with Ryan Ripken and yours truly, gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 71. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 87. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles lose last night 9-5. They're back in action against the Twins tonight at 7:40. Baltimore baseball tonight at 6. The Bone and Ryan Ripken. And joining us now, another member of our BBT crew. He's an Oriole Hall of Famer. And until, a couple days ago, he held the record for consecutive errorless games by a shortstop. Was broken, I think, over the weekend by a shortstop, Jacob Wilson. It's Mike Bordick. And Bordy, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. We'll talk about the Orioles in a minute. But your thoughts on that streak? You no longer are the holder of this errorless streak, Bordy.
Yeah, I know. Sad day, right? I mean, oh my gosh, we all mourned for it for a brief second.
I know I did.
I did, Bordy.
To Jacob Wilson. I mean, that's pretty cool, man. For somebody to break that kind of record, especially nowadays, man. It just seems like defense in the major leagues is just an afterthought.
Here.
So for somebody to have that kind of focus is pretty cool.
Hey, Bordy, this is funny. This is Femi here. I've never got a chance to meet you in person, but I've been watching you since I was a kid. I grew up in Santa Cruz, so I was an A's fan. Right. I had an A's pendant I used to wear. I wore 33 in college for Jose Canseco, and I played left field. And I was such a big fan of the A's. Did you ever make your way down to Santa Cruz? Are you familiar with the area?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I love my time out there, Femi, as an Oakland A. So I think it's kind of cool that, an A kind of now has the record, but I also thought it was kind of cool that Cal had all those fielding records, and then to keep it in Baltimore, I think was pretty cool too.
Hey, let me ask you a baseball question now. So I'm going to move to Jackson Holiday. I recall when he first came back off is it the IL for baseball? Is it IL?
IL, yes.
IL, exactly. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And I felt like he was pretty catalytic. They'd won 10 out of the first 14 games when he came back, and I know he's kind of hitting down in the lineup and just making plays here and there. And now I'm watching him kind of find his, I know he had that little 0 for 18 stint, but he's kind of coming out of that now. I'd really love to see him at the top of the lineup. I love the athleticism. I love the speed, the little play that they had yesterday with the double steal. I just feel like I know he's young, but he's a really intelligent player. In the future, where do you see him in the lineup? Is he going to be a leadoff hitter? Do you see him more as a two-hole hitter? Like where do you see him going?
Femi, this is the big mystery, isn't it? Because nobody knows where to put any of the Orioles hitters, to be honest with you, just because they're so inconsistent. They get hot and they look good. Listen, it was just last year or 2 years ago, I think it was Manzolino proclaimed that he was going to be the leadoff
last year.
Orioles. Okay. So he's got that in him, enough to where Manzolino thought he could potentially be a leadoff hitter. And we've seen these moments of brilliance with not just Jackson Holliday, but every one of the young Oriole players. But unfortunately, it's the inconsistency that kind of reminds us, oh, they're so young. Oh, my gosh, they probably should still be in the minor leagues figuring this stuff out so that there aren't the incredible 0 for 18 lows and then, another good week and then a down week. They're able to iron it out just a little smoother. But, yeah, I absolutely see that from Jackson Holliday. Listen, when he can figure out who exactly he wants to be as a hitter, because I still think he wants to be that power hitter, man. And I think Gunnar Henderson's the same way. They just want to hit 40 and 50 home runs. And those days might be down the road for those guys. But like I even tell the kids I work with, first you got to figure out how to hit, and then you can become a power hitter. So I think him trying to figure out how to use the whole field to his benefit, keep his average up, his on-base percentage up, he'll figure out how to be a good power hitter. But, yeah, I think he could definitely be a leadoff hitter for sure.
Bordy, we've seen a lot of Dean Kramer over the years. It was the first time we saw him go up against the Orioles last night, and all he did was have one of the best starts of his career. Was that more Dean just being that on, or was it this Orioles offense chasing a lot? It was a 40% chase rate Kramer had last night.
How could we trade that guy? Oh, my gosh. I mean, to be honest.
Hey, they got an 18-year-old outfielder, Bordy.
Right. Well, we'll see him one day, I'm sure. But, listen, Dean Kramer, this was an emotional game for him, I feel. I think he had the biggest chip on his shoulder, and I think he's had it since spring training. The day they sent him down, they optioned him out, and I think he just said, I will somehow get my revenge. And he had one of his best games ever. And I think it was a combination, too, of just that inconsistent Orioles offense. And Dean Kramer had one of his better games, man. He was dotting his fastball. The split, he was moving around pretty good. They talked on air about how he kind of changed his arm angle a little bit, got up on top a little bit more, and it was very effective. I think we all hope nothing but the best for Dean Kramer, but it was, I don't know, this seems like commonplace, right? Either it's going to be a terrible pitcher that shoves against the Orioles or a former Oriole that shoves against the Orioles. I mean, it just seems the way of it right now.
Talking with Mike Bordick, it's 3 Deep here on The Fan. Bordy, you mentioned inconsistently. Let's talk about someone who's been very consistent lately, consistently bad, Gunnar Henderson. He's 2 for his last 25 with 2 singles. Cubby Mayo's about to catch him in RBIs. He's 2 behind him. How do you explain what's going on with Gunnar Henderson?
Yeah, this is it's really hard to explain, Ken. I think at the highest level of most sports, it's just become such an incredible mental game. And if your confidence isn't right, the game just eats you up, man, because everybody is competing at the highest level. And baseball is just that sick game that understands when guys aren't confident. And, man, does it beat you down. And there have been moments where Gunnar, we thought he was turning the corner or this was going to be it, the big hit that finally gets it done. But it's almost like every day, just the year and a half of utter rage that we witness from Gunnar is just kind of caught up to him. The poor guy is just full of cortisol right now. He's stressing out every at bat. He wants to be the guy, and it's just not happening for him. If there was a way to just pull himself out of himself and relax, find a way to just enjoy the game that I know he loves and I know he loves working at, but that's what I see. I just think it's a mental game, and unfortunately, baseball's got him right now, and it'll let him back up if he keeps doing the right thing, and I think he will.
Yeah, Bordy, I think that most people would probably say that Pete Alonso is the MVP of this team, but the guy that I've been most enamored with is Brandon Young. I know he's been working on his splitter grip, and I know that his last 2 starts haven't been up to his standard, but that's probably his floor now. I don't know where his ceiling is right now, and I'm so high on him. He's stoic. I love the way that he interacts with his teammates. I just trust and I believe him. I believe in the character that he is. Give me your analysis on Brandon Young and what you think his ceiling is, and do you think what we've seen lately could be his potential floor, which isn't all that bad?
Yeah, that's a good question, Femi. I think a guy like Brandon Young is really interesting to me because he couldn't quite figure it out, in some of his earlier opportunities last year. And I think a lot of people were down on him. And like what happens to a lot of players through repetition and maturity and maybe a word or two from the right person, something clicks. And it certainly has clicked for him. And let's hope he can run with this. And this truly is Brandon Young because, wow, what an effective pitcher he is. And I agree with you totally. This guy stabilized the rotation when they needed him most, and people started following suit. I know we say Bradish is the ace, and I know we say Trevor Rogers is the ace, but when pitchers like Brandon Young step up, it makes everybody take note and say, wow, listen, this can happen to a lot of people. We better be on our games. And I think it picked everybody up in that rotation, and they all went on a nice roll. The question, Femi, is this. Okay, if we say this is his floor, let's hope it is, because it's still okay. But what if it isn't? And how is he going to respond? Because we've seen in the past, and it goes right back to that mental game, man. Trevor Rogers had a hard time controlling that mental kind of part of the game. How will Brandon Young respond here? If he all of a sudden has another clunker, will he be able to right the ship? Will he be able to right the ship on his next start and make the adjustments that need to be, made at the highest level? So I love watching him pitch. I think coming up with that good split finger and being able to take, the velocity off of it and control it pretty well, I think it's been his bread and butter. But all these guys, man, it comes down to fastball command. And if they don't have their fastball command, it's going to be a tough outing. So getting back to harnessing that, I think is going to be the most important thing for both Brandon Young, Trevor Rogers, really everybody, I think, in the rotation right now.
Bordy, it certainly feels like a land of opportunity again with this Orioles team in the final 40-plus games, and something we're going to get into on the other side. Do you want to see Heston Kjerstad get one last chance down this stretch? Because he'll be out of options next year, and they're going to have to make a decision on him. Do you want to see him get one last run?
Well, I got a couple things. Listen, man, I'm not saying I think all these kids should they should get opportunities. I don't know that any of them have been really treated the right way and understand that they got a fair evaluation or shake. But I know this. The stuff that we witnessed from Heston Kjerstad, I would never have him play big league outfield ever again on my team, okay? And as an Oriole fan, I mean, come on. We have seen terrible defense. Heston Kjerstad was one of the worst outfield defenders. I mean, it looked like he had a really hard time tracking. I don't know if it's going to happen. And, okay, that said, yeah, I hope he gets a chance to come up because his bat could potentially play. That was his whole game anyway, and it's the whole game with every one of these young Oriole bats. They're all offense. Well, we got to find out if they can hit. Can they hit enough to overcome their terrible defense? That is the question. So, yeah, give him a shot. Why not? If you only got him for a couple more months, you better figure it out, because if he turns it on and does some incredible things like Kobe Mayo's starting to do right now, man, could he, you could potentially trade him, flip him, something, get something out of him for sure.
Bordy, what's going on in the podcast?
Well. We've got young Christian Franklin going to be on the podcast here later on this week on the Be More Baseball podcast. Check it out. I know we've been getting some pretty good runway with Buster Olney's comments. So check that out. It's the Be More Sports Pod. And also my new podcast, Rocks the Pearls, over on the League of Dreams site, leagueofdreams.org. Check it out. Help our special needs population, please. And I know you give me a hard time, Ken, about, eating steak all the time. But, man, I want to encourage health and wellness. We really need it now more than ever. So if anybody's listening, you can really change your life by figuring out the right food to eat, man. So take care of yourselves out there.
No carbs, right,
yeah,
Bordy?
That's right, yeah.
No carbs.
Yeah.
You can go low carb, man, because, fruit, vegetables, things like that, whatever. I don't eat them, but, some people may think you need them.
Bone marrow? You down for bone marrow?
I'm all about the bone marrow. You know that. Put a little heart and liver, and I'm all with you, buddy.
Ask about the organs.
What was the thing you ate that you almost died? What was it, the thyroid?
Yeah, I tried that little beef thyroid. So I highly recommend not eating that.
40. Why?
Adrenal glands either.
Oh, why? Why would you do that to yourself?
It's an N1 experiment, brother.
Oh, wow. Okay, we got to talk.
40, you're the best, man. We'll talk soon.
I love it.
All right. See you guys.
Yeah. Coming up next, Baltimore Chop. When are we going to see Heston Kjerstad? What about Enrique Bradfield? We'll answer that question here on 3 Deep on the Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We talk Ravens, who's looked good at camp and who hasn't. And, of course, we'll talk Orioles as they face the Twins Game 2, and we'll focus on Game 3. How'd they do?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Baltimore, it's Ken Wyman. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus. Classes start August 12th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 100 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Online hybrid classes available. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any 2-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Femi, Tim, and Ken break down the birds.
This is a big Baltimore chop.
Baltimore Chop on 3D.
Big chopper over the mound.
105.7 The Fan.
So, Here's a set, and the pitch. There goes the runner. And oh my, goodbye. That ball has hit a ton to the left of the 10 out there in deep right center field. A 2-run bomb off the bat of Kjerstad have tied things up. Boy, he'd been struggling at the plate. He didn't struggle on that one.
Fastball left over the inside third, and he left no doubt. You're right about that.
That's Buffalo Bison's television. Heston Kjerstad hitting a bomb, and there was a time where we thought Heston Kjerstad was going to be a regular here in Baltimore. We haven't seen him for a minute now. Are we going to see him before the end of the season? Because, Bone, as you put it, it should be the land of opportunity. Now, Bordy doesn't want to see him in the outfield, but how about the bat?
I'm with Bordy, everything that he said. We know it's rough watching him play in the field, but this seems like his last chance because next year he's out of options. He has one option remaining, and obviously you lose one with each year. So you're going to have to make a decision on him, and wouldn't you want to give him a decent runway here for either A, he proves, okay, maybe he can have a role with you, or B, build up even a modicum of trade value for him heading into the offseason. I just think, why not? What do you have to lose at this point? But I will say this, and I mean this with all due respect to Christian Franklin. Yeah. You acquired Christian Franklin for cash, and Christian Franklin had yet to make his major league debut. So is that an indictment on Heston Kjerstad? Is that an indictment on Enrique Bradfield Jr.?
Well, Femi, let me jump in here.
Yeah,
I think what it is when you built a roster that doesn't value defense, and Christian Franklin, his one thing he can do is he's a good defensive outfielder, play all three positions. I think it's an indictment on what Heston Kjerstad can do in the outfield. Like, quite frankly, a bad defensive team, and he might be the worst defensive player in the system. So you want a guy that you feel comfortable catching the ball.
You look at Heston, though, recently, and he's struggled in the month of August, 182 batting average. But prior to that, July, he was hitting 291, 852 OPS. He's still got a respectable 717 OPS. And the other guy, Enrique Bradfield Jr., he's hitting pretty well in the month of August, and that, of course, is the question with him. But he already has major league caliber defense, so wouldn't you want to give that a look-see with this team? You need to start making decisions, and it gets back to the conversation we've had. Like, Leody Taveras is not going to be on this team next year. Like, I would like to see both of these guys get some run.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I've studied both these guys. I've referenced Bradfield because I thought that in this land of opportunity, I thought he'd be called up at some point. So from just the perspective of opportunity, I definitely would like to see Bradfield. I know at one point he was in the top 100 rated MLB minor league players, I think, in the system, right? In the Orioles system. Wasn't he ranked in the top 100 at some point?
I don't know if he is now. He might have cracked it at some point, but probably fringy.
Yeah, Keith Law had him ranked number 97 overall, I guess, before the season started. Yeah, so he's not in the top 100 right now of the MLB top 100 pipeline. But in regard to Heston, I haven't seen Heston play ever. I've never had the pleasure, I guess you could say. But I was so blown away by Bordy's, honest response.
He's not wrong.
You know what I mean? So he's a bat. Is he going to DH then if he was to come up? What role would he play?
DH right-handed pitching.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I have my cheat sheet on either one of these players. But in regard to where the organization is and making long-term decisions about talent, I'd like to see both guys come up and play. I mean, everyone else has gotten a chance. You referenced Christian Franklin. Why not?
Can I mention, Heston Kjerstad is another guy who has regressed in this organization, and it makes me think about Dylan Beavers. And Dylan Beavers, Bone, a year ago, we were very high on Dylan Beavers, and he was impressive both at the plate and in the field. I watch him now. Every fly ball looks like a struggle for him, and he doesn't look like he's seeing the ball at the plate at all.
I think And I really like Beavers, and I still, hold out hope for Beavers, and I want to see him play damn near every day, if not every day. But you're right, Ken. It's especially in this recent stretch, it seems like he doesn't get good jumps on balls, and it never looks comfortable. It never looks natural. And Ken, he's played center field multiple times this year. He's not a center fielder, so you need to keep him in a corner spot. But yeah, it just hasn't looked natural.
I watched him, I'm watching on my phone at Logan Airport. Shout out Masson app, and he's going back on a ball. He was in left field last night, right?
Yes.
He went back on a ball, and I'm watching him going, that looked like I couldn't track a fly ball to save my life. And he looked like a guy that wasn't experienced on tracking fly balls. It just looked very uncomfortable.
Yeah, the thing that I noted, I've always noticed this odd kind of hitch in his swing. And what's interesting is I think Ben McDonald was talking about it last night. It's not the most direct path to the baseball. It's almost like an uppercut. It's not a flat swing that keeps his bat in the zone. So it's almost like he's got to be perfect when he makes hard contact. And what year is this for Beavers right now?
His second year.
Beavers, first full year, because Beavers got called up in August to maintain rookie eligibility.
The reason I asked
that draft pick bump.
Well, the reason I ask is I felt like that's something they would have tried to work on and get rid of at some point. But maybe it's just so built into his swing that's just what it's going to be going forward. You know what I mean? But yeah, he doesn't look comfortable with the plate. He definitely doesn't look comfortable in the outfield. So I mean, I see exactly what you guys see.
We're going to take some calls at the bottom of the hour, 410-583-1057. But coming up next, an existential crisis for the Orioles. Who the heck should lead off for this baseball team? We'll get into it next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on The Fan's YouTube channel. Tomorrow, 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
The summer sell-a-thon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR, FHFur.com.
Want to help empower your community? Become an election judge. You'll help set up, check in voters, and make sure voting runs smoothly. It's a paid position, and students can earn service hours. No experience necessary. We'll provide the necessary training. Learn more and sign up today at vote.md.gov/vote2026. For trusted information on voter registration, deadlines, and voting options, download the Go Vote MD app. Sponsored by the Maryland State Board of Elections and the Maryland, D.C., Delaware Broadcast Association in cooperation with this station.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Join WJZ-FM as we celebrate the grand opening of the new Dick's House of Sport at Annapolis Mall. We'll be here Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with great giveaways, kids' activities, and much more.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Nate Wiggins suffered a lower leg injury and was carted off the field during today's practice. Coach Jesse Minter said there is optimism about the injury, but Wiggins needs to undergo testing. Stay tuned to 3 Deep for the latest. Manager Craig Albernaz had a quick hook on Trevor Rogers last night versus the Twins. Rogers was removed from the game after throwing 79 pitches and allowing 2 earned runs on 4 hits with 2 walks through 4 innings.
They're just taking really good ABs off me, and the bullpen was been pretty well rested after Boz's really good start. If I had to say, get me back out there for the 5th, see what I can do, but I don't. It made perfect sense as to why he got me out of there with a 1-run lead.
The O's will try to even up the series tonight against the Twins. The starting pitching matchup features Brandon Young opposite Bailey Ober. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. The NBA announced that the Knicks will raise their championship banner on opening night on October 20th as they face LeBron James in his debut with the Sixers. The Christmas Day slate features the Sixers playing the Lakers, as well as Spurs Knicks, Heat Celtics, Thunder Timberwolves, and Nuggets Warriors. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 71. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 87. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 Deep on 105.7 The Fan.
So, a question we've been throwing around, and I know Femi's on the Jackson Holiday train in this whole thing, and why not at this point? But who the heck should lead off for the Baltimore Orioles? So, pregame recently, Craig Albernaz was asked about Gunnar being the leadoff hitter, and here's what he had to say.
He's got to go. That's the biggest thing. Not many teams have a Gunnar Henderson, and we do. And Gunnar is, been struggling for the results, but the process has been great. But, for us to get where we need to go, Gunnar Henderson has to be Gunnar Henderson. And, we have all the faith in the world. His at-bat quality has been outstanding. He's been getting walks. He's been hitting the ball hard. And now it's just finding some open area on the field. And, so we're going to keep having Gunnar in a leadoff spot because he's a game-changing player.
Does him down could take some pressure off of him, or would it maybe be some kind of a blow to his confidence? You don't want to really try that.
No, well, I mean, we got 40 games left. There is no confidence. There is no lack of belief. Our best players have to go out and play and perform, and we want Gunnar to get as many as best as he can.
Orioles have a lot of problems. One of them is their best player. Well, the one who we thought was their best player is frankly bad this year. He says not many teams have a Gunnar Henderson. Well, maybe the guy from the last couple years or last 3 years, but this Gunnar Henderson, a lot of teams have a guy that's a one-war player. He's frankly not a good baseball player. And I'd argue with all their problems, if Gunnar Henderson was a player he was a year ago, where he was over a 5-war player, they're a playoff team. So if we keep shoving this round peg into the square hole, it's gotten us nowhere through 120 games, Bone. What are we doing here?
120? Today's the 120th game. There's 42 games remaining after tonight. The logic that Craig Albernaz is that's logic you use in May.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's a slow start. First month of the season. We still have so much time. At this point, it is the definition of insanity, like you're saying, Ken. He led off the entire Rangers series. He led off last night. Guys, he's 0 for 14.
He's 2 for 25, I think, since that triple.
In his last 4 games, I just don't see who this is helping and why they continue to insist upon it. And you hear Craig Albernaz, the lineup's not out yet, but when it does come out, I envision that he will be leading off. But Femi, you've been saying this going back to last week, and at this point, I'm with you. Like, just have Jackson lead off. You can look back to July 8th. That was the first 4-hit game against the Cubs, and then they benched him the next game because they were facing a left-handed starter. Jackson, in this 27-game stretch, is hitting .346. He's got a .441 on base, an .890 OPS, 19 strikeouts, 14 walks. That's still a really good ratio. You got to do something different. Like jamming Gunnar Henderson in this leadoff spot. And look, we did the segment yesterday, Femi. Like, I still think Gunnar can be a great player.
Absolutely.
But he's not a great player right now. He's not close to a great player right now. And just jamming this in, I don't think this is helping anybody.
Yeah, I'm not even going to break the statistics down on some time horizon that favors my point. I don't even need to. I can just go full season numbers. Holiday, 350 on base percentage. Gunnar, 294. Holiday's chase rate, 24.7%. Gunner's is over 30%. Just look at the slash lines. And check this out. Holiday's road split. A big reason why I mention this is that they have this 10-game road trip that they're on. His road splits are insane. This season, he's hitting 282, 378 on base percentage, and 449 slugging with an 827 OPS. This is on the road for the whole season. This is a perfect opportunity to put him at leadoff for this 10-game road trip. I won't even say Gunner's numbers because we know what they are. We've been kind of beating this horse for a minute. Sometimes this happens, right? You who did you talk about yesterday? Was it George?
I brought up George Springer. I'm not comparing.
No. But we thought he was washed and he came back.
Because he was someone at the end of his career. Because Femi asked, we were talking during a break, like, gosh, can you think of someone where it looked like it was done, it was over, and then they come back? Because Springer,
there's
looked
a few
like,
guys.
And last year, he was a monster for the Jays going to the World Series.
I think Byron Buxton did it. I think Adrian Beltre did it. I've actually found a bunch of guys that kind of match that.
Guys have done it.
Yeah, guys have definitely done it.
But this is unique in terms of Gunner's having a bad year in the prime of his career.
He's 25.
So that's
the
unique.
outlier part.
Yeah.
So this is the thing about Jackson. I think there's so much. I feel like the ceiling. And look, he was 1-1, right? Like what I'm saying is not. It's Captain Obvious stuff. But I know that there were a lot of people that were willing to trade him. They thought he was washed. They thought that he didn't deserve to get drafted where he was drafted. There's a world, and I think, was it Steve Molesky yesterday that said this? It might not have been Steve, but somebody said it recently that we had on a call, that he thinks that Jackson can be a 280 hitter, can hit 15 bombs, steal 25 bases, and be really competent in the field. I think those are outstanding numbers. You know what I mean? If you look at what Jackson's doing right now and you project that forward. And I think he should be at the top of the lineup. And now I think there's a universe where he could probably hit more than 15 bombs. I feel like hasn't he done that already?
Yeah, it's 17 last year.
Exactly. So he's only 22. So I just think that it's arrows up for Jackson. I mean, look, the team is not toxic, but the situation is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think those players, like, you know how sometimes teams are toxic and they're fighting and there's arguing? Internal toxicity is like, that's when you just clear the house out. I don't see that. What I see is a mismatched set of guys, square peg, round hole situation, right? And you guys know that I've been a big fan of, I don't want to talk, I'm not trying to say that, and it was Tony Gwynn Jr. that we were talking to when I brought up this point. I miss the part of baseball that valued contact hitters and moving players around the bases. I understand the launch angle and the power and trying to hit all the OPS numbers and the slugging. Like, I get all that, but sometimes you need to regress back to the roots, in my opinion. And I think that can be an elixir for the O's. And look, we're going into 2027, which could end up being a strike season. So like, there's so many
lockout, not strike.
Sorry, exactly, a lockout season. My bad. You're right. This could be an owner's thing, right? So it's just, there's so much uncertainty going forward. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I preface by saying I fully expect Gunnar Henderson to be bat leadoff tonight when the lineup comes out. But I'm kind of done with him in leadoff. And I'm done with Dylan Beavers at leadoff. Like, those are non-starters for me. So the only guy left realistically is Jackson Holiday.
Yeah. Christian Franklin.
He's got one major league hit.
Hey, Ken, he hit leadoff last week? Or was it Friday?
He did. I know. it's Jackson Holiday. It's the only other guy, unless you bring Enrique Bradfield Jr. up and you go with the prototypical leadoff guy, and you deal with the growing pains of the bat. Because if he gets on base, he's with the rules the way they are, they're probably running him every time he's on first base. So you getting action on the bases. That's the only other option, and I don't love it, but I'll go with an old school style leadoff guy.
At this point, you're just throwing stuff against the wall, hope something sticks.
Orioles and Twins, game 2 of the 3-game series tonight at 7:40. Brandon Young on the bump for the O's. Baltimore baseball tonight coming up at 6. It's the Bone and Ryan Ripken. But coming up next, we want to hear from you. 410-583-1057. We can talk O's. Who would you like to see bat leadoff? What did you see last night as Dean Kramer one-hit the Orioles? Are you still holding out hope for the O's? Also, the Ravens. Nate Wiggins goes down. Got some information. We don't know anything officially yet, but maybe we know now why Jesse Minter was saying optimism. We'll get you that. But your thoughts on the Ravens, on Wiggins, on the tight ends. 410-583-1057. We hear from the people next on 3 Deep here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We talk Ravens, who's looked good at camp and who hasn't. And, of course, we'll talk Orioles as they face the Twins game 2. And we'll focus on game 3. How'd they do?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA announced its opening night schedule. The new season will tip off on October the 20th. The Celtics at Pistons. 76ers with LeBron James at the Knicks. And the final game will feature a rematch of the Western Conference Finals with the Thunder at the Spurs. Night 1 will have tons of storylines to keep an eye on. LeBron James at MSG on opening night. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tonight, cloudy with a chance of rain and a low around 75. Tomorrow, high near 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Time to hear from the people. Let's get right to it. 410-583-1057. You got your Orioles questions, your Ravens questions. Let's get started with Ryan in Baltimore. Ryan, you're on the Fan.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good.
What's
up, Ryan?
So the one thing that's been frustrating me, and like it's been frustrating everybody, is just the continuity in the lineup and the positions. And I'm really hoping that this offseason, I'm already thinking towards the offseason. Yeah. I'm hoping that the Orioles can find some lockdown players for each position because I'm sick and tired of the constant platooning of different guys every single day. I mean, it's okay to have 1 or 2 utility guys, but you can't have a revolving door of 6 different outfielders. We did it a year ago before Pete Alonso came, and I thought we were actually going to get some consistency with signing Pete Alonso. You weren't going to have the Mountcastles, Urias, Basayo, Mayo, XYZ playing first base. But I'm just tired of having a different single line, not even just a different single lineup, but just different position alignment every single night. But I do have a question for you guys, and I don't know if it's recency bias just because of yesterday with Dean Kramer, but there's a famous story that I was told, and I can't remember the pitcher exactly. I think I want to say it was Greg Maddux. When he was in high school, his pitching coach told him to move his slider grip 2 inches to one side of the ball. After that, it became one of his most deadly pitches. How come it seems like whenever a pitcher or even another position player leaves the Orioles, they find that 2-inch adjustment that makes them just spectacular? We saw it happen with Arrieta years ago with the cutter. Orioles wouldn't let him throw a cutter, then he becomes a Cy Young winner. I mean, it seems like, I know that they were talking about with the arm angle with Kramer, but you're telling me all the pitching coaches that supposedly developed guys great couldn't figure out that raising his arm angle a couple inches would make him be able to throw his fastball better?
No, I hear you. You're preaching to the choir. I still do wonder how much of what we saw last night was Dean Kramer's greatness and how much was the lineup sucks. And the other point he's making, this constant platooning of players, like
we've talking about for years.
Yeah, like it's okay. And Ryan's right. It's okay to have one. Like the Orioles were an incredibly successful team under Earl Weaver, and they platooned left field with Lowenstein and Renicky like for a while. Like, so you can have one platoon,
position, but not four.
but not all over the place.
Exactly. How are you supposed to find a groove if you're always going in and out? You can't. Yeah, and
that's why they're stunting the growth of these young guys.
Yeah, and look, Captain Obvious over here again. But when they were struggling in the field on the defensive side of the ball, it's like just put your best nine-hitters out there. Like that's not complicated. And didn't we have a debate about analytics for a couple of days? Wasn't there an analytic heavy day about the use of analytics?
Yeah.
Like, I'm as analytic heavy as anybody, but
Yeah,
sometimes you just got to use your eyes. You know what I mean? Like if you want guys to get comfortable and you really want to see the value the guys get, the only way you get good at hitting left-handed pitching is doing what? Hitting left-handed pitching.
410-583-1057. Rashawn, you're on the Fan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Rashawn, what's up, brother?
Yeah, I know y'all was talking about Heston earlier, right? So, the thing about, I just thought about something. You drafted number 2, 2020, right?
Yep.
Why would you draft a person that high if they can't play no type of defense? You know,
They don't value defense.
Have you paid attention? They don't care.
Rashawn, did you hear Mike Elias's comments? He admitted. He was like, yeah, man, I messed up this defense, dude. Like, that's on me.
That's crazy because all the people he passed up on that draft, Garrett Crochet, the Jordan Walker, the home run derby guy, and it was somebody else. You know, I know hindsight 2020 though, but Lee, come on, man. Like you don't like what they expect of this guy. He just will. He can't play defense. We're going to just put him in DH.
He's going to hit 40 bombs.
Now I will defend.
Appreciate the call.
I will defend him a bit. It's been.
It was also the COVID draft.
Well, it was COVID. He had myocarditis, injuries. He got hit in the head in the yank. Like, there's been a lot of weird stuff all around. Heck, we don't even know what happened with Heston Kjerstad at the end last year, Ken.
No.
Remember, he just stopped playing and no one said anything. Like, there's just been so much weirdness around him. But that's kind of my point where this is his last chance. Like, this is his last run because you're going to have to make a decision on him one way or another this offseason because he's out of options.
Too bad they didn't trade him at peak value, bro.
Oh, yeah. That's a novel concept.
410-583-1057. Warren's in Owings Mills. Warren, you're on the Fan.
Hey, afternoon, fellas.
What's up, Warren?
Warren.
Hey, how you doing? I think Tim just raised the point that I actually made this morning to Bob Haynie. If insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to have Gunnar batting leadoff. In the last couple of nights when I've looked at the lineups at the beginning of the game, he's got the second lowest average on the team. You guys talked the last couple of weeks about dropping down the order, maybe to 5th. He should be batting somewhere between 7th and 9th to take pressure off of him. But then the other thing that we need to do is, we need to write this season off and find out what we have. And you guys, I think, have made this point also. Let's have Cowser in the lineup every day, Beavers in the lineup every day, Mayo in the lineup every day, Jackson Holiday every day.
Yep.
Every day, left-handers, right-handers, they're throwing with both hands. Have them in the lineup to see what they can do. Because, these guys are now 2, 3, 4 years up in the majors, and we still don't know what we have. So let's find out what we have going into next year. That's my point. That's what I'm frustrated about.
No,
I'm with you 100%, Warren. And look, by doing this, I'm not guaranteeing you that any of those guys are going to prove that they can do it. But I want to see him get this chance because now you're starting to fall more and more out of the wild card race. And I'll say it again because I said it at the trade deadline last week. I don't even think playing these guys every day is waving the white flag at all.
It's your best option.
But this is a runway. This is a 40-plus game runway for them where you can gather more intel. Okay, what is their role, if they will have one, on the 2027 Orioles?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think, I don't know if Warren mentioned Kobe, but, just been so impressed with what Kobe's done recently. And I do want to see him every day. 100%, I'm not going to change my mind on that because I think he's earned that right. The same way that Jackson has earned a right to play every day as well. I just wanted to add that in.
To Warren's point about the Gunnar in the lineup thing, and I don't know about 7 to 9, but I'm not opposed to it. But it's about these, like, they're worried about bruising egos here. Like, you're not playing well, man. Like, it's not a birthright to lead off. It's not a birthright to hit in the top 3 spots of the order. you're not a good baseball player this year. Maybe we take the pressure off of you, put you down in a low leverage spot in the lineup, and maybe you get yourself going that way.
We literally had this conversation yesterday. I think I landed on somewhere between 5 and 7. I feel like 9 would cause just as many problems, as many eyeballs, because 9 would be really saying something. I don't want to put that much of a spotlight on him. I think the spotlight's bright enough, but putting him somewhere 5, 6, 7, I think is fair and legitimate.
Do you guys want to ride the calls? We have a bank full of phone calls.
Sure.
410-583-1057, We're going to ride the callers. If you're on hold, we will get to you when we come back. We're talking O's and Ravens. It's 3 deep here on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
You're in charge of ordering boxes. Small boxes, big boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap. Just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline. We warehouse for you.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly. My Chemical Romance brings the Black Parade Tour to Nationals Park on August 18th, a Live Nation show. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Nate Wiggins suffered a lower leg injury and was carted off the field during today's practice. Coach Jesse Mentor said there is optimism about the injury, but Wiggins needs to undergo testing. Stay tuned to 3 Deep for the latest. Dean Kramer turned in one of the best starts of his career last night against the Orioles. Kramer allowed just 1 earned run on 1 hit with 1 walk across 7 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz was impressed by his former pitcher.
His command was really good today. I think we had, Dustin counted, it was like 5 pitches that were like over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
Brandon Young will look to help the O's bounce back tonight against the Twins. Last time out versus the Angels, the Birds suffered a rare loss with Young on the mound as he allowed 3 earned runs across 4 1/3 innings. Minnesota will start Bailey Ober. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 71. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 87. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 Deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Let's get back to the phone calls. 410-583-1057. By the way, we're busy second half of the show. Field Yates from ESPN joining us at 4:30. Malik Washington, Maryland quarterback at 5, and Andy Koska, he's in Minnesota covering the O's for the Baltimore Banner at 5:30. But right now we're talking to you. 410-583-1057. Carol's in Aberdeen. Carol, you're on the Fan.
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I'm a first-time caller, and I always enjoy listening to your show. I just have maybe one comment. And that's about the hitting. I can't believe that if you don't have a lineup, that anybody in the lineup is hitting over 250. I don't see how you're going to win many games. And I don't know how the hitting coaches have kept their job. Can you help me out on that?
It's a great question. By the way, and technically, in the interest of full authenticity or full accuracy, Pete Alonso is hitting 252 now. So they do have one guy hitting above 250.
Carol did a good job, though.
Yes. But but heading into, I think, Sunday he was not.
She was correct then, yes.
Yep.
I think... I don't know. I'm kind of over the hitting coach thing just because how many hitting coaches have they had? And at some point you need to have continuity in terms of the hitting coach.
They have
and
a
the
systemic issue, though.
Yes, that's my point. Like you can keep cycling through these hitting coaches after hitting coaches. They've already done that. This is a big macro level issue.
Yeah, I mean, what's there to say? I think we've been kind of beating, like I said, the same horse for a while. There's no solution in sight, honestly. I mean, they kind of are what they are at this point. We know the issues with getting runners in scoring position, putting the ball in play with runners in scoring position, and just the whiff rate overall. I don't think there's going to be any solutions anytime soon at this point. So I tip my cap to Carol for dropping that stat on us. That was a solid insight.
410-583-1057. Lou's in Edgewood. Lou, you're on the Fan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. The last caller was absolutely right, and that was the point of my call. Now, when Mike Elias came here, this wasn't a very analytic town. We didn't really go by analytics too much with this franchise. now that we are educated and now that we pay attention to the right numbers when you look at a ball player, I look at Mike Elias and I say the only way this is going to get better is we got to run him out of town. We need a new GM with a new philosophy because this is not working. I know he's been here a while too, and so
8 years,
and he's only had a couple playoff stints, and he hasn't gone deep in the playoffs.
He hasn't won a playoff game. Well, they haven't won a playoff game under him.
So 8 years. So what are we waiting for? A decade? We got to wait for a whole 10-year span. It's like I said, the only way this is going to get better if we clean house. We need ownership to clean house. And period. If I was Mr. What's his name?
Rubenstein, yes.
If I was Mr. Rubenstein, I would definitely be right now taking a hard look and keeping to myself, not showing anybody my hand. But I would seriously be considering cleaning house and starting this thing all over again.
Appreciate the call. I'm curious because I was out of town when it happened.
I was about to ask you.
I was very much interested in those comments about how embarrassed he was. It was much different than I couldn't be more pleased.
And then seeing the video of it was very interesting as well. And Dan Duquette had some time this week, man. He was doing
he's not a fan of J.C. Meyer.
No, J.C. Meyer. But look, I think when it comes to David Rubenstein, that's the first time that we've heard him on the record voice displeasure over the direction of this organization. Now, it's one of those things where two things can be true. You knew he was going to take up for Mike at the Kyle Bradish presser. Did he go over the top? Yes. Couldn't be more pleased. That's come on. But he was always going to take up for Mike in that setting.
Yes.
Him saying that he's embarrassed.
Yes.
That's strong.
That was something.
That's strong.
That was the first time that I actually said, oh, there's a problem now. Like this idea that, and I think I made the point that you can think one thing on Monday and have a different feeling on Friday. And both things, and that doesn't mean you're lying. It just means that both things are true and you had time to think about it. This idea that you can't change your mind, this idea that you can't evolve your thinking and really look at the data and really kind of feel your way through it and say, hey, you know what? I did feel that way before the trade deadline hit. And I did tell you that your job was safe, but now I've had more time to think about it. And I'm looking at what's been happening since, and I'm reviewing some of the decisions. And you know what? Maybe I'm not as happy as I was 5 days ago. And maybe your job is in jeopardy. So that was the first time that I actually thought, okay, I feel a little heat now. Maybe he won't be here next year.
410-583-1057. Justin's in Hamilton. Justin, you're on the Fan.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I've been beating the drum for Jackson batting leadoff and really saying Gunnar needs to move down since halfway through the season. And like y'all said, now it's 40 games left. I mean, are we even trying to make the playoffs? You know, I mean, I don't have much faith in the team, but I am a fan. I'd like to see him make the playoffs and make a run, but I just don't see that with him batting in the top 3 or 4 of the order. I mean, you know what they say about insanity? Like, we just keep doing the same thing. And I think Blaze is supposed to come back soon. Did y'all hear that?
Who?
Blaze.
They said he's progressing. Appreciate the call.
He's still probably a few weeks away at best.
But lineup is Outbone.
Yeah, Gunnar Henderson is leading off.
Of course he is.
He's leading off at short. Pete batting second at first. Jackson Holiday batting third at second.
I don't love him in the 3-hole. Why don't you bet Jackson second and Pete third?
Yeah. Tyler O'Neill batting cleanup in right field. CES third base batting fifth. Kobe Mayo DHing batting sixth. Christian Franklin in center field batting seventh. Jeremiah Jackson in left field.
Wow.
Batting eighth. And Yohel Pozo, catcher, batting ninth.
I want to bring up, and I hate to sound like beating a dead horse, but this is relevant. So you've got Christian Franklin in center field. Tyler O'Neill's in right field. He can't run. Jeremiah Jackson's in left field. He can't run. That's a big outfield in Minnesota. It's a big outfield in Minnesota.
I mean, look, the defense is the defense. I mean,
I'd rather have Cowser out there, though. Put Cowser and Franklin out there.
I'd probably like to see Franklin in left and Cowser in center. That makes more sense to me. And Cowser's been hitting the ball pretty good lately, but Cowser's one of those guys I want to see more of, too.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, I think It was funny. We all kind of, and we all said it in different ways that, hey, we don't need to see as much Leote or Tyler, and I think they both hit bombs like back-to-back days.
That's great.
I know. It doesn't matter. My point is, it's just funny how sometimes, like these guys are going to get some playing time, right? It's not going to be like Christian Franklin and Cowser and what were you going to say?
No, but there's a variable to this. Tyler O'Neill's going to be here next year probably because they don't want to eat the money. Leote Tavares is on a 1-year minimal deal. He ain't here next year. So, let him. He can watch the rest of the year. Just watch whoever.
I think, and back to your point about Tyler, I think he's earned the right to play more frequently just based on...
He's hit of late.
Exactly. So, and runs are such a premium for these guys right now. So, I backed a little bit off kind of the Tyler discussion just because of his performance. And you know how big I am on recency and performing. If you keep performing, you keep getting opportunities.
Let's grab Brooks and Towson. Brooks, you're on the Fan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Look, like many, I'm interested in having a GM for the varsity team if Mike Elias wants to continue being the JV and fresh soft GM. But I'm also disappointed in the lack of major league development. The lack of defense, well documented. It's disappointing and baffling. You guys have talked about it. But recently we've hung our hat on the starting pitching, but the coaching inconsistencies continue there too. Bradish and Baz go deep, 90-plus pitches. Then Povich gets yanked after 60 pitches in 3 innings, sent back to the minors. And the next night Rogers is pulled after 80 pitches. I mean, what have I missed here? Why aren't we letting the strength of the team go deeper?
Appreciate the call. You guys, I don't have as much problem with Rogers getting pulled because Rogers has shown that he starts even when he's good. What was it? There was a start at home where they pulled him in 80 pitches, and he said after the game, because I was pissed they pulled him, and he's like, "Well, I kind of gave everything I got to get out of the last inning." He was working hard to get through those 4 innings, and his pitch efficiency was not there last night. But the caller's not wrong.
Yeah, the Povich one I don't mind as much. Dude, he didn't throw a first pitch strike till the 9th batter of the game. And the first 2 innings, he got out of it. Then he gave up, the 3-run homer. And that was the offensive barrage on Sunday. So the offense was able to pick up Cade Povich in that instance. But you combine that, Ken, bullpen had to throw a lot of innings on Sunday. Bullpen had to throw a lot of innings yesterday. I think that put even more pressure on the fact that Rogers, you're probably trying to squeeze every out that you can get out of him last night.
Yeah, I think you and I are aligned on Rogers last night. I'm aligned with you on Povich, and I'm sure you're aligned on Povich.
We're aligned on that. We're aligned with each other on different things.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think when it comes to Rogers, I think what puts it over the edge for me is I had the luxury of watching his post-game interview, and he actually said in the interview that he was willing to go back out there for another inning, and the decision wasn't his. He would have been fine going back out, but he respected the decision for him not to go back out there. But my eyes told me I would have loved to see him go back out there. Then I heard him make the comment, but we're splitting hairs here, so it's not a hill I'm going to die on.
Coming up next, the big news out of training camp. Nate Wiggins goes down. We'll hear what head coach Jesse Minter had to say about that. And we also got some more information on that. We'll get that to you. Also, we'll hear from the 2 rookie tight ends, Josh Cuevas and Matthew Hibner. They spoke. Well, what did they have to say? You'll hear it next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We talk Ravens, who's looked good at camp and who hasn't. And, of course, we'll talk Orioles as they face the Twins Game 2, and we'll focus on Game 3. How'd they do?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Vinny Serrato here. I know what it takes to build a winning team, so if you've been injured, call the hometown team. Science and Kirk, don't let the accident sideline you. Remember, if you have a phone, you've got a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 ACE Law and come up aces.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. 3 Deep. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Southbound 895 has the delays from Lombard Street to the Harbor Tunnel, while heading northbound to the tunnel from Route 2 is stop and go. BW Parkway northbound volume from 895, and it gets a bit heavier approaching 648 on your way to Monroe. 95 northbound delays between 695 and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound side with volume from Key Highway to 295. On the inner loop, the volume is between 95 and Wilkins Avenue. Outer loop side has volume from Washington Boulevard to the BW Parkway. Washington Boulevard has a reported accident. You'll find it at Patapsco Avenue. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 Deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Obviously, we saw Nate go down during the one-on-one portion. Don't have a ton of information on that yet. We'll kind of get it looked at, see where it's at. I think there's optimism, but again, we'll look at it. We'll see where it's at. It's one of those plays. I mean, really not much between the two guys in the play. So whether it was hitting the ground or whatever it was, we'll see what it looks like.
So that's Jesse Minter about the Nate Wiggins situation. Nate Wiggins he was doing one-on-ones with Jacoby Lane, went down, seemed to be in pain, according to the beat guys. Eventually carted off. Vinny Serrato, who's out there every day for us here at 105.7 The Fan, called me during a break. He said from his vantage point, it looked like he might have gotten stepped on, and it kind of looked like a hyperextended thing to him. So we will see. We did hear Jesse Minter just say they feel some optimism. So maybe it is leaning towards hyperextension.
Yeah, I could get behind hyperextension because if it's just straight back, then he'll be bruised for a day, but structurally that shouldn't be an issue. I think what you worry about is when the knee either caves in or caves out, because that usually is MCL, ACL, PCL. Mm-hmm. It could be one of the three. It could be all three when that happens. So as long as he didn't say that, that's a good thing. I was still hoping that it was more of a bang of the knees, because what you don't want to hear is something is a non-contact injury where you're running full speed and then pop. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want that. So I'm going to lean on. I think Vinny adds another piece to the kind of this mystery that we're kind of piecing together. I still stand on what I said earlier. I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. The fact that Jesse was willing to come out and make the statement that he made, you know that Dr. Tucker out there or Dr. Curl was out there. They probably did all the pressing and pulling just to see, because a lot of times they can tell an ACL on site.
Yes,
you know what I
they
mean?
know right away.
Yeah.
ACL and Achilles, they kind of know right away.
Exactly. So the fact that we know it's not that now, could it be some cartilage? That's, even that wouldn't be the end of the world, right? The last thing you want to do right now, though, is get a cleanup surgery. He just had surgery in the offseason. He's feeling healthy, as you mentioned, Ken. So I'm hoping it's just nothing more than some bruising and some discomfort, and hopefully he can get back out there in a week or so.
Yeah, I was very worried when I saw the initial tweets coming out that he got carted off, because you always just fear the worst when you see cart. But yeah, if it's something minor, right now time is on your side. You have more than a month until week 1 at Indianapolis. So if it's something within that time frame, all right, the crisis averted.
Couple other injury notes just to update you on. Travis Jones off the PUP. He was out there today just ramping up, doing individual stuff. And Zay Flowers already back on the field, though. It looked like he was just doing some ramp-up stuff.
Probably some conditioning and stuff like that, yeah.
So good news there.
I think Travis Jones, man, I think he was number 7 in PPF last year, if I'm not, crazy. I'm pretty sure he was one of the most underrated interior defensive linemen in the NFL. I get so excited when I think about Nnamdi and Travis being able to work together again. You know what I mean? And then you add Calais to the mix. Obviously we know about Trey Hendrickson and Zion Young and Mike Green and Tavius Robinson. Like, I feel like we just have a who's who of a front 7. And I didn't even talk about the off-ball backers yet. So I think, Tim, you've been kind of chipping away to where I'm feeling like this defense is going to come out like really making a point early, and based on what I'm hearing about the offense a little bit, like your intuition on where the offense might be, you might be right. Actually, I think the part that I can still lean on is this offensive line, and once again, the center position. Now we don't know about that. I heard Posick kind of limped off the field yesterday. There hasn't been a bunch of talk about it. I'd love to kind of get an update on that. But I still think everything's going to run through Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and this offensive line. And I still feel that when it's all said and done, that day one, they should be able to run the football, control time of possession, not turn the ball over, and then play good defense. And early on, as the pass game comes along, I still feel pretty good about what we can do.
Yeah, it's the back to the future. And it's funny, the first couple of days, it seemed like the offense was getting the better of the defense. But ever since that point, the defense has been pretty dominant, and I think it's a testament to the defense in general. But what the Ravens have in their favor year over year is the schedule, at least on paper, looks a hell of a lot more soft. First 6 games.
Last year was daunting.
Yeah, first 6 games last year, you went against playoff teams, where first 6 games this year, it bodes well to this team being able to run the ball, play defense, and still finding a way to win. It's not about where the offense is at in September. Right. It's where they're at November, December, January.
Yep.
Let's hear from Josh Cuevas, shall we? He spoke today after practice. Cut 16, does he view the tight end room as a spot where jobs are up for grabs?
If I'm being honest, no, I'm not. I knew kind of going into this there was going to be 2 older guys in the room. But my biggest goal was kind of getting that understanding of what I'm doing and where I'm at, knowing that there is a legacy for the tight ends here in Baltimore. You can't just expect to come in as a rookie and be the big top dog. Like, you can't do that, especially being behind people with so much experience like Mark Andrews and Durham Smythe. Like, you can't do that. So my entire goal is just kind of get an understanding of the offense that Coach Doyle's teaching and preaching, and having Coach Grossi kind of giving me little tips and helpful ideas along the way to really get me to understand everything.
This guy's such a good talker. I'm really hoping he's good. But what are you hearing there, Femi?
I mean, he's saying all the right things. You know what I mean? I think as a rookie, you're meant to be seen and not heard. I think he's embodying that. Obviously, in front of the microphone, he does a good job, though. But I like what I've seen from Josh Cuevas, and I'm not going to overreact to the tight ends just yet. Tight ends, you don't see much from them until you actually get into a real game. And I think the first real test is going to be this first preseason game against Philadelphia. All the tight ends, probably other than Mark, maybe Durham probably won't play much. Maybe he'll play a little bit. But we're going to learn a lot about these young guys. There's 3 young guys that are on this team that are going to get a lot of run. And then we'll go back in the lab and we'll see what we think at that point. So no overreaction from me. I like what Josh Cuevas is talking about.
I keep bringing up the pass catchers, man. That's what I'm really looking at on Saturday. You know, you're going to see a lot of Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, Devontae Walker, Hibner, Cuevas. Like, I want to see what these guys have in a real game action.
NFL season is coming, which also means fantasy football season is coming as well. So coming up next, we'll talk to Field Yates, NFL, fantasy football, and National Football League for ESPN. He joins us next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Ready for your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings, top dollar for your trade, and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Saxon's Diamond Centers is having a special event, Tides and Treasures, with designer Denny Wong. For 2 days only, they're featuring tropical-inspired jewelry, and you'll save 20%. Visit Saxon's Bel Air store on August 13th and Aberdeen on August 14th, or go to saxonsdiamondcenters.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Baltimore National Pike with a crash just west of 695 at Winters Lane. Outer loop with slow traffic between Hollands Ferry Road and the BW Parkway. Northbound 95 delays between 695 and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound side with volume from Key Highway to 295. BW Parkway northbound with delays from 648 to Monroe. 895 northbound with delays from the Route 2 spur to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalaise.
Nate Wiggins suffered a lower leg injury and was carted off the field during today's practice. Coach Jesse Mentor said there is optimism about the injury, but Wiggins needs to undergo testing. Stay tuned to 3 Deep for the latest. Manager Craig Albernaz had a quick hook on Trevor Rogers last night versus the Twins. Rogers was removed from the game after throwing 79 pitches and allowing 2 earned runs on 4 hits with 2 walks through 4 innings.
They're just taking really good ABs off me, and the bullpen was been pretty well rested after Boz's really good start. If I had to say, get me back out there for the 5th, see what I can do, but I don't. It made perfect sense as to why he got me out of there with a 1-run lead.
The O's will try to even up the series tonight against the Twins. The starting pitching matchup features Brandon Young opposite Bailey Ober. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, with Ryan Ripken and yours truly, gets underway at 6. The NBA announced that the Knicks will raise their championship banner on opening night on October 20th as they face LeBron James in his debut with the Sixers. The Christmas Day slate features the Sixers playing the Lakers, as well as Spurs Knicks, Heat Celtics, Thunder Timberwolves, and Nuggets Warriors. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 71. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 87. I'm Tim Barbalaise, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalaise, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 Deep on 105.7 The Fan.
3 Deep here on a Tuesday. Now, I want to remind people the ESPN Fantasy Football Marathon is coming up in a couple weeks, August 24th to 25th, beginning live on August 24th from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2 with Fantasy Focus Countdown, which continues from 9 to 11 p.m. On ESPN. Field Yates and other ESPN fantasy football experts will also be participating on the 2026 Fantasy Football Draft from 9 to 11, the ESPN Fantasy Football Draft on ESPN, and also streamed on NFL on ESPN YouTube. And Field Yates joins us now. And Field, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Before we start talking actual football, just give us some insights on this marathon. How fired up are you for to talk some fantasy football for hours on end on the 24th and 25th?
Yeah, there are people like me who find a way to eat, sleep, and breathe fantasy football throughout the course of the year. It's obviously my livelihood, a big part of what I do at ESPN. But there are a lot of people who kind of drop in when the season begins and then evaporate once the season comes to a conclusion. We always feel like the marathon sets the table for those that haven't been spending all off season doing mock drafts and thinking about positional rankings and where they're going to take Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers and Derrick Henry. But rather, they've been doing much more normal things. I don't know, maybe playing golf, going to the beach, enjoying nice weather. So we hope that the marathon kind of gives you, in the span of 28 or so hours, more than just a starter kit of the draft, but also ways to dominate your league ahead. So it's always a very fun, energetic, tiring because of the pure length of it, but a great time that we always look forward to late in the August month every year.
So, Field, I'm a huge Derrick Henry fan, not just because I'm a former Raven and I work in Baltimore and I live in Baltimore. There's a lot of meta thought levels on that. But I love drafting Derrick in the fantasy draft. But also, I think Eric is going to exceed expectations for his age. I got a chance to play with Emmitt Smith in his last year in Arizona, and I watched him rush for over 900 yards. I think Derrick, you look at new supplementation, nutrition, hydration, biohacking, all the different things that we do today versus what we were doing in 2005, 2006. Across the board, I'm just bullish on Derrick Henry. Take that wherever you want. Give me your thoughts. Open to hearing them all.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I would say this is I am higher than my colleagues here at ESPN who are, and everybody has their own rankings. There are players in which I am lower on, higher on, but Derrick Henry is one of those outlier players for me. I've got him all the way up as number 11 overall across all positions. So 7th amongst running backs. Very optimistic about what Derrick Henry is going to do this year. There are a lot of statistics that work against players coming off of significant workloads like the one that Derek had last season. But even during a year in which there was a grim stretch and Lamar Jackson was out, he finished second to the NFL in rushing yards and second to the NFL in rushing touchdowns. There are very few things that we can count on week in and week out in the NFL, or season in and season out in the NFL. But Derrick Henry is one of them. It's a reinvested offensive line. I think we're going to see a reinvigorated Lamar Jackson. It's a new offensive system. But no matter what Declan Doyle's system looks like or what plays he wants to call, generally speaking, if you have Derrick Henry, you can expect him to see the football somewhere between 250 and 300 times a year. And by the way, that number could be well north of 300. He is built different than any other running back in the league right now.
Field, let's look at this offense as a whole. We got your thoughts on Derrick Henry. Lamar Jackson, he had an injury-plagued 2025 season, but was unbelievable in 2024. Zay Flowers is a stud. He's got a fancy, shiny new contract. Mark Andrews coming off the worst season of his career, and there's a lot of targets up for grabs. How do you view the rest of this Ravens offense from a fantasy perspective, but also just from a football perspective?
Yeah, Zay is the guy. Zay Flowers is the player that I think everybody is profiling as a potential breakout candidate. Zay is obviously a very, very good player, had a huge year last year. With Zay, I think the way in which you take it to the next level is, and this is somewhat out of his hands, is it's just going to be consistent every single week. The thing that allows guys to make the leap like Jackson Smith and Jigba made last year, of course, JSN drafted in that same range of 4 straight wide receivers as Zay Flowers, is will your team commit to giving you 10 targets a game? I think Zay Flowers can handle that, and Zay Flowers has shown himself to be excellent after the catch. He is the rare small receiver that plays big on downfield opportunities. He's blazing fast. It's just, is the ball going to go into his hands as frequently in this week as it did last week? And that's been harder to predict. We didn't see as much of it with him last year as we did some of the guys that have really established themselves as the cream of the crop of fantasy wideouts. But all the words from the Ravens this offseason have suggested that Zay's in for a big role under Declan Doyle. And, the Ravens have a chance to, they paid him. That also gives them a chance to kind of justify their investment further, right? It's one of the biggest contracts in team history, $35 million per year and new money average. I mean, there's real reason to believe that the best of Zay Flowers has yet to come. Lamar is my second-ranked quarterback this year. Lamar, if he's healthy, can be every bit the player that Josh Allen is, both in the real world and also in fantasy football. Josh Allen just takes the cake because Josh has a longer track record of staying on the field. He has not missed a game in what feels like forever. But Lamar is tantalizing, and I think the idea of a motivated Lamar, and I don't know if there's a chance a contract gets done before the regular season begins, but Lamar should be very motivated right now. We know that he has reached a different point of the contract structure where he's not flush with tons of years of guaranteed money ahead of him. I don't know that Lamar Jackson has to prove something, but by contract language, it's kind of a prove it year for the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. I don't forecast anything other than a great season for Lamar, but if he wants that next gigantic bite at the apple, which would probably be north of $60 million per year, this season is going to have a strong influence on that.
We're talking with Field Yates. It's 3 deep here on the Fan. Field, I want to ask you about a potential stash guy, and maybe a guy under the radar from fantasy perspectives. You're paying attention, I'm sure. There's hype about Jacoby Lane every day here at training camp. So how, from a fantasy perspective, do you draft him late? Do you let him go undrafted? And what do you think of him, as it looks like he's in line to maybe be the third receiver on this team?
Yeah, so I think that he is a totally fine late or last round pick. What we don't have so far is evidence that the Ravens with Lamar Jackson are likely to support 2 wide receivers for a fantasy role together at the same time. The highest a wide receiver has finished in Lamar Jackson's seasons as the starter is wide receiver 13. That was Zay Flowers. That's obviously very good, but it's not, as we were talking about, the cream of the crop where Zay has a chance to get to. But the highest the second wide receiver has finished in season-long scoring is wide receiver 43, which was Rashad Bateman a couple seasons ago when he was scoring a ton of touchdowns. The offense is going to be new. I still think if you just cut up the number of plays or divide up the number of plays that are run each game by this offense, a healthy number of those plays are going to feature Derrick Henry, probably somewhere in the 18 to 30 carry range, depending on how the game is flowing. Lamar Jackson's going to get his as a runner. That might be 8 to 10 runs per game. There could be games in which the Ravens run 65 plays and Lamar throws the football 25 times, just because they are as dominant of a rushing attack as there is in the NFL. So Jacoby Lane definitely has my attention as a late-round guy to draft and stash. It sounds like he is just making spectacular catch after spectacular catch each and every day. I'm not quite ready to give a full-throated endorsement of him being a guy that's definitely going to have a major fantasy role this season, though.
So, Field, let's talk AFC North macro. When I look at the head coach, let me start with Cincinnati. So that's the known with Zach Taylor. We know the offense. Yep. The defense, we can say on paper it's going to improve, and I'll give them that credit. I look at Pittsburgh, new head coach with Mike McCarthy. The defense is older, but I still kind of trust them a little bit. Offense is a bit of an unknown. The Ravens, obviously, we know with Lamar Jackson, people are going to question, how's Declan off? How is he going to call plays? He hasn't done that yet. So I understand the question there, but on paper, I absolutely love this Ravens defense. So I think there's a lot of volatility and variance depending on who you ask, who's going to come in first. I think the consensus is somewhere between the Bengals and the Ravens. I know that Vegas has the Ravens. What do you think about it? How do you look at it, and how do you align the AFC North?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of people would pick the Ravens or the Bengals. The Steelers, they could win the AFC North. The thing about the Steelers, they've entered a really dangerous place, which is good enough to not have a real shot at drafting a quarterback high, but not good enough to win when it matters in January. I'm most optimistic on the Ravens. I think they're a Tier 1 Super Bowl contender in the AFC. Sure, it's different when you have a first-time play caller, a new head coach, and a first-time head coach in Jesse Minter. What I would say is that the decision to move on from John Harbaugh is not one that is made lightly. It is one that is made because there's a fundamental belief, probably starting at the ownership level, that what this team needed was not wholesale changes of the roster, but rather a refreshing of the mentality and the mindset. It's the same thing that happened in Buffalo, same thing that happened in Pittsburgh. 3 teams that all made big decisions. So I think that you have probably some new energy that right now is probably welcomed. And it's hard to keep the ears of locker rooms for nearly 2 decades. So perhaps a change, even one that involves moving on from a coach who immediately became the number 1 coaching free agent in the NFL during a cycle in which we had nearly a third of the league make coaching changes, can still result in a better version of the Baltimore Ravens this year. I think this team is ready for liftoff. Obviously, Lamar Jackson staying healthy is going to determine the real ceiling for this team. But if Lamar is good to go when the meaningful football is played in January, I think this team can challenge for a spot in SoFi Stadium in Super Bowl 61.
Reminder, the ESPN Fantasy Football Marathon is coming up August 24th through the 25th, beginning live on August 24th from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2 with Fantasy Focus Countdown, which continues from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Field Yates and other ESPN Fantasy Football experts will also be participating in the 2026 ESPN Fantasy Football Draft from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and co-streamed to the NFL on ESPN YouTube. Field Yates, this has been great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
You bet, guys. Have a great show. We'll talk to you all again soon.
Thank you, sir. It's 3 Deep here on The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Maryland quarterback Malik Washington is going to join us. But coming up next, what about Maryland football? What do we think of them this season? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We talk Ravens, who's looked good at camp and who hasn't. And, of course, we'll talk Orioles as they face the Twins Game 2. And we'll focus on Game 3. How'd they do?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA released some of their marquee games today. To start the season, the New York Knicks will raise their championship banner at home, hosting LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, and the Philadelphia 76ers. That same night will feature a Western Conference Finals rematch of the Thunder and Spurs in San Antonio. And LeBron will also make his return to Los Angeles as Philly heads to LA on Christmas on a day that will include an NBA Finals rematch of the Spurs heading to New York to face the Knicks. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. No purchase necessary to join. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See T&Cs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
What if the thing you're listening to right now never got interrupted? What if it could play uninterrupted from room to room on Sonos? What if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? What if you really like how it feels and you become a Sonos person who can't stop saying to their friends, what if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? Because it's not magic, but it's not magic.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. No purchase necessary to join. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See TNCs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh, yeah. Used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Northbound 895 has delays from the Route 2 spur to the Harbor Tunnel. BW Parkway northbound with stop-and-go traffic between 648 and Monroe. 95 northbound, the delays make their way from 695 to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Inner loop at the Beltway, the volume is between 95 and 144. Then again from Green Spring Avenue to 83. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Run game is where we need to make our hay, whether it's on offense or defense. Running the ball or stopping the run. I know you guys use ChatGPT. Throw it in there and say, hey, what do I need to do to be better? And two things to jump out, special teams and run the ball and stop the run. Everyone knows we have tremendous skill. A year ago, our skill didn't play with a lot of production. We maybe didn't put them in the best possible positions, myself included. With this year, the run game to me, it's helped when you use Malik in the run game. I've been a part of leading the Big Ten in rushing out of my system. In Illinois, here at Maryland, had guys like C.J. Brown and Perry Hills and some guys that have operated. Malik's ability with his feet will be the thing that really helps our run game as much as anything.
Mike Locksley talking about his Maryland offense heading into the season. Maryland started quickly last year, 4-0. They're always good under Mike Locksley in September. They finished 4-8, and it all collapsed that game against Washington. They were up big, and then they blew that
Nebraska.
game. And then Nebraska was bad, and UCLA was bad. Yeah. They got blown out by Indiana. But again, they didn't win another game the rest of the year, culminating with that Michigan State loss at the Lions Stadium. So this year, it's a much tougher September schedule because you have Virginia Tech in there, and James Franklin now coaching Virginia Tech. So, Bone, what are your expectations for Maryland?
That really feels like a huge game for them in determining how this season could go. It's a big swing game and probably their biggest non-conference game that they've had in years at this point. But we know the pressure's on this team. After back-to-back 4-8 seasons, the pressure's on Mike Locksley. And the Terps, you can look at this in a variety of ways, but it was an extremely young team last year. They're returning 71% of their production, and that's the second most in the nation, trailing just Notre Dame. And leading that list, Malik Washington, who's going to join us in a few minutes. And Malik, they had to lean on a true freshman a hell of a lot more than they would have wanted to because they just could not run the football. Malik Washington led the Big Ten in pass attempts with 473 as a true freshman, Femi.
Crazy.
That is not common at all. But their biggest deficiency last year and what ended up contributing to their demise was they were bad in the fourth quarter. They were outscored 102-34 in the fourth quarter. And those two big losses, Nebraska and Washington, those are both fourth quarter collapses.
Yeah, I know it snowballed at the end. I was locked in early in the season, and even some of those early losses were pretty close. But just some statistical analysis, areas that I think they can improve in that'll, have them at least competing at a high level. So their rushing offense, I think they averaged 104 yards per game, but they were giving up over 175. Time of possession, they had
27 minutes.
27 minutes exactly. Third down offense, 37%. Third down defense was 42.7. They allowed 27 sacks and only had 9. Right? When you lose in categories like that, things aren't going to turn out well. So I'm big on Malik. My son went to McDonough and
well, the sacks was reversed. Actually, they only gave up 9 sacks. Now a lot of that was they were just getting the ball out quick. They did not give up many sacks last year.
I think that the thing about Malik that I really like that I saw from him as a true freshman was his athleticism, right? His ability to kind of run and throw Big arm, obviously. So I got a chance to watch him quite a bit in high school. I didn't get a chance to go to many Maryland. Actually, I didn't go to any Maryland games live, but I watched quite a few on TV. And I had the chance to talk to Coach Locke. So, I didn't talk to him, actually. I got a chance to ask him a question at the podium. So that wasn't really a conversation. But my college teammate from San Diego State, Azar, is actually their defensive coordinator. You know what I mean? Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna make it a point to get out to UMD a little bit more and watch some games live. But I'm excited to talk to Malik in person and kind of hear what he has to say and where they're at and how he's feeling about camp and opening the season.
So is the goal a bowl game? Is that? Yeah. But so that's where we are though, right? 6 wins, get a bowl game.
They got to get to a bowl game, because if they don't, Ken, 3 consecutive years, look, the fan base was upset at Mike Loxley. Obviously, those cries would only get louder if it's another 4-win or 5-win season.
No, I'm sorry, I'm being ambiguous. I'm just like the ceiling is so low that the goal is 6 wins.
Yeah. Look, it's the conversation we've had for a while when it comes to Maryland football is what are realistic expectations for this team. Now, look, Malik Washington, they haven't had, a quarterback at his, and yeah, you can say Talia, but a guy that's local and a 4-star guy. Like, this was a big get from Mike Loxley, and I'm really interested in seeing how he develops. And look, at edge, Sidney Stewart, Zahir Mathis, you bring in Zion Ely. Zion Ely's the highest rated recruit that they've ever landed in Maryland football history. So they should be able to get after the quarterback.
Maryland hosts Hampton on September the 5th. Like, college football's right around the corner, man.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is I was thinking about college camp, and we used to do 3-a-days in college, man. It is wild, the things that we used to do in the 90s. And I think that the college players now are so much better prepared than we were when we came out. Think about how many young college kids jump right from Division I football right into the NFL and perform right away. It seems like almost every year you have some kid that comes out of nowhere. I mean, I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but they're first round draft picks. A lot of them, sometimes they're maybe third round draft picks. You have Jacoby Lane, right? But I watch a lot of West Coast football because I'm from the West Coast. I watch USC, I watch UCLA, I watch SDSU, obviously being an alum. But it's amazing the access and the tools these kids have that prepare them for their college season and how that kind of helps them matriculate into the league.
Coming up next, we'll continue talking Maryland football with their quarterback, now a sophomore, Malik Washington. What are his expectations for the season? We will ask Maryland's quarterback next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Baltimore, it's Ken Wyman. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus. Classes start August 12th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 100 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Online and hybrid classes available. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro football futures market, the New York team in green in the AFC, a win total of 5.5. And I think New York goes over that win total. Just look at this roster. There are too many quality players on both sides of the ball. I have questions about the head coach, but I think talent will win the day. Give me New York over 5.5 wins. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. and science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $975 million. That's right, $975 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-GOLFER. FHFur.com.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Annapolis, be there for the brand new Dick's Sporting Goods this Friday through Sunday. Giveaways and grand opening savings. Learn more. Dicks.com/House of Sport Annapolis.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Nate Wiggins suffered a lower leg injury and was carted off the field during today's practice. Coach Jesse Mentor said there is optimism about the injury, but Wiggins needs to undergo testing. Stay tuned to 3 Deep for the latest. Dean Kramer turned in one of the best starts of his career last night against the Orioles. Kramer allowed just 1 earned run on 1 hit with 1 walk across 7 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz was impressed by his former pitcher.
His command was really good today. I think we had, Dustin counted, it was like 5 pitches that were like over the big part of the plate. He did a good job of teasing us the corner and then a lot of strike the ball stuff, and we couldn't lay off it. But he did a good job with his command, and yeah, he was really good today.
Brandon Young will look to help the O's bounce back tonight against the Twins. Last time out versus the Angels, the Birds suffered a rare loss with Young on the mound as he allowed 3 earned runs across 4 1/3 innings. Minnesota will start Bailey Ober. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 71. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 87. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 Deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Life comes at you fast. Maryland football season begins 3 weeks from Saturday when they host Hampton. And joining us now, the quarterback for the Maryland Terrapins, it's Malik Washington. And Malik, thank you as always for your time, man. We appreciate it. How fired up are you to get this season going?
super excited. You know, it's been a long time since we were able to step back and CQ Stadium. I'm just really excited to get going.
Malik, obviously last year it didn't go how you guys would have wanted, but for you to get that experience as a true freshman to lead the Big Ten in pass attempts, just how much do you think you were able to grow from the beginning of last year to where you are at today?
So much, really. Get in, put in there kind of early. Just trying to, go with the ebbs and flows of the game. It took a lot. It was definitely tough mentally sometimes, but in the end, it made me better. It made me stronger.
Hey, Malik, when you do a little bit of self-scout, what are the things that you went into the offseason saying, like, hey, these are the little details I got to work on?
Definitely just playing the game from the neck up, understand the defenses better, coverages and fronts, and how they fit into one another. So that way you don't have to make so many wild plays. You can make the routine plays really easy, and then, just let the wild plays be wild plays.
We're talking with Malik Washington's 3 deep here on the Fan. Malik, what was it like to have the Ravens out there practice at your stadium a little over a week ago? What was that all like for you?
It was super cool. I've been a Ravens fan, all my life, really. So really nice to be able to see some of those guys out there, dudes that were, just here, guys like Octavian Smith, who's my teammate last year, somebody I see as a brother. To see him out there doing his thing, it was really special for me.
Malik, you recently held a free football camp in Baltimore. You've done a ton in terms of just giving back to the community. Why has that always been a strong focus of yours?
The community is why I am who I am. Really, the people around me that raised me, friends, family members, whoever I met throughout my life has, had an impact on me in some way and able to get me to this point that I'm at now. So I really just want to give back to them and show them how much I appreciate them.
Hey, Malik, who's the NFL quarterback? I mean, it could be Lamar. It doesn't have to be Lamar. Could be him, no. But who are the QBs that you look at? You want to maybe emulate your game off of, or maybe pull a couple of things from their toolkit and put it in your bag?
Yeah, definitely. With Lamar, his athleticism, kind of speaks for itself. And God didn't bless me with that speed that he blessed him with.
Right.
It was not so much study of Lamar, but probably some guys like Matthew Stafford. I enjoy watching Jordan Love. Malik Willis actually has some pretty cool take, too. So there's a couple guys in the league that I watch.
Malik, you're not slow of foot. What's it like when you look at, like, Lamar when he's healthy and you watch him and you said, like, he's the fastest guy on the field playing quarterback? Does it just blow your – like, we watch it sometimes and we just shake our heads because it doesn't look like that's something you're seeing every day. What's it like for you to see that stuff?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you understand how fast the game is really moving at that speed, because I know how fast it is here, and I can only imagine what all the pro guys are like. And, he's out there running, making those guys look like they're running in sand. Shows, the differences in speed and, ability.
Malik, what's it been like working with Clint Trickett and the new offense? How different is this offense year over year?
It's pretty good. Coach, he understands what it's like. He played at this level. He knows what it's like behind the helmet, behind the face mask. So when we watch tape and stuff like that, when we're going through the offense, he understands it from a quarterback's perspective.
So two levels of questions for you, and I don't want you to be shy. I'm gonna put you on the spot on this, but let me ask the most important question first. Team goals. Let's talk about that for a minute. So tell me what the team goals are when you guys are in the locker room and Coach Locks is talking. I mean, I have an idea of what you're going to say, but I want to hear from you directly. And secondarily, look, I played 11 years in the league, and for me to play 11 years, I had to have personal goals too. And I know sometimes it's hard to talk about them goals, but if I don't say it out loud, then it usually doesn't happen. So I'm giving you the opportunity to talk about your goals and the team goals. I want to hear it.
Well, my goals really fold into the team goals. Big one, of course, go 1-0 every week. That's it. Never look ahead. And then one thing we really emphasize this year is the finish. That's something that we struggled with last year. The fourth quarter finish, back half of the season, struggling to finish. It's something that we needed. We lost three football games in the fourth quarter. Really close games that were very winnable games. And so we really emphasize the finish, and everything else kind of falls underneath of that.
We're talking with Malik Washington. It's 3 deep here on the Fan. Malik, that defense. Sidney Stewart had 7 sacks last year. Zaire Mathis 6 sacks last year. You had Zion Ely. Like, what going against these guys every day in practice? How good do you think this defense is going to be?
They're going to be really special. It's a lot of dudes on that defense. Some guys that were in the rotation last year, but have a chance to step up this year and really prove themselves. Of course, we got some transfer guys that are going to help out with the team as well. But definitely, those two up front. Going against 2, first, second round picks every day in practice is only making me better. It's only making the tackles better. It's just really exciting.
Malik, Dorian Fleming, he was recently named to the John Mackey watch list. How much of a safety net was he for you during your freshman year?
Super. Not even just with the stuff on the field of like a check down or anything like that, but a safety net off the field. a guy that, I could kind of confide in when things are getting tough. He's always been a great teammate, a great brother. And, of course, on the field, he's a spectacular player. But off the field, he's always been kind of a place for me to rely on.
Malik, is there a game on the schedule? Look, you want to win them all. I understand that. But sometimes, games get personal. Teams get personal. Is there a team you got circled that you're like, man, yeah, this game right here, I'm super excited for this one?
Not really. To be honest, I don't like to look ahead. I kind of like to be where my feet are, really. So right now, we worried about getting to the next practice in camp. That's it for me. When we get to week one, we'll worry about week one and so on and so forth.
Malik, what was it like at the Peyton Manning Passing Academy you were there? I'm sure you probably had to have heard Todd McShay's comments about you, just really raving about you and your performance. What was all of that like?
It was so fun. It's kind of a chance for us to let loose. Really, you're around a bunch of guys that, understand the pressures of what it's like to be a Division I starting college quarterback. A lot of those dudes up there are really big names. And, they understand all the pressures that come with it, the universities that are watching them, the cities that love them, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So you get around guys like that, and you already have something to relate on. And now, the conversations get easier. You don't feel like you always have to be on, if that makes sense. Like, you don't have to be, quarterback one all the time. It's like, when you're in an environment like that, around guys who are also like that, you can kind of sit back and relax a little and let some of your personality come out.
Unbelievably, it gets started 3 weeks from Saturday. Maryland hosts Hampton. It's an 8 o'clock start. You can hear it right here on 105.7 The Fan. Malik Washington, always a pleasure talking to you, man. We appreciate your time, continued success, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Malik Washington joining us, quarterback for Maryland. Andy Koska is going to join us at 5:30. Some interesting comments. I don't know if you've seen him yet from Chris Bassett talking about the trade deadline. We'll have to get into that coming up next as we preview this Orioles-Twins Game 2. What do we expect from Brandon Young? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We talk Ravens, who's looked good at camp and who hasn't. And, of course, we'll talk Orioles as they face the Twins Game 2. And we'll focus on Game 3. How'd they do?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
This Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., it's the 12-hour sale event at Ashley. Save up to 70% store-wide, plus enjoy free delivery. Plus, we're giving away prizes every hour. Big savings, big giveaways, and one big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday at Ashley.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
It's the summer send-off sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till November 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Purchased 20 cars over the years. Been to every department. Sales, service, parts, collision. They're all spectacular, so save thousands now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS Don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 northbound delays from the Route 2 spur to the Harbor Tunnel. BW Parkway southbound with slow traffic between 895 and 695. On the northbound side, it's stop and go between 648 and Monroe. 95 northbound, the delays make their way from 695 to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound 95 has the volume between Key Highway and 295. Interloop of the Beltway with slow traffic between 40 and Security Boulevard. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Bone, we were just talking about before we jumped in. The Oriole lineup came out a little while ago, and against a right-handed pitcher, it is a little fascinating, is it not?
Yes, it is. Colton Cowser is not in it because we thought that he would be going against Bailey Ober, who is a right-handed pitcher. But Gunnar Henderson, he's leading off at shortstop. Pete Alonso, first base, batting second. Jackson Holliday, second base, batting third. Tyler O'Neill, batting cleanup in right. Christian Encarnacion Strand, third base, batting fifth. Kobe Mayo's the DH, batting sixth. Christian Franklin, center field, batting seventh. Jeremiah Jackson in left field, batting eighth, and Joel Pozo behind the dish, batting ninth.
Pozo,
huh?
Why no Cowser?
Doesn't make much sense going against a right-handed pitcher. I don't really understand that one. And here's some guys with some history against Ober. Gunner's 2 for 15. Pete's 2 for 4. Tyler O'Neill 1 for 5. CES 1 for 2. And the rest of the guys, not a lot of great numbers against Bailey Ober career-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to see Brandon Young pitch. You know, obviously we talked to Bordy about him earlier today. And I think the best thing that Brandon can do is use this as an opportunity to set himself up for next year and reestablish we talked about the floor and the ceiling. And so we know that his last 2 outings, I think he gave up 4 runs in both of his last 2 outings, if I'm not correct.
3 runs last time, 4
the previous. Okay. Yeah. And we know that I felt like it was so hot that day that he was pitching, and I know that he couldn't really find his his splitter. And we know how important that is. And I think Bordy made a great point about him working his four-seam fastball kind of, up in the zone and having command of that and how important that is to his success. And I think the question that remains right now is where, look, he's a starting Major League Baseball pitcher for me. How good can he be? Where does he fit into the mix going forward? And we know how great the starting pitching has kind of been in general. You know what I mean? Boz, Bradish, obviously Rogers, and I think Brandon. Those four have done really well. So yeah, once again, he's my MVP for the season outside, obviously of the polar bear. But I think he's the biggest surprise of the year. Blaze would have been in that conversation had it not been for the injury. But yeah, this is the reason I'm going to watch the game tonight. I'm going to find one thing that excites me. It's Brandon Young, and I'm going to hang on to that.
Yeah, and Brandon Young, this feels like a big spot for him because, like you said, these last couple of times he's been off, and we know when he starts, the Orioles win a hell of a lot more than they lose, and they lost in his last start. Still 15-4 in games that Brandon Young starts, and boy, could they use a win tonight.
We talked about this off the air, and my brain is mush. I did not told you guys what Chris Bassett had to say today.
Tell us.
This is interesting. So Chris Bassett, and he's with the team. Probably what's he going to pitch this weekend, Bone? I think is the best guess because they sent Povich down.
Chris Bassett, yes. Right now, because Cam Sanders. I don't know why I keep saying Cam Smith. They brought him up, so they have an extra arm in the bullpen right now. So I guess Bassett, we don't have the probables for next series yet, but my guess would be he would start Friday because I think his last rehab start was Saturday. So they're going to make a move at that point for Bassett.
So this is from Andy Costco, who's going to join us in about 10 minutes. Said, I thought Mike, this is about the trade deadline, I thought Mike put a really good team together at the start of the season, and we did not hold our end of the bargain up for one reason or the next. He did what's best for the team, I think. Obviously, you can argue not now, but for the future, sure. I don't have 1 ounce of so-called anger at Mike. I'm angry at myself. I'm angry at all the guys in here just because we haven't done a good job. We haven't played a great brand of baseball. We haven't played a clean brand of baseball. We're still in it. That's the craziest part about this whole thing is we can be mad about the trade deadline and how the year's gone and everything else, but we're right here. So it's just more so trying to accept what has happened and then just move forward and go together and try to hold each other to the highest standards, win a bunch of games, and get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you this, listening to a player talk about responsibility, it's so interesting to think about the contrast between the narratives in the locker room, right? Versus the narratives that are outside. I think fans will take up for the players, but the players will always take responsibility upon themselves and say, hey, we're not doing the right things. And I promise you, there's discussions that are happening in that clubhouse that we're not privy to. And the way that they probably view how they got to where they are is going to be a lot more inward looking than looking at kind of like the systemic issues that exist organizationally or the lack of things that should be valued in regard to building a team that has continuity and a variance of skill sets and tools that allow a team to win games. So that echoes that idea to me when I listen to Bassett kind of lay that out. And I think like tongue in cheek, I called him like the Kirk Cousins of Major League Baseball. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I look at him a little bit. He's been around for a long time. I would listen to his opinion because he has the confidence to stick his chest out and say that. That's gritty. I really respect that.
But that's the leadership aspect of Chris Bassett, where he's owning it, where players have to wear it. Everybody has to wear it at this point. This team has significantly
you stink. You got to wear it.
Exactly.
And I appreciate it.
If you would have been 1-3-4 of the one-run games that you lost because you have one of the worst one-run records in baseball, you're in a much different situation, and maybe Mike Elias buys.
Femi, so you've been on a team that's won a Super Bowl. You've also been on teams that haven't been good. What's like? How is that when you like it's not going the way you want it to go?
Yeah, it's not fun. It sucks to be in the locker room. It sucks to be around guys that are just negative and down because it just pulls you down. And when you live and breathe it, like you can't escape it because you have to be there. You know what I mean? And so I am good at being delusional. I'm good at and I tell you,
that's a fair statement.
Right. Thanks. my optimist priming. No, I mean, like when you're in a bad situation, you know it. But I think that because I'm an optimist and because I've been told so many negative things throughout my life, I find a way. But I also create a narrative in my mind that allows me to survive the psychological environment, the physicality of the environment, whatever it is. So when you're on bad teams, it just makes it that much harder. And sometimes when you're on bad teams, I hate to say it, but when you're a professional, you got to be selfish because your job and your family's livelihood is dependent on your ability to perform and play. And there's always 31 other teams watching. So that's how I did it. It just depended on what environment, what situation was I. What was the thing I needed to tell myself to go out there and just throw all caution to the wind and do my job. Like there's a lot of days on different teams in the past, and truth be told, like I was lucky. I played on a lot of good teams that won and had playoff runs, but I had a few teams that didn't. And so I know what that feels like. And it gets hard, man, because that negativity, when you're not good at something and you're getting paid for it, like it's hard to rationalize like having fun with anything that you do. But you kind of got to set that aside because if you have kids, you got to go home and still be a dad. If you have a partner, you got to go home and be a good partner, right? You still got to see people on the street and you got to put a smile on because at the end of the day, fans are interacting with you. They don't care like necessarily how bad your day is because like you're a professional athlete. It can't be that bad, right? Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent, but yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down, I'm sure.
Orioles and Twins, the second of 3 in Minnesota tonight. 7:40 first pitch for Baltimore baseball tonight. Coming up at 6, it's the Bone and Ryan Ripken. And coming up next, we will head to Minnesota. Andy Koska covering the O's for the Baltimore Banner. We'll get his thoughts on the Gunnar Henderson in the leadoff spot, the hitting, the pitching, the defense. Andy joins us next here on the Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
The summer sell-a-thon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000 ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one, or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
True Ravens fans know that nothing beats the thrill of a Ravens win, except maybe a Ravens scratch-off win. That's because when you play Ravens scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, you can win up to $200,000 instantly, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance at amazing second-chance prizes, like a pair of Ravens season tickets, $10,000 cash, or even Ravens tickets for the next 20 years. Grab Ravens scratch-offs at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Coming to the Anthem, it's Coetzel on August 20th, Social Distortion on September 4th, Ringo Starr and his all-star band on September 28th, and Morrissey on October 15th. Tickets at impconcerts.com.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball!
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
In Timonium, southbound to 83 is slow from Timonium Road to 695. Inner loop, the volume works its way from Green Spring Avenue to 83. On the outer loop, it's slow between Delaney Valley Road and Green Spring Avenue, and again further around between 95 and 170. 95 southbound slows down between 895 and 175. 95 northbound, the delays make their way from 695 to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Northbound 895, delays from the Route 2 spur to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Nate Wiggins suffered a lower leg injury and was carted off the field during today's practice. Coach Jesse Mentor said there is optimism about the injury, but Wiggins needs to undergo testing. Stay tuned to 3 Deep for the latest. Manager Craig Albernaz had a quick hook on Trevor Rogers last night versus the Twins. Rogers was removed from the game after throwing 79 pitches and allowing 2 earned runs on 4 hits with 2 walks through 4 innings.
They're just taking really good ABs off me, and the bullpen has been pretty well rested after Boz's really good start. But if I had to say, get me back out there for the 5th, see what I can do, but I don't. It made perfect sense as to why he got me out of there with a 1-run lead.
The O's will try to even up the series tonight against the Twins. The starting pitching matchup features Brandon Young opposite Bailey Ober. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. The NBA announced that the Knicks will raise their championship banner on opening night on October 20th as they face LeBron James in his debut with the Sixers. The Christmas Day slate features the Sixers playing the Lakers, as well as Spurs Knicks, Heat Celtics, Thunder Timberwolves, and Nuggets Warriors. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 71. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 87. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. 3 Deep on 105.7 The Fan.
Rosalita for you. We're efforting to get Andy Costco on the show, but in the meantime, We have some breaking news. According to Ian Rappaport, no structural damage for Nate Wiggins. Good news for Baltimore. That's the whole tweet. So I don't have any more context there, but that means the knee is intact, Femi. Isn't that how you would read it?
That's great news. And like I said, just triangulating the things I heard, I thought hearing that they thought it was bang knees at first made me a little bit more optimistic. And then I think you got a call. I don't recall who it was from, but they said maybe Vinny. That was from Vinny. Maybe slight hyperextension, which is also good because the plane of the angle of the hyperextension is better than a knee going in or out. And then Coach Minter, he's pretty tight-lipped about things, and the fact that he said that it seemed like it was okay, because you guys know, for the most part, if it's a torn ACL, if it's a torn Achilles, like they know that on the field like 90% of the time. So cautious optimism. We've been able to dodge a couple of bullets here. Zay, obviously, with the quad bruise. But if you look around the league, you know what I mean? There's some guys that are going down. ACLs, shoulders, tricep tendons. Who tore their tricep the other day? I think we're
Tunsil. Laremy Tunsil.
Yeah.
And Kobe Bryant, who just went from
ACL.
Seattle. Yeah,
Torn ACL,
he's out 4 to 6 months.
Do you remember in 2001 when we got Leon Searcy?
Yeah, and he tore, in training camp. Him and Jamal in the same practice, right?
I think it was probably the same week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But Jamal tore his ACL, and then
didn't Kelly Gregg fall on him?
Kelly Gregg fell on him. I think it was on 7-on-7.
Yeah,
and it kind of like we ended up finishing 10-6, and we made the playoffs as a wild card team. We ended up going to Miami, and we smashed them.
Yeah.
Like, we ran for like 270 yards, and we're like, all right, we're back. You know what I mean? Then we go to Pittsburgh, and it didn't go
Femi,
that well.
I will go to my grave saying Randall should have played the second half of that game in Pittsburgh.
No, I agree. Look, looking back on it, and I hope this doesn't come across as being pejorative. I had to drop it on you guys. Elvis never endeared himself to the team the way that Trent did.
Yeah.
And look, Elvis was a really good quarterback in Kansas City. And when they made the decision to bring, and I think it's the first time in NFL history that a quarterback has never.
The only time.
Yeah. So you guys know that. So you know how difficult that was. It was difficult for the locker room. It was really difficult for Trent for a long time. A lot of people don't know that Trent and I grew up in the same county in Northern California. Like, we went to rival high schools. He's older than I am, but I've known Trent for a really, really long time. And me, Trent, Brandon, Stokely, Chris Redmond, we had a whole group of guys that, we played our games and things like. Anyway, yeah, sorry.
We'll continue this in the 2-minute warning, but let's talk Orioles now as they're about to play the Twins, game 2 of the 3-game series. Andy Koska, covering the O's for the Baltimore Banner, joins us now. And Andy, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Andy, I would like to get your thoughts on Gunnar Henderson, because it'll be more nuanced than me saying he's just not good this year. But just how do you explain this season, which just seemingly continues to get worse, and part 2 of that, keeping him in the leadoff hole?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having me on. Second off, if I had an explanation, man, I would be getting paid the big bucks by a Major League Baseball team. I really wish I did, because I'm as bemused as sort of anybody is of why a player has fallen off to this point. I was pondering just to myself, regarding the leadoff perspective before I kind of go back to what I'm seeing. I was pondering to myself, like, I recognize that even if you're in the 9-hole, let's just use the 9-hole for instance, there's going to be big moments in the game.
It'll find you.
You might come up with, the big moment will still find you. But there's a large part of me that does wonder that, when a guy is really grinding like this and has been all season, maybe just turn the temperature down a little bit. Give him a day to breathe. Give him, a chance to hit near the bottom of the order. And I recognize, on paper, he should be one of your best players. So you want to get your best players as many at bats as possible. And as Craig Albertaz said yesterday, when I asked him about him staying leadoff, one of the things he mentioned was that, basically the team is going to have to live and die by its stars right now. And unfortunately, Alonso showed, that he can carry a team every once in a while, like he did Sunday in Texas, but this offense hasn't been good enough. And if Gunnar plays like a star, like, he did in 23 and 24, this might be a completely different season. So what I'm seeing at the plate, it's funny, I know expected numbers, don't really tell the whole story, and I don't always understand that, completely myself as to how certain things are calculated. But generally speaking, they show, hard hit rate and judging based on launch angle and hard hit, like what a hit should be. Yesterday, I mean, it just seems like kind of his luck. A couple of his balls were well struck and at guys, and that's not to excuse what we've seen the whole season. By all means, we've seen him strike out quite a bit. We've seen him struggle in key situations to put the ball in play or elevate the ball when he needs to, for a sac fly situation, things like that. I do think his approach into the zone might be a little steep right now. And what I mean by that, like if you're watching Jackson Holiday, what Jackson is doing a really good job of right now is it's kind of a level plane through the zone for as long as possible. That allows you to be late on a pitch and still hit a line drive to left field. It allows you to be early on a pitch and not pop it up, things like that. So, or drive it into the, sometimes when you're really early on it, you're going to drive it, straight into the dirt, and that's not going to do, much of anything. Gunnar seems to be a steep entry into the zone right now, which minimizes some of the amount of time that he has in zone time. And because the in zone time is a little bit small right now, what you're seeing is he has to be perfect timing wise for great contact. And he has not been perfect timing wise too frequently this season. So that is my amateur analysis of what is happening. I am by no means a hitting coach. And if Gunnar starts listening to me for hitting advice, I worry about the results getting worse than they are, because I, of course, am a writer, not a hitting coach. But that's just my view of things at this moment.
Andy, obviously you're at Target Field, and you tweeted out basically a transcript of what Chris Bassett was talking about in regards to how the trade deadline went down. For people that didn't see it, if you could kind of summarize that. And also, when could we see Chris Bassett? This weekend?
Yeah, I think we'll see him this weekend, answering that part first. He feels good. He feels like the surgery was a massive success. It was a back surgery. He feels like in his rehab starts, he's had 3 of them. He was, working kind of on mechanics, some mechanical stuff to, basically bad habits that he created with his back hurting that, got him kind of out of his mechanical shape that he should be in for his delivery. So he's kind of tweaking things back to what he should be. Feels like he's in a good spot. I think we'll probably see him this weekend, most likely against Tampa Bay at some point during that series, at least. As for what he said, TLDR, because it was quite a long quote, said that, doesn't feel any anger toward Mike Elias or the front office. Bottom line is he feels like the players, including himself, did not hold up their end of the bargain, is what he said. And I asked him, why is that? And he said a lot of things that, essentially summarized into no comment. But one of the interesting parts of what he said, was that he feels like, there's no benefit to airing issues to the press. He will bring them to Elias and Albernaz, which I interpret as he has talked to them about whatever issues there might be or might not be. Who knows? Maybe he's maybe he didn't necessarily say that they were. He didn't spell out the issues, but one of the things he pointed out was that it hasn't been clean baseball. So that is a fairly obvious issue that we have seen throughout the season that I think anybody could have pointed out. So from that perspective, he basically was turning the onus on the players, as other players have. This is not a fresh, unique take from Chris Bassett. This has sort of been echoed by many players throughout the last 8 days or whatever it is. I think it's 8 days since the trade deadline ended.
So Andy, I've been saying this to anyone that'll listen. The bright spot for me has been Brandon Young. I really enjoy watching Brandon Young pitch and take the mound and just his command, like his literal command, right? Be able to command his four-seam fastball, and when his splitter is on, what he's able to do with it, but also the way he figuratively commands, how he gets on the mound, the stoicism, the kind of just the focus. he's probably my biggest bright spot for the season right now. Is there anything that you can take away kind of like in this malaise? What's a bright spot for you, or maybe a vibe you get from the clubhouse, something that would be kind of insightful?
My look at it, and maybe this is a cynical look. I don't look at this team as a playoff team right now, and they, are keeping up, that idea that they're close. They're able to make it, and technically, yes, they're close and they can make it. But any other year, this team and this record and what they've been able to, show on a nightly basis is not a playoff team. To me, I would like to see pretty much decisions, being made with next year in mind. And that's, let's see what Kobe Mayo can do every single night. You've seen Kobe Mayo against lefties. He hits like Barry Bonds against lefties this year. But, can he do it against righties? And, the past couple of days, we've seen more Kobe Mayo, and he has been performing against righties. I mean, that's an incredibly important thing to see. And if he can be a more steady offensive presence, that sets you up, or at least gives you a little bit of confidence for him next year as part of this lineup. See what Colton Cowser can do against lefties at this point and decide, can he be an everyday bat? If he can't, that is something to consider, going into next year as you construct a roster. See what, just going, kind of around the list, when Blaze Alexander comes back, see him in the leadoff spot, see if, what can he look like as a guy that makes contact at a pretty high rate, doesn't strike out a whole lot. Can he be a leadoff hitter in the future? These are all things that I'm kind of looking at it through that prism, where you're going to learn a lot about the team and kind of who do you put into the equation for 2027. Is in my view, that's kind of what this season is now. And it's not to say the season's over. Baltimore can go on a run and make the wild card. That's always weirder things that happened, right? But I do think at a certain point you have to analyze what certain pieces look like for next year and put them in uncomfortable spots and don't platoon. See what they can do against the same-handed pitcher, and trust that they're either gonna sink or swim. And if they swim, great, you feel a lot better for 2027. If they sink, you can go into the winter knowing the limitations of your roster and make decisions that either you move on from a guy or you believe in them more in a larger role. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's just kind of how I view this right now.
Orioles and Twins, game 2 of the 3-game series tonight, 7:40 Baltimore Baseball Night, coming up at 6 here on The Fan. Andy Koska covers the O's for the Baltimore Banner. Andy, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
We'll come back, hit the 2-minute warning. Most importantly, get you ready for Baltimore Baseball tonight. It's Bone and Ryan Ripken. It starts at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We talk Ravens, who's looked good at camp and who hasn't. And, of course, we'll talk Orioles as they face the Twins game 2, and we'll focus on game 3, how they do.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online place for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Dallas Cowboys and defensive tackle Quinnen Williams agreed to a 3-year extension worth up to $105.9 million. Last season, Williams had 26 quarterback pressures, 2.5 sacks, and 12 QB hits. He is now the second highest paid defensive tackle in the NFL. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Los Angeles was trading at 16%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $590 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a shit, and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
All you have to do to sell your home these days is Google "sell my house." You're going to find hundreds of those cash offers that let you skip the traditional selling process. The thing is, most of those are lowball offers for tens of thousands of dollars less than what your home is really worth. Lee Tessier, he's an honest guy. He's not going to let you sell your house for less than it's worth. He's willing to make you a cash offer too. But his is actually worth it. It's for fair market value. Lee's offer will still let you skip the hassles of traditional selling, like spending thousands of dollars to fix things up and having strangers in your bedroom during an open house. You're going to get to sell your home as is and pick your move-out date. The difference is, Lee will offer you way more money. I'm not just saying that. Test it out. Call the old agent I qualify to sell my home. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Last week, Los Angeles was trading at 16%, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $590 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound is slow from Hollenberg Avenue to the Harbor Tunnel. Northbound 895 is stop and go to the tunnel from before Route 2. BW Parkway northbound delays from 895 to Monroe Street. Northbound 95, the delays are between 195 and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 395 inbound is heavy from 95 to Conway. I'm Fernando Carlos with a look at traffic.
It's 3 Deep's 2-minute warning.
We don't have a lot of time here, but we should reset the breaking news in the last 20 minutes. Ian Rappaporting that no structural damage to Nate Wiggins. He left the field earlier today. He was doing one-on-one drills with Jacoby Lane. I don't want to say he got tangled up. Vinny Serrato did call me and say he felt he got stepped on. But no structural damage. I'm assuming that's referring to the knee, even though they don't say that. But that's good news, correct, Femi?
Oh, that's great news. I mean, it's the best outcome you could have. I mean, it's camp. Guys get banged up. And you look around the league, there's guys tearing all kinds of things. So, hey, we'll take it.
That means he's probably, like, if it's a hyperextension, how much time is that?
I'd say a week. Could be a little bit longer, but we'll probably get more details tomorrow.
So you feel you feel confident he'll be ready for the regular season?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine, unless there's something meniscal or something else that comes up. But, I mean, all things that it could have been, this is like low on the danger list of things that it could be. Worst case scenario on the fact that it's nothing structural.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Wouldn't meniscus technically be structural?
So, yeah, it could. That is structural technically.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe we could eliminate meniscus.
Yeah. I'm not a doctor, but I play one on the radio.
I think you're right.
Sell yourself short.
Yeah.
Look at you, dude.
Yeah.
Look at you,
Sell
Doogie
yourself
Howser
short.
over here.
Yeah.
I knew you reminded me of somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, good one.
I get that a lot.